on the basis of your height, your observer, the height of the observer, are you saying that none of those cities could be seen even with the as is described by the calculator?
No. I'll tell you this. If where you stand upon is supposed to be curving, if you even with you in the building, it's supposed to be curving away from you. If you look at those calculators that they give you, and you hadn't realized it, what the calculators are giving you, what a horizon is supposed to be. You're supposed to be standing on everything curving away from you, but yet you get a horizon further away. Calculators, you're not thinking.
So what you're saying is that what you can see there is further than their calculators. It's just you good then.
No. When you look at the calculators itself, once you put the numbers in, the height, and everything else, and this is something for you to think about. The height, the horizon, but yet you're supposed to be on the ball. You can push. All you're doing is pushing your head back. You lean back on your heels, and yet the horizon is supposed to be pushing back on the ball. So if I rotate the ball backwards, you're supposed to see out further with those calculators. It's not what you see.
Yeah. And the funny thing is the globe dies even with those calculators, even though those calculators don't account for perspective. So in the calculator, you would be looking at, for instance, the buildings in the distance over there and how high they were, preferably if they were on the horizon. Generally, that's how the globers like to use it. And then they calculate how high that building is in real life, how much of the building is missing, and then assume that's how much is blocked by Earth curve. But the problem is they see in perspective that building is actually so tiny that they need high-powered optics to be able to perceive it. So it could be blocked by very tiny differences.
Well, yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
Yeah, I even got a picture of a mountain that's taller than the building I'm in, but yet you still get a horizon behind that mountain.
I just thought of another thing. Right? Titus, do you play chess at all, or do you know how to play chess? You know, chessboard.
Do I know? You talk to me? Yeah.
Yeah. You've played chess before, right?
Yeah.
All right. So if you're standing above the chessboard, looking straight down at it, it's all going to be a grid like squares, correct? Just black and white squares in a grid.
Yeah, of course.
Right. So now sit down on your chair, right, in front of the chessboard, and put your eyeball right up in between the king and queen where they would be. No pieces on the board, just an empty board. Are those squares going to look like squares, or are they going to look like trapezoids?
Well, they're lower trapezoids because that's the effect
Right.
that perspective gives.
Right. So now, based on the fact that your eyeball is so close to the king and queen's space there, do you think that the lower you get to the board, the less you're going to be able to see the opposite king and queen squares on the other side, correct? Because the angle is just too much trapezoidy, and it's just you can't see it. Yeah.
Yeah, the shape, the trapezoids become too sheer. They almost become lines.
Exactly. Right. Exactly. That's what's happening with the Earth. They just call that when the trapezoids get too muddled, they call that Earth curve.
I'll share this one right here, Fuzzy. Check this one out. Well, he can check it out just as well. See that mountain?
Yep.
Yeah, that mountain's taller than the building I'm in. That's a shitty day. Want to see a good day?
Yeah, go on.
That mountain's taller than the building that I'm in.
Okay, I'll take art. Yeah. Okay.
You understand that?
What?
Yeah. That picture was a shitty day. That's a good day.
Yeah, that makes sense. The horizon is still lower than the mountain.
No. The mountain is taller than the building I'm in.
I get that, yeah.
Yeah.
So what are you making exactly?
You see the horizon further than the mountain?
I get that as well.
Yeah, no curve. Two different days.
Okay, I go and look at these videos. Because
Yeah, go.
I don't
Yeah.
see what
Go look at the
conclusion-
videos.
At the moment, I don't see what conclusion you can. The two pictures of the mountain, I don't see what conclusion you can draw from those two pictures. One way or the
Yeah,
other.
I know. It's already concluded for me. I'm good. Go with mine.
Well, regardless of that, do you understand how they hijack Earth curve or hijack perspective? They call it perspective, but then once it reaches that vanishing point, they say, no, that's because Earth curve. And it works every time. Yeah, that's how they do it.
You can't. The whole premise of the whole reason why it's not.
Are you trying to make excuses? I told you these are two different days. You want the timestamp for these two pictures? I give it to you.
It doesn't make a difference to me. I know I can clearly see there are two different times, two different
There's
weather
only
conditions.
two options. There are only two options. Either you admit that there is perspective, which you've already done, or
Yeah.
there's Earth curve. So you're already a flat earther. There's
You can
perspective. You understand how to draw something so it appears semi-realistic because it gets smaller as it travels away from you.
You can
A
still
robot
have.
cannot admit that, cannot understand that. So
You can still. Perspective is still a phenomenon in the globe curvature model.
no,
it's not.
It's ignored to assume curvature.
Where you're making a statement there that no one in the globe fraternity states.
I'll show you. I'll show you a couple more pictures.
What globe
Hold it, Roger.
fraternity?
Roger.
By the scientific model.
I'll give him some more pictures on the same mountain, and you'll see the difference. You scared of that?
No, you can show me the pictures. The assertion there's no perspective if you're on a big, very large globe.
No.
Orthographic side view has no perspective in it. All Earth curve calculators are in orthographic side view, completely ignoring perspective. That's how they get Earth curve.
It's not that they ignore it; it's that they double speak it. They call it two different things. It's double speak.
Yeah, they co-opted perspective and called it Earth curve.
The phenomenal perspective works whether you're on a flat plane or you're on a sphere.
No.
Hold on. No, I already told you the chessboard. I already gave you the chessboard. At a certain point, even on a flat, you're not even going to see the end of the chessboard because it's going to get too trapezoidal.
You won't see individual squares anymore, but you will see a cumulative horizon.
Okay.
Right, exactly. And it's going to raise to your eye level.
Fuzzy, where's your proof of this globe that you're so hard fighting for?
Oh, I'm not fighting for a globe. What are you talking about?
Not you, him.
Where's what? Sorry.
Where's your proof of this globe?
I haven't got one.
Okay.
I said to you earlier on, didn't I not say to you at least 3 times that observations on the ground level to try and prove that the Earth is round are pointless?
So, but why then tell that to NASA? Bro?
Yeah. Bro, get the hell out of here.
NASA. You do appreciate that NASA
waste
is
of
the one
damn
that
time.
makes that claim? You do realize that, yeah?
What's that, sorry?
You do realize
Yeah,
that
none
NASA
of
is the one that makes the claim that you can. So what you're doing right now is not disagreeing with us, you're disagreeing with NASA.
go on their chats and help them out. How about that?
Yeah, please, write them a strongly worded letter.
But just because I can't prove it, doesn't mean say they can't.
But you're
Okay, I
disagreeing
don't.
with what you're saying that it's okay, cool.
Fuzzy, I just put another photo in.
Yeah.
Check that one out. I changed it in different colors. Damn it, the horizon is still hot. The horizon is still further than the mountain, and the mountain is still supposedly taller than where I'm at. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh.
The horizon being further than the mountains suggests that you can see land beyond the mountain. Yeah.
Yeah, no curved eye. Stop talking, man. You making those guys look bad. Just stop talking. Go look at the videos. Go study up on it.
All right, I'll go look at the videos.
Yeah. Stop talking. Go on mute.
I've got to go now anyway. It's late here, but yeah, I'll go look at the
Yeah.
videos and come back.
Good night, bro.
Good night. See you later.
Peace.
Night. Right there in front of his face. It's up to him to see it. I can't make him drink it. Sorry.
That's right.
How y'all doing tonight? I
Great,
ain't
man.
been
That
in
was
a while.
that was a good destruction. Thanks for doing that.
Destruction? No, that's not a destruction. It's, feed him. Feed him a little bit. Hell, I gotta
You know
get
what I
my
mean.
ass. I gotta get my ass back out here on the land and do my own more observations because this is taken from my freaking cell phone. What do you mean? If I was taken
Yeah,
from my
and it's
camera,
decent. Well, and you know what's funny? It's like you shouldn't need the best equipment in the world because clearly you don't. It's flat no matter what kind of equipment you're using.
yeah. I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Shoot.
Yeah, even
No,
with a cell phone
I need to
camera,
get out there.
with a cell phone
Hmm?
camera, you're giving them the best. You're steelmanning their argument with the best chance to get closest to the Earth curve. It's like, yeah, they got nothing. Even when we're giving them everything, and we give them gravity times Einstein plus Newton, it doesn't work.
Well, that and from the foot like the pictures from the beach that was taken from my Nikon, and it wasn't even. I'm on vacation. I'm like just taking pictures, just enjoying my little girl, my old lady, the fam, and I just took pictures. I was like, hold up, look at the pier. Take a picture. It's like, and once I got back home, I was like, wait. Horizon is right there, parallel with the pier, running straight across. That's pretty cool. Thank you. I did do some flat earth stuff out there, but it was more for the family.
Yeah, I get that.
Sorry. I do have one picture that I thought it was like cool. Hold up. Let's see if I can get it for y'all. I will post it. Where you at? Son of a. Okay, let me see. I mean, to me, he was making up a lot of excuses, which is like, really, dude. No need making all these excuses about why it's not a globe. It should just be there. It's not.
Yeah, he needs to make excuses, and at least has gotten to the point where he's admitted he doesn't have any evidence, and he just has a belief, and he's comfortable with that. But I don't see how a sane person could be.
True. True on that. So what I'm gonna do is Dark my little girl out. Yeah. Will dark me out a little bit. Which I really don't give a shit, but if you see the moon skip on this picture, it's pretty freaking cool. Let's see if I post it. Yeah. See the picture?
Yeah.
Never noticed that the freaking moon was skipping across the water. This shit's fucking awesome.
Oh, nice.
Now, if it's a curve, how you get 2 moon spots in that picture? No curve, my man.
Hey, I just wanted to say, Redman, I'm a big fan of yours and everybody else. I really enjoyed listening to you guys tonight. I tried to hang back tonight because I am
Yeah.
also a fan of you guys, and I really enjoy each and every one of your perspective, especially you, Redman, because you don't come around that often, and I do like to hear your stuff. Your stuff is different, unique. You're thinking for yourself. You question authority. I dig it.
Yeah,
My
you also
man.
sound calm and cool. I like it.
Well, in life itself, and it's been told by my granddad, you don't argue with a fool. You can show him. Either he take it in or you don't. It is what it is. And that's life.
Words of wisdom. Words of wisdom for sure.
What do you mean? I'm old, but I ain't that damn old. Don't turn me old, Hank.
No, no. Your grandpa had words of wisdom.
Oh
You
yeah.
just borrowed them.
Great man.
Yeah.
Love that man. But, like I said, there's a different way of speaking to people, and in a lot of ways, you have to look at people for who they are. Misguided, maybe, because we all been misguided across the board. The deception of the movies and everything else that. Oh man. Well, I was speaking with a guy today, and when he said space, I said, okay. When we write down in text, you got to put a space in between the words so somebody get a better understanding of what the sentence is getting up to. Hold up, but the space is only this short. When I think about space up in the sky, the space is short in my mind, and not for everybody else, but it's just a different perspective about how to look at things. And this is where government, NASA, and all them, space was up and beyond. No, actually, space is only so far. I love y'all guys.
Hey, I want to add on to that. And it doesn't matter how much money you throw at the rocket ships, whether it be Bezos or that other asshole, it's still only so far.
Yeah. I like that, Hank. But, like I said, sometimes it just take a different perspective. It don't need to be a war. It's a spiritual battle within the mind.
Really, it is, yeah.
When we leave home, we don't want to bring a spiritual battle to the home, because you're at home, you're at peace. Become one with home. You don't want to bring that stuff to home. So I had to learn that myself. So, like I said, I like when you talk, Hank. I sit back and I watch.
Yeah. Hank's the man around here, I think.
Yeah. Hell, I get my popcorn ready.
Yep.
But It just some things people haven't looked at. You know, that's why I wanted that one guy. You know, I ain't get his name. You know, when you're at the beach, where your feet stand upon and where the water rests up, lap upon your feet, is that lower? He's like, yeah, that's lower. I said, what about the horizon out there? Where the water's out there? He didn't think about that one. Dagger to the heart. So just something for him to think about. You know, it's like that. What's that Michael Jackson song? I'm talking to the man in the mirror. He has to talk to his own self in the mirror. We can only show him. He has to talk to him.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been around for a
Stragglers,
while.
man. Yeah, the stragglers are going to be out there. They're going to go their own way. There's going to be a lot of them.
Yeah, that's true. All I can do is just show my pictures, show what I did, and go from there. Take it for what you want.
Right. I just want people to go out, hang out at beaches, measure it, test it, observe it from all heights, do that. And then come back and talk to us.
I mean, if you won't take the time yourself and go out there and go do it, then it's kind of a time waster. As far as like,
they really don't want to know.
True.
You're right. Waste time.
But it's just
all we can do is just keep hammering it out there. Might as well, right? Why not?
No. I mean, it's still a great thing. It's just like if you look at the photo where I took the picture, me and my daughter, and on the beach, and you look at the photo above mine's Rogers, you see the light skipping across the water. I'll see if I get another photo. I was thinking
Are you outside right now?
No, I'm in the garage.
Oh.
I wish I was at the beach. Oh my gosh. I wish I was at a beach right now. But looking at his photo above mine, made me think about something. Yeah. Look at this right here. Bam.
You know, another word we got to stop saying. We got to stop saying dirt, and we got to start referring to it for what it is, earth. Because when you tell people to close their eyes and you do word association, and you say earth, and they see a blue marble, they're supposed to see the stuff between their feet.
Yeah, I love when you do that, Hank. I think more of us should try to adopt that. It's just I don't think I can remember everything. I need to clip it and then write it down just so I get the structure correct. Because I love how you do that.
Thank you, Roger. Check that picture. Ta-da.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Sorry, Hank. Go ahead.
No, I was just appreciating the fact that he said he wants to get it and write it down.
That was my sunrise at Tobby Island. See how the light is scattering across the sea? Yep. Freaking awesome. I'm ready. I want to move down to the beach. Fuck this.
Yeah. I'm nowhere near a beach, so yeah. I don't know, man. No, I'm nowhere. I'm right in the middle, smack in the middle of the country.
Okay. Gotcha.
Landlocked.
Get to the beach, bro.
Well, the closest I get is when I vacation in Minnesota. Go to a lake there, and it's a huge lake, so it's close enough to. I mean, there's tons of lakes where it looks like the ocean because you can see so far.
Yeah. I got you.
But there's no suds in the water like the ocean because it's not salty.
Yeah. I got you.
Yeah. Anyway.
This is a picture when I was leaving Sunrise a year ago when I was leaving Sunrise from Tybee Island in Georgia, and that was off the pier, off the top of the pier. It's beautiful. They talk about perspective. You don't know nothing about perspective. I'm posting more pictures. Freaking awesome. Anybody talk about perspective? They don't know it. They don't know about perspective itself.
Nope.
It's funny, a lot of people
you have to research perspective, just the word, what it means in life, what it means everywhere, in planes, in fucking bowling alleys. You know what I mean? You have to really get to know the subject before you can come in and say, oh, you guys don't even know what perspective is. Like, clearly you don't, because the thing up there, the two things on the sides don't turn into one thing way up there in reality. No, they just appear to converge. They just can't wrap their heads around it.
artistic-minded people who understand perspective in art, understand this concept pretty quickly, versus a lot of right-brained individuals have, or is it left-brained? I forget. Have a harder time with getting it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just like just speak about my childhood a little bit. When I learned how to draw because I was a bad kid. I got my TV taken away, my video games taken away, and I had to write down my I won't do this ever again. I won't do this ever again. Over and over and over. And then once I was done with that, okay, I still didn't have my TV. I still didn't have video games. But yet I learned how to draw. And I drew things in perspective because that's how I see it. So I mean, some people not built for that. Small, big things in the front, small things in the distance. You draw it in perspective.
Resolution. Yeah, angular resolution. That's all it is.
Simple.
It's way more simple than the circus sideshow clown show wants to make it. It's got to be the most complicated thing that's ever existed to be part of this reality, to be the makeup of our Earth.
All right. And that's where I said, if I'm standing on the beach, is the ocean higher than where I stand at? He said no. I said, what about the horizon back there? Blah, 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 blah. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
It is what it is. I'm having fun.
Yeah, I loved it. You got him basically to admit that it was perspective and therefore not Earth curve. He just didn't realize the implications of what he admitted.
That's on him. He'll be all right. Hopefully he get it. Hopefully he come along for the ride. Because the ride that everybody's on right now, far as life itself, It's a ride.
Sure is.
It's all a matter of
And
what direction you're going in.
well, I'll
Go
tell you
ahead.
something about it. It's not a flat ride.
Nah, not at all.
Not at all. It's the bumpiest motherfucker you're ever gonna see. But that's okay.
What it say? What it say? What you see is up and down. What you're riding on. It is how you how did it say it? How you come to what you're going on and understand the ride that you're on.
Hmm.
You know, either you want the bumpy road or you want the hard road. Well,
Sure.
nothing's ever easy, so I at least take the bumpy road versus the hard road because it might cost you more money as far as, you know, ties and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Just it is what it is. And, you know, I might be the old guy in the room, but you know, it is what it is.
Yeah, I think.
How
I
old are
think
you?
this-
Come on now.
Huh?
How old are you now? The old guy in the room.
September I turned 43.
Okay, I'm 39.
a bit older
So
than me.
you're like
Oh,
you're like
yeah,
my big brother.
you're behind me, little bro. No, you good. I don't take it like that. You know, I
I
take it
know,
as
man.
I take it as life lessons I can pass on to somebody else. You know what I mean?
Right? Mm-hmm. I'm with you.
I've been blessed.
Oh shucks, you guys are making me feel like I'm one of the team.
You are.
You are.
Big old member.
I'm only 40.
Oh shit. I got you beat.
Shit, I'll be 40. I'll be 41 on 420.
Y'all
Make sure you
yeah.
realize
celebrate my birthday, right?
we're making history right now. You guys know that, right? Like we are
Okay.
changing the world forever. It's never not going to be a history book that doesn't mention the flat Earth revival in 2015 through 2020 about how it came back real hard and it was all over the mainstream media, right? Because people
Wait.
know about Martin. People know about Martin Luther, don't they?
Mm,
He changed it.
I, Hank, I'm about to take a stab at Martin Luther. We had to do that on some like some me and you talk outside live stream. So,
Sounds like fun, bro. I've done my research on his
yeah.
95 theses, and I'm convinced that they couldn't whoop him on one argument. So they had to do it with subterfuge and tactics. And that's when they invented the whole globe earth. Because they couldn't debunk Genesis. They couldn't debunk the word. So they had to attack it another way. Right? They had
True.
to hijack science and use scientism to fool the masses. Yeah, we can talk about it some other time.
Mm. Well, I spin it to you like this. When I think about the word history, if you break down the word, before it was like in my mind it was his story. I was like, shoot, that's wrong. I broke down the word now is hey story. I'm like, I didn't think about it like that. And this is in my, you know, in my garage, breaking down things in my own mind. So people maybe look at, hey, story, not history, about what we've been taught for the last 50 years. Now we could say 60 years, 70 years. We've been flying. All of a sudden, we can fly in this time period. All the other time before that, we wasn't flying. And, you know, in their model, we've been here for billions of years. Hold up. Nobody figured out how to fly at that point in time. Way before then.
No idea.
Dude,
You know what I
I
mean?
said this the other day. I said, people are so stupid. They think that nobody could figure out how to fly, but they built these massive buildings, but they just looked up at the sky and said, we can't go up there. Let's just build these giant rocks on the ground. Like, it's just ridiculous.
That is a pretty
That,
good point.
hold up. 60 years, 70 years going. Now we figured out how to fly. Hold up. Them people didn't figure out how to fly a long time ago. They ain't that damn stupid now.
We don't know what happened.
me the
It
Egyptians
was
didn't
pretty
know
much
about
erased.
You telling me the Egyptians didn't know about hot air balloons?
Vedics, they described all of flight 2,500 years ago, allegedly. That's
Mm.
mainstream information.
Yeah, but they built perfect structures as far as the pyramids, but nobody knows who puts it up. Who put that up? Exactly. Who put it up? I'm just saying.
Had to be
Hey,
somebody. Okay.
right. Hey, story. So this is what the people now that is so convinced about. Oh, it's a globe. Okay, I'll show you pictures. 3 cities in a row. I showed a baller down one day. He was like, Where's the Earth is flat?" I was like, "It's not flat, but I'll show you a picture. I can tell you it's not a globe." And I showed him
Yeah.
the photos that I put up tonight. He shut up, didn't talk to me no more. I tagged him, and no response. Okay, good night, girl. You have a good night.
What are they going to do? Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So in the physical reality, there is no evidence for a globe Earth, right? So, again, I say this all the time. I don't blame them for doing shit like that, right? Just ghosting, because what else are they going to do? They're not going to come back and say, hey, you know what? You're right. And I would really like to respectfully pick your brain and see what we both know about the certain thing and what you might be able to teach me. Like, no glober has ever fucking said anything like that once.
Bro, I got a video. This is off my channel because I like doing the star trails. Hold up. I like doing the star trails. If y'all can, if you can afford it.
I've never done it.
No. It's simple.
I'd like to do it, though.
I done it off Bruno. It takes multiple pictures. Once you take it out, once you take the SIM card out, put it in your computer, you can just tap on it and it plays like a video. Where are you at?
Who, me?
And no, I'm saying like
Oh.
not taking a shot at you, none of that.
No, I'm sorry. I was doing something else, and then he said, "You go. Where you at?" And I'm like, "Oh shit, is he talking to me?"
No. No. If
Got
you look at the footage, I'm just gonna put it up there. Discord. I want to get me a better camera, better Bruno camera. That way I can take more footage of the moon and how stuff move in the sky.
Yeah. Oh, I love it.
Oh yeah.
Of course, the fucking obelisk in Washington D.C. points straight up and just dicks the sky. It's fucking great.
Oh yeah.
That poor God's getting made fun of. No, I'm just kidding.
What is it? 66 or 600?
Actually, it's 555 feet. That's what I think it is. Actually, hold on. I know what you're talking about.
Like a foot, but the base is like a foot. It's like 551 and 6 inches or something like that.
Something like that. Yeah. Okay, it says 555.5 feet from the top of the base, but the base is, you guessed it, 55.5 feet tall. So what's 555.5 plus 55.5? I don't know. You tell me. I don't know why they picked the fives, bro. But it's all got to mean something. All
Well,
certainly
if this
does.
man is 5 and the devil is 6, then that must make me 7. All
Yeah, those are good
going
lyrics.
to heaven. Well, if I go to hell, well, then I hope I burn well. I'll spend my days with JFK, Marvin Gaye, and Sir Lawrence Well, and Kurt Cobain, Marvin Gaye. Sorry. And Jimi Hendrix, because you know he ain't all right.
Yeah. Yep.
And Ronald Reagan, because you know he's the Antichrist. The roof.
You know, one of the best ways to learn how to play guitar is one of Jimmy's albums, the Jimi Hendrix Experience in particular. If you memorize every note and the way he plays every note in that record, you're going to be a pretty good guitarist for sure.
I think it was a Bloodhound Gang song.
That was Bloodhound Gang. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We don't need no water. Let the motherfucker burn.
The roof. The roof is on fire.
So hold on real quick. You
Fire,
asked
water,
about
burn.
you asked about the 555.
Yeah. What does that mean?
Break that down into inches.
Well, there you go. Isn't that weird though? How it works out to perfect fives. It's
Well, no.
It's dumb.
555 feet is
Right.
6,660 inches.
Right.
A total coincidence, if you ask me.
Nah, there ain't no such thing as coincidence, man. I'm not a coincidence theorist.
Everything happens in sequence, like it's supposed to.
I'll bet
Yeah,
there's the
there's
same
symbolism
amount of
behind
bricks
that.
on every face of that pyramid at the top. You see that picture I posted? I bet there's the same amount of bricks on every face of that pyramid. And they're organized the exact same way.
You know where the green pyramid that's on the back of the US dollar is?
No.
Israel. It's the Israeli Supreme Court building.
Oh, wow.
Look
Oh,
it
and
up.
look, I didn't even notice this, but in that picture of the monument that I posted, the Jesus fish is under it. Basically, it's an eye. If you want to think of it, an eye looking, out. So technically, it's a phallic obelisk coming out the iris of something. Wow.
No, it's the Vesica Pisces.
Right.
Otherwise,
Vesica.
the
Oh,
yoni.
and that's the woman. I get it now. It's the
symbolizes
woman's
the yoni.
area.
Yep.
That's hilarious.
The yoni and the lingam.
Wow.
Sex cult, right? We're fighting against the ancient sex cult.
It's pretty pathetic when you boil it down, but the symbolism is very expensive. They spent a lot of money on this. If nothing else, waste of fucking money too. But hey,
We spent a lot of money. The taxpayers spent a lot of money.
yeah, but since we didn't do it willingly, I don't know. I don't know what to say.
I think America's got some of the biggest idols. We got the Washington Monument, right? Yeah, we don't have the pyramid, but it's okay. We got the Washington Monument and the Statue of Liberty.
Lucifer.
Right. Well, y'all fellas, I'm finna have a great night. I got
All
work
right,
in the
brother.
morning.
Cool, man. Well, good talking to you.
Always. I just try to give my perspective,
Well, it's a good one, sir.
I try. And I did post a couple videos. I'm gonna get some better equipment. That way, I can show you more what I see in my skies.
Yeah, I like it.
If
Keep posting all that stuff, dude.
if you're looking to get new equipment and stuff, maybe I don't know if it matters to you per se, but look into getting used stuff. You can save hundreds or thousands of dollars depending on what you're getting. Just saying, a lot of it is pretty good stuff.
Oh yeah, send me the link, Fuzzy.
Well, what are you looking to get?
Okay. If I see, I'm gonna see you. I'm gonna put it in a live stream. What I took with 500 millimeter moon footage. Well, moon camera shot. I'm trying to get more.
5 millimeter doesn't make sense.
No, 500.
Oh, yeah. Oh, 500 millimeter.
Yeah.
Nice.
This is what I
Yeah,
took. What 500? Yeah, lens, focal lens.
that's
Put
a
in the live
fine
stream.
lens. 500. Jesus.
Nah, that's nothing. You know, the P900 does like way much more.
Well,
That's right there.
yeah. But that's the P900. That's a different beast entirely. I mean, that's what's so great about that lens is that if you were to get an equivalent detachable lens to a DSLR or mirrorless camera, you for the equivalent of what a P900 would be $12,000 to get just one lens to be that long. You're essentially a telescope at that point.
Yeah. Well, these photos I'm about to put up, this is what I took off of that lens, and then I put it through a filter. I think the one to the left of this next photo I'm about to put up, that's what I took with the 500 at top left, and then I put it through the imaging software. It should look flat as shit as far as the moon.
Yeah, the bottom left looks like a cookie, like a flat ass cookie. Damn. That's
Yeah.
yeah, I don't
Yeah.
know what your equipment. That's a 500 millimeter lens. What kind of camera body do you have that's attached to?
Wow, that's gorgeous.
It's Nikon 5200.
Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah, I have one of those.
Yeah.
Or third, I don't know. We have like 14 Nikon. I can't keep track of them anymore.
Hold up. Where's
But
the other?
anyway, that's
That can have
pretty
it.
good.
So I'm hopefully I can order my 2600 millimeter lens. My megapixel will be on that camera is like 24. It's way better than the P900, but the P900 can get to three. No, it's not 3,000.
I think it's a 2,000 millimeter zoom equivalent. Yeah,
2,000. Yeah.
that's insanity. Yeah, but that 500
Yeah.
millimeter is pretty good. Like that's pretty crazy.
Yeah. I
I mean,
show
if
you a
anything,
zoomed
well,
in photo, and this is unzoomed. Posting it right now for you.
yeah, I mean, if you have a 500 millimeter lens, I would just get a P 1000, 950, 900, whatever you can find a good one used. If that's all you care about for a distance, get a used P 950 or something like that. Because if you're trying to get a longer lens,
Cool.
it's just going to cost way more money. I mean, see if I don't
No,
know.
it look way stupid.
Yeah,
This
I'll
is what
try to
the
find that 2,000 millimeter equivalent lens. It would be. It's insanity.
okay. I'm about to post to you. This is what the 500 millimeter lens looked like on the camera, and it looks so stupid. I'm like, freaking a, what an extension there. Look at that shit. That's 500.
Yeah, Yeah. That's
What the? Yeah. So it's a struggle, but you see what I can get with that.
yeah. Totally. That's crazy. That's the top. You're like like a pirate. Look at that. Yeah.
Yeah. It's stupid long. I was like, what the? What am I supposed to do with this one? Oh man, it's the best I can get for right now. Oh, yeah, this is what it looked like in my backyard. That's true. All right. This is what it looked like in my backyard. And I was scared my camera was going to fall over and crash and burn. Check that one out, Fuzzy. You see that?
Wait, which part?
You see how long that damn lens is? That's a
Oh
500.
man, look at that fucking thing.
Oh yeah.
That's
yeah.
crazy.
I was wondering how you mount that to a tripod. Yeah, it's got to be in the middle somewhere. That's crazy.
That shit was scary. I was like, please don't fall. Please don't fall.
That's like the smallest leg.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, check. This is like a. Let me see.
Oh, I need one of those. How much is that guy? That's a refracto
Yeah,
lens.
I don't even know. You probably don't want to know. The last time I looked on eBay or something, it was like 10 grand.
God
I just
dang.
need a camera that'll
Make sure
mount
y'all
on
check out that
telescope.
song I just posted. Check that one out tonight sometime.
Yeah, yeah.
Y'all
That
don't be
song is
spending no.
it, bro.
Sorry, don't be spending no $10,000 on no lens. There used to be an old guy who used to come in here always tell people he was wrong. Something Hollywell, James Hollywell. You guys know James? Monotone voice, likes to talk, from Canada.
No.
James.
I don't know.
Okay, well,
maybe I've
anyway,
heard of
if
it.
anybody can find James, he's usually in the debate circuits. He likes to debate. He likes to talk. He can get you like a really badass, stupid lens for like a couple $100. I mean, this thing is going to be so big. I don't know how you're going to hold it steady to get your shot.
Well,
That's how
yeah,
far it's going to
exactly.
be.
It's like at a certain point, just get a telescope and get a Nikon adapter for it. I mean, for real. I mean, you're not gonna have
That's
autofocus.
basically what this lens is.
Yeah,
This
it's
thing I'm
exactly
talking
what it
about.
is.
Nah, I do. I do have a telescope here, but it's not gonna shoot that sharp. One touch and that trucker is all over the fucking place, shake as hell.
Yeah, you gotta have like the the
But
mirror.
I got to say, James knew his shit. Shout out to James. Wherever you're at, bro, you know your shit. He always knew what he was talking about. He just disagreed with us on certain things.
Yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, I'm gonna check that one out, Fuzzy. See what it's at. Let's see if I can massage the old lady. Say, hey, can I get that 10 grand, please?
Dude, what the fuck? That looks so awkward. That guy.
Oh yeah.
Stupid.
No,
Why would you do that? There's got to be a better way.
It was a joke. I think it's a joke. But
not that guy.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the one a little bit further.
He can barely hold on to it. Look at that.
Yeah, it's a joke. I just saw that. I was like, yeah.
He don't have the guns for that one.
Nope. Almost, but not quite.
But yeah, y'all have a great night. I gotta get up early. I'll be back up at 3:00. Oh shoot, it's 11:00 for me. 4 hours of sleep. Got work in the morning.
Get it in then, buddy.
Yeah. Y'all have a great night.
You too, man.
Sure.
Thanks.
I try to share my photos with everybody.
Yeah, absolutely, dude.
You know, watch. Well, I'm gonna get better videos. We'll go from there.
Yeah, I save everything in a folder when people post stuff, so you got it.
Well, subscribe to my channel. Help me out.
I think I will. YouTube?
Of course.
What's it called?
Redman. Trying to build my channel. Redman 116.
Oh, with 2 D's then, huh? Hang on.
But
Hang on. Oh, I'm gonna have to search harder for it, but that's okay.
no, you don't. No, you don't. It's in the live chat. Come on. Posted a couple videos.
Where? Let's see.
In the live.
Where? Hold on, I gotta get all the way back up there. There it is. Got it. Okay. It's because it's spelled different.
Yeah, I was retarded that day. I was like, I'm gonna spell it like this, and you know.
Hey, are you Vin Diesel?
Huh?
Are you Vin Diesel? You look almost exactly like Vin Diesel in your picture for YouTube video or the thing. I can't blow it up any bigger, so.
I was called Vin Diesel a long time ago before the Fast and Furious come out because I always kept my hair short and I lifted weights and you know.
Yeah, and it looks like you guys just have like a similar skull structure, right? I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway,
he's not technically black. He is a different race.
Completely different race. He's from another world, just like you.
I'm from this. I'm from the ground that we stand upon.
Oh, that's good. Me too. So we're what do they call them in the Matrix? Earthborn, or what is it called?
Children of Zion.
Forgot what it is. Whatever.
Genuine children of Zion.
I gotta turn my goddamn music down.
But like I said, every go ahead.
Children of Zion is what it is. Genuine child, yeah, from the Matrix. Also, looks like there's a new guy, Davey, asked to be unmuted. And I unmuted him, but he doesn't have any roles. I don't know how. Just got a message. That's all.
Sorry. Friend Cole in the garage. I was looking for a picture of my dang on telescope. At least one time. I used that damn telescope one time. I'm talking about it was so freaking shaky. You just touch it one time and it freaking just you can't get nothing off a telescope.
Yeah, the next telescope I buy, I want it to have the Saturn package.
Yeah, one that trail.
You know what I mean?
That can trail the sky. Yeah.
Like it'll show me things that I would expect to see in a fantasy world, and that's what I want.
That would be a real telescope then.
I mean, I don't know what those folks think they're seeing in the sky.
That's why I want them to do that for themselves.
Yeah, measurement though. Yeah, telescopes don't really work. And like you can do camera stuff all day, sure, absolutely. But there's nothing better than seeing it and like seeing A to B in front of you and jotting it down. Be like, fuck, it is. It is not the right math. For sure.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like I told one of my friends, I was like, bro, go look at it for yourself. Don't trust me.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did someone unmute me?
I
Hello.
guess someone did. Hi,
I
Davey.
wanna- Yes, somebody did. How you guys doing?
Good.
Doing good.
Hey, real quick, Redman, are you taking off? Let's say bye to you.
Yeah, I'm taking off, bro.
All
Have
right,
a
brother.
great night.
Hey,
You too, man. Take care.
Hey, there's Davey.
Yeah, whoever unmuted me, thanks a lot, buddy. I appreciate it. I don't know who did, but I appreciate it. What do you call it? I came in the other night. My buddy Josh brought me in. I was drunk. I had a long day. Yada yada. And maybe I said something I shouldn't. I don't remember. I was probably just being an asshole, and someone fucking muted me. So whatever. But I'm not gonna.
It happens.
That was then. This is not.
Y'all have a great night. I'll be
But,
back.
Peace.
You too, man. Should have told him I subscribed to him. Because I did.
What's the password?
What's the password?
But yeah, someone muted me. I was like, damn. I was like, why was I muted? Was I really being an asshole? Maybe I was.
I don't know. It's the first time I've heard your voice.
I think somebody thought you were trolling.
I think that's it. Someone thought I was a troll. Like, who's this fucking jerk off? And they thought, But
I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Anyway.
Josh knows the deal. Fuck that. Whatever. But what's hopping?
We were trying to talk about the Earth and how everybody's been scammed and duped into thinking it's a violation of physical law.
Oh yeah, forget about it. I'm just trying to I'm still trying to figure out this whole thing. I don't know how to, Discord.
Oh yeah, I probably got a little too deep, a little too quick. Yeah, is this your first time on Discord?
Yes, sir.
Cool. So you didn't? Did you join for like a gaming purpose, or did you join to find other things to talk about?
He joined to talk to other flat earthers.
Yes.
Oh, cool. So are you a flat earther, Davey?
I sure am.
Super duper. Joshua, is that true?
Yeah, he's been talking about flat Earth longer than I have.
Cool. All right.
I didn't
I
know
was
that.
wondering why you DM'd me.
Well, saying unmute me? Never mind. Well, anyway.
But yeah, the thing is Davey, the reason why I invited you here is so you could learn more about it. By like understanding like a good argument, so you can talk to your neighbor lady about it instead of just telling her what's flat, you're stupid because you're lying to the children. Instead of that, bring her like evidence like the 3 points or the black swan, like these kind of points, and try to invite her over. Try to invite her in here. Know what I mean? Since she's a teacher.
Nah, dude, listen. I don't know. How do you know about that, my neighbor?
We got a teacher
Bro,
in here.
you should tell me about that shit. You remember on Hangouts?
Dandelion.
Yeah, I guess so. Perhaps, but well,
Yeah,
anyway,
Dandelion. Fridays, 5 o'clock your time, 5 p.m. your time, Friday nights. Try to be here.
Hey, bro. Davey messaged me and said, "Are you the mod? Like, oh, you forgot from the rap battle the other night?"
No, I don't know, because someone said, fuck, what do you call it? I think Hank said, well, tell the mod. I'm like, well, who's the mod? I'm like,
Well, there's a few.
Yeah. Well, anyway, whoever did it, I appreciate it. Anyway,
Josh.
Fucking Josh, yeah. No, my neighbor, she's a teacher, fourth grade teacher. I kind of felt bad because, I it's like last year though, but I'm just saying we got into an argument because we were talking about the Earth, and I brought up the flat Earth, and she got so offended. It amazed me how offended she got just by saying the Earth is flat. And then it clicked, and I just said, "Oh fuck!" in my head, like she's a teacher. She teaches her kids that we live on a spinning ball, this and that. I'm making fun. I'm insulting everything that she's teaching her kids. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, "Fuck!" What did I? So it was just like awkward. You know what I mean? I felt bad about it, and so nah, I don't want to. Nah, I don't like talking to people about it. It just causes fights, causes disputes. I don't need it in my life. I got too much on my plate. You know. So, you know, you tell the average person you're at this flat that they think you're fucking, you know, they think you're on drugs. They think you belong in a mental house. It's crazy. It's
They call
insane.
you retarded. Yeah.
It's really insane. You know what I mean? So, you know, that I guess that's why I like Discord right here. No reason, bro.
Josh says he knows you a long time. I've heard you talk. I give you the flat Earth roll.
Out of throw.
Yeah, you got it. You got
Was I?
links.
What
You
you?
got you got image firms too. You can post pics and links and shit.
Was I? Were you the one? Were you the one spitting with the other night?
Yes, sir.
Oh, you want to spit again?
No, I don't want to piss on their lobby, man.
Well, anytime you want to get embarrassed, let me know.
Bro, I got a link to a rap battle server if you want to check it out.
Yeah,
There-
yeah.
there's battles every Friday night. If you're that good, then you can win money. I have.
Hey, Davey, I got a couple of questions for you about the flat Earth. Okay.
No, I am good. I am good. Not to, but I am.
Well, it's just like word associations. Okay. When you think the flat Earth, do you think that it's moving like through the space, moving upwards, or do you think it's flat and stationary?
No, no, not at all.
Well, which one? Do you think it's moving, or do you think it's stationary?
No, no, it's not. No, bro. Wow, what do you think?
I think it's flat and stationary. There's no movable motion of the sky, no parallax of Polaris. If you scroll all the way down this list of the server, you'll see
Oh, thank you,
big
Badamon.
information,
Thanks, Badamon.
big information thing, like additional information A to M and then M to Z. I mean, it's got everything from gas pressure to flight paths, flat Earth society, fucking what they're all about and why we aren't a part of them. What EMFs are, firmament, curvature, magnetic core bullshit. It's just all that kind of stuff. Astronauts, laser tests, and then of course, why lie?
Astro works.
Yeah. Sudden
Well,
alien
all right,
eclipses.
all right. Well, what do you mean by stationary? Just like not moving? Just like
Yeah.
just yeah. Well, yeah. That's what I think. I think. Listen, this is. This is what I think. I think God created the firm, and I've read some of the Bible. So, and if you read the Bible, it's on the first fucking page. It says God created the firmament in which we live. And the firmament, if you look in the dictionary, it says dome. So it tells you in the Bible we live in a dome, but people, you know, seem to ignore that fact. You know what I'm saying? So either people are, I don't know, bro. I have no idea. You know, but what do you want me to say?
Do you see the picture I just posted?
Yeah. Israelite cosmology.
I'm not saying this is the model. I'm saying it's a good representation.
Oh,
That there's
nah.
waters beneath here,
You
right?
know
Because
what?
the earth means dry land.
That might be. That might be.
You have the earth and the sea, right?
Uh, yeah. Yeah,
We
because
don't
how
live
else?
in the sea. Fish live in the sea.
Because
We live in the earth. Unless you're like, in the Navy and you're in a submersible, then you kind of live in the sea.
listen, all I know is we don't live on a spinning ball. That's been debunked. There's so many people, so many sources. It's just retarded. If you still believe that in 2021, 2022, you just you should do some research, of course.
And it's kind of nice hearing you say that, bro, because I knew you back in 2017 and you weren't trying to hear it. So now that you've gained a little more information and understanding, you've come to realize that the truth is the truth and there ain't nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, bro, and you know how many fucking arguments and Brit arguments I've been in and fucking bridges I burned because of what I believe in? And I'm saying,
Yes.
fuck you. Go fuck yourself. I'm not gonna change my beliefs because you're not gonna like me anymore. Go fuck yourself. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. I don't care.
Hey, forget about it.
They're just people that believe everything the government tells them. They believe we landed on the moon. They believe fucking I don't know, all the. I mean, I could go down the list. It's crazy.
They can't. Most of them can't even come up with a good definition of gravity if you pay attention.
And I
Like
even
even before, just talking like with the scientific groups around, like they don't even have a good understanding of gravity. They say, well, it Einstein says it's this, but Newton says it's this. So I think it's a mixture of both, like some kind of a hybrid where there's no citation for that. It's just
And
ad hominem.
yeah, that's
think
their
about
only.
this. What if, like, we told children the truth, right? It's like, oh, well, specific gravity is where it's at. They get out of class and be like collecting balloons for like the next 5 years and collecting helium tanks. And then one day they just be like, fuck it, I'm going up. And they would, they would have some like dart guns, right? So that they could lower their altitude once they get high enough, they start getting cold. And they would just like go up there. Can you imagine all the kids floating around? Like all the eighth graders, like, I've been saving my money. I ain't ate no school lunch so I could be light as can be, so I could go high as. You know what I mean?
Yeah, bro. And kids should ask their science teachers, hey, when they're talking about the planet and shit. Hey, Miss Lawrence, what about Operation Fishbowl? She'll probably kick you right out of class. See, you know what I'm saying? So they don't want to hear that. And I think teachers actually know the truth, but they're paid to lie. That's what I'm starting to think. You know, I think they're paid to lie. Either some of them are dumb and they go along with the whatever they're supposed to teach, or they just know they're lying and they just want a paycheck. That's what I think. You know, to brainwash these kids.
I think the ones that know that they're lying are the exception, not the rule. Most of them are just they believe it. They're not going to tell them the truth. But of course, they're going to say anything that they're told to get that paycheck.
Yeah, they're sellouts.
Total sellouts, no doubt.
You know, but
Either way, they're lying.
yeah, bro. I mean, like I said, like I just said, on the first page of the Bible, whether you believe, like I don't believe in Christ, but my point is that there is some truth in the Bible, and one truth in the Bible is that we live in a firmament. Okay,
Yeah.
it's on the first page of the Bible. Like, I mean, come on. It's like it's in your face, but people don't see it. You know. And this is critical thinking. And a lot of people, they just don't have. They just lack critical thinking skills. They can't think outside the box. They watch too much CNN, Fox, yada yada yada. It's just nonsense. You know what I mean? So,
Well, Davey, I'm going to break something down to you. Do you know what government means? What it breaks down to etymologically? Or yeah,
You tell me.
entomology, entomological.
Yeah, I don't know.
Write
You
down the
tell me.
words.
Well, government.
Okay.
The government is the mafia. I know that. It's the real mafia.
Well, govern,
It is.
right? Govern. It means to govern, right? So gubber, and then mint. Mint means mente, mind. So gubber is to control, like a
Oh, I
governor
know.
is to control the speed of something, right? So it's
Yeah.
control of minds.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah.
It's mind control.
Yep.
Most ancient form of it.
Yep.
And here's the thing, right? If we had God-given rights, then we do not need permission to have them. What gives these people, these mind controllers, rights to say
Well,
what we can and cannot do, even though we have God-given rights?
Well, they're taking our right. They're taking away our rights every single day. You know
Well,
that.
it's
So
not the government. It's not a
Court,
piece of paper that gives it.
the Supreme Court recently had the chance to rule on whether or not we have the right to record the cops, because like different jurisdictions, I don't know how to say it exactly, but like Florida, Georgia, and Louisiana is like one jurisdiction. I forget what they call it, but there's like 10 or 12 across the United States. Well, each one has like a Supreme Court for that little area. And the Supreme Court of the United States has never ruled over it. They had a chance to recently, and they also have the right to say, no, we ain't going to discuss that. So they could have settled it once and for all, and they chose not to hear the matter. That's weird, right?
corrupt.
Oh, did you guys hear what
Because
the vice president had come out saying?
No, I didn't see it. Can you enlighten us?
Yeah, after Hank is done.
Oh, fuck my fucking back.
oh yeah, that was pretty much it. I was just saying that they refused to rule on it. And if anybody wants to see the original video that I saw, it's a real short clip by Leto's Law.
She had said something to the effect of everybody that's in the hospital dying from the jungle juice is the only people that are dying from the only the ones that are affected are the ones that got the juice.
Vaccine. Yeah, and you know what's funny? When I was in the hospital,
Yeah, we can't talk about that, dude. We have to use code words, Davey. We have to use code
Okay.
words.
All right, I won't talk about it. Yeah. I don't know the rules here, so.
Yeah, if this place is going to get, if this is going to get banned, it's going to be banned for talking about flat Earth, not other topics.
No, it's gonna get banned for talking about the juice, and that's pretty much it. You know, the flat Earth, I don't think so, but the juice definitely.
Yeah, that's why we don't. That's why we don't talk about that other topic. We only talk about the flat Earth. But I'm just saying, even the VP had made a statement that is contrary to what the narrative is. So expect trouble ahead.
So we can't even talk politics.
Yeah, there's a different section for politics down below if you want to go talk about that stuff.
It's really hard because you know you want to get other topics in there, but you do have to be careful. I think mainly this channel because it's broadcast live onto YouTube. But I'm not opposed to going to a more private channel to discuss the other things because I think they're good to talk about.
And the algorithms as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, dude, we definitely do not live on a ball that spins. No way. No way. It just.
Well, I mean, why did they pick such a ridiculous speed to say
Makes
that it
no
was
sense.
spinning? You know, was it faster than the speed of sound or something like that?
Like, why do you think you walk into a classroom, any classroom, and the first thing you see is a globe on a teacher's desk? It's to program you. It's all about mind control. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, you know. But
What's rate of speed did they say it's spinning? Was it 55,000 miles an hour? Was that it?
no, I think like 1,000 miles an hour.
3959.
Some shit. I don't know.
That's
Or
ridiculous. Either one is ridiculous.
1,000. It's
4,000.
1,039 miles.
Can you imagine that? People believe we're spinning right now. Yo, all right, stand up and spin. Just spin around for like 2 minutes straight. You're
I
gonna be
can't.
dizzy and fall flat on your ass. So if we're
Bro, the
spinning,
speed of sound. The speed
how
of
the
sound is
fuck?
720 miles an hour, dude. That's
Yeah,
faster than the speed of sound.
if we're spinning right now, how the fuck are we not dizzy right now? You know what I mean? Like it just doesn't make sense if you think about it.
Well,
Just,
do you know how fast we're supposedly orbiting the sun?
I know it's ridiculous, bro. Well, it's
66,600 miles per hour.
That's
it's all
pretty
fiction.
fast.
That's 666 right there.
Yeah,
66,600 miles per hour.
there you go.
What about the tower? What is it? The pillar in Washington, the Washington Monument. When you add it up in inches, like 6,666 inches.
Yup. Yup. All that. but what I think, I don't know. What it's so kind. I don't know. I don't think. I don't think.
Well, I've heard the counter argument to the whole spinnings, saying that there's no resistance to that motion. But even still, I'm still not buying it, because if any sort of asteroid or meteorite or anything like that impacted at that speed, it'd be devastating. It'd be like a nuclear bomb going off.
I always see what Joshua just posted.
No, let me see it.
He was right.
I like how we used to say that the Earth is spinning 1,038 miles in the equator, and they go, "No, that's not true. It's only once per day." And it's like, chill out, Patrick. Both
Yeah.
can be right at the same time.
It's all Freemasonry, bro. Listen, there's your 666, like Josh said, right there, right? But 138, you put the 1 and 8 together, that's 9. 3, 9. Flip the 9, there's your 666 again. So they're both 666, okay? So it's all coded.
Yeah.
It's all coded. So, and these astronauts are nothing but actors. There's actors in suits.
And it's called heliocentric model, right? The sun is supposed to be Helios. Well, Helios is also known as Apollyon, the destroyer, Abaddon from Revelation.
Yeah, it's funny that they picked that name for the space missions to the moon, right? Don't you find that kind of odd?
Well, what can go wrong?
Yeah, they should have named it Operation Cynthia, or the Cynthia mission, because wasn't she the moon goddess?
I don't know.
Diana? I think that's Greek, though.
She's the goddess of wine.
Easter? Isn't she the moon goddess Easter? Yeah.
Yeah,
Also
Isis,
known as
Semiramis,
Sin.
all of them are the female
Sin in
archetype.
Babylonia. Yeah, the name of the Babylonian moon god is Sin.
Yeah, battle mod. I was actually about to take a fucking ball hit. Speaking of which, so I'm gonna join that thing.
Cool.
Cool.
Yeah, Davey, and if
Sweet.
you can, definitely download the app. It's a lot better.
App, what do you app for what?
The Discord app instead of using the website.
What's the difference?
It's a lot better. Trust me.
Yeah, runs smoother, fewer problems.
In neo-paganism, they got three goddesses of the moon: the maiden, the mother, and the crone.
I wouldn't be surprised.
In Latin, it's Luna, Selene.
Well, today is my birthday. I got a nice bottle of E&J brandy, so I'd just like to take a small drink of that in celebration and drink with good people.
Cheers.
Cheers,
Well,
everybody.
happy birthday! You're another year older.
Cheers, brother. Happy birthday.
Another
Hopefully
year
this
older,
is a
but
better
not
year than
another,
last.
but not another trip around the sun. I'd be burned to a crisp if I.
Bro, you ain't made no trips on the sun.
That's right. I don't think I could survive that. But I am a year older all the same.
Let me ask. Oh shit! Oh, we can't talk about it. Never mind. I was gonna ask you about the juice, but we can't talk about that.
Yeah, I would like to, if there's another channel to which we could go, I would like to speak about it, though.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen. Not gonna happen.
You can go
Yeah.
to a there's a voice chat down below us. Live stream too.
Yeah, we got lots of private rooms and Cogdis up above. There's people already in there.
Yeah.
Hey, Davey, are you
All right.
into Bible study at all?
Not really, but I've read some of the Bible, like I said.
So the live stream 2 channel is okay to speak about other things?
I try to stay. I made that religious area, but I try to stay away from it. Too many people down there thinking it's a debate, and that's not even what I built the area for.
Right.
Bible isn't Bible studies, Bible lobby. That's not even for debate. It's more for comparative studies. If I catch anybody in there condemning people over their doctrine, you'll be banned instantly from the server. Just so people know.
It's not a place to argue. But Davey, do you like
Right.
rap music?
He does.
Yeah,
He was
this is not a place to challenge people's beliefs.
No. He does. He
That's
was
why when
trying.
they come in here, most Globers will come in here and ask them, "Why do you believe in the flat Earth?" It's not a belief.
He's a dirty
It's
rapper, though,
what they
Drace.
Yo, Josh, but you ever get into fights with people about it, like I have?
I quit
Not
fighting.
in person.
I just ban him.
Not fights, but like arguments.
Not in person, but on Discord, yeah. Drace just put out a song today.
Yeah, I like that song, Drace.
What?
You mixed it up well. Like I said, you don't have to use this shit the way I wrote it. It's not how rap goes.
It's
Well, if we're all being honest, I don't think any two of us agree 100% on everything.
This is true. We'll probably not finish a 3,000-year-old argument in this server either.
I don't know, man. Me and
Not
BattleMod,
likely.
we agree on a lot, and I think that's because BattleMod's been listening. I don't know why, but me and BattleMod really do agree on a lot. I'm not a Seventh-day Adventist, but if I was, I think I would choose that doctrine if I was a doctrine chooser.
Yeah, I don't adhere to that doctrine either. Not 100%, but they're closer to what I believe.
Well, they definitely have some things right.
There's those that tell you they're not even Christians. But hey, takes a lot of pride to think you know the only road to heaven, and I should place my soul in your caretaking. That's really prideful.
Well, we're not the ones who
Where's that
decide who
Drace
goes
song?
to heaven or who doesn't.
Right. I'm not. It's not for me to say who's going and who's staying.
I'm waiting for that gentleman to come on, the one who's always drunk, because I wanted to enjoy a drink with him. Forgot his name. I think he lives in Canada.
Oh, hey, the pot, eh?
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah. He's cool. I just
Yeah.
pick on him.
Well, yeah. I was just hoping he would be on.
Hockey puck.
All the smart people are in here. This is where the smart people are.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? All the fucking retards are over in Hangouts, making fun of me and insulting me because I think we live on I know we live on a fucking flat Earth. You know what I mean?
So they would
Yeah.
ostracize you for your knowledge
Yeah,
of the shape of the world?
Of course they would. They hang up on me, call me a retard. And these are like 20-year-olds and 19-year-olds brainwashed, you know what I mean? So I don't pay them much attention. But after a while, it's like, fuck yous.
But it takes guts to stick to what you know when everybody else around you is ostracizing you for that. Not everybody has the fortitude of character to be able to do that, to stand up for what's right and what's true. Not many can. Not many do.
No, they don't. They conform. I don't conform. I don't conform to nobody. And this is what I'm like saying, like about the juice. I don't want to talk. I mention it, but I'm never gonna take it, no matter what. They're gonna have to the military's gonna have to fucking kick my door down and hold me down to stick that fucking juice in me. I'm never gonna take that. Never. So that's just another, It's a fucking government, bro. It's all it is. It's a fucking government, bro. They lie about everything. Everything.
Well, I think we should go to another channel, but I think we are of a single mind on the matter.
Yeah. We'll be flat. Rule with Mr. Anderson. Wait, so are these people in here right now?
Yeah. Everyone you see their name, they're in the voice chat.
Oh, okay. So why aren't they talking?
There's 19 people in here. A lot of them never talk. Some people are just here to listen. Some people only talk every now and then.
Good evening. How are you?
They just like
respectful.
They like to sit back and listen. That's cool.
Plus, you don't want to interrupt people. You try not to interrupt people when they're in the middle of something.
Yeah, I tend to do that a lot. I should stop doing that, but
It's real easy to interrupt people in this type of a forum because there's a small degree of latency. So on your end, you might not hear anything being said, and so you begin to speak, but it actually interrupts because of the delay via the internet. So that's what I see happen a lot of times. Nobody's intentionally trying to be rude. It's just the limitation of the technology.
Sometimes.
But then sometimes people do get interrupted.
Sometimes it's latency, but other times the latter is true.
And then if you don't react at all to what people are
rude.
saying, they think that they're disconnected or something.
Yeah.
Oh, I got the timeout the other night, so I was a bad boy, I guess. I guess nobody else got the timeout but me.
It was probably something you typed in the lobby and the bot got you.
No. I said something stupid. I was drunk, and I deserved it. You know what I'm saying? I was like, and I apologize. I was kind of mad at Josh. Like, Josh, go in there and tell him to unmute me. He was like, So I kind of got pissed at him. So, but whatever. I don't give a fuck. I don't care.
Did anybody happen to catch that so-called military science presentation that was done on Globebusters? I don't always watch Globebusters, but I dropped in on that, or I listened to it while I was driving.
Is that something new from today?
Yeah, it was today, and I forgot the guy's name. He has a website, but he basically he's saying that it's military science and geometry the way they do it, and he used called a March device and a digital protractor to measure the angle of the sun. And they use what they call a target box. It was really hard to understand just listening because I couldn't watch the diagrams and presentation
I'd
while he
like
was
to see
talking.
that.
But it sounded interesting. What made it difficult is the actual terminology and jargon they use. Apparently, if what he's saying is true from the military, it sounded like they were using words like angle, like 45 degrees, 90 degrees. And when we think of that, we're thinking of like the sun being directly over your head, like a right angle. But the terminology threw it off. The terminology means other things because you know how words mean things, obviously. So it made it very confusing. But I need to get the website because I think he puts videos, step-by-step instructions, exactly the device he used, and his process and everything.
Look at this bozo with just Hank Hill posted. This bozo in the fucking video.
It was called Scoping on the Sun, and it was aired 5
Yeah.
hours ago.
Yeah, did you happen to catch that?
No, I
I'm
didn't
looking
watch it.
Race.
I was working.
Yeah, I was driving, and it sounded interesting. I need to go back and actually try to wrap my mind around what was being said.
Hockey puck.
Yeah, Hockey Puck, a really fine gentleman I'd like to speak to.
Who's Hockey puck?
He's a regular on the channel and just a really nice person to speak to.
Oh, where is he?
I don't know.
He's not here right now. I tagged him, though, to see if he'd come in.
Yeah. He might be at work or something like that.
Yeah, he's a boiler maker.
That's where you put scotch in beer, right?
No, he's a fabricator, bro.
Ah.
He makes boilers for coal-powered power plants.
Yo, are you from down south, bro? You sound like you're a
Me?
southerner.
Me?
Yeah.
No, I'm right across the lake from you, bro. You're a New Yorker. I know I'm a fucking Yankee, man. I'm from Michigan.
Michigan. Oh, okay. Or up, whatever.
Yeah, right now my allergies are killing me, and I just do my redneck to throw people off. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
I don't. Yeah. Yo,
But
Michigan's far.
I'm a Michigander. I whoop that ass and then go to the party store and get a 2-4. A twofer.
Damn right.
We go to party stores. It's Myers, Kroger's.
Go to the party store. Maybe even get a whore. Fuck
We
her
say
and kick her out my door. Smoke a fucking blunt. Flick a cunt, do a crazy stunt, flip a car because my rhymes are bizarre. Fucking take a guitar, hit you over the head.
Don't get dirty. Hey, don't get too dirty in the live stream. Some people might get offended.
See, I don't know the rules here.
Not saying I got anything against it, but you know, some people might.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't know the rules. That's the thing. I don't know.
Well, we let you curse and get away with it, but if you get too dirty, we got women in here, and they'll bend their arms.
Yeah.
Well, or they won't have to. Somebody will white knight, and you'll just disappear.
You know, KJ, whoever that is, KJ seems like a nice woman. She actually responded to me. She's like, because I was like, "Can you unmute me?" And she was, and, you know, she responded. She was like, "Well, I can't. You know, the mod has to unmute you." So
KJ
you know,
cool.
she seems nice.
Most of the women here are nice.
Yeah.
KJ with a diamond.
Some can be firm though. They're all nice till you piss them off. You're welcome.
You're welcome, sweetheart.
You are nice though.
What's a diamond for? What does that mean? 33? I'm just kidding. Well, what's a diamond for though? Is that
diamonds are a girl's best friend, aren't they?
I guess so.
Don't have to ask me what a diamond and a lady got in common.
KJ. KJ, she looks pretty.
Minutes.
She's a pretty girl too. She says she's not religious. She loves music.
Who keeps tagging me? Man under my bed.
But anyway, what do you call it? Yeah, man. I'm just fucking. I feel like we live in the Twilight Zone, bro.
Yes.
Like everything is
Clown
bad.
world, dude. Clown world. Oh, Davey. You know that YouTube channel,
That's
the
literally
scariest
what
movie ever?
That's what I feel like. We're living in a matrix right here. You know what
Yeah,
I'm
but
saying?
have you seen that? Oh, we got a Cage, or the fuck is her name? Mrs. Gets It made a song. Kai, she made a song called "We're in the Matrix Now." It's pretty good.
Uh, 45. I can't read all these numbers, bro. But Mr. Anderson, sorry, I'm not reading all those fucking numbers, dude.
You won't be able to get it anyway. I listened to the guy do the whole presentation. I couldn't understand it.
Listen, I could understand it because I'm intelligent. I'm just not in the mood, you know. I just whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, 45 and 45 make up a 90-degree perfect square. Yes, true. Okay, so the globe model has up to 45-degree arc. Huh? The flat Earth has 90 degrees. Yeah, because 90 degrees is flat. Okay. Test box. I can't see what that says. I gotta zoom in. Yeah, I can't see. 3 hours. So
This is already more than I got when I was driving because I couldn't see any of this.
globe model test box 45 to 45, and flat Earth test box is 90. Test box key, top number maximum measured angle to sun, and bottom number observed angle to the sun. Lines of parallel, so it's x parallel, 3 hours parallel from sun to focal point. Common elevation on all observations. Proposed total of 90 degrees for both models. 45-degree sector test, as in the sample of 3, 4, 5, which is a square, right? How you would find a square: 3, 4, 5, 3 inches by 4 inches by 5 inches is a square, right angle. Or 3 hours and 45 degrees, right? So 3 hours, 45 degrees. Well, isn't it 15 degrees per hour? So that makes sense. 45 degrees per 3 hours, right? So measured angle, parallel lines, exact lines, parallel. This is the green line. Exact line is parallel, okay? So supposed 45 at 0.2. Oh, where's nodal 0.2 at? Well, it's not even, okay, anyways, I guess they're looking for the 1 degree.
There's a lot more diagrams. I just didn't post it.
Basically from the observed thing of 91 degrees, pretty close to 90. That means that the Earth would have a circumference of 1 million, or yeah, no. The fuck is that? Yeah, 1,638,664 miles.
I just posted a text that's supposed to be under the picture you're looking at, so that might be related to it.
Yeah, he's got it all spelled out. I copied and pasted the picture, but yeah, that's the.
It's as simple as counting.
He's got an extensive thing.
I'm not reading that.
I can read it. Would you like me to read it?
No, thank you. No, thank you. Yeah, see, listen, I'm not into this this number, all these numbers. Just all I know is the Earth is not a ball. That's all I know. All right, I don't need to get into numbers and all these friggin' angles.
Well, we all think differently. Numbers have different effects on different people. For example, I played in bands for a long time. Music is very mathematical, but as soon as I hear numbers verbalized, it would throw my timing off with a song. Yeah.
4
So
1 2
yeah.
1
So if somebody
4
does that
1
when
2
we're getting ready to
2.
do a song, it would actually throw me off. But if it was just a drummer hitting the sticks together or something like that, no problem. So it's all a matter of how our brains are wired differently. These people that are human calculators, they've done studies and they've looked at their brains, and there's certain parts that are closer together than your average person, which permits their brain to function like a calculator, and numbers have a different effect on them. And they interviewed them. They said, yeah, when you give me these large equations, I don't see, the printed number. I see pictures. I see images. So
Pattern.
it's different for different people. So, some people coming to the truth may not necessarily be derived through the use of numbers. There's other means to it.
Do you think that there's people who just can't conceptualize this idea at all?
Sure.
Yeah, that's what I've kind of noticed.
How you doing, Spencer?
I'm doing great.
I notice it often. You can say something in plain English and they still don't understand it.
Mm-hmm.
They want to ask you how you define every word when you use it as it's defined by colloquial use. So usage defines words. If you understand how I used it, you should understand the definition if you pass school,
Huh.
Seventh grade,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Or they will say, so what you mean is, and then something completely different.
Yeah. My
You can't.
16-year-old doesn't do that, dude, but I was on her ass about the English language and grammar. So I'm really big on those studies so you can take a person for what they're saying. Words are specific and they're defined by usage. Verb, noun, adjective. Come on. That's how you
yeah,
form a coherent and cohesive sentence.
yeah, totally. I just so like what do we like? What can we do to get through to people? I mean, is there even any option? Like, what do we do? Because there just seems to
Well,
be so many people that are totally mind controlled that
the
it's
Bible
like
does
ridiculous.
talk about this, right? Right. The Bible does talk about
Does
this,
it?
and I know we're not supposed to have it on the Bible, but it's almost like, only those that are willing to seek the truth will find it. Others that are finding bliss in the ignorance will defend the bliss in the ignorance and even practice a lie and up until death, and even think that they're doing the good thing.
Yeah.
And we'll be given
Yeah,
strong
totally.
delusion too.
Yeah,
Yes.
but how can we like, because Christianity we know isn't immune to the deception, you know what I mean? So like what do we do? Where can we organize? Because I'm just tired of having to deal with people that just don't know about this. And like all I want is to be in a civilization where like we all know,
Right.
like so it seems like we have to kind of organize. Like, I mean, I don't know. It'd be cool to have like some kind of the Church of the Flat Earth or something.
Well, that's what this
But
server is.
No,
I know that's what this
we're not a
server. That's why
church.
I downloaded this again tonight.
Well, it's not a church per se, but it's an organization of flat Earth, right?
Yeah.
It's a community of people seeking truth.
It's like a
Are you
college
guys?
in a way.
Any of you guys in northern Nevada?
No, I'm
Um,
New Mexico here.
I'm south of that, about 3 hours south of Vegas.
Yeah, and I'm in Iceland, so.
Wow. So you're in Aspen, Colorado?
No, Iceland, a tiny
Oh.
island in the North
Yeah,
Atlantic Sea.
we'd have to do some swimming to get there.
Yeah.
Hey, is it in Icelandic where they say where they call islands islas?
No, I
Isla?
think that's we just call islands eyjur. So no.
Eyju. Okay. I wonder what language that is where they call them like isthmus. Or not isthmus, but like Isla and all, like, yeah.
Like Isle.
Isla, Iceland, yeah.
That's actually really interesting. Probably to look into all the etymology, all those words, because it's all the IS. Always.
With respect, though, I am curious. What language is spoken there? Is it Swedish, Norwegian, or its own language?
Swedish, Norwegian, and all those languages came from our language. Our language is the Old Norse, or the closest thing to it.
Wow.
Theirs are derivatives, essentially.
Right. Yeah, because of the influence of other European powers in the area.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we were isolated and just maintained the Old Norse.
Nice. That's fascinating.
You guys have a lot of fjords there, right?
Yeah.
A lot of what?
Fjords.
Oh.
It only costs them eggs and foot power to get down to the beach to boil eggs.
Oh, these kids with their fucking tenor images. This shit cracks me up.
Not to change the conversation or anything, but real quick, does anybody know what was going on with this concert in Houston? Apparently, there was some people were died or something. That this Travis Scott concert. Anybody hear about that?
Underway. Apparently, people were poisoned.
Some demonic ritual going on.
Don't know, don't care. It's all satanic shit.
Yeah,
I can tell you from my personal experience. I saw the thrash metal band Anthrax live, and there was an incident where somebody lost their eyeglasses, and their singer Belladonna, he stopped the show and fixed the guy's glasses and handed it back to him. So those guys were just there to play their instruments and have a good time, whereas this other thing might have been something else going on.
Chester Bennington stopped a show when people fell over for a Linkin Park concert as well.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. Even Korn stopped playing when one of the fans was getting sexually assaulted by another fan.
Yeah.
Offered to play the whole song over if they all got up and everyone was all right.
Yeah. So some people care about others, and other people don't really give a rip about other people. So it's probably the latter case is what happened.
Well, I'm wondering if Travis Scott is trying to chase some clout after getting, extradited and on all those accounts. Or not extradited, but deported.
Ostracized.
Yeah, and because of that, and then now with Little Nas X's success being, Satan's little cumsock, being I got to up one up and actually, make a sacrifice.
I think
Who knows?
they're paying homage
Yeah,
for
probably.
his 66th birthday.
How do you guys feel about justice? I've been thinking about that a lot lately. There's
Just ice.
Just ice, baby. No.
I can live life without ice.
No. But literally justice for some of these crimes that these people are committing on a daily basis, against humanity. What do we feel
What
about
should we
that?
do? Should we go back to eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth? So there's a bunch of eyeless, toothless people.
Right. If I were to try and answer that, I want to say no. And that's what my gut tells me. But I just keep thinking about it. It's it's just going to continue. These people just are going unchecked. And I don't know, man. It's some really satanic, fucked up shit.
Right here on YouTube.
What's that?
Nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. It doesn't seem so clear cut anymore. Like it really seems like a conundrum. I mean, I don't want to harm anybody or anything, but there comes a time when these people are just doing it for sport, and it's like there's no recourse. It seems. So I don't know what the solution is, but I mean that can't go forever though, because the more people that are permitted to get away with things, and then the more that just keeps on going, it's like then more people just do it. More people get involved, and the darkness takes over. So I don't know. It's just something that I feel like deserves some thought and consideration. That's all.
All these things are interconnected. All the deceptions are interconnected. And that includes the heliocentric model. That's a big part of it. So in order to unravel the deception, you undo any part that is vulnerable. So in order to unravel the heliocentric model, you may not necessarily start with the heliocentric model and debunking it. You debunk something else, and then eventually the heliocentric model can be unraveled.
Yeah, but I mean, like, what do we do then about the people who are just perpetrating these lies, like these fucking satanic priests that are just lying and just bringing, like, it's like child abuse. It is child abuse. They're just
It is,
bringing kids up into this lie, and we all were, and it's
Oh, yeah.
like some people can come to terms with it. And that's what I was saying before. Some people just can't seem to even conceptualize it, but and come to terms with it. But it's just like, what are we just gonna allow these people to continue? I mean, like, where do these people live? Like, they need to be stopped. Like, seriously, it's because it's out of control. And I don't know. I feel like they're just gonna keep on absorbing power. I mean, they already got a lot of it off from under everybody's nose over the last 50 years when nobody was really paying attention because everybody was operating within the globe paradigm, like whether on purpose or by accident. But now it's like they've done this insane power grab, and they've gotten all the media and everything, and then that just influences all these people who, a lot of people are disinterested in what's real because they've been told not to put any emphasis on what's real. And
are you familiar with Operation or Project Mockingbird? Or no, Operation Mockingbird?
Yeah, let's just try not to make this sound like a call to action or nothing. We don't want to be seen as patriot terrorists or nothing.
Well,
I mean, I'm with you.
yeah, I'm just raising the question. It's
Right.
it's
It's
like
not like you've
when does
made a
the
call
time
for
come? Because,
violence or revolt. Yeah.
well, here's the thing.
I just want to make sure it doesn't get out there like that.
Yeah, we can't
No,
we can't be talking about that kind of stuff, because if we're going to get this Discord server terminated, it's going to be talking about the flat earth.
All right, for sure. Yeah, I'm with that. It's not my server or anything.
Cheesecake. Ooh.
But in a world of
you guys
lies,
do have to understand
that it's not.
We were talking about how a lot of these things are related to heliocentrism and the rationalizations that people have made for their actions because of that particular paradigm.
All roads lead to Rome. All roads lead to Rome.
Yeah, but it's like it's not even Rome. Like these people do this stuff all over the world.
Actually, it is Rome.
Actually, it is Rome.
They run
America is
under.
Rome. Do you know
They
what the name of
run.
Washington,
Yeah, they
D.C.
run under
was?
ecclesiastical law and Levitican law. It's Rome.
Washington
Do you know
D.C.
what?
It's a district of criminals, right?
No, do you know
Yeah.
what it used? Do you know what it used to be called before it was called District of Columbia in Washington D.C.?
No.
Rome.
I didn't know that.
I believe it.
There's two
Well,
legs.
the problem
two legs
is
of iron.
Rome. Of course, the problem is Rome, and the solution is Rome. Funnily enough, but
Well, no,
you know,
Rome is just the part of the problem, right? It's not really Rome. It's the mystery of Babylon. The dream that
Yeah.
Nebuchadnezzar had that was shared with Daniel.
I don't know
Daniel
about
had the
that.
same dream.
What is
the statue?
Head of gold, chest of silver, legs, like torso of bronze, and legs of iron, feet of iron mixed with clay.
Well, not
It
just
has
that.
to do with the kingdoms.
The metals that pertain to each kingdom also was reflective of the type of weapons that the kingdom used. For example, was it the legs of iron? The Romans had a lot of iron weapons and armor.
Oh, these guys are talking about history, ancient stuff.
No, we're talking about the mystery.
I'm talking about the flat Earth.
So, like, the thing is each one of these corresponds with an age, right? You can also look at it with, like, the Hindu system, right? You have the Kali Yuga that we're in right now that's ending in 2025. That's the second or the ascending Iron Age. Next will be a 300 year of silver, and then, or bronze to silver, and then gold again. So, like, it's all about, like, this age of Aquarius enlightenment dawning to try to bring about the new Zep-Tepi. They want the fallen ones to return.
Zep-Tepi. Did you
Final
clarify
part of
what Zep-Tepi is?
Well, Zep-Tepi is the first time that the gods came down, the Watchers. Some people call them aliens. Like Discovery Channel, you might know them as, you know, these ancient alien astronaut type things, but they're really, they're just fallen angels, Anunnaki.
I'm not saying aliens, but aliens. Sumerian text, man.
They're the only ones that can come through the firmament, and once
I
they
like
come
how
through the firmament,
that
they can't get
dipshit
back out.
I like how the
Yeah,
dipshit
nothing's-
that host it tries to make his hair look like Einstein and shit.
Nothing is getting
Fucking
through the
idiot.
firmament.
Yeah, he's got like Don
Nothing's
King's
coming in.
hairdresser.
Yeah.
Nothing's going on.
Upon this firmament, I'm their permanent. Whoa.
Hey, Davey, how old are you, bud?
21. Permanent, firmament. You ever heard of it?
Unreal tournament. I'm the victor and they're all brought low.
Flat Earth, I'm learning it.
So that means you were born
I need
after
no
9/11.
encouragement.
Wow.
Dude,
I'm like
I'm
limitless.
21,
I'm taking over the show. Only I need no NZT 48. My only options were die or be great. So I swing with the force of a heavyweight. I'm in the deadly state, enough to dominate when I operate, knock you out of my way. If you thought you could better me, you've been led astray.
Yo, it's Davey Numbs. Cause you're crazy. You're just a lazy bum. I'm fucking crazy. But besides that, I'll hop out of a bush and fucking jump out and push you and your whole crew and drink a brew. What are you gonna do when you see me hopping out of a van with a fucking man who's 7 feet tall and you're small? And that says it all.
You hop out of a van, I got a Glock in my hand, I'll stop you in your tracks because it's got brakes on it, man.
I'm off tonight. I'm off tonight. Anyway.
Shit, Mike's been doing this shit since Nam.
Damn. Desert Storm. You hop
Yeah.
out that van, I already got that Glock in my hand. I stop you in your tracks because it's got brakes on it, man.
There you go. He's got brakes on him, man. Because he's in my clan. And that's how it is. So stay out of my biz. And I don't give a crap because I'm about to jizz in so and so's face. You're just a disgrace. I don't care. Get down and freaking tie my shoelace. Because you're nobody. Just a freaking loser. Yeah, I don't care. Call me a freaking alcohol abuser, but I don't drink every night. I only like to light every blunt, like blunts. Squash you like a runt. I don't know.
Got to work on the scratch pad to get back to the rap man.
Nah, you know what it is? Because you said I can't curse, so it messed up my whole thing. Like if I could curse, I'd kill it right now, bro. I want to get muted again.
No, that's what I mean, Davey. Like, get yourself a little notebook, a little scratch pad, so when you're taking a dump or whatever, you just sit there and like come up with a word, like what would rhyme with this and all that kind of stuff, and then just like
No.
compose yourself doing that.
No. I don't need. I'm just saying. Like right now. Like I was trying to watch like what I was saying. Like try not to curse. So I messed up my whole thing. So I need to go somewhere where I could actually curse and say whatever I want to say. But whatever.
Yeah, he's trying to keep it clean.
Yeah, exactly. And that messed up.
D-rated.
Exactly. I'm trying to keep it clean, and that just messed everything up.
Yeah, there are because terms of service, the Discord's like Hangouts, 13 years old. So there are children attending and watching, so be mindful of that.
The worst is trying to keep your language clean when you're on an actual radio show, terrestrial radio. I was playing in a band, we were being interviewed, and our drummer cut loose the most obnoxiously loud flatulence you could ever imagine. And you could hear it. Yeah, everybody was just dumbfounded, silent, and you could hear the flatulence echoing through all the monitor speakers throughout the studio.
Somebody got on the mic and said, "Was that an explosion?"
It was the
I'd
wind
have told him to quit talking shit.
Funny.
He was talking shit about the two nuts next door.
They're arguing again.
Or no, that asshole was talking shit about the two nuts next door.
Yeah.
and they were arguing again about the dick behind them and shit. Yeah.
Didn't someone say that Biden shit himself with the Pope?
I wouldn't be surprised.
I read that.
I said I can't wait until that moment. It's coming
the Pope
close.
thought
when
he
Biden
sneezed and he
says
said, "God bless you."
Joe just responded with, "What?"
He said, "Come on, man."
Say that again. I didn't hear you. Your Eminence.
I said, Joe just responded with, "What?"
You better go wipe. I don't think Joe is Joe, but hey, it's all a show.
I'm surprised Depends hasn't tried to get a sponsorship out of him or something.
You want to try to rhyme without cursing? That would be a challenge.
Welcome to the No Joe Show. We're gonna give it up until it's time to go. We're gonna
Shield.
spin like there's all
the presidential shield line.
Doing a show. I know this dude named Joe. He said, "Let's do some blow." I said, "All right, let's go." We hopped in his car. We passed the bar. We flipped it, and that was that. And this girl who was fat came up to me and said, "Yo, Davey, let's." I don't know, whatever.
No, Davey, that's not right.
Yeah, see, it's this whole. I can't curse. It's
It's difficult to just on a dime not use any profanity whatsoever.
I took Joe Biden to the bar, but we didn't get far. He did a line in the bathroom, then shit by the bar.
Yeah, it's so hard, bro. I can't do it. I mean, I
That's what I was
can, but
talking about.
it's just
Coming up with some, like coming up with, like off the top of your head, you come up with a word that's like a couple syllables long. Then you got to think, okay, well, that's a good word to describe something. Like,
Yeah.
like you think you're anonymous, but really you're just a hypocrite. You're just a
hippopotamus.
what? A hippopotamus? No, that's horrible. You're just asinine to be part of us or some shit like that. You have to come up with some kind of a system to rhyme with something to where it's like you're rhyming with the syllables and not just with the words. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know how they have all these creative board games and stuff like that? They should have a hip hop related game that you can play where you draw a card and it, I don't know, it gives you a theme or something like that, and then you're timed on how you do it. I think that'd be pretty fun, something along those lines. And your opponent can put a restriction such as you can't use profanity, or you can't use this word. You can't use the word like.
No words that
Something
start
like
with
that.
B.
It'd be a fun challenge.
Yo, Josh, you were talking about syllables?
Maybe.
Maybe not.
Syllable?
See, I got syllables, bro. But I don't know if I could say them on here. That's a.
In my rhyme, not a syllable is killable. In every line, every single word is fillable. So stop the fucking childish weak shit and give me some real competition, weak bitch. It's time to face it. Your rhymes are basic. You couldn't see mine with LASIX because your mind is vacant. With mine,
Yeah, there you go.
with mine, every rhyme is a statement. It's fillable when I sling multiple syllable rhyme schemes. And that's why with my raps I bring, I'm king.
Kill it.
Just don't be in such a hurry. You gotta let your mind
No need
relax,
to worry.
not cram
My
it
eyes
with
are blurry.
1,000 words that rhyme with one word. You can get back to the rhyming syllables.
Yeah. No, I could rhyme with syllables.
Yeah, because if you just go based off of one word, you start sounding like Eminem. It's like, yeah, get back, take that with the hat and the cat and the bat with the wiffle ball
Silly
cat and
Billy
hat
Hilly
at the hat.
Tilly and Billy Manilly.
You
Really?
you like my rap.
Wait, that's not
You
You
kill
know
me?
I got the hat.
Yeah, like I'll give you an example. This is this is something I wrote years ago. It sounds just like Eminem would sound. All right, like you're talking about with the syllables. All right, listen. All right, I wrote this like probably 10 years ago. Okay, all right. Keep thinking you could rhyme. Go practice your whack raps like smack and attack brats that I'm catching with rat traps. Let me know what it's like getting smacked with a flapjack. What, you think I sell drugs because I have crack in my knapsack? See, the problem isn't drinking, it's a fact. Problem isn't drinking. The jack, it's a fact that it can make me explode like a package of black hats. I guess the fucking liquor brings out the anger inside, so don't think just 'cause I'm not tall I won't tangle with guys. And I'm pretty confused 'cause I've yet to decide 'cause who I really am 'cause when I drink I'm Jekyll and Hyde. Some shit, stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? I fuck
Pause,
with every
Ad.
sinking I drive 'cause chance of wrecking your ride.
Guys, what?
I
Pause.
expect to crash your fucking Lexus with pride. So it's stuff like that. You know what I mean? I got syllables, bro. I just, you know,
Black Cat Firecrackers.
I haven't rapped in a long time.
I've only invited 2 people to that rap battle server, you and Crack Villain. So take it as a compliment, bro. I'm not saying you can't rap. That just gets said when we spit back.
Yeah.
Crack Villains or Crack Villains over in the UK. So he's fucking cool people. You'll meet him.
You know, like when you say, unclog your vocal socket, stop it, you might choke and vomit. Not really saying your shit's clogged. Just a diss.
I
Hey,
think
dude,
he
you guys should
compared.
like get together and do like a Beastie Boys fucking Globe Earth diss.
I think he's
Beastie
sorry.
was never really my flavor.
I think he was comparing your raps to the skills of Kanye West's "Poop D Scoop" song.
Oh, Kanye West, that freaking Illuminati puppet. They're all puppets.
Davey, have you seen the YouTube channel?
I don't know, man.
The
He broke.
scariest movie ever.
Oh,
No.
I'll share you one of his latest videos that is pretty good. It's all about Clown World.
Kanye done broke his programming a few times. He talked about how you don't have to be a slave if you don't want to be, or something like that. Basically telling people that slavery is a choice.
At
And
Madison,
everybody got all pissed off.
at Madison Square Garden, they did not like that. They went and checked him into a mental institution after that, but they brought him back on the plantation real quick. I feel like he does venture off every once in a while, and I like listening to him when he talks like that. But they seem to get a grip on him real quick. He put out that
when they dye his hair blonde, they reprogrammed him.
he put out that Christian album, and then right after that, just going right back to his usual stuff. He tricked me, not gonna lie. I fell for it. I thought, oh, okay, maybe he's reborn, but then I was like, nah, he's just pulling another fast one on us.
Yeah, chasing record sales. Gospel is also quite a large industry in itself.
Oh yeah.
So you see there's quite a few celebrity singers that suddenly release one just to broaden their audience a bit.
Exactly. Tap dancing for all the parties. Or, I guess, as they will call it, branching into all available markets.
Yeah, if you remember Stained, Aaron Lewis always crying on his guitar and shit. Like their first album had depicted Mary, the Mother of Christ, with a crucifix in an undesirable place. And that was on the cover. And next thing you know, like 10 years later, he's like singing for all the soccer moms on the mainstream. Like everybody forgot about that shit.
Can't become mainstream without doing that shit.
You guys remember Katy Perry saying that she sold her soul to the devil?
Oh, yeah.
Preacher's daughter.
All them celebrities go
She
on.
wasn't doing too well, and she was struggling, and then she sold her soul to the devil.
Yeah, and then they get asked about it in an interview on TV, and they just blatantly agree and then laugh about it as if it's a joke. They can't deny it. They really can't.
What was it? Bob Dylan came out with the most details in regard to that concept. I don't remember which program it was, but he spilled the beans on it. In my opinion, I don't enjoy that man's music at all, so it makes sense that he would have to have some kind of help in order to get where he got.
I think every one of these celebrities that goes crazy and has a so-called episode, i.e. Britney Spears, is just them breaking out, breaking free, or, maybe it is some trauma from, the sexual abuse or whatever, but I think it's them breaking out from that MK Ultra, and this is the results of it.
That makes sense to me. the whole concept of mind control is a fearful thing, especially when you consider the chances of you being subject to it. And I think we've all experienced it, at least to some degree, with the government school system. Going in, the first thing you see on the desk, as was mentioned earlier, the globe, and then that mind control project being foisted on us.
Between the news,
That's why I do stuff like
movies.
9/11, because you're
Yeah.
malleable through that trauma.
Mm-hmm.
Whether there's any factual evidence or not, if they keep repeating the same message for 3 years in a row, you'll believe it to be concrete.
Yo, KJ,
Studies
KJ.
show.
And they had kids diving under the desk to practice for a nuclear bomb,
Sputnik.
and all that stuff.
Yep.
For every generation, they have a fear spell. Right now, they're obviously doing it with masks and stuff.
Propaganda, it doesn't matter. There's always a boogeyman, whether it's ISIS, Al Qaeda, someone crazy in the Middle East, or the Rocket Man with nukes. Doesn't matter. There's always a boogeyman in the news for the masses to fear.
Oh, dude, the boogeyman. Forget the news. The boogeyman is a television. Period.
Facts.
Okay? Forget the news. It's everything on
Doesn't matter if you
TV.
have Fox or CNN on. You could put on Netflix, Squid Games. It's all programming.
Yeah, it's all programmed. What do you think?
Hulu.
The Squid Games. Listen, Squid Games is just what they're showing us is going to happen in the future. That's one. Number two, what do you think
Predictive
Fox
programming.
stands for? FOX. That's 666 numerology. Okay. And I'm sure you guys, some of you guys know that. So, I mean, who the fuck would watch a network owned by the devil? Give me a break.
See, if you arrange
See?
the English alphabet, A as 1 to 9, and then start over from the next letter on and go all the way down through the alphabet, and you'll find that Fox lines up with the numbers 6.
Yeah, dude.
It's called gematria. That procedure. It's called gematria. Am I right?
No, it's some kind of a
Gematria.
Masonic cipher type thing.
Yeah,
Okay.
FOX is 666 in numerology. F is the 6th letter. O is the 15th. X is the 24th. They all add up to 6. There's your triple 6. Okay. You think they named it Fox for out of coincidence? No, there's a reason.
To answer your question. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. Same with ABC 1, 2, 3. What do you think 1, 2, 3 is? There's your 1 and 2, 3. There's your 33. All right, so it's all Freemasonry. It's all devil shit. Go ahead.
To answer your question about the news, most people I feel like are watching Fox News because it's the only other viewpoint you can get on mainstream TV other than, you know what I'm saying? Because 96 or 94% of journalism's claims to be democratic leaning. So, I mean, really, your main news outlets are all Democratic, but Fox. I mean, obviously there's OAN and Newsmax, but they're not mainstream. So, like, half the country is like, okay, this is the only one I can stand, and the other half of the country is like, oh, look, all these options sound great. MSNBC, CNN, you know, like there's so many more to choose from.
Yeah, but don't get disillusioned that Fox is giving you truth.
Oh, no, and that is the
Still
illusion. That
distorted
is the illusion.
narrative.
Yes,
Watching
because
Tucker acts all enraged, like this is so unfair, and then when you go and look at Tucker's history, he's of that elite group.
I love the accent.
His parents are so wealthy. You know, he's literally doing this as like for fun. He doesn't need to work for money, but he's presenting on Fox because he's charismatic, and so
yeah, well, I'm sure Anderson Cooper didn't need any money either. He's just the star child from the Vanderbilt family.
yeah, his eyes look like the devil when you watch him do his libertarian bullshit, left-leaning, biased viewpoint, and his complete confusion when anyone presents an alternative. I look at him and I just think, could you have found anyone else that looked as evil as an Anderson Cooper?
Anderson Cooper is the result of
he's CIA. He's CIA. But yeah, there are plenty of people more evil than him.
Anderson Cooper is the spawn of Aleister Crowley and Maria Abramovich.
No, no, no,
They
no,
had a
no,
child.
no,
You know what I'm saying?
no,
Bush's
no.
mama.
That's not
Oh,
correct. That's
No,
Bush.
no, no.
That's Barbara Bush.
see, I'm so glad I'm talking to people who are fucking intelligent and know how to think outside the box.
I wasn't serious
Wow.
with what I said, but I know that that is his
Fucking
mother.
amazing.
Yeah, Barbara Bush is the child of
I
Alistair
mean,
Crowley.
child. I'm sorry.
That's interesting.
Yep. Mr.
Who is?
Fauci is said to be
And like the Queen of
Mother
England is the
Teresa.
child of Winston Churchill.
I didn't know that either.
Mother Teresa is said to be Anthony Fauci's mother or grandmother.
Do you know what Fauci means in Italian?
Its surname means
Shit.
sickle, but it derives from his last name because Fauci.
Yeah, it's sickle. Yeah.
Anthony full of shit.
And don't we have another one like in the FBI or something like that named Hammer? The hammer and the sickle.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Have you guys seen the etymology of the word AstraZeneca?
No, but I did hear they stopped producing their something
Star
in
Zenith.
Australia.
So AstraZeneca is a weapon that kills in its most root form. I'll post something now.
Jesus.
Hey, do any of you believe in Jesus Christ?
Probably a good
Jesus
chunk.
Christ, the Messiah, the anointed King.
So you
King,
believe
King, Lord,
Jesus
Lord.
is...
I
Right.
try to keep all this out of live stream so we don't have
Yeah, this
doctrinal
is it.
battles.
Okay, all right. See, that's what I'm saying. I don't know the rules. So,
It's
okay.
a king
Well,
of kings.
it's not
Okay.
really rules. It's I don't want a bunch of zealots who want to come up here and just piss all over the live stream to impose their belief.
All right, you're right. I won't talk about religion. You're right. You got a point.
Yeah, I just answered the question. But I was going to say something else. Yeah, Anthony Weiner, wasn't he the guy that showed his wiener? It's like,
In the text messages.
Oh
Well,
yeah,
apparently he was hacked.
yeah. He went.
But what was
Yeah.
found on that laptop, apparently all the officers involved in that took their own life.
That's what
took
they
their own
want us
life.
to believe.
Really?
Probably
You
a
mean
double
retired
And
to
you know
Saudi
what?
Arabia?
Suppose the rumor is even Hunter Biden's bullshit was on that laptop. So it had nothing really to do with Hunter Biden's laptop. That's what I'm saying. It had to do with Weiner's laptop.
Oh, I thought they were trying.
Mockery.
You know,
They have these names and they do these
yeah.
Uma
acts. It's
Abedin.
mockery.
Uma Abedin's still at foot, isn't she? Ann Weiner?
Gotta go over.
Yeah, but I believe that the Clinton lawyer is supposed to be testifying on her behalf, like recently.
Who Aberdeen? Dude, talking about politics. I think I don't know, bro. I don't watch politics anymore. It's all theater to me. It's all fake.
Some false dichotomy.
They're working together far more than we think.
You turn
Yeah.
on the TV and
Yeah,
you enjoy
exactly.
the theater. Some people say stuff that you want to hear, and the other ones argue against it, and you pick sides. And the next thing you know, you're arguing with your neighbor about shit that don't matter. Instead of going, you know what, pal? We're going to agree to disagree on this and never bring it up again because we know we're not going to change each other's mind. So we're never going to talk about this again. Moving on.
And it's all by design, brother. All by design. They know what they're doing. They know how to mind control us and fuck with our heads. But at least we, are not dumb enough to fucking get brainwashed by these puppets on TV. You know what I mean? So you know what I mean? And that's why it's so hard to have a fucking conversation with somebody, a normal person, because if you disagree with them, they think you're nuts. And me, it's just crazy, bro. Listen, all I'm gonna say is society is fucked. Okay, the New World Order, and I'm sure you know what that is. The New World Order is in effect. I don't want
Yes,
full
it's
effect, but
feminism 2.0. It's feminism taking over. It's women taking control. Fuck.
yes, the gay mafia is taking over. It's in
The GAE, Gay American Mafia,
society is done,
Gay
bro. It's
American Empire.
done. It's done. They're letting illegals cross the border like fucking not like Swiss cheese. It's done. We're done as a nation. So, you know, might as well talk about it while we still can, right?
Yeah, we'll check it out, man. I know they are doing a lot of bullshit right now, right? That's why it's time to wake up the lions and not worry about those that are just the sheep, those that, can never be woken up, those that are willingly ignorant. We need to wake up the other warriors and truth.
Yeah, bro. Like people in my family, people in my family got the vaccine. And I just wanted to shake them. Like, what the fuck? What are you? You're gonna probably be dead in 5 years. What are you doing? But they're my family.
Bro, we can't talk about that.
I
We ain't
can't.
trying to
Oh,
get
you're
shut
right.
down.
Oh, I forgot. My bad. My bad. Oh, no juice. No
Yeah.
juice. Okay. All right. Yeah, it's all about division, divide and conquer, all that nonsense.
Yeah, it's the Hegelian dialectic, problem solution reaction, or problem reaction solution. My bad.
Just curious, how's the background noise? Is it tolerable, or should I go back on mute?
It's good.
I can't hear the background noise.
Okay,
Wow,
good.
all the smart people are here. That's crazy, man. All the fucking smart people are here.
Yeah, there's more background noise on Davy's mic than
It's
your mic.
amazing. I still can't believe people think we live on a freaking ball. It's insane.
I know, right?
It's insanity. They belong in a
If they
psych
even,
ward.
if they look into it, like, you can sit there and like give them the breadcrumbs and they won't look into it. Like 500 years ago, something happened 500 years ago, dude.
No,
500 years ago, more, man.
they'll just turn on CNN and say and believe and just
Protestant
run with it.
movement, separation of the church, the church split apart, the great shaking, the falling away.
These people are chemically castrated.
Yeah.
It's their brainwash, man. It's in the food, it's in the water, it's in the soil, it's in the air. Like everything is meant to make them domesticated like little slaves.
Yeah, they tell you to eat lots and lots of cereal grains and bread, right? That's high in gluten. And it's only high in gluten so that they can make more money when they go to sell the grain because it weighs more. It's been genetically engineered to produce more gluten and less protein.
What could go wrong?
Yeah. I mean, shit, even corn's been engineered. And watermelon. See, everybody that thinks watermelon comes from America, they're sadly mistaken. It comes from Africa.
Oh, I don't know that.
You didn't?
No.
Yeah, then it's been selected and certain phenotypes have been selected out and then hybrid with other species of melon and to create these different cultivars of these red juicy melons. They got purple melons, they got yellow melons. They got all the different like rainbow colored melons and shit. It's crazy. But they're all watermelon. They all taste the same. Then you got sugar babies that are the size of like a grapefruit that are like super sweet watermelons, tiny ones.
That sounds delicious.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't need water.
You could probably grow them on your patio if you're living in an apartment and you have like a patio. You could probably grow them on your patio.
That sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, just start in spring. Actually, where you're at, since you're in the desert as well, you might want to start just after February, just after like the temperature starts increasing a little bit more.
Yeah.
You can get the seeds at like Walmart or Home Depot or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
They're called sugar babies.
Well, I definitely like the sound of that. I love the flavor of watermelon.
But they are hybrids, so the seeds, if you collect the seeds, they're not going to grow sugar babies.
That's disturbing.
Yeah. Well, that's the problem with hybrids. Just like a liger will not. It's not fertile, right?
Can't produce
Or
offspring.
like, yeah, like or a donkey with a horse. Like a donkey will produce donkeys, a horse will produce horses, but a donkey and a horse will produce a mule, which is incapable of reproducing.
Yeah.
So this theory of evolution is flawed. It's like, look at the platypus. It's Darwin's paradox. Makes more sense that everything's made after its kind. Like the platypus was made because it's an awesome creature, and hey, let's make a platypus.
Wasn't Darwin big into the heliocentric model as well?
I know he was high into white supremacy.
Yeah, that's not surprising.
Yeah, because the first one was the origin of species and the origins of the master race, something like that.
Yeah, the guy was he was not a good dude.
He was a master mason too.
Makes
At
sense.
least
Oh,
past
okay.
apparently past the second veil, because he's shown the hand sign of the master of the second veil, like Napoleon, like a couple presidents, the hidden hand.
Mm-hmm.
I seen the Pope posing with a picture like that as well.
Oh, the Pope is evil.
The Pope's a Jesuit, man. Who do you think fucking runs all that shit? The Jesuits.
Even seen a picture of the Publix owner, George Jenkins, with a picture of his hand in his pocket like that. Super Masonic looking.
Pope is evil.
And George Jenkins was close friends with Sam Walton, or what's his name? Walt Disney, the Walt Disney guy.
Sam Walton is Walmart.
Yeah. What's the Disney guy?
Walt Disney.
There you go.
Walt Disney?
Oh, okay.
Who's the Disney guy? Yeah, it's Walt Disney.
Who's the Walt Disney guy again? Quick, what's the number to 911?
Who's the George Lucas guy?
Quick, what's the number to 911?
I'm sorry, dude. I'm just having a little fun.
No, you're good.
Yeah, we're just joshing you, man.
Oh, I know. I just couldn't remember. I get them mixed up, but they're
Easy
real
to do.
close friends, and they were real pioneers in Florida, from what the local newspapers claim about them.
You ever taken a photo of Disney and photoshopped the Hitler stash on him?
No, that's hilarious.
And photoshopped Hitler's like hair on him,
No,
and like did a side by side comparison. It's like Hitler aged a little bit.
Should I?
Should I?
Yeah, you said, have you ever? So I'm asking, should I?
Well, have you ever like looked into anything like that? Like Walt Disney, maybe Hitler?
No.
Yeah, well, maybe they were connected.
I just assume that people have pareidolia, and I don't bite onto every single one of those. But
I know.
If you're saying maybe there's something there, then maybe I should at least check
because
it out.
Disney did all the artwork for NASA, and Werner von Braun was a SS scientist and an SS officer. So,
well, the Nazis won the war. The Germans lost the war.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would not
Well,
surprise me.
well, listen, I don't know. Who knows what happened to Hitler, bro? Some people say he fled to Argentina. Some people say he shot himself. Who knows, man? No one knows. One can only speculate.
We know not to believe the narrative they give us.
Yeah, the official one is usually 180 degrees opposite of the truth.
Yeah, the official narrative is bullshit and it's lying. He didn't shoot himself in a bunker and the Russians didn't find the body.
Yeah, I think he fled.
That's just
but
like with Bin Laden, right? If they would have captured Bin Laden, then they would have brought his body back for evidence, not cast his body to the sharks.
Dude, I still remember that in like 2011, I think. I remember reading it. Obama finally killed Bin Laden. Yeah, bullshit. Show us the body. They got, listen, they told us they dumped him in the ocean. What? They gave him a proper burial after supposedly killing 3,000 people. Like, come on, bro. Who believes this?
Give him a
nonsense?
very respectable burial in the ocean because respect.
Who the hell
because
believes
he
this shit?
supposedly did all of this to our country, so respect.
It's just insane how people believe that nonsense. You know what I mean?
Oh, you mean Tim Osama? That was his real name.
Yeah, Tim Osman. Listen, they show, yeah, CIA guy, Tim Osman. Obama says he killed the guy, okay, and they gave him a proper burial, dumped him in the ocean. Who gives a terrorist a proper? See, it's just crazy, man.
Well, dumping him out in sea is not even a proper Islamic burial.
No.
Hey, David,
But I'm just
have you ever
saying,
thought of the connection with the Bermuda Triangle? When the Bermuda Triangle, like the myth of the Bermuda Triangle popped up and the dawning of the space race and America's space program with NASA? I think the Bermuda Triangle is a target for all of the missiles that are supposedly going to space.
No, I think they just dropped.
So they're making a myth of a dangerous place of people that are superstitious because people are retarded because they believe media. So they won't go in the Bermuda Triangle, go diving and find, the Apollo wreckage underneath the ocean.
Yeah.
What do you know about
that's
an
what they do.
astronaut in the ocean?
Yeah, bro. Yeah, they show you. They show you the rocket
Make a
ship.
mockery out of it.
They show you they're launching the rocket ship. They show you that, but they don't show you it coming. They don't show you it coming back down. So where's it going?
Actually, you can do like a long exposure of like one of those videos, and like you can track like a tracer where that rocket's going because the light like extends on the video, and it's moving in like a McDonald's golden arch. It's going up and down, going up, flipping, rolling to a flat horizontal, and then crashing down on the ocean.
Yeah, exactly. Right, exactly.
And they tell them it has to do that so it can escape, right?
And people actually believe that there are astronauts in those fucking things that they're launching. It's crazy. Like, people honestly believe that. It's just...
Back on Osama, I heard that SEAL Team 6 that supposedly captured him are all dead.
Oh, they're all...
Yes, they were all Clintonized.
They made...
Their helicopter RPG'd.
SEAL Team 6. Well, 6, so there's a code right there, a devil code. But besides that, I think they're just a bunch of phonies and frauds. They're actors. They're paid. They're told to lie. That's what I think. I don't know. But, that goes with the territory.
Well, yeah, Dave, you think about it. 6. What is 6 but 3 and 3?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I got a fucking video that's gonna blow your mind, dude. Hang on, let me pull it up right now, dude. It's gonna fucking blow your mind. Apparently, the Freemason significance of 33 is the sun and the moon are both 33,000 miles away from the Earth.
No, well,
3,300 miles. I'm uploading the video now.
Right, but what I'm saying, the significance of 33 of that number is that 33% of
It's when Yeshua was crucified.
What do you mean that? Are you joshing me? The Masons don't like Jesus? I thought that's why they used 33 people like Jesus.
No, that's when Christ was crucified, was when he was 33. But here's the other thing too, right? With when you have 100% of something and a third of something's burnt up, which is a third that's left, you have 66% that's left. So 33 is gone, 66 is left.
Right, but 33% of God's angels were casted down from heaven. Okay, that's the biblical angle.
So that means 2/3 of his angels will return to him.
And that's the bloodline that we're dealing with. That these are people that from the government, Hollywood, they're the bloodline of the fallen angels that were casted down from heaven by God. You see what I'm saying?
The bird people. The bird people.
That's where that 33 comes from. The fallen angels.
Okay, so you're talking about the Bible and the third that follow Satan, right? Now, my question is that pertaining to the ones in Genesis 6, or is that something that's yet to have actually happened? Or is it a combination of the two?
And have you read Enoch yet?
Not all the way through, but I've got some good copies of it.
Oh, speaking of Davy. Yeah.
This is just my opinion, but I'm pretty sure that Enoch 2 and 3 are a hoax of some sort.
Yeah, it's not written by the same author.
Yeah, you can tell that for sure. But yeah, that's just my opinion. I don't know for sure, but it seems to me that it's pretty obvious that there's some sort of hoax or something's going on there. I can't quite put my hand on it.
Those books have a different intention.
Exactly.
Isn't Enoch in the Ethiopian Bible?
Yeah, that's right. So it's just my humble opinion that the first one, right, it talks about the Son of Man, the Son of God, that sort of stuff. So if it's talking about Yeshua, which I'm pretty sure it is, then, the book is worth a read. Now, am I saying that you should base your doctrine or salvation on it? That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it's worth a read.
Yeah.
The whole Bible is, but yeah, that too.
Just a quick point. This won't take long to make. It doesn't really behoove you to be ignorant, and the root word in ignorant is to ignore. So by not reading, you're ignoring it. But if you read it, you at least know what it is, and you're not ignorant. So yeah, it can't hurt to read it.
Yeah, the end of the first chapter of Enoch is talking about those that, in the end, those that are righteous will be defeated and be destroyed. But those that completely and totally love Yah will cover them and enlighten them and cover them from the darkness. Because this is not for a generation now, but for a generation when this time happens.
My belief is, I think that book was actually written by the antediluvian Enoch before the flood. Because if you look at Noah, that was his grandson. So if your grandfather was...
which one? Enoch or Enosh?
Say that again?
Enoch or Enosh? Because Enosh was the second, or the son of Seth, right?
There were two Enochs.
Yeah, I'm talking about the Enoch, the good Enoch, the descendant of Adam, the descendant of Adam.
Because the first Enoch was the son of Cain.
The first one that was mentioned, that's correct. Yeah. But I'm talking about the one that was descended from Seth. That was Noah's grandfather. So if your grandfather was a world-class prophet, and you had, wouldn't you take his book with you on the ark? So it just makes sense to me that he would be the author of it. You wouldn't just throw that book away.
Yeah.
So
that makes me think about the Voynich manuscript as well.
Cain's first son was Enoch too.
Yeah, that's right. There's two different ones.
Well,
you got
how You know the Voynich manuscript, how it's like a botanical like type thing, but the plants are different than what we know of.
I'm not familiar with that work.
It's a rather large tome, and it was discovered by a man named Voynich in an old library somewhere. And it's an old manuscript, and it's written in a language that nobody can decipher.
Oh, I've seen that before. It's amazing.
So I'm thinking maybe this is one of the book of healing herbs that Noah took with him as well.
Sure.
That's written about in the Targum.
Yeah. Yeah, because I don't
he had
believe
seeds for it, so he would have to know which ones to
Two
plant.
Methuselahs, two Lamechs.
Yeah. Two Canaans and a Canaan.
And with the similar names like that, it illustrates how the evil one tries to copy and imitate and pose as in order to get the deception, like the heliocentric model, approved by the masses.
See how it's Enosh for the son of Seth, and it's Enoch for the son of Cain. So it's Enoch for the son of Cain, and it's Hanosh for the son of Seth. So it's actually the book of Hanosh. So it's the book of Enosh for the son of Adam.
But Enoch's the son of Jared, the father of Methuselah and the grandfather of Noah.
No, I'm saying like Enosh and then Enoch, right? So 1st it's Enosh. So when a lot of times when you see in the scripture where it says son of man, it's either son of Adam or son of Enosh. So son of Adam can mean Cain's line as well. It just means son of Adam.
Those names have meanings too.
Yes. One means husband and the other one means worthless man.
I don't believe Cain was Adam's son, though.
Oh, I know that, but what I mean by worthless man is like non-husband. What I mean by husband is animal farmer, animal husbandry, that kind of a thing.
Mm-hmm.
But both are translated to son of man, son of Adam, or son of Edam, because the A is like not really.
He's ruddy complected.
Yeah. So, there's Edom again. So is Adam really the first Edomite? Wait a minute. It throws a wrench in that whole doctrine.
Well, Esau was definitely a son of Isaac, right?
Yep. And Esau cut up Nimrod.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a remarkable difference comparing the difference between the first book of Enoch and the subsequent two books. Different author, different theme, different philosophy altogether. Totally different works. The only thing they share in common is the name, and I don't even think they're talking about the same Enoch.
So Enosh is not Enoch.
Well, you've got different pronunciations. The older text, Hanok would be one. No, Enosh is not Enoch.
You know how it says that Cain built a city named after his first son, Enoch?
Uh-huh.
Where is that city?
I don't know.
Would that be Baalbek?
I don't know enough about it.
Resembling the temple, if you look at it from the sky, kind of resembles like Abel in the ground on his side.
Where is that city?
In Lebanon.
Okay. I remember Rob Skiba was theorizing it could be what is modern-day Mexico City because it was called Tenocticon, which had the word Enoch in it.
And then that gives some validity to my theory that the first temple is actually in Mexico at a place called the Watery Phoenix or Agua de Phoenix. And this was found last year, June 6th or June 3rd, 2020, via LiDAR, and it's the largest temple complex with sacrificial yards and washing.
And the kind of sacrifices they were doing, they were horrendous. They were murdering humans and cutting their organs out while they were still alive. That's just
Well,
awful.
no, not at that temple.
Not that particular one.
This is a different temple. This predates any of the Mayans that were there. This is like an ancient temple, and it's been lost for a long time because it's not very high off the ground. Like most temples, they're pyramids, right? This one isn't. It's not a traditional temple, but it's the largest temple.
Gotcha.
I'll see if I can find something on.
There's all kinds of temple complexes from the ancient world that are being covered up. One of the most interesting would be the one at Tiwanaku at Pumupunku. And you look at the stones that come out of there. It just, I think modern technology would be hard pressed to duplicate that.
Didn't Baalbek have the giant stones, the giant pillars? Probably that one too. Punku, giant stuff. Yes.
Yeah, Pumupunku had really large monolithic stone. It looked, one of them looks like the letter H. It looks like it's some in the shape of some kind of a writing language.
Who?
Fascinating.
Do you think those are done by giants? They're covering it up?
Probably, yeah. I think so.
What's the story about they found a giant in the Middle East? Are
you talking about the Kandahar? The Kandahar giant in Afghanistan?
Yeah.
Yeah, so what I understand about that is it was Afghanistan. The place is called Kandahar. And there was military action in Afghanistan. So you had a series of patrols going out looking for Taliban or oppositional forces. And one of the teams didn't make it back. There was no radio contact or anything. So they assembled a special forces team. I think they might have been Delta guys to go and find out what happened to the team. The point man got a spear right through the chest before they reacted. And since these are elite troops, they were able to react quick enough and concentrate their fire and take this giant down who's moving exceedingly fast and rapid, so much so that the point man didn't even have an opportunity to defend himself or dodge or anything. He was immediately impaled. But the rest of the team were able to bring their weapons to bear and concentrated their fire on this thing's head, eventually killing it. Then they radioed back to base what they'd seen, and a special helicopter was dispatched to the site because they were on sort of a cliff, and they were able to load this thing onto the helicopter and transport it back to the base, to which it was loaded on a C-130 and transported to I don't know where. But the two witnesses speaking about the story, one was on the team, and the other independent witness was the pilot of the C-130 who flew the corpse of the creature to wherever it was flown, which I don't know where exactly it was. But of course, that's not official news.
I posted it about a minute ago.
The story about Kandahar.
Yeah, thank you for posting.
Complex, yeah.
So you think there was like a giant with giant DNA, not a large human, but a giant Nephilim?
Well, I can't remember how tall they said the thing was, but it was over 7 foot tall. And the thing was it had red hair. And there's stories in North America of red-haired giants with big ears, 2 rows of teeth, 6 fingers, 6 toes, which is where the howl supposedly comes from, or where they would put up their hands to show their palms to indicate, 5 fingers, friendly. This is from like the Cheyenne people of the mountains, people of the plains. And like I think it's the Cheyenne that are actually not the people of the mountains, but the Tahita La Zitzit or something like that, which is like the people of the Zitzit, the people of the fringe. And they wore ceremonial fringes.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of reminds you of the Zitzit, huh? Especially when they called it like similar names.
Well, I don't believe it's far fetched for members of King Solomon's empire in ancient Israel, or even empires that predated that, to get on a sailing ship and sail from the Mediterranean to the Gulf of Mexico. And we know it's possible to sail that distance. To try to say that those ancient people were dummies, I think we're less intelligent now than those people were back then. Everybody believes the Darwinian model of you start off as dumb apes and then eventually you're constantly progressing. But I just don't agree with that at all. I think that those ancient peoples were very well capable of traversing the Atlantic Ocean. It's definitely possible. And so if they're made of tougher stuff and are smarter, certainly they could weather the trip. Especially if they knew about the wind currents and things like that.
And I believe they were on a flat plane. They didn't have a NASA indoctrination or deceptions to deal with.
That's right.
They didn't have scientism and spinning space balls and gravity to confuse them.
Right. So what was it? I watched some of that video that you posted on your channel, Joshua Matthew, regarding the Native Americans and their Middle Eastern connection. There was that one Native American chief. The U.S. government illegally confiscated his medicine bag, opened it up, and it had a cuneiform, which is something that would have originated from the ancient Sumerian society. It was a receipt for buying a goat from somewhere, probably about 10,000 BC or something of that along those lines. And they try to tell us that the Native Americans were dumb. They didn't have any written language. That's not true. They had written languages, and a lot of it's very similar to some of the Middle Eastern type languages that existed in ancient times.
Paleo Hebrew.
Well, they had to come up. They had to come up with some way of justifying their way of raping the people of their land to justify, oh, well, they're not real people. Bullshit! You didn't discover shit, motherfucker.
That's right. Yeah, because they had to dehumanize the Native Americans so that they could exploit them, and they killed off a lot of them with using biological weaponry. Blankets that were infected with whatever infections. And it killed off a lot of them. Unfortunately.
Well, wasn't there a huge metropolis in North America around St. Louis area called Cahokia?
Yeah, and they don't even deny that. I mean, I was in a conventional college history class, and they even admitted it there. So there's something to it.
I heard there
What do you know about Cahokia?
I heard there were 60 million Native Americans initially, and that number dwindled to 6 million. 90% were wiped out.
That's horrendous.
Yeah, that's like when the conquistadors went to Mexico. There was a lot of people, and like over 95% of the population was wiped out when they returned.
Yeah, you want some Native American advice? Don't sleep with dogs, and you won't get fleas.
Makes sense.
Good words, wise words.
Yeah, it's better to have less thunder in your mouth and more lightning in your hand. That'll get you further. My grandfather still says that to the day. Don't announce what you're going to do, boy. Do it.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, don't announce it. Just do it and then announce it afterwards.
Yeah,
But see, they want us to think that our elders are stupid and fools, and no, they're not as advanced as we are. We have science; they didn't.
no.
But it's the opposite's true. Our elders are wise and smart, and we'd do well to listen to them.
My grandfather and grandmother on my dad's side live on a Chippewa reserve in Canada.
What if the Bible is the most advanced science book ever written, and slowly our modern
What
day
if the
science is catching
Bible's
up to it?
copyrighted by King James and owned by him, and we should be looking at other scriptures?
What if King James wasn't really King James? What if it was King Jacob?
Yeah, you're
Well,
onto
then
something,
I'll
Battle Mod. Yeah.
still stick with the Apocrypha. Thank you.
What if you know what I want to see? I want to see the original Bible, the first one ever written.
It wasn't a Bible; it was the Apocrypha. The
All right, well,
Apocrypha
we should see
Biblica.
Scrolls.
Biblica means so. Biblica Bible comes from the word Biblica. The Apocrypha Biblica, the original testaments.
What you have to, David, what you have to understand about the Bible, what it is it's a compilation of books written over time. For example, you had the Torah, which is 5 books: Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. Those were written around the same time, probably by Moses. Then you had Joshua, which was written later. Then, of course, the Book of Psalms, probably compiled by King David and Solomon, his son.
All these
So,
probablys, we really don't know the authors in 90% of the books. No offense, but we don't. We can give
No,
probably and maybe, but we don't.
The New
Exactly.
Testament
So
was written like
that's what I'm
90
saying.
years after
Like, how-
the birth of Christ and well after his death.
Yeah, was that the Peshitta?
Well, there were still fragments and letters, but it wasn't
The
compiled.
Aramaic New Testament, the Peshitta.
Yeah.
Like, how many times has the Bible been rewritten? You know, that just tells you
It
they're
wasn't
trying to
the
hide
Bible in the beginning. King James wrote the Bible. Before that, there were just holy scriptures and testaments and once these testaments and scriptures and idioms were all compiled, then they were given names like apocryphal, Peshitta.
Yeah, you got to remember, each one of those little sections in the Bible is an actual book. It's a separate book, right? Some of them have been compiled and changed. So what is it? The first chapter of Luke, some are saying, is completely fabricated.
I don't often talk about this, but I've studied the major religions of the world except for Islam. And from what I can tell, and this is just my opinion, it's my belief, there's good in all of them. Even Islam. There's good stuff, wisdom, stories, metaphors, all sorts of things in there that you can glean good information from. Lots of wisdom in these ancient texts from our fathers. And I don't think you should judge any of the books by the cover. I think you should judge them by the substance that's in them, and you should judge righteously.
Yeah, well, I think, all right, so do you think we live in a firmament? Believe that?
Well, it depends on what you mean by firmament.
Like a dome.
So I think that
You ever seen a baseball dome like in Arizona and Phoenix? You ever see their dome? Like
does it actually have to be shaped like a dome? How come it can't be shaped like a ceiling? You know, when you go to Walmart, you enter in through automotive, you get some tires, and you think to yourself, oh, I want a sandwich. So you go across to the other side and it's a deli, right? The stars act the same way the lights do in the Walmart, right? The further you get, the closer they get to the middle of your eye until you can't see them anymore. right? And maybe it's because of trees, or maybe it's because of the atmosphere, or maybe just for some reason the Walmart shelves are in the way. But they act the same way. So when you see a plane set like the sun, what if the sun is acting like the plane? This is a lot of speculation here on my part, I must admit. But what if the
Alright, but
plane
it's
is
not.
acting like the sun, right? And it's not getting any lower. It's just due to perspective. What about them parabolic rocket launches that we see
Alright, but
that
alright,
goes
that's not
up?
what I asked you. Alright, but
I,
that's not what I asked
I
you though.
know, I know, but I'm still speaking. I haven't got to the answer yet.
Alright.
So what if, the rocket isn't going down yet? What if we're just seeing it start to appear to descend because of perspective? So does it have to be dome shaped for me to believe in a firmament? I believe there is a firmament. I don't know what the shape is. That's my answer.
Well, what I was
Like
saying is,
molten glass.
what I was saying is, do you believe? All right, what do you think we live on, bro? You think we live on a ball or on a flat plane? On flat land.
I know
Dude,
we live on a flat land. Not,
sorry, takes so long to
I don't
answer.
believe.
Yeah, I'm with Josh. I know that it's flat because I measured it when I went to Corpus Christi,
So
and I
you're not
went to
gonna
the
answer?
lake before. Are you serious? Can you not hear me?
I can't hear you. But say what again?
Yeah, I went to Corpus Christi. It measures flat. Corpus Christi is a city town on the Gulf of Mexico.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
Yeah, so I saw the buildings on the other side. They were in the same place both days. The buildings didn't move. They weren't ships that I was looking at. They were the buildings. And when I looked at Google Earth and I looked across the way and I went in on the street view, they're all 2-story buildings. So unless those 2-story buildings were on 4-story stilts, I shouldn't have been able to see them. When you can go to Google Earth and look at what I'm talking about. Corpus Christi, North Beach. I was to the, let's say, northeast of the ship, a big ass fucking ship.
Yeah, I don't know much about Corpus Christi, but I'm just trying to talk about the firmament, like if say huh?
I'm going to play devil's advocate for a second here in regard to the firmament. The people who believe in the heliocentric model consider the firmament to be the atmosphere. So if you ask somebody that believes that we live on a ball, that we live under the firmament, they'll say, "Yeah, of course we do. The firmament is the atmosphere." That's what they think.
Well, I don't know. It's either you live on a ball or you live on or you don't. I mean, there's no
That's
in
true.
between. I mean, but these fake flat earthers out there, hold on. These fake flat earthers out there trying to make flat earthers look bad by saying, um, uh, we live on they say we live on a flat earth, but they don't say, but then people say, well, okay, so if the earth is flat, why isn't the water falling off the earth? You know what I mean? Like, what's holding the water in? And that's where people get confused. That's what they're here for. They're here for damage control. So what I'm saying is to these fake flat earthers out here trying to make us look like retards. The reason what holds the water in is the firmament. Is we live in a firmament. It's a dome. Can't escape it. So that's why you don't see. You know what I'm saying? So,
I wouldn't make that argument if I was you, right? Because that kind of makes us look dumb. Because the firmament is to do with the sky, but the water is to do with the ground, in liquid form at least. So when you say that the firmament's holding in the water, no, it makes more sense that we're in a really big puddle of water, and in this puddle it has edges like a pool, right? You can come from the outside and jump in, but also there's islands, right? And some of these islands are so big we call them continents. But it's my belief that the water is held in by land, and if you want to go to Antarctica, all you have to do is go straight in any direction long enough, if that is even possible. And eventually you'll reach a place that's so cold, Antarctica. Eventually you'll reach a place that's so cold that you can't bring enough provisions with you to get very far, because they got laws about the Antarctic Treaty, about the stuff that you can and can't take with you. If you can't bring heavy fuel, Mike, correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't that mean you can't get very far?
listen, what I was getting to, I don't know, what I was getting to is, what do you think the firmament is made out of? Right? Like we were talking about before.
Well, his point is he doesn't want to guess.
Like we were saying, nothing can leave the firmament, nothing can come in.
He doesn't want to speculate.
So, what do you think it's made out of? I just want his opinion.
Well, see, Davey, not everyone here believes in a firmament.
I don't know. Really? I don't know what it would be made out of, but if the Bible says that it's in there, then it's probably in there, because the Bible hasn't led me wrong.
How many here have read the Book of the Macabees?
I don't know.
One in
the
Macabees, the apocryphal texts that were left out of the Bible.
The first, second, and third.
Yeah. How about the Epistle of Barnabas?
Yeah. That Epistle of Barnabas, I don't know about, because it was Barnabas and Jambres, wasn't it?
No, the book is the Epistle of Barnabas. But I mean, you can try to confuse which Barnabas it was. The Apocalypse of Peter.
Well, I actually thought that most people here did think we live in a firmament. That's why, but I guess I was wrong. I don't know.
Meaning the dome. Not everybody thinks it's a dome.
I didn't say that I didn't believe in it. I just said I don't know what it is, what it's made out of, how it functions for any of these things, because I've never seen it. So if there has to be containment, right? Maybe there is containment, but maybe the firmament is on the sides, not up above.
Did you say the Gospel of Barnabas? No, the Epistle of Barnabas isn't the Gospel of Barnabas. They're two separate books. And those are the two separate Barnabases.
Yeah, I thought most people here believed in the firmament, but I guess not.
Oh, yeah, a lot of people don't know about the two Jesuses in the Bible either.
No.
And
So most people believe in containment, but they don't. There's no consensus on, is it a physical structure? Is it a barrier of some type, a force field? Something beyond our understanding. So, but we don't speculate too much on it, other than pressure is defined by gas pushing off the walls of a container. The natural antecedent for gas pressure is the walls of a container, and that makes a container a logical inference. What container, what type of container, we wouldn't know. So I mean, most people would want to go to King James's book to tell me it's sapphire, it's sky blue, that's why the sky is blue, but I don't really buy that book. It was written by the king, copyrighted and owned by the king. So if you can find me a description in an earlier text, I might take that.
You know what? I'm gonna forget it. I'm just gonna post a picture.
It was covered in the encyclopedia.
Rakia, right?
Yeah, Rakia Shamim, the firmament of the heavens.
Yeah. So the
Yeah.
expanse.
Yeah,
It's
I'm not
like
sure.
the Sefer, Dr. Pigeon translates it to the expanse, but he's a heliocentrist. So
Right. Yeah, see, that's all speculation, though. Can any one of us verify? You got some firmament I can test, other than the dirt under my feet, which is firmament?
Davey,
yeah,
I
you got a
think it
piece
would
of
do.
that sky stone.
I think it would do you a lot of good, Davey, if you read Job 38. Because a lot of people come in here and they want to tell people, what they know and what they believe and everything. And every once in a while, I like to read Job 38 just by itself.
Yeah, I can't
Because
declare it. I'm with you, Hank. I can only speculate about it. I know neither the length nor the breadth, the width or the breadth. I know none of it. I was not there when the foundations were laid.
Well, for those who do think we live in a firmament, I just want to know what they think the firmament is made of. The dome, the glass dome.
That kind of says what you believe, right?
No, it's not. I don't think it's glass. I don't.
Some people here speculate super cold ice, like ice 3. You know what super cold ice is? That some people speculate that creates a barrier between the oceans and the under oceans. Have you seen those videos where they found lakes under the ocean, but they couldn't penetrate to get to them?
yeah, and what about Planete Veritas, Mr. Bassano? He's had a pretty interesting speculation about the sun being some sort of, and follow me here if you can. I'm trying to do it as correctly as I can, Mr. Bassano, so forgive me. Super cooling mechanism that pushes heat down from the thermosphere into our area, and that somehow the sun is some sort of cryogenic super cooling generator. Please forgive me if I didn't cite it correctly.
Davey, you speculate that it could be a diamond-based dome that encompasses the Earth. That could be possible. I could see that.
Yep, I think it's diamond. I do.
And diamonds are kind of crystal, and it can be transparent. You can see through it.
Exactly. And I also think it's diamond because diamond is the hardest material on Earth. And the only thing that could break diamond is diamond. Right? So what there's nothing harder than diamond. Okay? Nothing. So there's I mean, it's just connecting dots.
Well, diamond does have a high thermal conductivity rate.
Yeah.
5 times greater than silver.
But all this stuff you see on TV, in the movies like Armageddon and Star Wars, it's all CGI, it's all bullshit, all nonsense. But people
Not real.
and that's where the programming starts. That's how they program kids. And then you go to school and they teach you the same fucking thing. And then, so, I think kids should get homeschooled, you know what I mean? I think kids should start getting homeschooled. For real. Because the school system is fucking up these kids. It really is. You know? In major ways.
I can remember when I was in kindergarten, we're talking, 1983, something like that, and they were showing us global warming propaganda films as small 4 and 5-year-olds, and the propaganda was thick. I don't
Yeah,
know if I
Ferndale.
remember hearing about the heliocentric model at that point, but I'm sure it was there. I just don't have crystal clear memories on it. But and that things in 1983 were not as bad as they are now, as far as the propaganda, the deception. So, I mean, if possible, any wise parent would certainly pull their children out of that system.
David,
And
did you see the picture of the ISS, the International Space Station I posted?
Yeah.
Yeah, diamond will also burn in a pure oxygen atmosphere. Byproduct is carbon dioxide.
Yep.
And you know what else? Another thing, another reason I wanted to get into that is because where do you think they get diamonds from?
Well, we know where it comes from. It's
Where?
just cover that carbon.
Yeah. Here's the other thing, Davey. Remember Project Fishbowl? Especially the Dominic shot.
Yeah.
That one, when it went off, it looked like something was splashing down in the ocean. So
It
it
kind
looks
of
like
goes
the
against
firmament
what.
is just water.
Yeah, it kind of goes against what I believe because I believe it's an electric room with an anode and a cathode above it.
Hang on, Mike, let me send you a link to a server.
So for diamond insulating the entire electric realm, there'd be no contact with the anode or cathode, so it wouldn't work in what I believe. Now, super cooled ice 3 would, because it'd be a great conductor of electric. It'd complete a circuit.
is there a video somewhere that summarizes what you believe?
No.
Well, can you tell us more about that a little? I mean, start from the basics, because I'm curious about that. I've never heard that theory before.
Well, I came from electric universe, so I believe it's an electric universe.
Electric?
It's an electric realm, yeah. Well,
What do you mean by that?
So you know how many places there are on Earth where all day long, for months on end, lightning goes from the ground to the sky, and then
Yep.
other places, lightning goes all day long, all year round, from the sky to the ground. It goes both ways. So this implies a circuit where the firmament we walk on is the ground. And what above is a storage. It's a complete circuit. Energy flows up one side through the ionosphere, which is electrically charged particles, and down the other side. I mean, if you just look up how many different places lightning goes off all year long, you'd be surprised. We have sprites, clouds as they move through the sky, they create electricity through static attraction and friction. The movement of water, sodium water included, underground water, it all creates electricity. Everything on Earth needs electrolytes to live. Electrical signals send the thoughts to your brains and make your mouth work after you have a thought. We're all electric in nature.
Yep.
Light is an electrical phenomena.
Yeah, so you got a different perspective than me, bro. I don't know
There's
what you're talking about. I really
so
don't.
so we measure a rise in voltage as you lift off of the ground. It starts at 1.5 volts at ground level and increases as you go up. There's no arguing whether it's an electrical realm. It's surrounded by an electromagnetic field.
It's a spiritual realm.
Did you hear? Did you hear what I said? Electromagnetic. So we have a magnetic field, a toroidal field. It's electromagnetic. You can't have one
Okay.
without the other. So
I see. So you're talking about science.
I am. So
Okay,
you can
well,
take
I'm
it to a
not.
spiritual realm where a soul it ties right together. Electric movement
I see what you're doing.
is a frequency and a resonance. The soul is a frequency and a resonance. You vibrate at one frequency or another. The earth has a resonant frequency, the Schumann resonance.
Well,
So,
I see what you're
so
doing.
do you believe the soul's natural place is trapped in the flesh? Do you believe the soul is eternal, or do you believe it's mortal like the flesh?
Yeah, I believe soul is eternal, but what
So
I'm saying
the
is,
flesh is mortal, right? So it could be seen as a virtual reality game for a soul, where they could experience something that they wouldn't experience in their own reality, which is death. The opposite of all that they experience here. This is a world of duality: light, dark, good, bad,
hold on,
right,
dude,
wrong.
you're way far ahead of me. You're way far ahead of me. Slow down, slow down. I'm just talking about the firmament, bro. Um, I believe you don't have to go into all this electric shit. I'm talking about what do
Well,
you
the
believe?
firmament, a
How do you
living
think?
thing.
How
It's
do you think
electrical in nature.
So you think we're made of electricity? What are you saying?
No, I believe we're dielectric, though. The meat suit. And it is. It runs on electrical signals. Your heartbeat is electrical.
No. We're spiritual, bro.
We're
Made by
plasmoid.
God.
No, see, you're wanting to wrap the workings of this world around your spiritual beliefs. And if we are spiritual, you know nothing about the spirit. You
Here's
don't
the
live
thing,
in the
dude.
spirit. You live in the
Your
flesh.
spirit drives the body, right? Your
Yeah, but
spirit
that's your
drives the body.
opinion, bro. That's it's not a fact. See, we're talking opinions right here. Like these are just opinions, bro.
I know their
Mind,
opinions,
body,
but
soul.
you're trying. Listen, that's my point. You're trying to wrap all my opinions of an electrical universe around your spiritual opinions.
No, all I'm saying is
Globers do this to me all day long. They want my flat Earth model to adhere to their globe Earth model. Has to have all the components that their model does. I got to give them fairy tales, and I got to guess about everything so they can feel comfortable in their security blanket. I'm perfectly
I
fine with
just don't.
ambiguity.
I just don't I don't understand what you mean by electric, bro. Man made electricity, not God.
No, man did
God
not
has
make
nothing to do with
electricity,
electricity.
bro. You are lost. Electricity is the natural phenomena. Sure, we can
What?
harness it. Excuse me. Sure, we can harness it, collect it, and direct it, but we don't know where it comes from. It's a natural phenomena.
How do you know?
Even light is a part of the
How,
electromagnetic spectrum.
what do you mean? How do I know? I got a bachelor's in science and engineering. I'm a mechanical engineer. Electricity is a
Okay,
natural
all right.
phenomena.
You got a bachelor's in science. Well, there's a
What?
difference.
Okay. What do you think
I don't believe in
lightning?
science.
What do you
That's
think
my
lightning
point.
is? Listen, dude, this is demonstratable. What the fuck do you think
Yeah.
lightning is? How did Benjamin Franklin? You said we created it, but Benjamin Franklin discovered it when he got his ass electrocuted.
Oy vey. Dude.
That's what.
Dude. Dude. Oh my. All right.
I
See,
am so lost right now. It's perfectly demonstrable that electricity is a
bro.
natural phenomenon. It's not some mind altering science. Okay, I believe in a
Yeah.
scientific method because with it I can display this to be a truth. I can demonstrate it.
Well, you could demonstrate it all you want, but I'm not going to believe it because I don't believe in science. I
What is
don't.
lightning? Is lightning
Bro,
electricity or not?
Yeah, but
sorry.
how do you know
Is it
lightning?
natural? Hold on, guys. Is lightning natural? Is it a part of nature?
That's not. No one could say yes or no, bro. Nobody.
Yeah, we can. We know there was lightning way back in motherfucking biblical days, man. What are you talking about, dude? So man made electricity, and then all of a sudden we created fucking lightning. Oh my god, bro! I think our conversation stops here.
It's possible, bro. It couldn't happen like that.
Shut the fuck up, man. Just shut up, man. Oh my God! Does anybody else here believe man created electricity?
No, I'm saying the government does create the weather sometimes. That's what I was saying.
Well,
But
this isn't a statement about that. They use a natural phenomenon to do that. It's low frequency emission waves of electricity in the ionosphere, which fluctuates the charge of the ionosphere.
but
But
I'm
when you
saying that
understand what we know about electricity, then it's easily put together. See, I deal
well,
with the applied sciences, not guess and theory.
so you think we're all electric, like robots walking around? Like what are you saying? I don't know. I don't get
No,
your
I
point.
was really specific about what I said. Our bodies work on electrical signals. You need electrolytes to live. Your heart needs an electric signal to beat. For thoughts to work, you have to send electrical signals through your body.
Okay, but
But what?
I believe. I just listen. I told you what I believe in. You know, I don't believe.
Man created electricity, but electricity helps man maintain life. So what you're saying is man created man.
Man never created electricity, we discovered it.
Fuck, we already knew it was there. We just learned how to manipulate it and harness it. A generator doesn't actually create electricity, it just sucks it out of the atmosphere. That's why we called it the ether in the beginning, because it was electrical background. Luminescent, etherical.
Wait. So what do you think about the spiritual realm? You don't think we live in a spiritual realm?
No, I never said that. We were talking about what you asked what I believe. And before I could get 10 steps into it, you kept smacking me with your biblical or religious or spiritual beliefs.
I mean, you can be in both at the same time. Like, you can be in the physical and the spiritual simultaneously if you could traverse that plane, right?
Yeah. In my realm, we're just an infinite being experiencing life in a mortal suit, a meat suit.
Yeah. See, Edison invented lightning. Lightning. There you go. Oh, and bro,
Edison didn't invent lightning. Shut the fuck up, Chris. I'm gonna ban you, Chris. You don't.
I don't ban him. Don't listen.
Thomas Edison didn't invent lightning, man. Chris,
I know he didn't. He
quit
didn't
playing
invent
around,
lightning. It's in
Chris.
the Bible. I just said it before, but 33% of angels were struck down from heaven like lightning. I said that before. So obviously we know that. But my point
I know,
is,
but you couldn't demonstrate that. I can demonstrate that lightning and electricity are natural phenomena. They exist in nature.
okay, my point is, we are not electric human beings. We're spiritual human beings. You see what I'm saying? We're not electric. We're not robots.
We're saying the same fucking thing, dude. We're saying the same thing. I'm saying your meat suit that your spirit lives in is electrically powered. You live in an electric realm for the soul to experience death and things it would never be able to experience in its eternal, immortal state. You're in a learning class, a learning realm. What? You believe we're spiritual. The soul is eternal. Then what's its purpose here on earth in a meat suit?
What's the purpose here?
Yeah, did the devil trap you? Did he get your souls to come down from heaven and just trap you in a meat suit?
No,
Was that creation? Well, no, then there's a divine nature to where we're at.
Yeah, I think it's a test. I think
The world of duality.
Dude, I think life is a test. I think it's a test. Okay? And we're given free will on earth. Okay? And God's testing us. Okay? And if we go against God's rules, we don't make it into the kingdom of heaven. And you know what I mean? So,
Yeah, but the kingdom of heaven
Yeah, that
is here,
kind of
bro.
doesn't make sense when you say you were sent from heaven here to be tested. So you were already in the kingdom, you were kicked out of the kingdom, now you won't get back into the kingdom unless you follow all the rules. But the truth is,
no, the devils, they aimed 33, they were kicked.
we live in a world of duality. Without
Can I
one, there
just
can't
add?
be another.
People weren't kicked out of heaven. I'm saying the devils were. 33% of the angels were. That's why they're
Davey,
called the fallen angels.
Well, that's not even what it says. It says his tail swiped a third of the stars down from heaven. You couldn't even
Davey,
show me the Bible verse that said a 33rd degree or a third of the angels fell from heaven. It says that old
I would have
serpent
to find it.
Lucifer, when he was cast down from heaven, his tail swiped down a third of the stars. That's what it says.
Hey,
Well,
Battle Mod, can I jump in real quick? I just want to introduce 2 new people to the server. We got
Hey guys.
Quick Ben. I'm sorry, yeah, Quick Ben and Ben Shapiro. Quick Ben had tried. It was
Ben
a second.
Shapiro's mine.
Yeah. Well, Quick Ben tried twice. The first time he came in kind of hot and trolly, but then he came back in with a new account and he calmed down a little bit. So I
Oh,
VC verified him.
so he got banned and he came back in on a new account. Isn't that an instant ban by the rules? Obfuscation of a ban.
No, not me, not me.
Yeah, he wasn't trying to fool anybody. He basically said that he's calm. He implied that he's calm now. So I thought I would let it slide and just see how he did on live stream. Ben
Wait,
Shapiro.
me? Are you talking about me?
Yeah, dude. You just talked to me like a half hour ago.
Okay, let's just
No,
move on.
Calm down.
I never trolled. This is my first time even trying.
Okay, you got a fresh start, so just relax. Everything will be okay.
Wait.
You have me mixed up with someone else. Is all I'm saying. Mike,
Can I just add something to
Hold
what
on.
you were talking about?
Did he just
About
say
the-
it's his first time? Yes,
Yeah, he
Solar.
did.
Yes, maybe. Hold on. Let Flat Earth Solar do this. He does have a way of making my points more remedial.
I just thanks for that. The point about are we electrical or are we spiritual? The root word for Elohim is El, and El was always considered a god or some type of spiritual aspect, and El is the root word for electricity, El. So I think that there is potentially something connecting those two. They're not necessarily separated.
I would agree.
Yeah, if I could just say one real quick thing, I think what's going on here, somebody painted a 6 on the floor, and Davey and Battlemod are both looking at the same symbol on the ground. And
One sees a
Battlemod,
9.
yeah, one sees a 9 and the other one sees a 6. But Battlemod's aware. I don't think Davey's aware that. See, it doesn't have to be mutually exclusive, right? 2 things can be true at the same time. Remember, 2 plus 2 equals 4. So does 2 times 2.
Drive on. All right, quick, Ben. What do you got to add?
I guess I'm a little confused because I never was I never made an attempt to join or been denied or anything like that. I spoke to you about.
Okay, I fucked up. How about this? How about your voice sounded very similar, and I VC verified you anyway. Can we move on from it then?
Oh yeah, totally. Yeah, very cool.
Okay, so I got just a couple questions for you.
Okay.
So who do you think has the burden of proof? Flat Earth or Globe Earth?
I think that the globe earthers.
Okay, so there'd be 3 claims inside the globe Earth, right? Curve, rotation, and then space. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Oh, I can't stand that word space. It disgusts me. It really does.
So at any time in history, from ancient times until now, is there a method to directly measure the curvature of Earth?
I mean, there's a formula, but it doesn't really add up in real life.
Okay, so you'd say that no, then, right? There's no way to measure curve of the Earth.
Correct.
Dude,
Okay,
every
how
time.
about at any time in history, from ancient times until now, has anyone directly measured the axial rotation of Earth?
No, never.
No.
It's
Davey,
the history
sit down,
books
be
are full of
humble.
shit.
Davey, this isn't about you right now. This is an interview between two people. Go on mute,
Yeah.
bro. Thank
Oh,
you.
okay. All right.
So,
I'll mute.
so the
I'll
last
mute.
thing then would be space, right? Or the vacuum of space would be a medium that can be traveled to or it actually exists. This is important because the globe model says that Earth is adjacent to this medium. You have gas pressure without a container. With no presupposition or invoking of a container, can you explain this phenomenon?
No, I don't. I don't believe in space. At least the way that it's explained to us. Not at all. It makes no sense.
So it would be, you would say that Earth would be a closed system, right?
Yes, I would. I would guess so. If I, yeah.
Well, there we go. So now you know that this idea of the heliocentric model is just a belief. It's not something you know or can verify firsthand.
Yes, correct. I agree with that.
What do you think, Balmod? Hook him up 3 points?
Yeah, I can give it to him. What's his name?
Quick, Ben.
Yeah, I'm sold. I mean, I'm sold. I have never really been a firm believer in the globe. It just was something I eventually kind of had to come. I knew one day I was gonna have to sit down and really look at it. And really, it didn't take me long really to think it was a bunch of nonsense. Now, as to where we're on, I don't really know, but I'm open to learn about that. But I fully reject the heliocentric model.
The difference is you can know it's flat instead of just believing it's a globe because you can't verify it to be a globe, right?
Yeah, I would say that's a true statement.
You're right. This isn't a subjective conversation. You can go test the surface of the earth yourself. You don't have to believe anyone here. In fact, we don't want you to trust us. We want you to go verify the reality in which you live. Right? There's a bunch of different methods you can do to test the earth's surface, as well as if the earth is rotating, right?
Who's the other guy?
Yes.
Bach
Right,
talk.
so what's up?
Oh, Balmod was asking who was talking.
No, I know who's talking. You brought two people in. Who's the other guy?
Yeah, I moved him down, but he disconnected right away. The other guy's name was Ben Shapiro.
Oh, that's right. All right.
But he didn't stick around for more than a
Well, this
minute.
guy doesn't seem bad.
Yeah, he seems like he's good. Yeah, my bad if I misidentified you. Your voice sounded eerily similar to another dude who came in really hot and triggered. And I might have mistaken. My fault. My bad.
That's all right. That's all right.
Okay.
Yeah, no hard feelings. But I just didn't want to have that stigma float over my head.
Okay. I
moved up myself.
just also too just to let you know that if someone does come in hot, then they take a step back and they think and come back. I'm open. I'm saying it's okay. It's okay to come in hot because flat Earth can be very triggering for some people.
Yeah, so long as you didn't trigger one of the mods, and then you just get banned anyway.
Yeah, that's the big thing because as long as you kept, not you. Okay, I'm talking about the royal you.
Right.
If someone comes in hot and triggered, but they kept it contained outside of Livestream, they really haven't done anything yet. They've just triggered themselves. And if they come back and rethink it, that's a positive. For me, that's a boon, okay? That shows that they're thinking. And that's all I'm looking for. I'm not looking for someone to change their full cosmology. Just be able to think about it.
All right. No, that makes sense. I'm on board.
So, quick, Ben, how would you go about verifying the reality, right? So, what could you do to test the claimed globe geometry? Can you think of anything?
I mean, I suppose you could do it with a camera that had long enough zoom capabilities to sort of test the vision. If there's a drop off or not, or if things that appear to be over the horizon are still actually visible. It's just limited by eyes.
So I'm glad you brought that up because we actually have a new observation within this last week that we've been calling the new black swan. So if you look 7 minutes after the hour in the live stream voice text, do you see it?
I'm
So
looking for it right now.
this is one method you can do to try to verify your reality. So the globe claims a specific radius. Based off that radius value, it gives us a formula to calculate the geometric horizon distance, which would be a physical geometric leading edge of a sphere beginning to obstruct your view. Right? Hey, Davey, you're hot micing.
What's hot miking?
Davey's hot micing. Anyways, so one.
I don't know what
It
that
means
is.
mute yourself, Davey. Mute yourself. I asked you to mute yourself, please, sir.
Okay. All right.
Thanks. So based on the formula, it would be 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That would calculate the geometric horizon distance, which is delineated by the radius value that's set in stone. Right? So every geometric horizon distance could be no more than that value. And you can go test that, right? That's done all the time. We got black swans, new ones all the time. So these are repeatable and verifiable and testable, right? The thing about the globe, it's only falsifiable. So this is 1.5 foot observer height. Based on that formula previously said, the geometric horizon distance would be 1.5 miles away. Right. So if you're looking in the live stream voice text yet, we see that the platform Grace is 19.8 miles away. And then the island behind it is 31.8 miles away. Right. So instead of 1 mile, 1.5 mile away, the horizon is over 2,000% farther. Right. That would require a radius value to be 1.8 million miles. Right. So it's not just a little bit of it just doesn't match a little bit. It's a complete and utter falsification. Like,
Yeah,
are you following along?
yeah, I am. I'm looking at. Yeah, that's insane.
Right, and we get new ones like these all the time. Like for instance, like the older ones, we could see clear across Lake Michigan, 50 to 60 miles to the Chicago skyline, where the entire skyline would be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Instead, we have time lapses and photos showing the entire Chicago skyline, 50 to 60 miles away, not obstructed by Earth curvature, because water seeks its level and lays flat, right? That's self-evident already. There's no direct measurements to show that expanses of water to be curving, right?
And what you're seeing here is a mirage. Sorry, just had to get that in.
Oh, no, thank you, man.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
So here's two time lapses that I mentioned, right? Clear across Lake Michigan to the Chicago skyline, 50 to 60 miles away. Right, you shouldn't see any of those buildings based on the globe geometry of that radius set in stone.
Yeah, I don't know how any.
You're breaking up. Can you say that again? Maybe hop out and hop back in because you're not even lighting up anymore.
Okay, I was saying I don't really know how anyone could require more proof than that.
Right. Not only that, we could see mountains 200 to 300 miles away where you're missing miles of curvature.
And that's what kind of a camera, just out of curiosity, is being used for that?
Right. So Nikon P900s, Nikon P1000s. Usually I have personally a Nikon P1000. I went to South Padre Island a couple months ago. I had a 13-inch observer height, where the geometric horizon would have been 1.27 miles away. Instead, I saw over 7 miles away. right? That would require a radius value that was, I would have to remember, like 39 times larger. Yeah, 39. And I'll post that too. Right, so just like I have done, you can go test the Earth's surface yourself, right? You don't have to believe any of us. Right, so
Right.
barely
No,
off the
I can
water.
appreciate that. Yeah.
Right, and I can give you the check it out. I'll give you a direct link to the globe curvature calculator, right? Just so you know that I'm not lying about the math or trying to fudge numbers, right?
Right.
So these are admitted values that's based on the radius value that you can go test, right? So whenever you're in school, they don't teach you how to verify the globe or how to prove it's a globe, right? They just tell you what to believe and then you regurgitate it on the test, right? They just, how Neil Tyson says, he says, we pour the science into you and then you regurgitate it.
Exactly.
I'm sorry for interrupting, bro. Did you say you made an observation from South
From
Padre
South,
Island?
yeah, from South Padre Island to Laguna Vista. I'll post the full video for you. I know you're in Texas too. I'm also in Texas.
Yeah, I've been to South Padre, bro.
Yeah, I've been to South Padre. It's a cool place. It's weird, but it's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's a really cool place, cheap place to live, but the crime rate's really high.
Wait, but isn't Texas like the safest place to live right now in
Are
America?
you kidding me? If you're talking about the border, hell no. If you're talking about the panhandle, hell yeah.
No, with just everything that's going on, it's like everyone's got a gun in Texas. So
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
we've got it good in Texas, but that's not the point of the conversation. The point of the conversation is I want to see what he saw because I've been to South Padre, I've been to Mustang, I've been to Corpus
Right, check
Christi.
it out. Even before this observation, we were eating lunch on the pier and we saw clear across the water without even having to zoom in. Right. And what I have is a Nikon P1000 infrared camera. So with the infrared, you have less refraction than visible light. Right. So whenever the globers come in here screaming refraction, well, my lens is only 720 nanometer. That's why it looks pink. Right. But there's also black and white ones that's showing that's a 1000 nanometer. That's like way less refraction than visible light. Right, so we have this other observation with the 1000 nanometer Nikon, 257 miles away of these mountains, from like 9,000 foot observer height, where you shouldn't even be able to see the mountains to begin with. Instead, you see them in full.
So how far away is the shot? I mean, I see like some water towers, it looks like. Cell phone
Right, I
towers.
could have seen a lot farther, but the houses across the water was blocking my view. So the only obstruction was houses and not earth curve.
Killed it. Probably driving that's crazy.
So in the full video, I have all the math as well as the map and like the exact location, and also turn the camera around to show exactly where I was at. So it's all verifiable, as well as the water tower is a very specific looking water tower that I also have the exact location for in the description.
Good for you, bro. Top notch. Good for you,
That's
sir.
good work.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Right, so this is what we want you to do, right? You don't even have to have $1,000 camera. You can just go with you and a friend and get some $6 door mirrors and a large expanse of water, and then you could do a mirror flash over miles, right? Where you wouldn't be able to see that mirror flash, right? That'd be your cheapest option. And we have one on our Flat Earth Wiki called the Salton Sea Triangle Mirror Flash. I'll post that for you.
I
So yeah,
think
there's
I'm gonna try and go. I'm probably gonna buy one of those cameras.
Yeah, I would recommend getting an infrared converted one, so there's less refraction. You could see farther. The company I used was called Kalari Vision. But
For
yeah,
the lens, or
they actually change out the. I don't know how to explain it. I'd probably say it wrong if I said it. But yeah, they actually like change the camera insides to make it infrared.
Yeah, there's usually a filter crystal. It's a little lens that filters out ultraviolet.
That's amazing.
Usually, but what they do this time is they remove that and put in a different gem to where it will actually receive the ultraviolet, so it'll see in the ultraviolet, or excuse me, infrared, which
So cool.
kind of gives it night vision capabilities.
that's sick.
You got any questions?
No, man, this has been super helpful.
Did I sell you pretty good?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm looking for tools really to use, when discussion like this comes up, really. So yeah, that's been extremely helpful.
Yeah, check out. We have a wiki page that's filled with observations. Right, so there's so many different methods you can use. I'm sure you could find one for you.
Now, speaking about the wiki, it's Wikipedia, correct?
No, Indio made a site for
That's good.
us.
I was going to say, because Wikipedia, there are malevolent people that go in there and intentionally change information to falsify it.
No, that wiki, that very last link I posted, it's that same website, wiki.247flatearth.net.
Awesome. I'm going to bookmark that. Thank you.
Of course.
Let's go, Brandon.
Let's go, Brandon.
Man, I've been saying fuck Joe Biden before it was cool.
Oh God, politics. It's a whole nother.
My bad.
No, this is just pop culture.
It is. The Let's Go Brandon is pop culture.
Oh, I'm also saying, like, every sports game you go to in the college field, like, everybody's sitting there chanting F Joe Biden.
Yeah, it's true.
Oh yeah, it's amazing. But I'm saying, like, you really think Trump isn't working for the same fucking people as Joe Biden?
Oh, it's stupendous.
Bro, it's weird
what
when
does
we
Trump
talk
say?
about.
That's my point. That's my only point.
It's weird when you flame like Joe Biden, people immediately bring up Trump. Just saying.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Fucking Obama, man.
But,
you know, when you backmask, yes, we can. It says, thank you, Satan.
I will say though, I do miss Trump as president because he was funny. He was entertaining to watch. At his rallies, he'd get like 100,000 people. He was just he was a character, you know. So
Look, Pat, you got to make a hamburger stand called Brandon Burgers.
Yeah.
You're fired. You're fired.
The burgers are smaller and they cost 70% more, right? The Brandon burgers.
And there's not even any meat in it. It's like a veggie patty, and it's just like a little piece of it.
Yeah, it's the real meat, the unbelievable meat. I can't even remember the name of the fake meat. Estro burgers.
Beyond. Okay, you guys listen. It creates me better do it again.
You weren't supposed to do that.
It's a Beyond Burger, right?
Oh man, see, I was just about to bring up the juice again. Then I remembered I can't.
Come on, man.
Well, I got some processed grape juice, also known as brandy. It's quite nice. Some E&J VSOP.
Do you take
Even
vitamins?
better with a cigar.
If I had one, I'd definitely be better. Nothing better than brandy and cigar or rum and a cigar. Yes, please.
Real talk, though, you guys should probably jump on those Hunter Biden paintings while they're only half a million.
While Professor Phil's in the lobby trying to debate. That's hilarious.
Oh my god.
Such a creep.
Just Phil.
That's more than signed
There,
Picasso.
Boom.
there
See,
he
you know
goes.
what?
Our commander in chief falling up the stairs, unaware to where.
Yo, guys, be honest. Be honest, guys. You think this is you think he really tripped, or you think it was like a humiliation ritual type thing? You really think he tripped?
I don't care. I don't watch the news.
I think somebody put super glue on that railing.
I think it was all theater, bro. I think it's just a show.
I think he
It's
hit
a
a
show on the
tape on that
stage,
railing.
bro.
He's like, what the hell? His hand got stuck on that railing. That's what made him fall. See?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Bro. Like, what president would do that? I think it's just a show on the world stage, man. I really do.
He's not even the president, man.
Well, you know what I mean.
Davey, you might be onto something. Are you talking about the Biden falling up the plane stairs?
Yeah.
Quote unquote falling.
What I'm looking at right now.
Yeah, that was
He
hella
falls
awkward
up.
for sure.
You really think he fell for real? Like, come on. No. It's all a show. It's all a fucking movie. You know what I mean?
I might
Then he
agree.
goes
Does
to play
anybody
golf and he
remember-
hits the ball backwards,
Speaking of conspiracy, anybody remember when Obama said, if I do run for president for a third term, I will use a proxy? And he looked to Joe Biden.
Dude, you ever see Joe Biden's
I do
eyes,
remember
bro?
him
They're
talking
like
about he
all
would be
black,
sitting at home
bro.
in
He's
his
like a demon.
sweatpants and talking to somebody through a headset.
Oh, you're talking about on the debate, quick Ben? The
Something
presidential debate?
Obama said once in an interview. He said that he would love to do a third term, and that's how he would do it. He would be sitting at home in his sweatpants and talking to somebody through a headset.
Oh, yeah. I remember that.
I think we
It
really
may be
need to
happening.
stop giving any attention to the obvious puppets. We know are puppets. Let the people that are way, way, way more asleep do that. I know it's fun to comment on. I get it.
Yeah, I want to say the word, but I can't say it. You know, when I'm talking about the people that pull the strings, control the world, I don't want to say the three-letter word.
Well, they're not the JOOs, right? They're not those guys. They're the fucking lunatics. They're the L-ites, right? L-ites, God-ites. They're also known as elite, right? And here's the thing: is it really the cycle of three, or the committee of 300, or is it the 300 fallen ones that fell from heaven? Who knows, right? Committee of 300 Bilderbergs,
Seems about the right type of number.
Yeah. But that's speculation. We can't confirm or not because none of us are members, and if any of us are members, we're sworn to secrecy. So
Eric Chauvin, another thing I'd like to talk about, but I don't know, I don't even know if I can.
Yeah, you can.
Well, that's kind of
There's
a hot
only
topic.
one thing. There's only one thing you can't talk about, and that's the V word.
I could talk
No-
about
no
Chauvin.
V. Yeah, you can talk about
You can
Chauvin.
talk about the Floyd.
Yeah,
I could talk about the Derek Chauvin incident.
yeah, but you can't talk about Sharona.
Okay, I think it was
No
a
Cocoa
complete
Puffs,
flop.
man. No Cocoa Pebbles.
If I can, I mean,
Yeah, fire away.
all right. Well, all I'm gonna say is I did my research. This is like a couple when it happened. All right. Derek Chauvin is a fucking actor. Okay, and George Floyd is a Freemason, and so is his father. So it's all it's a hoax. No one fucking got killed. No one choked. No one died. It's fucking bullshit. It's all
Hold
drama.
on. He wasn't a Freemason. He wasn't a Freemason. He was a Boulier Society, right? These
Oh,
are
his
the Black
father, his
Balls,
father,
right?
his father.
Floyd had a tattoo on his chest of the Sigma Chi Phi Sphinx, of the Boulier Secret Society Sphinx. It was not the double-headed eagle of the 33rd degree Freemason.
Well, all I'm saying is nobody died. Okay? It was all about divide and conquer, blacks versus whites. That's all. That's all it is. Okay?
Yeah, it's like George Washington.
They're trying to pin blacks against whites, and that's what it comes down to.
I mean,
You
that's a
mean
little
it wasn't
old,
him?
isn't it?
You mean it wasn't him in that tiny ass gold coffin?
You know what's funny? Well, it's not really funny, but it's kind of ironic. You know that mural that they made in Toledo, Ohio, of George Floyd, where the incident happened, apparently, or something
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, they made a mural. Well, that was struck by lightning because people were worshiping that image that they had painted. I
Were
made a
people
video.
worshiping that?
No
Was
shit.
it really?
It was struck by lightning, yeah, right in the middle of his forehead, I think.
Yeah.
Fucking
Destroyed,
A, man.
completely destroyed the mural.
Received a deadly head wound.
Oh,
It's not like in a place that you would think would get struck by lightning either. Like it's not like on a tall billboard.
Yeah, it's a brick wall. I mean, there's no electrical boundaries, no structural damage, just destroyed the facade that they built to paint the mural.
Fuck.
See, look at that puppet. There's no security walking behind him. No one to catch him. It's just all theater, bro. You can tell it's all theater. It's all fake. I mean, come on, bro. You think they're gonna let a president fall? There should be fucking secret agent behind him and everything. Like, come on, man. Look
You know
at
what
that.
would be weird? And this is
Look at that.
complete speculation here, right? What if they're experimenting with some kind of a mind-body control technology, where let's say somebody like Barack
Well, they're
Obama
doing a
gets in a
terrible fucking job, man.
well, I mean, it's not perfected, but he gets in a machine, like a virtual reality machine with a joystick controller, and is trying to control his body, but it's not 100% perfect. So it slips up. So that's why when he was on the talk show, he had his arms in that weird position. Remember that?
Nah, I didn't see it, but still, man.
Yeah, I remember
They
that.
can't
That
get the
was so
lips
weird.
working quite right, Fucking stuttering every 2 words.
Well, if you remember, Obama used to stutter a lot.
True.
Yeah, like
I still think it's a
But
head
yet he's
tilt
the most
because
articulate man out there. Yeah.
I like
A
that.
little,
But
a
at
little
least the sentence
segue,
that
you
came
know,
up after the arms were coherent,
a
with
That's
segue
true.
Obama.
from modern days fucking clown presidents to JFK's presidency. Here's a photo of him on his Air Force One jet, and
Yup.
lo and behold,
the flat
there's
Earth
an
right
extra
there.
landmass.
Yup.
There's an extra landmass, dude.
Do you remember on
But yeah,
Joe
like
Biden's inauguration day when he's walking past the guards and he says, like audibly, "Salute the guards," like someone's in his ear headset?
Yeah, he said, salute the guards. Like
That's
he
my
was supposed to
favorite Biden
say it,
moment for
not do
sure.
it.
So bad. I can't imagine anybody actually going into a ballot box and voting for that guy. You've got to be out of your mind.
Are you kidding me? He's the
Fucking
most popular
communists,
president
man.
ever.
Liberal
Yeah, more black
communists,
people
man.
voted for him than Obama.
Not according to Maricopa County. Yeah, there's call for a complete decertification, and
There should
down
be. I
to
live
the
here.
congressional one vote, one state.
Yeah, I live here. There's no possible way that this state would.
No shit. Which part?
I live in Tempe. It's in the Phoenix metro
Tempe?
area. But
Yeah, I used to live in Tolleson, but now I live in Parker.
Tempe's Texas, though, right?
No, that's Arizona.
Oh,
It's right there in
okay.
Phoenix by ASU. He lives in a party city.
yeah, it kind of is.
Yeah, where I lived in Tolleson, every time the NASCAR would come into town, fuck, You couldn't drive your car anywhere. The traffic was that bad going in for the PIR.
Someone want to tell me how the fuck not Professor Phil is stuck on Aristophanes still?
Just Phil.
Not surprised. Yeah, already gave him 5 citations that he's assuming in the first instance that the Earth is spherical, with parallel sun rays, and he's just spiraling. I don't think he's going to even reply after that. He went silent.
It's just dumb, man. This is dumb. 2021 and all you can refer to is sticks and shadows. It's like, get a fucking grip.
True.
This is why we asked them that, do you have any direct measurements, right? And then as soon as they say the whole, oh, sticks and shadows, well, all right, that's not direct measurement. You're assuming what you're trying to prove. That's circular logic, right? So you don't have any counter measurements versus our direct measurements via laser transit.
Yeah,
What's up, Ben?
even if Aristophanes was correct, right, and it proved what they wanted to prove, you would still want a secondary method of measurement to make sure.
Verify, cross-reference.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
In your natural everyday observation, you observe divergent sun rays, so they would have to prove that your everyday observation is wrong, right? They can't prove how the hell did Eratosthenes measure the distance to the sun?
Well, how the hell did he talk to
didn't,
his
he just
friend 500
fucking
miles
guessed.
away?
He didn't. That's how.
How the hell did he skip, not being mentioned in books for 2,000 years?
How the hell are you? Listen, how are you gonna measure the sun? That makes no fucking sense. It's too hot. You can't even get near it. How are you gonna measure it? It makes no sense.
But he doesn't have a last name, so he must be really important.
But you're also assuming how the sun works because you're saying it's too hot. Well, as soon as you increase in altitude, it doesn't get hotter.
Yeah.
Yo, Ben Shapiro, are you a Glober?
Of course he is. He's been here before.
Yeah, I recognize his name.
Aren't there a fucking 100 Ben Shapiros that come in every week?
Yeah, that's true.
Boom. Yup. There's the UN symbol right there, the flat Earth, baby. That's right.
Yeah, and the crown from Revelation
Right.
6:2.
And you got the devil flowers going around it.
That's the crown. That is the crown from Revelation 6:2, my friend.
Mm.
that wreath, those olive branches.
Is this the real Ben Shapiro? Nah, right?
Yeah, that was confirmed by that Greek gentleman we were speaking to the other night, Joshua Matthew.
Yeah. The string that ties the two branches together.
It's just crazy, bro. It's in your face. It's in everybody's faces, and they still can't see it. They show you.
They don't want to see it, man. They're ostriches.
It's crazy, bro. They're programmed zombies. It's insane. I'm so
Now, see,
blessed.
with me,
bronze souls, as Mimus says. They're all bronze souls.
I'm so blessed, man. I really am. I'm so glad I'm not a fucking zombie.
Well, see, with me, it started with a couple of other truths, like corporate symbolism and magic, and what is true and why certain things work, like advertisings and corporate logos for, brand, recognition. Like, oh, there's Nike right there. That symbolizes the rings of Saturn, and people just don't realize it. Like Target, that's Saturn. The black cube, 666. 6 corners, 6 sides, 6 angles, right? Then you have Taco Bell, which at the time the bell
around the ring of the bell had a 6, and the knocker was like a reptilian eye, and there were 3 of those signs on the building.
Yup.
Cube shape.
Yep.
So there's literally 666 on Taco Bell, meaning the reason why.
And
Yeah.
all right. And what do you think the McDonald's M is? That's a fucking 3, sideways 3. So
No,
people
it's
think
it's worse than that. It's worse than that. It's the trident inverted. It's two-ball cane.
Yeah. But people think the McDonald's M is an M. No, it's a sideways 3. Okay, that's all it is. It's a 3. You know? But the average person doesn't know this stuff. So.
The Harry Potter tune.
Now, these people that keep coming onto the server with the name Ben Shapiro, why would they pick that guy's name? Is there some reason for doing that?
Yeah, get him out of
He's
here.
a very popular Jew.
Okay, I'm sick of explaining this to everyone. I am fully biologically male. I was born with one set of reproductive organs, and they are fully male.
He's just a voice changer. Yeah.
No,
We know
he's
you're not.
got a
We know you're
soundboard.
not the real Ben Shapiro. Okay.
See, my boy CB is a master soundboard guy.
Yeah, it's just too bad Ben's actually on deafen right now. So,
No, the best soundboard is Dives.
Thank you so much, guys. It brings me a lot of joy. So
Yeah, Ben Shapiro's like the Elon Musk of, being against the gender insanity right now. That's why he's so popular. It's the only one that speaks some amount of sense about it,
Mm-hmm.
So, like, the 20-year-olds latch onto him, because it's like their first dealings with someone in the real world that's actually making some kind of sense.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess the purple penguins don't like him.
The same with Jordan Peterson,
Oh God.
They're the two kind
Yeah,
of.
but Jordan Peterson, there's something weird about him. Have you noticed his eyebrows are starting to look like Anton LaVey's eyebrows?
I haven't watched much.
Yeah, he's
paid
weird. He's
much
creepy.
attention to him, but
Clean up your room.
Yeah, clean up your room.
Yeah, I don't. Jordan. I never liked Jordan Peterson. There's something creepy about him.
He has.
Well,
he does have
only
relevant
eats meat.
stuff to say, but he never
You know what I mean?
elaborates
Like-
past what he says, and he obviously never touches on the real control systems of the world. And it's like, okay, well, you're obviously holding yourself back because you're not a stupid man,
Roughly
So-
speaking.
Yeah, Jordan Peterson is just a controlled op. He's not. He's not
He's
someone
just there to
who's-
keep you in that box. If you're in that man versus
Exactly.
woman box, he'll keep you on. If you support men, he'll keep you on the male side.
Exactly.
And he'll keep you in that place. I did appreciate him for that. Like 5-6 years ago, that he was pointing out that there is sexism in the systems of society against men. But that's all fucking. Nothing burgers compared to the bigger picture,
Nothing burgers, yeah.
It's like we're all being totally fucked. Who cares? Someone got a little bit better. Someone got a little bit worse.
Dude, I'm just trying to figure out when the fucking world's gonna end. And when you hear a lot of people say, well, we're in the end times. Well, when they say that, they don't say, well, the world's gonna end. They say that the world's gonna change to the new world order. Okay, that's what that means when people say, well, we're in the end times. It's not gonna end. It's not gonna. It just means it's gonna change, and we're gonna have to conform.
It's the end of everything as we know it.
Right, exactly. It's the end to what we exactly. So, it could be this year, next year, 5 years from now. Who the fuck knows?
And it's been talked about and philosophized for over like a millennia, all about this Aquarian age, right? Coincidentally, Plato says when this Aquarius comes around, that's the great year, which is followed up usually by destruction, either cataclysm, which is destruction by water, or epikairesis, which is destruction by fire, conflagration of the earth. And then the Bible does talk about this time it's not going to be destruction by water, but destruction by fire.
Yeah, the second part of Lost History to Flat Earth goes into a pretty good idea of how the world or humanity might end sometime soon.
Plasma
On all
apocalypse.
No, based on the potential corruption of the human genome structure by the juice.
Mm-hmm.
Well, remember that movie I Am Legend?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Will Smith, yeah.
2 years after the issues, right? 2 years.
Mm-hmm. Wasn't it in the movie? It was a V for
Measles.
curing cancer or something, wasn't it? Or helping
Measles, and it
cancer.
had a side effect with cancer.
Yeah.
It turned out
Josh,
to be like
you'll know this stuff. What was the full context surrounding the floods or the flood?
corruption of all seed,
Yeah.
right? Everything was
That's
corrupt.
what the Lost History part goes into. It's what it's
Yeah, bro.
yeah.
They tell you in
Fleshing
movies, like
you know, but
show
if
you.
you and I didn't know that, but if you don't know and you just hear, God was just angry at humans, you know, because they were fucking spending all day having orgies and, you know, the world was corrupt. You know, that's your image of corruption.
No, it's
and you
genetic
think,
corruption.
yeah, and that's what he explained in the video, and it's like, well, fuck, man, that makes total sense. You know, it's just like you get a virus on your computer. What do? You reformat. You know.
Now it says,
The
now we're just
files, the
getting
code
into
is
that
fundamental.
shit right now, right? Well, we're just getting into that
Yeah.
shit right now, but it says in the days of Noah about when the manipulation started happening, that was the days of Jared, his father.
Yeah, we've got some interesting years ahead of us.
Or no, his father was Lamech, so Jared was before Enoch, before Methuselah, so it would be his great great grandfather, great 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 grandfather. Yeah. So when you look at it that way, things started getting corrupted and giants started coming around the earth, which were like tyrants and corporations on all these other kinds of things that had, you know, many bodies. You know, a giant it might not necessarily mean like flesh and blood creature because it's a tyrant. It means different things, right? But the word has been translated to the Greek that's been used by King James Version to indicate giant, but the word is Gaborim or earthborn, gigante. Right? And gigante doesn't mean giant, it means earthborn.
Yeah.
Well, the gigante, that's Greek.
Yeah. So the giants, you know, we can't really use that as a thing. The Giborim were men of renown, like the mighty men. Like Hercules and Perseus and all these Greek heroes, right? These were the supermen, the heroes. This was the Zeptepi when the gods walked the earth. This is what they want to bring back.
What could go wrong?
They even said that right now they want the new thing is everybody will have their own superpowers in the new coming age. So, and then right now everybody's getting used to it, so they're calling diseases like superpowers. Oh, my superpower is diabetes.
Oh man, I wish we could talk about the juice, but I'm not gonna do it. Fuck it. There's
Yeah,
so
no,
much
not here. There's two different live streams going on, man.
There's two. Oh, really?
Yeah, this is live stream. That's why it's called live stream.
Well, so where can I talk about the juice?
Other
somewhere
channels
else.
that are not live stream.
Where's the other live stream?
It's not live. It's not other live streams.
So there's nobody.
There's other channels like Chill VC or something like that. Learning Curve, Health Nutrition, things like that.
Bro, I'm fucking Jewish, man. What the fuck you saying?
Boy, they.
If you got some shit to say it.
Oh, I didn't say Jews. I said juice.
Like orange juice,
All right,
apple
then
juice.
why the fuck you want to separate room? Just show the
Listen,
fuck out.
I
Show
didn't
the
say
fuck out
Jews,
here.
though.
Show the fuck out here and shut the fuck up.
I said juice. You know what juice? You know what I mean by that?
Like squeezed fruit.
Yeah,
Vax.
okay. I get you, bro. I get you, bro. You meant juice.
The vaccine.
Mm.
Yeah, see that's what he means by juice. Is the forbidden word. So instead of juice, try using I don't know.
Snake bite, karigma.
Yeah, they
Cloth
got bit
shot,
by a
man.
serpent.
The formula.
I just call
Yeah,
it
the
the thing.
formula. There you go. That's the one.
Yeah,
Subscription.
the government formula. There you go.
Yeah.
Subscription to
Jews.
magazine.
He thought it said Jews. I'm
It
I'm
does
Jewish
sound
myself.
similar.
No.
Maybe
You know, I'm actually
maybe
very happy.
Jewish.
I'm very happy, bro, because I hate the juice too. I don't like juice.
Dude, I'm Jewish myself, bro.
Juice or Jews? Now I can't tell. I'll take.
I like some juices. I just like I don't like apple juice. Like
Only
apple
some juices around the world.
Yeah, like
What
orange.
about O.J. Simpson juice?
Yeah, it just depends on the fruit.
The juice is loose.
Oh,
Wasn't that a high C slogan?
you know what though? Vitamin C is a very important part of juice.
It is.
Yeah, but with vitamin C, in order to take care of your temple, right? Vitamin C will rub your temple with copper. So you have to take in copper, and it's always wise to take in magnesium when you're taking copper with vitamin C. Just for good temple maintenance.
Yeah, true that. You want a little bit of fucking D too. Like, if you're not getting a lot of sun, you want a little bit of D.
Yeah, well, you get D by the sun. Of course, you go outside.
Yeah, but
And then you got to get
what
vitamin
about
K2 by eating like fermented beans.
right? But what do you do during the
Maybe.
winter? You can't get sun because it's too cold out.
I can. You can't, maybe where you are in New York, but I can out here.
I can't do that shit, bro. I don't like the sun. It burns.
Yeah, but you need the sun. It's vitamin D.
But it burns.
And you take some D3, some zinc
It
or
makes me
whatever.
black, bro.
So,
The sun makes me black. You want me to be black, motherfucker?
well, no, but you need it.
Sound like you're in
need
the
it,
UK,
though.
Hellboy.
You
You're
need
you're from the
sunlight, bro.
UK?
You do. Otherwise, you're gonna be pale like a fucking vampire.
No, I grew up in the UK, but
There's no sun in Britain.
not in the UK.
Purple stuff. That's what comes
Walking up
to
the wrong
mind
tree.
is that purple stuff. And we got some cola, some purple stuff, and some orange juice, and some Sunny D. Sunny D! What the fuck is that
I
purple
want that
stuff?
purple
That looks like some
Yeah,
fucking,
that's kind of what I was getting at. Like Sunny D adds vitamin D and fucking C.
Yeah, but it's not, Sunny D ain't even fucking juice.
It's
fake
fucking
juice.
disgusting.
It's worse. It's worse, man. It's fake juice.
Dude, it's not even like, I don't understand why it's still a
sugar
fucking
water,
thing.
man.
Like honestly, dude, do you fucking enjoy that shit?
It shrinks your balls and causes diabetes.
It's so fucking sweet.
I know. And it's like, tastes like acid.
I gotta say this though, you know what? Sometimes I do enjoy a little Sunkist. Not Sunkist, what? Those Capri Suns. Capri Suns.
Oh, the ones that just got like 5% juice.
Would you care for a glass of grape juice?
Like, have you guys
Nigga,
got
what
the,
the
like,
fuck is
the
juice?
full of motherfuckers is just fucking like.
Motherfucker, what is juice?
Yeah,
We got
man.
purple drink.
I love me a little bit of Capri Sun juice.
That stuff does taste good. But the kind of juice I'm drinking is got a bottle of E&J VSOP brandy. Quite nice.
Ooh, some grape juice.
Uh-huh.
Grape vapors. Grape vapors.
It's got a good
all
flavor to
good,
it.
baby.
Mosquito.
Yo, how come most people are muted? I don't get it.
Well, when people aren't speaking, they mute themselves so that any erroneous background noises won't interfere with what's being spoken about. It's a bit of a courtesy, and also because it'd be real easy to inadvertently disrupt what's being spoken about at any given time.
Yeah. Also,
Fucking hell, we got the
yeah,
Wikipedia article about it, man.
exactly.
Well
Yeah,
done,
but
Albion.
yeah, but I
One thing,
mean, what? How
they
come?
may be watching Pornhub right now, and they don't want.
All right, so there you go. There you go.
Well, we know
Okay.
what Hellboy's doing.
I was gonna
So
say. I
yeah,
was gonna
Davey,
say.
it's a live show, bro. So
You know
you
what I
wanna.
mean?
I'm not
Like what?
muted, bro.
Everyone's muted, but no one's talking. You know what I mean? Like we're the only ones fucking talking. So
Yeah,
you
Yeah,
know,
it's just good etiquette, you know.
maybe people are
Mute yourself
shy.
if you're not
Who
talking.
knows?
That way, it's also easier to figure out who you're talking to if you're not familiar with the voice.
Yeah, but you
You
think
just
people
have to
though?
see who's unmuted, you know.
Yeah, but you think people are shy though? They just
no,
don't want to
it's not. It's
talk.
not about being shy, bro. It's about just not wanting to fucking talk at this moment in time.
Yeah, but why not?
Because sometimes you don't fucking want to talk. What's wrong with
Yeah,
that?
like the little fella said. Sometimes we just don't want to talk, man. Sometimes we're busy in the background doing other shit. But we're
Okay.
here. Hey, Branch, how's it going?
What's up, bro?
See you, old dude.
Yeah, but
Hey, pal,
they're all
how's it going?
listening. They're all listening though, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, what? No, I'm just kidding.
I mean, honestly, dude, like I only normally like to talk when there's a hot girl in the room, but you know, today there is no hot girls. I don't think it's gonna be a hot girl. So you know.
Oh, I see. I see.
So
Is that
I
like personal
kind of.
attack or something?
Oh, there we go. Creation Bear, what's up?
What about hot guys? Davey, why is the sink running?
Creation, you still speaking to Phil?
Let me go check on him. I haven't been.
So, what are some thoughts on Operation Fishbowl? And for those that might not be up to speed on what that is, I'll just give a brief synopsis or summary of it. It was an experiment where they launched a nuclear missile up as high as they could and detonated it.
Correct.
Obviously, they were just trying to open a hole in the Van Allen radiation belts for the coming
They're
Apollo
trying to
missions.
get
That's
through
what it
the
was
dome.
about.
That's it. They're trying to get through the dome, the firmament.
I'm trying to think of the Glober's explanation.
If it actually is a dome, how the fuck would you get through it?
You can't get through it.
Right? What the fuck you guys talking about? Valent belts and shit. For
No,
That's the official story. But did the missile launch and detonation actually happen, or is that a fabrication as well?
Fabrication.
Hmm.
Fabrication. It's all nonsense. See the snowman right there with the snow globe? That's what we live in. That's what we live in. Okay? Right there. Alright? But, and the sun and the moon, they revolve underneath the dome. Okay? And the moon, there you go. See, and the moon represents, how do you think they invented time? Okay, from the sun and the moon. The moon represents the long hand, and the sun. The sun represents a long hand. The moon represents a short hand. Okay, that's how they did it in biblical times.
Download the Zodiac and Flat Earth Clock app today.
So, but yeah, there's the flat Earth right there, right there. Same
Oh, hey,
viewpoint
Davey,
model.
By the way, Davey, it might be dangerous to come out as a flat earther now because in the past month, count it, 3 flat earthers have dropped dead.
Well, look at what Box Up just did. He told us how we invented time. That's a plus.
Yeah, but why would Oh wait, we're not allowed to.
How what?
Like how we invented time and shit. He's talking about based on that GIF he just posted. That's how we invented time.
The GIF. How do you post a GIF?
I don't know. He posted some shit, man. And
Where are you looking,
and
man?
it does prove time, right?
Last thing Box Ops posted was just
Yeah.
the AE projection.
Yeah, the sun represents a long hand.
Yeah, Box Up. Explain to them, bro. Like, how does this represent time?
I can
There's
show
this
you one
one.
for time zones, right? Well, someone already posted one. There's some other ones. There's a channel called Time Zones if you're interested.
Yeah, see the time zone on the
And to all
traditional
you,
map that we were taught to learn. The time zones on the traditional
Did we
maps
just
that we
change time shit
that we are
yesterday? Like,
raised to know
we changed it yesterday.
don't make sense, but they make sense on the AE projection time zones.
the sun tells the time, the moon tells the day. So
True that. My bad, bro. You're right. My bad. Box Up. Box Up. That new picture actually explains that a lot better.
Yeah, Box Ops. No, he knows what's up. He knows what's up.
Hey,
Right,
Aldi,
so-
What's up?
No, Box Ops, you were going to say something?
Yeah, so time is just recording the passing of events based on the luminaries in the sky, right? It's conceptual. The globe model will have you believe that time is a fourth dimension, part of space time that is physically bending, warping, and spiraling, causing gravity, right? So it's just batshit crazy.
It is batshit crazy, bro. Like I personally think that there's a couple of ways to think about time. Like, we see it as linear time, but I think time doesn't always work in a linear method. And the same way that we don't see dimensions as linear, time isn't linear. Time essentially is a construct, and every moment of time can be looked as a line and be therefore experienced at the same moment. Sounds weird as fuck, right? An experience of this is like, when you wake up and when you remember a memory, right? You don't remember the memory linearly. You remember the entire memory as one, right? The entire memory, you remember it. Then you break it and step through it. Have you guys ever wondered what time would be like? Have you guys ever wondered, right, what time would be like if we could experience all of time in an instant?
Well, I think time is an illusion. I think we only live in the now.
Yeah, that's what I would say.
There's no past.
Yeah.
There's no future. Tomorrow.
Yeah, the past. Yeah, the past
To
is the
experience
past.
all of time
Yeah.
in one moment is to imply that the future exists now, and the past
It
exists
actually
now.
means we don't have free will.
Future and past are just concepts, man.
And
What exists exists.
it actually negates free will, if that's possible.
Yeah.
Time is a mind bender, I'll tell you that. It's the only thing it bends.
Smoke Swan amongst gravity.
I always thought that the true definition of time was the sequence of events.
Well, we experience time linearly. That's the only way to experience time.
Oh, I can't put. Oh shit.
Like, do you think God experiences time the same way we do?
Listen,
I have no
God.
idea.
I got a question for you. Don't take offense to this, but do you know what the swastika represents?
Yeah, it actually came from India, right?
No. I mean, like astrophysically,
It actually
The big bear
represents
in the sky, Ursa
peace
Major.
and love is what the swastika represents.
it's the Big Dipper in the sky with the seasons, the 4 seasons.
No, that's not at all, bro. The swastika is
If you don't have it, if you draw a straight line through like all of them to make like
we
a
got an
cross.
argument.
Yeah, check it out. That's like
we
the origin.
got a debate.
Because with that comes life.
When debate is.
With the seasons comes life, right? Comes when the spring comes, it's life.
Yeah, I get it, man. It's cool. I actually find it weird as fuck how the swastika can have so much connotations on people.
It only has 2 connotations. Its actual connotation and the false one imposed by our fake history.
Yo, is it okay to talk about 9/11?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, no, because people say I can't talk about the vaccine, but I could talk about 9/11. Really?
Bro, if you've been on, YouTube and not under a rock lately, you should understand that's a spicy topic. We don't want to get anything shut down. So,
All right, so I won't talk about it then. All right.
well, talk about you don't want to talk about the V and the Jews. So,
Yeah, but you was about 9/11, not even in fucking close. So go ahead and talk.
yeah, what do you want to talk about 9/11, bro?
Nah, I might get kicked off from you. Forget about it.
Dude, you're totally fine to speak about 9/11. It's not a problem talking.
All right. Okay. 9/11 was it was a fucking hoax. It was a hoax. Okay. People were told not to come into work that day. Okay. And the fucking government, Saudi Arabia, Israel, okay, they all fucking, make a long story short, they fucking demolished the tower, okay, because what's his face made a whole bunch of money off of it, had an insurance policy on it. Now, it was just a reason for us to invade the Middle East, destroy Afghanistan, take over the poppy fields, fucking bring heroin into this country.
Was it Afghanistan?
Have Bush sign the Patriot Act so he could spy on every American illegally. Okay, that's what 9/11 was. It was a hoax.
I thought the first thing that Americans did was fuck up Iran.
Hold on. One more thing.
What the
One
fuck
thing
are
and
you
then I'm
talking
done.
about, hell?
I'm not saying nobody died. Maybe firemen died, and they running in to save. Maybe people died, but people were told not to come into work that day. That is a fact. Okay.
Davey,
So that whole bullshit
on 9/11. On 9/11, we dress up. It's like our Halloween. We dress up and we change our avatars and our names to political figures around 9/11, like terrorists and all that other shit. We're gonna make fun of the event. It's like a big awakening event, like a holiday.
Okay, well, I don't know that. I had no idea.
That's in here.
Wait, Davey, where you from, Davey?
New Mexico. Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Oh, that's probably why you don't know about these joyous events he's talking about.
Yeah. Well, that's what I think. I think 9/11 was a hoax. I don't think anybody died. And remember that picture they got on the magazine, on the cover of the magazine, a guy upside down falling. Now, how do you take a perfect picture of a
Yeah,
guy
bro. I mean,
falling
I
from a
get that
building?
shit. I get where you're coming from, right? But
What was the guy floating
I
in the
also
air? They're
feel,
taking a
I also
picture?
feel for the woman who, maybe the husband went out and lost his life, because of that shit, and she is now a widow. You gotta feel bad for those people too, right?
Oh, the firemen. I'm not talking about them. They're heroes. I'm talking about like the people who are, you know what I'm talking about.
There's no planes on 9/11.
No, not at all.
Correct. No, real quick. We were joined by Hoop. Hoop, if you're listening, if you need a speaking role, then you should jump on voice VC check-in 1, and we can check you in, or a moderator can test you're out here.
Yeah, we got a guy Zaylor in there right now. If you wanna come hop in with me, creation.
Yep, I'll go up.
But yeah, and one despicable thing. People think Giuliani is a hero. Listen, I met Giuliani. He's a piece of shit. Okay, he had the dead body.
Yeah, he's a Trump supporter.
Huh?
Giuliani, the Trump supporter.
I don't even want to talk about it.
Did you guys see fucking who was it? Fucking Ali G, how he fucked him up?
See that? That's all CGI. See the plane?
Wait, what?
That's CGI right there.
Like
Okay.
Ali G did his little thing where he basically like got this chick to make Giuliani almost want to fuck a prostitute on camera on TV. You never saw that fucking Ali G shit?
Ali G show? I remember.
Yeah, with Giuliani.
Yeah, that Ollie G guy, he's a psychological operator.
Well, he actually went to fucking Harvard. He's a very smart motherfucker, right? But
isn't that the guy that played Borat?
Yeah, same guy. I don't trust anything that guy does.
Sasha
right, but
Bora.
he actually
Bora
got
Cohen?
he actually got a girl to get in
Mossad.
Giuliani's room, and
Yeah, big
the
time.
motherfucker started rubbing his dick and shit, trying to want to fuck her, thinking she's a prostitute.
Yeah. Funny thing is
No fucking
Mossad
way,
is
bro.
what the colloquial name is.
About.
But the real name for Mossad is ISIS, Israeli State Intelligence Service.
Mm-hmm.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is that the biggest enemy we have today?
No.
No.
What's the biggest enemy we have?
That's our biggest ally.
Well, that's a good question. The biggest enemy. Well, it depends where you're coming from.
Washington, D.C.
I say our biggest enemy is our biggest ally, the East India Trading Company.
No, but whoever said Washington, D.C. is right. That's our biggest enemy.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
Whoever is trying to block you from exercising your God-given rights is your biggest enemy.
American.
Because they're the ones that run NASA and all these other fucking phony.
All right. Okay. Let me ask
All
you.
those
Let me
senators
ask you a
that-
question. Right? If you was to run NASA, yeah, would you give up authority on NASA every 4 years, or would you be like, fuck the president? This shit is our shit. Or would you actually be like, you know what, the president, every 4 years we're gonna let this cunt know about shit? You don't think there's fucking shit above the president?
Of course there is.
Yeah.
Like, how stupid would we be as a fucking nation if we fucking were to say that every secret that we hold dear close to us has to be told to our fucking president, and we trust him for 4 years?
Exactly.
I don't think the American
Presidents
people
don't know all the
voted
secrets.
for that pedo. Sorry.
And that's the problem. And you bring up a good point, because what the president says goes on Fox and CNN, and what goes on Fox and CNN goes right straight to the fucking sheep, and everyone believes it. And that's a problem.
Oh yeah. You know, I would say this, bro. Like, the whole
Cause and
fucking,
effect.
the whole, disease shit that went down, right? It went down this way because, essentially, the public lost faith in our president when he told us about it. He wasn't. He didn't say in a way that he believed it, and therefore the entire fucking nation of America went into this fucking fiasco where they don't want to believe in this.
Dude, it was worldwide, man. I hate this fucking notion that America fucking,
No, it wasn't worldwide. If you look at places like
the 2020 thing wasn't worldwide.
yeah, I'm saying that there are countries that dealt with it fucking.
Yeah, there's other countries that did a lot less, and there's other countries that did a lot more. Take a look at Australia, for example. Fucking shit show over there.
I'm just saying that, like here,
But it's nothing
I
to
think
do with how
the reason
Trump
why
or
people here.
Biden dealt with the situation. That's for America. You know,
I'm just
that's
trying to say, bro. I
influenced
think
America, man.
what I was trying to say was that the reason why people here didn't fucking have faith in the path we're taking is because our president had faith in it, and he didn't portray a message that made us feel very comfortable.
The reason the 2020 situation happened is because the average person is dumber than fucking bricks.
Facts.
And they trust fucking pathological and consistent liars through all of time in history. So, and ask no real questions and pursue no real answers. That's why it happened. It's nothing to do with fucking presidents.
Yep. Let's get into the point. Let's get into the point where human beings are turning into robots. You know what I mean? That's how brainwashed they are. It's insane.
I take that back. It's not that the average person is dumb as fuck. It's the average person's just really weak-minded. They don't have the mental backbone to pursue.
Well, weak-minded, dumb,
scary
whatever,
answers, basically. You know.
Whatever synonym you want to use for it. You know, whatever you want to use. But they're just...
no. I mean, I want to be, have a positive outlook somewhere about it. You know. Else we are just screwed. You know.
I mean, we gotta kind of go there one day, though, right? Like, with technology and shit, the average person is gonna need to be very obedient in the future. Because if we keep, advancing technology the way we do, there won't be a lot of jobs left for us, right?
Nope. Transhumanism. What they want. They want to put chips in people. How do you know there's not a chip in... Never mind, I can't talk about the juice. Never mind.
I mean, it doesn't matter though, bro. Like, if you had a chip in your arm, how's that gonna affect your life?
Because that's how they could control you. What do you mean?
It doesn't matter. You can already be controlled. Like, do you really think a chip in your arm is what's needed for someone to fucking control you?
I don't know why people go on about chips and all this shit
Exactly.
when
You're
you're carrying a smartphone around 24/7.
Dude, it's in the Bible,
Smartphone
bro.
was the new world order.
Exactly. It's like, I mean, even without a smartphone, you don't think that fucking they can monitor your actions on a day-to-day basis and know what the fuck you've been doing.
Okay, so get rid of a smartphone. There you go.
That's why I said, even outside of the smartphone, like, if you look at fucking, like, court cases and shit, outside of the smartphone, they can still fucking figure out that this motherfucker went from here to here and here and must have killed this bitch.
No, but putting a chip in you is a whole another level of controlling you. Okay? It's a whole different... That's when they control, your money, everything. They could,
Well, if you're talking about chips, I just got a bag of the Tostitos Hint of Lime.
Oh shit! Are they good?
Oh, they're amazing.
Dude, you know what? You know what I got, right? I got fucking 7-Eleven, fucking what was it? Ghost pepper peanuts. I thought that won't even fucking be hot. That shit, you Put 3 of those in your fucking mouth.
What kind of peanuts were they?
Ghost pepper.
Ghost pepper. Oh yeah, that'll do it. Yep, no doubt. That's too much hot for me. I don't want to be tossing and turning and rolling over, writhing in pain when I'm trying to go to sleep at night. That'll do it to you if you don't have the tolerance for it.
Yeah, Davey, certainly if they do manage to get chips actually physically into people, it'll simplify the process for them a lot to control everyone. But
I would not allow them to put
all that stuff. What are you saying, Aldine?
I was just going to say I would not allow them to put something like that into my body.
Yeah,
No, me neither. Absolutely not. I was just trying to say that all that stuff is already in play. You know, shutting people out the system. You know, freezing their bank accounts. All this. You know, censoring
it is
them off
happening.
platforms. It's already in play. You know, it can already be
Yo,
done.
It's true.
The thing is, it only really happens to people people that get into the public eye in some kind of manner. Right
We
now,
got
Make an example of them.
we got 4 Globers who joined. Who's willing to do the 3 points? So
I'll do the 3 points, bro. What's up?
hold on. Well, I don't know you, so
You probably don't want to fuck with Hellboy, bro.
who was I talking to first?
We got
Let's
Hoop.
go with you. Hoop? Yeah. Can you unmute Hoop?
Yeah. How are you?
All right, so what we're gonna do, we're asking you 3 points.
Mhm.
Yo, Hellboy, you're got background noise. All right, so first question is, who has directly measured the Earth to be curving, and how did they do it?
I don't know.
All right, so that's perfectly fine. You could just say, I don't know. So at this point, it's just a belief that someone has measured the Earth to be curving. So the second question is, who has directly measured the Earth to be rotating on its axis at 15 degrees per hour, and how did they do it?
Yeah, I also don't know the answer to that.
All right, so right now it's just a belief that the Earth is curving and spinning. So the third question is, how do you have measurable gas pressure without the necessary antecedent of a container to press upon?
Yeah, I don't know.
Right, so that's regarding the outer space, right? So the globe claims outer space, a vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr adjacent to our pressurized system. That's antithetical to natural laws and gas laws because gas pressure requires containment, right? You're breathing gas pressure. Cool. So we established that if you believe that the Earth is a curving, spinning ball in a vacuum, that's only a belief that you haven't verified.
Okay.
Cool. Saren, do you have any other? You have a different answer to any 3 of those that what he said?
No, I have a question though.
Right. Well, you don't. So you would also agree that you just have a belief that the Earth is a spinning ball in a vacuum, that you haven't verified it, as you can't provide either direct measurements of the surface to be curving or spinning, or to have gas pressure.
Yeah, I have not measured any of that, unfortunately.
Right. About lane don't play, do you have any different answers to either of the 3 points?
No, sir.
Right. Who was the last guy? Zaylor?
me. Yeah, that's me.
Do you have any different answers besides I don't know?
I think I do, like a little bit. There, that might sound a little dumb for him, but if you'd like ask the questions again, I'd like to respond.
Sure. So the first question is, who has directly measured the Earth to be curving to derive your claimed radius, and how did they do it?
Okay, I would say no one like directly did, but like when you're saying that shit, would you mean almost like I almost like if someone went into space and they looked at it and like the curvature, I feel like that's almost what I think when I hear that question.
So you would first have to
Almost
have that radius. Check it out. You would have to first have the radius value to have escape velocity, orbital mechanics to even go to outer space. And then the third point is about having gas pressure, needing containment. So not only you don't have the radius value required to go to space, you also don't have the vacuum of outer space even being possible, antithetical to the natural laws and gas laws, because we have gas pressure that requires containment.
But wouldn't the atmosphere technically be said containment?
So, okay, atmosphere. Well, first, that's an
So see, like that's why
oxymoron.
I
Check it
said I
out.
don't know. I might sound stupid because
Oh,
I don't
it's good, bro. I
but that's
appreciate it.
what I would say. Like that would be my answer.
Right. So the atmosphere, that would be gas, right? So you're breathing gas. So gas being a container for gas, that would be called no container. Right. So whenever you say
Wait,
atmosphere,
hold on. You're saying that like gas is all around us, right?
right, you're breathing gas pressure that requires containment, right? So the definition of gas pressure is the force it particles collide with the walls of its container.
Got it.
Hold on.
According to Byju's, the force which the substance exerts on another substance per unit area is known as pressure. The pressure of the gas is the force that the gas exerts on the container boundaries.
Yeah. So I just Googled it. So obviously I'm not like some fucking smart guy saying this out of my ass, but it says atmospheric pressure is caused by gravitational attraction of the planet on the atmospheric gases.
Okay, so you're invoking gravity being a container for gases. There's
Yes,
multiple
100%.
Right, there's multiple problems with that. You're going to need the radius value for gravity. Not only that, it's never been demonstrated that gravity can cause gas pressure, right? So it's only a belief. So check it out. Or Baguette, you want to take over for a minute? Because I've been talking this whole time.
Yeah, I can. Thank you.
I seen you unmuted, so go ahead, bro.
Yeah. So, where were we?
They're
Gravity
invoking
container for gas.
Gravity is the container. Okay. Yeah. How can gravity contain helium gas, for example? Because helium gas doesn't behave like
What
all
percentage?
other
What
gases.
percentage of atmosphere is helium?
Sorry?
What percentage of the atmosphere is helium?
Well, helium is something that continuously rises from the ground, so the percentage varies from day to day.
I looked it up and it says it's 5 parts per million percent. Or not percent, but
Okay,
0.0005%.
It's very tiny. A little bit.
Anyways,
one gas is
anyways,
like
I think you got my answer.
Quantity is irrelevant, but yeah, you have to demonstrate how gravity
Do you understand
contains
what
the
my
atmosphere.
answer is, though?
Right. I mean, the way we get helium is like, when we try to get natural gas, helium is a byproduct. The interesting by helium is, it's a very stable atom. It's very hard to make helium react with anything, and therefore it's impossible to create helium through chemical reactions because it just doesn't react with shit.
Okay, so helium, a gas, which still requires containment. So we're trying to
It's a noble gas, right? Basically, noble gases have their electron shells filled, therefore they don't want to react with shit.
That's not quite what we're talking about, Hellboy.
I thought we were talking about gravity.
Yeah.
Let's get off the subject of helium for now.
Right, so we're talking to Zaylor right now, so let's stick to Zaylor because he invoked gravity causing measurable gas pressure without the necessary antecedent of a container. So do you have a demonstration of that happening?
So of gravity working? Is that what you're asking me? Do I have a demonstration of
Yeah.
gravity working?
to cause measurable gas pressure without containment.
I mean, I wish I could like take a giant bubble almost and put it on Earth, and then like measure the pressure in it, and then put the same bubble with the same amount of fucking whatever inside the bubble and put it on like something with way larger mass and measure that to see if there was more pressure, because then that would tell me that if there's more pressure on something with more mass than something with less mass, it still contain pressure.
What
How
do
would you
we
do that?
Where
Right?
do we find this larger mass? Yeah.
Larger
Where
planet.
do we get access? Yeah, how
Well,
can
that's
we
like
get
I
access
was
to
taught
them?
in school, like if you
Yeah.
like you could stand on Earth, right? But if you like tried to stand on Jupiter, you would just be crushed from the pressure.
Well, that's
So like
a fairy
that's
tale.
what I'm
I
saying.
mean,
I
it's
have
a
a
nice
high
story.
school education, guys.
It's a nice story, but nobody demonstrated that, correct?
Well, okay.
Don't they say?
If you're
Don't they
asking me
say
who demonstrated, you have
Jupiter's
to
a
tell
gas
me who
giant?
disproved it. Like,
Don't they say Jupiter's a gas giant made entirely of gas?
if it was a solid and it was that big, the mass would still be enough, I feel like, to crush you. There'd be too
Well,
much.
they call it a gas
There's no gravity.
giant, actually.
For real, Lane.
We actually don't know what the fuck is in the center of Jupiter.
Check it out, Zaylor. So, do you know which gravity we're invoking?
Like
What?
the interesting
I
shit.
couldn't hear you. I gotta turn
The
Hellboy
interesting
down.
shit
His
is
mic
like
is just static.
There's more types of gravity, not just one. And yeah, it's hard to.
I have no idea types of gravities. I don't
Yeah.
know.
I mean, there is mass attracting mass, Newtonian,
Gravity of this situation.
which has been debunked and superseded 100 years ago, more than 100 years, by
Wait.
Einstein.
Can you
saying,
go back a couple seconds of what got debunked?
Yeah, Newtonian gravity and laws of motion have been debunked and superseded by Einstein more than 100 years ago with relative gravity, relativistic, which is the bending of space-time. So it is not a force like in Newtonian. In Newtonian physics, gravity is a force, a unidirectional force.
What does that have to do with Jupiter, though?
Hold on, I can't hear you. I gotta mute Hellboy.
Well, it does have, because, he said gravity holds the atmosphere, but to hold it, then you need to show me the center of mass of the air.
Got it. I see what you're saying.
The Earth.
You know what's actually super interesting?
Center. What do you
say
mean the
that,
center of mass?
So the center of mass of the air that you breathe is the middle of the earth?
No, I didn't know what I don't think I understood your question.
Yeah.
I thought you were
The
saying like
center of mass.
the center of mass in the atmosphere. I mean, the center of total like Earth's mass would be the core of the Earth. That'd be the middle of it. So
Yeah, but see,
no.
there you
Earth
said
mass?
atmosphere. Hang on.
Yeah,
You said atmosphere.
Yeah.
Right. Atmosphere denotes, air being a shape, gas being a shape. Does gas have a shape?
Atmosphere, because it's wrapped around a sphere.
No.
It's pulled into a sphere.
Meaning spherical gas, meaning a sphere.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, I'm meaning spherical gas that is around the sphere Earth. That would make it a sphere.
Thing about Jupiter
that is what I'm saying.
Yes.
Hellboy, wait.
Here's the
Hellboy.
thing.
Yeah, no, well that's
Bro,
okay.
stop
So
interrupting,
no.
bro.
You have to go to my perspective of a sphere
It's a
Earth,
misnomer.
not a flat
It's
Earth.
a misnomer. You have to look to how words are created and how words got their start. A lot of them come from Latin words, which are like 3 letters put together. It's quite interesting, the study of language, right? But you say Newtonian gravity is what you say your definition of gravity is mass attracting mass, as opposed to the bending of space-time.
So, can I ask a question? Since you're asking like so many different questions from the 3 points, At what point did they decide to change the lessons? Like the lessons were taught in school.
At university level,
Making it seem like the
when
old
you go to
language
school,
to your
yeah,
truth.
I was answering you.
Okay.
When you first go to school, when you are
I'll
young
just be
and
done talking if
a
you're just gonna laugh.
child.
I feel like y'all are trolling.
Well, I was answering your question.
Yeah, Jeffy just
I
gonna answer.
mean, honestly, bro,
Yeah.
did you come here to get fucking physical answers and like straight fucking high level?
Yo, Hell.
Hey, Hellboy, just go.
mute
gotta
yourself.
stop interrupting, man.
When you go to school, you're young, a child, and they teach you first Newtonian gravity, which is blind belief. It's not actually physics, reality. Then you go to high school, you grow a little, you start developing a character and mind, shaping your personality and everything. And they know that you started to already know stuff, and they give you Einsteinian gravity, which is also a story, nice story, just like Newtonian. But it's harder to debunk Einstein.
No, I've never met him, so.
Yeah.
Basically, gravity is a function of time.
So there's actually zero scientific experimental evidence for gravity. So check it out. Einstein, he only assumed that the bending, warping, and spiraling of a conceptual fabric of space-time, right? He didn't do any scientific experiments. He made the assumption of space-time, and then he wrote math equations after that presupposition, right? So that by definition, that's pseudoscience. We don't follow the scientific method. Right. It's called the theory of general relativity.
Yeah.
When we say by definition, what are we talking about? Because that's just like
Pseudoscience, by definition, is we don't follow the scientific method. Look it up.
yeah, but you can get different answers from looking it up. That's
Well,
what I was
what happened was like Newton shit didn't work out for certain planets, and then that's why Einstein was like, you know what, maybe there's a better reasoning behind this shit, and that's why he came up with his crap, and it was better. But I mean, it doesn't mean that we would not have a better explanation later on. This is the best explanation we have of gravity today.
Yeah, but why would you invent a force which is not actually there?
What about specific gravity?
Okay, like you can ask these weird questions, right, to try to throw me off, and I would try to answer them. But I'm Hellboy, bro, so I probably won't answer them. I'll just look at you like you're a dumb fuck.
So what comes after the 3 points? Out of curiosity.
I know your voice. You're not Hellboy. I know you very well from before.
I'm fucking
You had.
Brian.
You know my
What
voice?
was your name?
Brian.
No, this Hellboy. Brad.
Oh, I muted him. Gosh.
I see. Yeah.
Bro, you know,
Brent, you're rumpusing the room right
Huey
now,
actually
bro.
just made the video, and he started me in his video.
Yo, Hellboy, we appreciate your enthusiasm, man, but you're only VC verified. Let the actual fly earthers in the channel take the conversation.
All right,
because we don't even know what your position is.
I'm a.
Did you just say you're in a video? Are you flexing that you're in a YouTube video right now?
I'm a Hellboy.
Yeah, you're.
Yeah, just mute yourself, bro, or you'll get server muted. So.
Jeez. That's funny. Okay. Anyways, guys, what were y'all saying again?
Right, so you don't have any evidence for gravity. There's no scientific experiment for it. You don't have a demonstration that it could cause measurable gas pressure without the necessary antecedent of a container. So it's only a belief that you hold. And whenever you say atmosphere is your container, that's an oxymoron because gases take the shape of their container. So you would require a sphere-shaped container. but the globe actually claims an open system adjacent to a vacuum of 10 to the negative 70, 10 to the negative 17 torr, sorry. So we wouldn't have any gas pressure to breathe as per the second law of thermodynamics, the law of entropy that has high pressure moving to low pressure, heat to cold, system seeking the equilibrium. So we would be dead.
Damn, I don't know how I survived them.
Do you know what like hydrophobic chemicals are?
Bro, why we gotta be dead, bro?
Is that no?
What about hydrophobic chemicals?
Well, I mean, like how you seen the shit where like they get sprayed with the stuff and then water doesn't stick to it. There's like a layer of air around it.
Okay.
So what is that gas's container? Is water a container?
Crickets.
What do you mean? You're spraying gas on a surface?
It's not a gas.
And then
It's not a
water
gas.
doesn't stick to it, doesn't wet it?
So there's like a thing where
not a
if you,
gas.
it's almost like
Scotchgard is not
it's
a
like a
gas.
water.
Yeah,
It's
those
like water.
chemicals, those hydrophobic chemicals, they are not gaseous.
Yeah, but when you put it underwater and there's a fucking a bubble
That's
around
not
it.
how it works. That's not how it works. You want to know how it works? It actually repels the water by the charge that it has.
Yeah.
So what is in between the water and
It's
the?
like it. Did you hear what I said? It's a repulsion between the molecules of the Scotchgard and the water itself.
Well,
That's what
maybe
causes it to be hydroscopic.
has
Even
anyone
Raingard.
disproven
Raingard is
a
another one of these
space
chemicals.
dispulsion? I don't know.
So is this the force that's holding your air
Yes.
that you breathe on Earth?
The Lord Christ
The
spared
hydrophobic,
chemical.
chemicals.
Are you
They
out
are
your fucking
holding.
mind, Zyler?
Okay, let's can we just go like this is. You guys know I feel like you guys just know that we're genuinely not going to understand what you're talking about. Like if you want people to understand you, you have to fucking explain it to them versus talking like
Oh, I'm
we
trying
have
to.
not.
You ever opened a can of
I can't
soda,
break
bro?
it down into like
It's very
Roblox.
basic.
Yes, I've opened a can of soda.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
well,
you've
how
seen the
about this?
pressure equalized when you open it. That's the exact
Video
principle
games
we're
today.
referring to. There is no container around your spherical Earth. Therefore, there should be no gas pressure. It's a natural law. So don't be going off and you don't understand what we're trying to tell you. You just don't want to accept what we're pointing out to you because it destroys your paradigm.
No, I just don't. I respectfully, I'm saying I don't understand your explanation as to why gravity doesn't hold the air. I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong. I don't
Because
understand
gas
the
is spread out omnidirectionally.
Right, so the very behavior of
demonstratable.
gases is antithetical to any claim of gravity because they are omnidirectional, right? So there's no down bias for these gases. So if you open up, like what he was saying, open up a can of soda, so the high pressure inside that can, when you open it, you hear that shh. That's the immediate equalization of the high pressure inside that can, keeping it fresh, equalizing with the lower pressure outside that can. So that's what would happen to the spinning globe in a vacuum with our gas pressure adjacent to the vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr. Right, and plus there's no experiments for gravity, so it's just a belief that you hold.
There's no experiments for gravity?
Right, so the bending, warping, and spiraling of space-time, it's a conceptual fabric.
Do you have evidence for that it's a conceptual fabric?
Do you have evidence proving it's real?
Well, I haven't been asking that question when I've been asked if I have evidence.
Yeah, well, the burden of proof is on you, so don't come back on us. Asking for evidence when we disregard, you've provided something with no evidence. We can disregard it with no evidence.
Guys, relax. It's okay.
Zaylor, we don't need you to moderate the room, so just chill out.
I feel like there was like 4 people talking. I got scared.
You've been here before, Zyler?
If we're just having a civil conversation, I would like to know, like, also evidence from your side too. And if you guys don't want to provide that, then I guess.
Well, it's already the self-evident logical axiom: all you experience is flat and motionless.
Well, I can say that mine are self-evident.
Okay, so when have you experienced? Go ahead, Roger.
Yeah, so when did you ever experience the Earth as a ball, Saren?
When I went to space.
Okay, so
Oh no.
Saren can't have a civil discussion,
I
right?
left that.
Zyler, have you been here before?
Have I been here before? No. You guys
I don't.
just.
No?
I don't think Saren's lying. I think he's actually been to space.
Oh, I get it.
Okay, so Hoop's also trolling.
Yeah, Hoop is trolling, yeah.
I'm-
So
I'm
you
serious.
sure, Zyler? Because you sound familiar.
Yeah, I genuinely haven't been here before. 100%. Swear I'm gonna
Okay.
go for the city map.
Okay, cool. Okay, cool. So let me ask you.
Welcome to the
this.
Thunderdome.
I play in the
let me
Tarkon.
ask
I play in the Tarkon.
Zyler, let me ask this, right? So, when have you ever experienced the Earth as a ball?
I don't know. I feel like I've
Right.
watched videos of the Red Bull guy where he took a hot air.
So first-hand experience he's asking for.
Okay.
One second, Zyler.
Yeah, no,
so
that's
Then I
not
can ask
experience.
you the same question.
No.
Yeah,
We're tying you
every
down.
day of my life,
Yeah.
I experience the Earth as flat and non-rotating. Everybody ever alive, right, has only experienced the Earth as flat and non-rotating. That is how the Earth presents itself to us humans, right? The same goes for water. You look at water, it's in your glass, it's flat, the surface, right? When it's in your pool, when it's in when it's in a bathtub, in a pool, in a small lake, in a big lake, sea or ocean, to you, the water is always flat and level when it is in rest, right? This is how we observe the world, how we experience the world. So the base axiom, it's self-evident, right, that the Earth is flat and level. Now, when they come to you, right, and they tell you, well, it's actually a ball with the radius of 3959 and it's spinning at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, and it is hurling around the sun at 66,000 miles per hour, which you have never experienced, right? This is not what the Earth how the Earth presents itself to you, right? So this story they gave you is unverifiable, right? It is not something you can prove.
Okay.
Only on your screen, only on your screen, the Earth. 1 second. The only time the Earth presents itself as a ball is on your screen.
Okay, sure.
On your television.
That's
on the
just
movies.
simply not fucking true,
That's
though.
it.
Because
It is true.
No, because what if I was the guy in the fucking? No, let me
Zaylor,
talk.
when
You
asked
just
for
talked for
direct
so
evidence,
long.
you
I
said
want to
on a
talk.
video.
I want to talk.
Go ahead, Zyler. When
If
did you
if
ever
I
experience the Earth
had
as
the
a ball?
ability to get in a fucking hot air balloon and go high as fuck, and I seen a curve in the fucking distance, like the
It's
fucking
admitted to be
Yeah.
flat at that
Good
height
ifs, you know?
by your own
Good
side.
ifs.
Okay.
So,
It's admitted that.
Zyler, listen. So
Who
I have
admitted
here. 1
Neil
second.
Tyson, top globe astrophysicist, right, says it's flat from 63 miles high.
Neil Tyson.
So, right, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Zyler,
Right. Over people.
I just posted this for you, right? So this was the Felix Baumgartner jump, which you invoked, right? Neil deGrasse Tyson came out, right, and said that you wouldn't see curvature 2 millimeters of that baseball. They used the fisheye lens. When you actually go in and watch the footage, the horizon when he's at the bottom, right, when he's at the ground, you see a straight line out of the window. Now, when he's 128,000 feet up, that same horizon, when he opens the door, is at the same level straight.
Who said
then
that?
When
Did you prove
And
that
the
yourself?
dude who jumped out of a perfectly good balloon.
No, turn that video off. Did you do that?
What's his name? Felix.
I don't think you were there for that. I don't think that was
Zyla,
you.
listen.
It's not your first-hand evidence, so I'm not going to listen because you didn't listen to me, buddy. Nice try. That is a nice try.
Okay, you can spiral, bro.
Okay,
I'm not
so
spiraling. You're
you
trying to do
are.
this shit. No, I'm doing
No.
the same thing you did to me. So you're not going to do that to me.
Okay, so if a
You could have
top
listened to me
physicist,
respectfully, and then I would have listened to you.
if a top physicist tells you that you wouldn't see curvature at 128,000 feet up, and then he doubles down on this on the Jeff Bezos flight where it's 60 miles up, and he tells you again you wouldn't see curvature from that height.
Who said?
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
I didn't know that your name was Neil deGrasse Tyson, buddy.
2 millimeters above the surface of this globe.
Right,
No,
so you're arguing against
because you're saying-
geometry.
Jump.
You're saying Neil deGrasse Tyson has more credibility than a fucking video camera right now.
The video camera was used on the Felix Baumgartner jump was a fisheye lens. If you look at the rope that's on the right side of the footage, it is bent.
Where did you send it to me? Let's see it. You gotta go up to Livestream.
Now, you know, I don't. It's fine. He wants to. I don't have a problem if he does it, but the honesty of it would greatly diminish what I think people thought he was actually doing. And not only that, they made sure to photograph him standing there
Who sent it?
with a really wide-angle lens, which curves horizontal lines. So in the photo, you see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, "Wow, he's in space. Look at that." No, he's not. At that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth if you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You just don't. That stuff is flat.
That's a nice impersonation.
There you go.
Sorry? You think we made this shit up?
He just said it himself. Grass.
I'm just trying to
He just said it
process
himself.
the fucking memes that you guys are sending. Why are all of your fucking evidence pieces memes? I'm confused right now.
Okay, well, we asked you for first-hand evidence of a globe, and you said
I
if
asked you for evidence
you
and
were
you
in a
sent
hot air
memes.
balloon.
You sent
So,
memes.
not done talking. You're escaping to the future fallacy that
I wasn't
if you
done
do
talking.
something into the future, like go in a hot air balloon, then you would see the curve. But your own side admits that you cannot see the curve from that height, even way beyond that height. It's geometrically impossible, right? So that's math for you.
And just to the
By
guests
the
in the
way,
room, you guys
we
were
do have a lot of evidence in the server. If you scroll down the server, you will see a lot of information.
just want to say, like Zyler, Hoop, you guys were really cool, calm, and collected in the VC check-in. Why are you guys all so emotional here? We're just having a conversation about the Earth. Why are you guys getting triggered and getting emotional? You guys were nice and cool and calm and collected in the
Yeah,
VC
we
check-in. You guys
usually
were all
are.
really respectful. So what happened?
What?
Yeah, you
Because
guys were
I'm
nice
being
and
talked
respectful.
over.
Taylor, you
No,
guys were
listen.
you
Okay,
guys
let
were
me
doing
explain.
rules, and now you guys
Let
are
me
getting
explain.
triggered and emotional. So just
Because
calm
every time I
down.
want to fucking talk, you
Take a
keep
deep
doing
breath.
that. Okay.
I haven't said it. This is the first time I've said anything to you guys here in this VC. So just relax, dude. You guys get so emotional. Just chill out. I
So
mean,
you haven't.
one of
Can
them
I talk
already
now?
bit the
Do I
dust.
get my turn now, buddy?
One of your friends
Go
already
ahead.
bit the dust. So
Okay.
I'm not emotional.
When we were, yeah, first of all, he's like said nothing. First of all, we were fucking in the thing
just
or whatever,
calm down,
waiting
dude.
to come in here.
You're so triggered already. Just relax, dude.
Because you guys don't abide by your own fucking rules, and it's hilarious to me.
It's just weird because you guys were so respectful.
It's
in the
just
VC
weird
check-in,
because,
and you've got
yeah,
here, you're showing
exactly.
your ass off.
I thought I was coming to something interesting, and then you guys turned into fucking animals.
That's a nice projection because you guys are, not very
No, it's
respectful.
not, because someone said something other. Something said something other than I don't know, and you had to get fucking angry that I had to talk.
Okay, Zayla, let's
And
take it
I
back.
was
Then.
constantly talking
Let's just
over.
take it
I
all the
muted
way
my
back.
mic. All of my friends muted their mics. They were respectful. You guys talked over plenty of people. Like you guys, it's just a fucking mess here. Your guys'
you're
evidence is
Okay. Enough of the
I'm
concern
telling you, I
trolling.
was upset because
Yeah.
you said
Stop,
don't talk
Zyler.
over people.
Stop. This is
Zyler,
you are not the
slide.
moderator. Stop.
Exactly.
Obvious.
That's what I thought.
Let's
That's what I
go.
fucking
You're
thought.
stop, Zyler. Obvious. You wanted to say something?
I
That's
just
an
want to say,
A. That's
Zyler,
an
okay,
A, not
fine.
an I.
Let's
Learn
put your
your
feelings
fucking letters.
aside.
You can't even read the fucking
Are you
Earth.
just spiraling?
Taylor,
You just
calm
spiraling, bro?
down, dude.
Yeah, he's fucking spiraling.
He
What a
jumped.
loser, man.
Hoop. Let's go to Hoop. So Hoop,
Yeah.
have you ever experienced the Earth as a ball? Because Zyla had it was very difficult for him to answer this honestly, and I hope you can.
Spiraling around the fucking sun because that's how planets work. You fucking retards.
You're retarded, mate.
Jeez, this is what I mean. Like, just triggered and spiral. So Hoop,
What a
maybe you
mon.
could be a little bit more calm.
No, yeah,
collected.
I joined
See the
not really to
intelligence
argue. I
mentality of
joined
builders.
Hoop, we'll make it really easy for you. Do you have a direct measurement of Earth curvature?
No, I don't. I didn't really join to argue about it as much as like get your evidence on the Earth being flat
Sure.
and stuff.
Okay. Well, we can present it, right? So
Yeah, absolutely.
again, right? So when we say the base axiom is that Earth presents itself as flat, non-rotating, that is the starting point, right? Because this is how we experience the Earth. Then they came along and told us, well, it's actually a ball and it's spinning and hurling. But when we go out in nature and actually measure the surface of Earth, there is no curvature, right? So if the Earth was a ball with the radius of 3959, then it should curve away from you at any point at approximately 8 inches per mile squared. But when you go to a large body of water, like 10 miles, 15 miles, 20 miles, and you can see the other side with a binoculars or a high-powered zoom camera, then the Earth is not curving. Okay. We also have laser tests going from 10 miles, 15 miles, 21 miles. And we shoot the laser over the lake and it hits the other side. It hits the target. Right. And these are things you can do for yourself. And we constantly say, don't trust us, don't believe us, go do this yourself, right? We encourage people to go outside in nature and test the globe for themselves without any depending on your screen, right? Because again, and this is the last thing I'm going to say, the Earth is only a ball on your screen.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Right. So direct measurements via laser transits, right? So the globe model predicts a laser will deviate from the surface with distance. So that doesn't happen. So that's a problem. And your globe geometry that has a radius of 3959 delineates a geometric horizon distance at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. You can go test that. You don't have to believe anyone, right? So this isn't a subjective conversation. We encourage you to test the Earth's surface yourself, right? So there's an observation in the live stream voice text, 1.5 foot observation height, your geometric horizon distance, which would be the physical curve of the Earth starting to obstruct your view, leading edge of a sphere, right? That would be at 1.5 miles away. Instead, we're seeing over 30 miles. So over 2,000% farther the horizon being, because the water, just as it's experienced, is flat, seeking its level, right? Not curving at the rate of a radius.
Mm-hmm. What do you guys think of the Travis Scott concert?
Topic is
Try
flat
and
Earth.
focus.
Right.
Okay.
Right. So you ask for evidence and you don't have a rebuttal. So we gave you laser measurements. Right. We can give you the FE core measurements. I gave you the black swan. Right. Do you have any comments on either of that? Maybe your friend Silver has a comment. SILER. You got anything to say?
I don't know who that is.
He's
No, they're not
he's a butter.
related.
The other friend is
okay.
Lane. Don't play.
Oh yeah, Lane. Do you have any thoughts, Lane?
No, this is just interesting to hear. I'm just listening to this.
What happened to your buddy Zaylor? What's up with that?
Oh, I don't know. I think he got a bit upset.
He got a little flustered.
Does he normally
Yeah.
roll like that with you guys? Is he the one that usually gets emotional and spazzes out?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's pretty. He's a good arguer. I'd say that.
Doesn't seem like it. I mean,
beg to differ.
It doesn't seem like a good arguer if you get really emotional and then rage quit. That's not a very good, debate tactic, I'd say.
Yeah, I'd say you're right.
Can we change the topic here?
Right, so we can see the Chicago skyline from 50 to 60 miles away, clear across Lake Michigan. Right, there's time lapses of this where the entire Chicago skyline would be hidden behind curvature. Right, so you're missing 1,800 feet of curvature, but obviously the water, just as you experience it, is laying flat, not curving. Right? Have you ever experienced an expanse of water to curve?
No, I haven't. I have a question for you, actually. I mean, I don't really know how I'm supposed to answer your question, so I just kind of want to ask you some to get your opinion. So, so you don't think the Earth rotates, right? You think it just stays like
Do you feel
stagnant?
like you're moving?
Stationary.
No, yeah. So no, I'm not like, I don't know. I was just wondering. So if we don't rotate, then what is your explanation for the seasons and for the sun moving throughout the day?
So what you observe is the sun moving across the sky, not that you're rotating underneath 1,037 miles per hour. There's no experiments proving said rotation. So the globe model says that the sun is actually farther away in the summer, and in the wintertime, the sun is the closest in the dead of winter. Right. So that's the exact opposite of logic and what the flat earth claims. The flat earth claims that the sun is closer in the summer. The sun spends longer time in the sky, right? So you have longer days. And in the wintertime, you have shorter days. The sun spends less time in the sky. So in the wintertime, the sun's farther away.
Not
Right.
only
A
that,
small local sun.
can I
Go
interject
ahead.
a little?
Take
Yeah,
over, man.
thank you. The word orbit predates the space age era. And the meaning of this word was that traveling in a circle. That's what it meant.
Yeah.
The word orbit. It doesn't mean flying around a ball.
Mm-hmm.
Like in the heliocentric model. But it meant that something is moving in a circle from the center.
Mm-hmm.
And this is what actually the sun does. It is orbiting above the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
It has a circular path.
Yeah.
But in the summer, this orbit has a smaller radius, and in the winter, it has a bigger radius.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Okay.
so
Yeah, that
it
I
goes
understand.
above the equator and below equator
Yeah,
line.
I can understand your logic behind that then.
Yeah.
Another question: what introduced you guys to like becoming, like starting to believe in flat Earth? Like, were you introduced by your friends or like family, or
Well,
what's the deal
first
with
of
that?
all, it's not a belief because we don't believe, we know, right? So
Yeah.
it's already self-evident and there's no contrary evidence.
Yeah.
Well, I
So
mean,
if you,
Yeah.
if you,
I
one
mean,
second,
it
if
still
you,
is a belief. Like,
no, 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 no.
just
One,
as
one
the
second.
Earth being a globe is a belief.
One
It's
second.
not who.
One second.
Listen to
So
Roger.
let me add one thing, right? If I look at my table, I can believe it's 1 meters wide, right? I can believe that. But when I take up my tape measure, I know its dimensions. That's the great difference here. We try to leave believe at the door, and we want to know stuff, which we encourage you to do so, right?
Mm-hmm.
What can you know, and what do you have to believe? And again, it is only on your screen the Earth is a ball. So that is something you need to believe,
Mm-hmm.
not knowledge.
Yeah. Okay.
Somebody asked earlier that we are trying to kind of teach with the memes, and realizing that thing that all of us has been taught by memes which are in the textbooks. So there is not a single real picture of Earth in the textbooks in the schools. So basically we are all taught by memes. So there's nothing new to teach people to realize things with memes. So that works in both ways. So just a short comment, because somebody just made an comment that the teaching with memes is bad. No, I think it's good, because there's lots of information in one picture, and you get a couple of words there and you can wake people up. So that's my short comment here. Sorry.
Yeah, that was
Thank
well
you.
said.
Yeah.
Well said. The memes
But
are just short little snippets of information. You know, it's like you wouldn't drop an 8-year-old into a university course. You know, you have to build them up first. So the memes are just condensed, very simplified ways to give you a way to conceptualize what we're talking about.
Mhm.
But if you want to go into the details, the nitty gritty of any aspect of this debate, there is people in here that will go there with you. I can't myself personally, but there's people here that can and will if you desire to.
Yeah, I think I got some good information out of this for sure. So what do you think about Travis Scott?
Right, still not the topic, bro. We discussed this. 24/7 flat Earth is the topic.
I don't know who Travis Scott is, so I can't
Hey,
talk about it.
hey, Lane, do you have any questions, Lane?
Nah, man. I'm still just listening. This is great.
Any questions about what we previously said?
Nah, but I like your guys' analogies. I feel like you guys are good at explaining to people who have no idea what they're talking about.
Thank you. I'm glad
Yeah.
to see someone understands.
And I really like your accent.
Yeah, this is
Geppy.
what we do
It's really
here.
good.
Thank you. This is what we do here. We separate blind beliefs from knowledge. Knowledge is that is consistent with facts. It is something that you have measured. You placed your hand on. You touched it. You weigh it. You feel its weight in your hand. It's empirical. But blind beliefs, they are what the astrologers and astronomers and cosmologists, this is what they do. They look at the sky and then make wild fortune telling, palm reading, witchcraft, like those witches, they do palm reading, the gypsy woman, you know. Show me your hand and I can tell your future by reading the lines in your hand. And that's crazy, because this is what these cosmologists are doing to us.
Yeah, to be
When
honest,
we
like,
look at the night sky, we see tiny lights, twinkling stars. And we also have songs from early childhood, Twinkle, Twinkle Star, you know. And now that you're becoming an adult, you immediately drop that reality that you have learned in your early childhood from, yeah, they call it fairy tales, but in the fairy tales that you have listened your parents reading to you at nighttime in your childhood, you were actually presented with more truth than you were in school.
Yeah. To be honest, I think I believe that the Earth is flat now after hearing your guys' evidence.
Yeah,
The acting skills are so bad, man.
It's
The acting
nothing
skills
bad
are
to believe,
horrible.
but you know, we accept people beliefs. But yeah, hey, I can say I believe in God, and yeah, that's a righteous belief. Nobody has evidence for that, like empirical. Nobody can bring God in front of you and stuff like that. Okay, but when I say, hey, I have this $50 million mansion, and I'm going to sell it to you because life is so good to live in a $50 million mansion. But actually, what I'm selling to you is a swine shed. So I'm scamming you. And you buy it because you believe that's a $50 million mansion. And now you enjoy your life living in a swine shed, thinking that you live in a $50 million swine shed because you paid that money.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and you don't feel like questioning, hey, is this a real mansion or what is it? You know?
Yeah.
So Hoop, why don't you tell us what has convinced you to convert completely in the last 10 minutes?
What has convinced me?
Well, you
This is
believe in
your
the flat Earth
just
now.
just
this is your
that.
chance to be honest.
No, yeah.
And
So
we
like
can grill you
the
for
thing that
being a bad
really
actor.
what? The
Yeah,
thing that really
this is your
explained
chance
it
to
the
be honest
most
and say, look,
was
I
the ocean
don't really
thing.
believe it.
Was the ocean where
The
if you
ocean.
look out across the ocean, that it doesn't curve whatsoever, and
Yeah.
with a body of water that big, if the Earth actually was spherical, like there should be some sort of curve to it.
Have you seen
Well, you're right,
the?
but I don't know if you'd believe it, man.
I
From the way
didn't.
you sound.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm
You might need
serious.
to
let's
up
just
those acting skills if you
don't
want
go
that you're
there.
Now
But
you guys are just
I have
being
a
rude.
question. I have a
Wow.
question for you.
feeling.
Ignore everyone else.
Yeah, I'm listening to you.
Yeah. So, have you seen the picture, the world's record Guinness Book longest photography,
No.
longest distance? Yeah, it is an amazing picture. This guy photographed some mountains in France over a Gulf Sea or ocean, and he photographed them from 273 miles far away. And in the picture, you can see that the mountain is visible from the top to bottom all the way.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing is hidden from it except the hills in front of it, which, yeah, you can't really tell that there
Is
is
that
a
what I'm looking
hill,
at
but
in the chat right now? That picture?
I think so.
No.
Yeah,
That's Michigan.
that's the picture. Yeah. And
I posted it.
yeah, in all this image, you can see that the guy, when he took the picture, he was on the top of a mountain. But
Yeah.
you can see the sea that is flat. You don't
Yeah.
see it curve.
Yeah.
And for that kind of distance, there should be like, I don't know, 5, 6 miles curvature or even more. And that kind of bulge curvature, it was supposed to be obstructing those mountains to be visible. You should see only the top of the mountain, a little bit of the top.
Yeah.
But we see actually the next shoreline, and there are some white dots when you take the whole picture, and you can see some white small dots, and those are actually windmills on the shore. And so, how can we see them from that far away?
Yeah. I hate to cut this short, but it's really late and I have to get off. But I really appreciate you guys
Yeah.
educating me a little bit tonight.
Hey, we can
Hey,
talk
it
again
was good
whenever, man.
having you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do come back and yeah, try to accommodate with everyone, you know. Not all of us are the same. Some are a little bit more acid because honestly we are dealing with a lot of trolls, and
Yeah.
it's sometimes it's quite upsetting, you know. So yeah, be understanding. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, cool.
Well, you guys have a great night.
Good night, man.
You too. Have a good
Same
rest.
to you, Hoop.
Yep. Goodbye.
Yeah. See ya.
Is Ravenous snoring?
Yeah, can
Yeah.
Roger, can you mute Ravenous and message him? Tell him to unmute him in the morning. Who put him to sleep?
Ravenous.
That's amazing. That was him snoring.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I hear him. Yeah.
I
That's
fell asleep
incredible.
last night listening the chat too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was Helio and the other guys. Yeah.
So, Lane, did you come here to talk about Travis Scott too?
No, I think he was just messing around there.
I know, bro. I know.
No, I just think it's interesting. I just like hearing how other people think. Well, yeah.
What do you think Flat Earth looks like? Do you think it's like a disc or something?
We talked about
I
this
have no
before.
clue.
You know.
Like, I just want to know what
baby. I want to
when
hear
you
what you said.
guys, if you, okay, I don't want to say this without sounding dumb.
Okay.
Shoot the question, yeah. I know how it's first time.
Because I don't want to say from the outside, but like,
Just say how you're going to
what do
say
you
it,
think?
man. We'll correct you if we feel it's wrong.
Okay, yeah, I'll say it then. From the outside, what do you think the Earth looks like then?
Can I take this one, fellas?
Go for it, man.
Go ahead.
I'm like
We
genuinely curious here.
we sometimes joke about how people, Globers, have Muppet vision. So generally, you guys think of the Earth as if you're looking at it from an orthographic view, as if it's like a puppet on your hand. So your mind is already in space looking at it. So when someone comes along and says, "It's flat, bro," most people just squash the globe into a disc or something, still with this orthographic view, mind in space. But flat Earth isn't in space. We can debunk space, and it's not a disc. So that's just something you could start with.
Right. So check this out, man. So NASA supposedly finally and once and for all proved that Earth was a globe whenever they went to the moon in 1969 and turned around and took a picture of it. What happened after that? They said that they destroyed that technology to go back to the moon, and then they said they destroyed the telemetry data. So their only like final proof, they said they destroyed that technology for it and the data to show that they went, right? So that was both on video, NASA admitting both of those things.
Yup.
So not only that, on the NASA website, they say that they wrap flat maps onto a ball to match what the observer expects Earth to look like from space. So on NASA.gov, they admit to show you cartoons and not photographs from Earth. Right. So and they also say on video it is photoshopped, but it has to be. Right. So there isn't any photos from space, from Earth, of Earth.
So why do you think mainstream media is trying to push that narrative of a globe?
Well, why are they going to roll out Santa Claus
Is
again
the
this year?
religion that pays. If you are a member of a religious cult that which is paying you to spread their religion, to preach it, you are paid to do so. Then are you going to do it or not?
So it's all about all about money?
No.
Well, you can follow the money for that because a lot of money gets sunk into programs like NASA, which can easily be channeled off into other areas.
The same people that are feeding you this grandiose lie about where you exist, where your life is taking place, is the same people that print money and invent the monetary systems that we all use and abide by. So it's not about money. Money is an aspect, you know, but it's honestly it's negligible in the bigger picture of things. It's about control ultimately. spiritual
Yeah, that's
control.
true.
And control of your mind, essentially, and what you think is possible in this realm, which is the best word I have for this place. It's to put your mind in a prison, essentially. You're effectively asking the why the lie question, which my response to that is it's not something that we can answer for you. If you just pursue the information and pursue reality as it presents itself to you, as you're standing on a flat and stationary world. Once you realize that to be true, then you'll discover what was taken from you, and what you rediscover will be your answer as to what they stole from you and why they're telling the lie. So, yeah.
I gave you those citations from NASA.gov in the live stream voice text, and I'm gonna post the 2 videos I also mentioned. Everything that we're telling you can be verified whenever we say something. We can give you the citation or the observation or whatever we're talking about. So we're just not going to tell you stories. We all been down this journey, right? So we all used to believe that the Earth was a globe because we are all taught that in school, but none of us verified the Earth to be a globe because it's only falsifiable, right? So this video is saying that they destroyed the telemetry data, right? So you don't have a moon landing. You can't travel through a medium of outer space because that violates natural laws and gas laws. So that's why they had to fake it. Many
What they
Globers.
had,
Go ahead.
what they had in 1969, you can barely call it a computer, and they used that to navigate to the moon and back, and also to launch themselves from the moon.
Just doesn't sound possible.
Yeah.
Lane,
But
I posted an image there in live
actually,
stream. Hold on a sec.
when you think,
Sorry to interrupt
go
you,
ahead,
but just
go ahead.
sorry to interrupt. But Lane, I posted an image there, just a
Mhm.
brief overview of technological advancement. Does it make sense to you? Their claims that
Yeah,
they
I
cannot
gotcha.
go back to the moon because they've
Yeah,
destroyed
doesn't
that
make any
technology. And
sense.
no, it
Yeah.
doesn't. It's insanity to believe. Totally insanity.
Right. So
Anyway, that was all.
technology progresses, not regresses. People are live streaming on iPhone 12s and 4K, but we can't reproduce technology from the 60s when one iPhone has more processing power than an entire warehouse from the 60s. That doesn't make any sense, man.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
It really
Yeah,
doesn't.
you were saying something. I don't want to cut you out.
Yeah.
What were you going to say back there?
I was, in those times, in 1969, they had the studio effects capability to fake the moon landing. It was much easier to do so. And they NASA hired Stanley Kubrick. We have NASA's Apollo mission director together with Stanley Kubrick. We have picture of this being together. And also with the sci-fi writer Arthur C. Clarke, the inventor of the satellites. So, how real can the moon landing be when you hire a sci-fi writer, a movie director, and
Hollywood.
yeah.
Hollywood.
You mentioned
So the telemetry data and technology actually here in this case is documentation, bills. They bought all this studio setup. Yeah,
Directed for that?
they had to pay a guy with a truck to bring a couple of tons of sand and certain rocks, you know, to make all that studio setup. And at the end, this is what they call telemetry data and technology. So they had to destroy this, all those bills, everything. They archived them, and they destroyed it because it is incriminating evidence. And this is actually, when you study criminal behavior, is in every criminal's doing. The first thing he will do with the incriminating evidence is to destroy it. All the criminals will do this. They will destroy the evidence that incriminates them, that connects them to the crime.
Sounds about right.
I haven't seen anything that indicates the telemetry data is even in existence. And as I said, even if we had it, we don't have the machines to play it back.
So what does he mean by that?
Right. We've been able to track it down. I mean, we don't know where this telemetry data ended up, and we don't know what path it may have taken. So, unfortunately, I'm afraid I can't really give you much of a clue as to where this data ended up and whether it still exists or not.
NASA admitted that it had lost the original footage of man's first steps on the moon. The most.
How do you just lose some huge
Yeah,
thing
how do
like
you
that?
lose that shit?
Yeah,
Hold on. You lose that.
Keep in mind, like,
landing on the
we're
moon
talking about
the
man's
loss.
greatest achievement ever.
Yeah.
So.
And who was holding the
I
camera when the
tell
guy
you-
took the first step?
Yeah, that's
I
right.
tell you why
Exactly.
they
Who's
lost
holding
it.
the camera? Hollywood producer. That's who's holding
You
the
see,
camera.
if you still had that original video from NASA, with today's technology, Adobe Artificial Intelligence software can identify the video cuts and special effects used to manipulate that video or a picture. It can show you all those anomalies. So yeah, they knew it's time to destroy the original, keep some silly copies which you cannot tell anymore, you know, because it's lost.
Dude, why do you think they make all these
And
movies?
they also beautified. Now they beautified the moon landing. You know, they artificially edited the colors and de-blur the image and stuff like that. And when you look now at those videos, it looks like they have been filmed with 8K cameras. You know,
That just wasn't possible back then.
So
well,
Lane, do you believe in the moon
yeah.
landings or not?
Wait, what'd you say?
Do you believe in the moon landings? Where do you stand on them?
I'd say I'm somewhere in the middle.
Come on, bro.
What's in the middle? They
know
went
the
halfway
truth.
there and turned around.
It's you guys. It makes so much sense from you guys, but like,
And who are the other guys that make so much sense as well?
Yeah,
NASA
I guess I would
and
stand on your
fucking
side
Don
then.
Pettit and Neil deGrasse Tyson. These clowns.
All right, this is what I'm gonna say. Why do you think they make all these movies like Armageddon, Star Wars, whatever, Star Trek, whatever movie it be? It's all programming to mind. It's all to program you to think we landed on a
Space
freaking
is
moon.
real. Or
It's all yes. It's all
anything.
programming.
Oh,
It's all
Well,
bullshit
they
fiction.
did, what's it called? American Moon or something like that. They did a big
Yeah,
Hollywood
Glober's
movie in
already debunked the
2018.
moon landing.
Yeah.
I posted it.
So just to clarify, American Moon is a documentary made by Globe Earthers, But it's a
Oh
3
no,
hour long.
sorry, Roger, I got totally
Oh.
mixed up. No, it's a Hollywood movie done in like 2018, 2019. It's the Apollo missions, basically. You know,
Yeah.
it's a total
Yeah.
cinematic, not a documentary. And I just got
Yeah.
I can't
Anyway,
remember what it's called.
so
First
the
Step or something like that.
The American Moon documentary is a good one to watch, right? It's made by Globe Earthers, and it's a 3 hour long documentary. It could be, some people say, well, it's too long, but yeah, I would advise you to just watch it, right? They go through it all, pick it all apart. So,
Right. We'll give you some time to watch that later, but you want to move on to your next question?
Sure.
Do you have another question?
Oh, you're asking me if I have any questions?
Yeah.
No, let's go on.
Yeah, I think he's leaning towards us, to tell you the truth.
Can we address the on the fence with the moon landings? What is it you still think is real about
Well,
them?
obviously, it's been programmed in my
You're not
mind
sure
to think a
Yeah, I
certain
mean, it was
way.
programmed
That's
into all of our
obviously.
minds.
Yeah, it's right. It's been programmed.
That's not proof it happened.
But
That's
hearing
just
this obviously
the
has
programming was
me
effective.
on the fence.
Most famous achievement, accomplishment of mankind, of humans, the landing on the moon. NASA lost everything. They're claiming there's nothing in their archives, nothing in storage, nothing in a cardboard box someplace that has anything to do with the Apollo missions. It's all gone.
Like, how on earth can you let something like that happen without it being some sort of
intentional,
something fishy? Yeah.
Well, it was
Right.
never
Check it out, dude.
man's
They
greatest achievement
promised
in the
us
first
moon
place.
bases
So.
by 1978. What year is it now?
2021.
Buzz Aldrin. Yeah, there you go. And he even admitted it. Didn't he even admit that we never went there? Some little girl.
Yeah, so Buzz Aldrin twice, 2 different occasions on video. The first time he said we didn't go there and that's the way it was. And the second time he said that what you watched was an animation.
Wow.
There you go.
Has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
Wild.
Yeah, Lane, look in the live stream text. That looks
So,
like
I
a
mean-
piece
I
of
mean-
advanced technology to you. That
I mean,
rover.
what else do you need? It came straight from the horse's mouth. He said we didn't
Yeah.
go there. So what else do you need? He admitted it. I mean, isn't that like like what else do you need? You know, I don't know. Whatever.
And that's the way it happened.
Wow.
But yeah, man, he admitted it, dude. Straight from the horse's mouth. We never went there. We never went there.
down and we watched you guys land.
Oh, the little girl in the classroom. She said, "Yeah."
I got the clips if you want me to play it.
Go ahead.
Yes, please.
So
Because I couldn't find it, so play it.
Go ahead.
Time does. I remember my parents waking me up and we went down and we watched you guys land on the moon,
No, you didn't.
What?
Because there wasn't any television. There wasn't anybody taking a picture. You watched animation.
Oh. Oh my gosh.
Hey.
Has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, but I think I know. Because we didn't go there.
There you go.
Oh
Boom.
my gosh. How does anyone believe in that then?
There you go.
Because they don't think about it.
To be honest,
and they're not willing to address the implications of it as well.
What else do you need?
That's why it's nobody believes in the moon landings because of any real evidence shown to them. You know, they see in the footage, they listen to the experts and the scientists who they trust with everything. Yeah, and peer pressure. Everybody else believes it, so I'm gonna believe it. You know?
Dude, it's crazy. You know how many arguments I get into over this fucking bullshit, and people actually get mad at me. They really get pissed off. They start cursing at me, all because this is what I tell them. It's they're programmed. They're like robots. You know what I mean?
How can you blame
Here's
them, though,
here's a question for you, Lane. You
It's
see
crazy.
the lunar module there, the lunar lander?
Uh-huh.
I posted a picture there underneath the newspaper clipping. Would you let me put you inside that and submerge you maybe like 500 feet under the ocean?
No.
In that thing?
Absolutely not.
Why not, bro? That went to fucking outer space. That went to the
How
most
would that thing
extreme
ever survive?
vacuum ever known and ever will be, you know?
Piece of crap.
It looks like a metal. I don't even know. Like,
Yeah, we call it a tweaker shelter.
Yeah, like what the hell even is that thing? Like, it's a piece of junk.
it's crazy.
I've seen homeless people with more solid structures than that.
Yeah, like,
exactly.
It's
Yeah.
just, I mean, it's just ridiculous, man.
But you know, who was that? Go ahead.
Answer to the question why people get so mad when talking about these topics is that it's basically same thing, and somebody comes to you and saying that your mom is not really your mom, and your whole life you have believed that your mom is really your mom, the real mom,
Yep.
and the phenomenon happening, or the feelings or the emotions are pretty same when your worldview is kind of questioned, and somebody tells you that the whole of your worldview that you've been taught is lie, and that's why they get so angry.
Yeah,
And
that
also,
totally makes sense.
Because they're basically saying you're a
Perfect
fool. You've been fooled your
analogy.
entire life. You're a fool, and that's what they're saying. And you don't want to accept the fact that you've been fooled your entire life. You just don't.
Exactly. Yeah.
You
and
know what I mean?
I think the scariest implication for people when to realize things like this is it proves that big lies are possible. You can lie to the entire world.
I've got a good analogy.
And
It's
that
scary.
changes
It's so
everything.
scary.
That changes everything.
Think
You know?
about, remember, the Nigerian prince scam? Hey, I'm a Nigerian prince. If you send me $1,000, I'll send you $10,000 in return. It was a scam that Nigerians were using to get people to send them money. And so knowledgeable people that knew it was a scam would tell their friend, hey, you're not going to get $10,000. You've just been scammed. So the person that got scammed, that gave the $1,000, would get angry at the person that warned them, because it was embarrassing to realize or admit that you've been fooled by something so obviously fake. And it's the same thing with
It's
the
easier to fool
cosmology.
people than convince them than being fooled, you know?
Yeah.
It's the most truest words.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have one
That is
friend
wrong.
that has
Brainwashing.
I have one friend that has been fooled by those Indian girls, or anyway, girls, pretty-looking girls, which are actually guys, and he has sent a lot of money to these girls, supposed to be real people, that they could travel to him to my country and get married with. He doesn't believe that, even though I saw that okay, the website is a scam, that there is no real website. It looks like pretty nice, but yet, and he's like he doesn't admit that he has said that okay, there is some issue why the girl cannot now come, even though I have paid like 600 euros for the trip from the India or some, I don't know, some places around there. But anyway, people are so scared to admit that okay, I've been scammed.
Hurts their ego.
Part of it, and then especially with the women, he's probably spending daydreaming all day, thinking about those nice women that he's going to get to interact with, and to have that reality just taken away from him is unbearable. And it's the same thing with the space thing. A lot of people daydream, oh, someday we're going to have a colony on Mars, and we're going to get in a rocket ship and fly to different solar systems. That's so exciting. A lot of people daydream that, and so to take that reality away is difficult for people.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because it all ultimately for people is just a form of procrastination through life, and distraction. Nobody wants to face the kind of the fucking true horror that this world currently is, and nobody wants to be tasked with cleaning it up, so
right.
space, heliocentric fucking religion is the best fantasy for perpetually distracting yourself until you die. Because nothing will ever go anywhere, you know?
Yeah. You've got nothing to lose.
Yeah. And, you know, just keep looking up and forward, you know, and you don't need to look around and see how fucked shit is, you know?
Another thing, Lane. So you observe the moon to be a light, right? Pretty bright. You could read a book on a full moon.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so how the inverse square law of light works, every time you half the distance to a light, it gets 4 times brighter. So that's called the inverse square law of light. So even if you say that, okay, the moonlight is 1 lumen, by the time you got to the moon and landed on it, it'd be brighter than the sun, right? So if you look at any of the NASA pictures from the moon,
It
it's a
doesn't look that bright.
dull, dark, dusty rock,
Yeah.
right? So by physics, right, it doesn't make any sense just with the inverse square law of light.
Yep, that makes total sense to me.
Do you remember that Mythbusters, or Mythbusters, I don't know how to say it, did analysis about this, just a picture what was the box ops just put there. I think that was the picture that they created in their lab, and they proved that picture is real but in their lab. I don't remember how it went, but I think just that wasn't done as a scientifically correct, but because you cannot have so much light behind in the shadow side of the moon lander. But anyway, do you remember the Mythbusters doing this thing?
Yeah,
No,
I
I
remember
don't.
it. It was just a fucking whitewash as usual. It's just nonsense at the end of the day.
If you think the NASA stuff was bad, you should look into the Chinese stuff. Because the China missions, they're like look like
Holy
cartoons. It's so obvious.
Has anybody got the Chinese Earthrise from the moon? That is a fucking piece of imagery right there. Anybody know what I'm talking about? Has got it?
I need to see that. I have not seen it yet.
It's fucking awful, bro.
That sounds great. I saw the new was it Amazon,
88.
Jeff Bezos or whatever it was, his where he launched Captain Kirk up into space. That looked fake. Total CGI.
I'm looking to see if I can find it.
Oh, someone dropped it.
Well,
Like
Chinese.
Nah, is it that? Nah, it's not that. But that, I mean, that's hilarious in itself.
Yeah, this one's a complete cartoon. It's hilarious. It looks like
it's all the same.
PlayStation, like PlayStation 2.
Oh, and what year? What year is this?
This was this year.
Are you talking about the Captain Kirk thing?
No, the Chinese Mars landing one.
This is it here. I don't have a GIF, so it's just the YouTube video. But
that looks
like,
laughable.
Brilliant, bro.
And that's what tells you. That's what tells you every government in the entire world is working together because they know damn well we never landed on the moon.
So the Chinese, like, they looked at that and they didn't blink an eye.
Nobody cares. Like, here's your options. You believe what they're telling you, or you realize they're lying, and your whole fucking world shatters. Most people are just going to go with believing what they're telling them and not thinking about it too much. They don't care. They don't have to put any effort into this bullshit. It's nonsense. It's, as someone said, it's PS2 graphics, you know? I could do better. I'm a 3D artist.
Not yet.
I can make something better in, like 2 hours.
Right.
Oh,
so
and
they're not even. Go ahead.
Yeah, one second. So they will even troll you, right? Because when the Perseverance rover allegedly landed on Mars, right? I was watching it live because flat earthers do watch that shit, right? Normies don't.
Mm-hmm.
They just watch the news. But we watched it. And just at the very end, like 2 minutes before it ended, you know what they showed us?
What?
A Rick Astley tweet. So they could have picked any astrophysicist, any engineer, anybody, right? Whatever.
Uh-huh.
But they picked a Rick Ashley tweet at the last 2 minutes of the live stream.
And that's the only tweet they showed?
And it's
No,
renowned for being a troll, Rick Astley.
Yeah,
it's not the only tweet they showed, but the point here is that Rick Ashley is known for internet trolling, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
And it's such a for them it's such an important thing. Then why would you show a Rick Ashley tweet? What does Rick Ashley have to do with a Mars rover at the very end of the live stream? What? They're just
You would
laughing in
never
your face.
realize what they're putting in right in front of your face unless you realize they're lying to you, and the whole thing is just a farce.
Mm-hmm. Unless you're told. How you
It's an inside joke for them. You know, it's like yeah, it's just an inside joke.
So here's
you have
two
not known
reasons.
high level trolls until you look at NASA's bullshit and see what they
Right.
put right in front of your face. They're the masters.
They like to say to themselves, "Oh, look how dumb these people are! I put the Rick Astley tweet on there,
Bro.
and nobody noticed it
Yeah,
because they're
even
so stupid."
what's like Pluto, the image of Pluto that has Pluto the dog. The
Yeah.
desert looks exactly. Oh, what fucking
The
coincidence!
Disney cartoon
you know?
dog.
Yeah. Anyone got that? It's another one. So.
Wow.
Yeah, I've seen that.
But see, Lane, nobody pays attention to this stuff.
Nah,
Oh, because they
that's
think,
right.
oh,
They
there'd
don't
be
know
a
how to think
whistleblower.
outside the box.
But there are whistleblowers.
No one cares to listen to people like you guys either.
No.
Yeah, well,
All they say is the magic word, magic words, conspiracy theorists, and then immediately
That's just a
dismiss everything
word
they
to
say.
disregard you.
Because it's like a hypnotic spell, a magic word. You know how people can be hypnotized. When you hear this word, you're going to go unlock the door. It's the same kind of mind control.
It is. Yeah.
Wow.
So it's the same way I can say pedophile in this lobby right now, and everybody has a reaction to it.
Everyone goes with the majority. It's what it is.
We have
that's what you're
programmed
gonna believe.
reactions to words, you know, and conspiracy theorist, that term is very loaded, and you can just.
I have had sex with minor, but I was minor as myself at the time. So does that count? So I was like 15 and my girlfriend was 15.
I think you're good, man.
So this is why it matters, right? So it's not the governments against other governments. It's actually all the governments working together versus the
Against
people.
us.
So
Yeah.
within one, and it's so self-evident today what's going on, but check it out. Within 1 year of NASA's founding, all the world superpowers, the China, Russia, United States, they all came together and signed the Antarctica Treaty. All these world superpowers agreed that you cannot freely, independently explore the Earth. So effectively, they drew a circle around you, saying you cannot go outside of that circle, and that being the 60th south parallel. So that's one reason it matters. The other reason is they're lying to children about the reality. So that's why we care.
I sat here for a while talking to Indio, I think is his name, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, like a couple months ago, we were talking about the ice wall. I was like trying to justify it with him. He was kind of getting into it, but at the time I wasn't really understanding it.
So if you look up the highest elevation continent on Google, it'll tell you it's Antarctica. So what does water need, right? So water needs a container. So the same way a lake works, the shoreline of that lake is the higher elevation.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Right, and beyond Antarctica, we don't make any claims because, as I just said beforehand, we're not allowed to explore it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow, that's so wild. Why wouldn't we want to, you know?
Well, because people just think it's a dank, shitty little ice continent at the bottom of the globe. You know, why would you want to go there? You know, if people realized that it's the door to our expanded discovery of what our world is, then everybody'd be rushing to explore it, and that's what we're trying to do here.
Like, why
is to
stop
point it
people
out.
from exploring it if it's
Yeah. But I mean, the Antarctic Treaty was put in place as it's fundamentally it's posed fundamentally as an environmental treaty. It's to protect the ice and whatever wildlife isn't there, but penguins, stuff like that.
Right. So it wasn't flat
Meanwhile, we're
earthers that called
absolutely.
it.
Was that box ups?
It wasn't flat earthers that named it the ice wall. It was actually globe believers that termed it that, like Captain Cook. That was a general army.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'm about to go sleep. So.
Yeah, I was just
Good
saying
talk,
that, take a look around at what we do to our world, as far as the environment and how much we don't care for it, or at least the big corporations and such, the ones really doing the deeds.
But they really care about Antarctica.
We raze through entire forests and just pollute the hell out the ocean and whatever else you want to think of, man. But we're worried about some ice.
Yeah.
Some meaningless, supposedly meaningless ice. And, a few penguins kicking about, that you need to put an entire treaty in place that's not been broken since its inception. It's never been broken. It's the only treaty of its kind to never be broken. Meanwhile, what's the meme we hear of this world, that all countries are thirsty for resources, but we'll just ignore this massive resource-filled continent at the bottom because we're all going to have this gentleman's agreement about it,
Yeah.
Makes sense?
Yes, it does. Well, it doesn't, but
Antarctica
you're making sense.
Is the key, ultimately. But until more people realize that there's something to be found down there, probably not going to get there to really, explore and figure out things and give people answers to the questions they have about it. Is it the edge of the world? What's beyond? Is there more land potentially? Who knows?
Wow.
So yeah, plenty to think about,
Oh yeah. It's definitely eye-opening, for sure.
And remember, I said to you about an hour ago, you won't be able to answer why the lie until you figure out what's been stolen from you. And now you're getting a little taste of that as you realize that there potentially is still big discoveries to be made about this world, and you could be part of that. You could be, the explorer that goes and makes these discoveries and moves humanity forward in a real way, not like the way that people think NASA and Elon Musk are moving humanity forward, where they're not. They're doing nothing ultimately. And that's what they've stolen from you, And I don't know if you've seen the Truman Show. There's that scene where he wants to be an explorer, and he tells his teacher, and the teacher pulls down a map of the world and says, "Oh, I'm sorry, Truman. There's nothing else, nothing left to explore. Just killing his dreams right there, full stop. That's
I've definitely
what they've
heard that before.
stolen from. That's what they actively steal from everyone. Our spirit of curiosity and right to pursue the curiosity. So.
Yeah. Wow, that makes sense.
Anybody else want to jump in here? I'm gonna go for a smoke.
interesting lie is global warming.
I don't know. Just I would say, Lane. I don't know if I heard you mention something about going there, but a lot of people do come here and they're like, "Well, why don't you guys band up and go to Antarctica?" Well, it's like I'm not in a huge rush to go to the Sahara Desert either. You know, like,
Where's the money
something.
going to come from?
Yeah, that too.
I mean, that's a legitimate question because you don't travel any great distance for free. Even to drive your car downtown is going to cost you money, and the farther
Right.
you travel, the more it's going to cost, especially if to traverse a body of water.
Yeah. A lot of people aren't exposed to it, so how are you going to get support?
Exactly. And especially as you get to the colder area, there are hazards like icebergs and things which must be contended with.
You have to really do some convincing in the world. Open people's eyes. Well, I guess that's what you're doing here.
Yeah. But one thing that I find interesting is they use the scare tactic. Oh, by you driving a car around, it's going to heat up the earth and we're going to melt or something like that, or the ice caps are going to melt and it's going to raise the sea level and it's going to be a
Oh
water
yeah,
world, right? You ever seen a glass of water with a bunch of ice in it? You see, when water
yeah,
freezes, it has a weird property. It expands, but when it
yeah.
melts, it's less. It doesn't take as much space when it melts. So, hypothetically speaking, if the ice were to melt, the sea levels would not rise. And you can test this by looking at a glass of ice water. When that ice melts, the level doesn't rise. And these people that preach that, like the Al Gores, they all go and buy beachfront property. And not just cheap beachfront property either, expensive. They spend millions of
Yeah,
dollars on it.
didn't Al Gore tell us that like 20 years ago too? Like,
Oh
what
yeah,
happened?
and none of his predictions ever came true. Not one. They used to stone false prophets to death. Nowadays, they get promotions.
I just
It's
read
all
from a local so-called science magazine, that if all the ice from the Antarctica and Greenland would melt, and also in the north, but the North Pole doesn't matter anything because the ice is basically in underwater, just like I said, and it's expanded. But anyway, the Greenland and Antarctica, where the ice is on the top of the land, if that would melt all, it will rise, the sea level would rise 40 meters. If all the ice would melt, it's only 40 meters across the globe. That's not bad. That's not even, who wants that? Who cares? If all ice would melt 40 meters, of course the shoreline would be raising into the what's it called, ground or whatever. But 40 meters, that doesn't matter anything. So
It's a negligible amount.
So I try to tell people that, okay, we don't have any ice, let's say 10,000 years from here, and the water level is 40 meters from what is now. So are you really scared, or are you just playing? People don't understand these things.
But it's a scam used to have people accept draconian measures, draconian taxes, believe that humans are a disease, and accept people being slaughtered. Think, oh, that's a good thing. There's too many humans, but it's all based on lies.
no, it's
But those lies are designed to get us to hate ourselves.
exactly.
Very
It's like
sinister.
think of the mafia, right? They use rackets to launder
Yeah.
money through. That's
Uh-huh.
what the government's doing. They use NASA to launder money. It's the same fucking thing.
It's
Just
just
a
it's a
scam.
more elaborate mafia is what it is. It's a
Exactly. It's just a
stronger, more powerful
scam.
mafia.
And we got to pay taxes. It's just a scam. That's all it is.
The only
The
difference is the
racket.
mafia doesn't take as much in taxes,
Yeah, yeah, right.
and the mafia is easier to escape.
Yeah, the government's a real mafia, dude.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, they're the real mob. Fucking NASA.
Well, we have to remind ourselves that the government isn't a living being. It's where people work. So where people work, they follow orders, and they believe what's being told from above, right? And they follow their orders. So I don't think it's fair that if you want to say, well, the government this. People work at governments and they follow orders. So somewhere,
they're
somebody
puppets.
knows stuff, right? Somewhere, somebody knows stuff, and he drips it down the ladder, right? And those people in the government that look upstairs, they just believe it, just like everybody believes the heliocentric model.
Yeah, but if you don't pay them, there will be thugs with guns strapped on their waist that will come beat you up, put you in handcuffs, and take you into a prison.
Exactly. Yeah.
And they'll taser you
Yeah,
if they
it's
want
all or
to.
nothing.
Yeah.
And they're gonna come at 3:00 in the morning to make sure that you're asleep. So I guess you could call those thugs people. They are, technically. Not nice people, though.
It's just crazy how many people the world has fooled. You know that you know
Yeah, I
there's
find myself struggling to.
out of space stuff, landing on the moon stuff. It's just crazy. What did Shakespeare say? The world is a stage. Well,
Yeah, and he's not even a
he was
real
right.
fucking
He
person.
was right.
If somebody asks you what is the good thing in Satan or the Lucifer, and I try to now pronounce the word, but it's diligent. He's very diligent or hardworking. So if you want to point something good out of Satan, and he's very hardworking person or deity or whatever spirit.
Oh yeah, never takes a day off, man.
Yeah, and he has a lots of work to do, and he has done pretty much things. Not so good, not much so good, but anyway, he has done a lot of things.
Lies can never win though, because lies can, no matter how hard you try, they can never be made real.
But it's easy to lie if you don't have any conscience or moral. It's very easy because you don't have to first. You have to never remember anything you said, and the second thing is just keep lying about the lies that you remember. So if you have lied and you remember what you have lied, just put another lie to fix that up. So just keep lying constantly, and you think you are above us, but people know you are lying. But it's kind of easy thing. But if you try to say something which is the truth, you will get angry people, and you will get things happening that you don't like, because especially if you tells that Earth is not a sphere or something like that. So
yeah, well, Aldi, and what you were saying earlier about the Nigerian prince scam. Think about this in general with any lie you can think you've ever been told by someone in your life. How quickly does a lie fall apart when you realize that there's absolutely a possibility that what you're being told is a lie, and then you start to scrutinize it.
Falls apart pretty quick.
Immediately. As soon as you put critical questions towards a potential liar, you're faced with, they shatter real quick.
Yep.
You know, and it's the same with the globe. How long did it take? It took like essentially one video. Eric Dubé's first 200 proofs video, that did it. It was done right there and then. You know, the rest, all these last 7 years, is just getting, dragging people through their psychological turmoil of realizing this lie. That's all it's about. But the globe's been dead from day one, second one. So lies can only continue so long as you don't think there's any possibility that it is a lie, and you don't approach it critically, and ask the right questions.
And once you unravel one lie, then you become less susceptible to other lies as well. So the whole system, you begin to see through.
Yeah, like any
once you realize,
skill, the more you do it, the better you get at it. Yeah.
You realize these people do not have my best interest in heart. They don't want me to know the truth. And so everything that they tell me I need to view with scrutiny.
I mean, what do you really need to do to avoid a Nigerian prince scam? It's like, prove to me you're a prince. Take a photo on your throne right now.
Well, never mind the fact that
That's
Nigeria
it.
does not have a political structure like that with royalty. That's a European thing.
Yeah, stuff like that, exactly. There's a million ways to prove it's a lie to yourself,
right.
But yeah, it's just, there's people that believe it's a possibility of being lied to, and there's people that don't. They just trust everyone completely blindly. They tell lies themselves, and they go out into the world believing no one else lies to them, or will ever.
The Nigerian prince scam concept is a good analogy for another reason, in that see, the Nigerian people, the scamsters, are clever. They know that Americans fantasize about the Disney cartoons. Cinderella, the prince is going to come marry the poor woman and she's going to get rich. That's the whole prince and royalty fantasy. And so they're able to exploit that and play on those hopes and dreams orchestrated by Disney and the other fictitious cartoons. Just like, that's what those cartoons are designed to do, is to prime us to be that way. That's why a lot of marriages fall apart. It's for the same reason. Women marry a man thinking that it's Prince Charming. It should be like Cinderella. And once I marry the guy, I should be rich and wealthy. And when reality sets in, that's not normal. And, it's not normal to be able to spend $500,000 on a wedding ceremony. Then they get upset, and the marriage starts to erode. Whereas if they were taught reality, then they would accept some of the hardships that are inevitably going to happen in those relationships, and the family unit and the marriage would be stronger. But the goal is to upset the family unit and the marriage so that we're weaker and more easily exploitable and deceived.
Yep. Yep, you said it perfectly.
Even though we are in a physical cage or physical prison, I think the most important thing is that your mind is free and you're thinking you can be what you want to be. You can be you, and that's the special, just the individual you, what you are, and that makes them powerless. And if you don't do that, then you're the only thing you can do is to be as they want you to be, and then you have lost the game. But it's a mental thing that even though they can do anything to our body or whatever, but they cannot control our mind. Then we are free.
That's right. Real freedom is having control of your own mind.
Exactly, and that's very short way to say what I just said.
You look at, you read any instances after in the United States, once slavery was ended, it was really hard for people that were formerly slaves to be free, because that was a paradigm that was totally alien to them. Then they had to go out and fend for themselves, and a lot of people wanted to remain in slavery because it was easy, it was comfortable, it was usual. But to break out on your own and venture out, Scary.
The devil, you know, right?
That's right.
That is the biggest irony of the youngest generations currently, that their battle cry is all about individualism. I'm such an individual, but it's the most cookie cutter generation in history, you know.
The only thing they want is your soul.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it's the real currency of this world.
Yeah.
And obedience. That's another thing they want to obedience from the masses.
When you own someone's soul, then that's like that victim who is faithful to the Nigerian prince. That's what it means to own someone's soul. It means that he's going to work his whole lifetime for you.
Yeah.
You are his God. Whatever you say, it will not be questioned. This is one of the first reactions I see to the Globers when we talk about NASA. We tell them they are lying and they are effervescently fight, to defend NASA.
Right.
Fervently, did you say?
With passion, yeah.
Yeah,
with passion.
They're not even getting paid by NASA.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's Stockholm syndrome. I think that kind of is a very depressing aspect of being in the know. Is realizing how many people don't want their freedom. When you try to offer them it, they're not interested. They treat it like you're giving them a radioactive substance.
They didn't live free.
Yeah. But with freedom comes, all the responsibility in the world,
Yeah.
Right.
And then got a lot of lazy people in the world nowadays.
Yeah, this is alien feeling to them.
Yeah.
Alien lifestyle.
But even if we just take it out, if we disregard psychology for a moment and just look at it from like an energy expenditure point, people just don't want to spend the energy, on all that responsibility.
I don't know. I think they want to spend energy. That's why they go to the gym.
That is spending energy.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think that's the same though. I mean, yeah, they're spending energy at the gym, but the reasons and desires behind it, it's not the same.
Or another lie, the food pyramid. You need to eat more grains to stay healthy. You have to eat 3 meals a day. Those are lies. And that has the low fat craze. Obesity spiked as soon as they started pushing the low fat craze.
Don't you find that amazing, right? We live in 2021, right? Apparently NASA can look at trillions upon trillions of miles into the void of space and tell us about exoplanets and which planet is exactly like Earth, and could be colonized and all this nonsense. But still, every like 6 months, there's a new diet craze because humanity fundamentally does not know what to eat and how much yet.
Right.
You know, it's still chasing our tails, trying to figure out how exactly do we power this body of ours in the most efficient manner. And we haven't been taught that yet, you know?
Well, they
But,
lie about it,
you know,
and they have all these bizarre chemicals that are
I
injected
know.
into the food, the dyes, petroleum-based dyes. You're not supposed to eat oil, but that's ultimately what these dyes are constructed of. And the excitotoxins, the monosodium glutamates, and things that are just poured into the food supply,
I
poisoning
know, but
people.
if you're coming from the perspective that the mainstream is the pinnacle of humanity, right?
Right.
I'm just pointing out the ridiculous nature that apparently there's people out there that can tell you about things in these far off distances, but they couldn't even tell you how to feed yourself properly. You know, if you're
Right.
only going to refer to people in the mainstream for your knowledge and the way to live life, you know, so it is hilarious.
Well, I think a big problem is people can't wrap their heads around the fact that there are people that are devious liars. They're not telling the truth. They're not doing the best they can for your good. These people actually, they don't want you doing well. They don't want you knowing the truth.
Yeah, because to withhold knowledge is to control people. Is control someone.
When I
The
was a
only
child,
the only reason to ever withhold information from someone is to gain leverage upon them,
of
an upper
course,
hand. That's the only reason to do it, you know. Unless it's something like parents not telling children about death when they're 3-year-olds because they don't want to hurt their feelings.
for
You
the
know, there's
protection.
innocent kind of things like that, you could say. But when you come to the adult realm of life, the only reason to withhold information is because, you know, the car salesman doesn't tell you about this little detail, you know what I mean? So he can charge you an extra $200 or whatnot, you know? It's only ever to gain leverage in some manner or another.
When I was a child going to government school, I believed that the teachers and that system legitimately wanted to educate me to make me a smarter, more functional person. It didn't even occur to me that they were trying to hold me back and keep me from reaching my full potential and knowing the truth and teaching me actual logic.
Yeah.
I don't know when I even realized. Maybe it was high school. I don't know, but eventually I figured it out. These people they're just keeping me in prison here to make money and exploit me in any way that they can.
I think 99.9% of teachers in the system couldn't actually teach anyone anything if you just let them teach whatever they could teach. They don't have the information to teach, you know. They don't know it themselves.
Mm-hmm.
You know? It's not like all the teachers are flat earthers and it's just because of the school policies they can't teach it. They don't even know it themselves, you know.
Right. They're
Yeah.
compartmentalized. The truth is kept from a lot of them as well. I was thinking about physics class. Because we were speaking about the water levels and when water freezes, it expands. When it melts, it contracts. So basically what that means is when water freezes, it actually takes up more space. So and it's happened to me before. I've taken a gallon jug of water and I put it in the freezer and it's a full gallon jug. And then I go to check it and the container has ruptured. It's exploded because the liquid, the water has turned to ice and it's expanded. And so, we were covering that topic in the physics class, and then he went into, the global warming thing, and it doesn't do that on the ice caps just because it's complicated. I can't explain it here. Oh, really? Okay, sure, whatever you say, Professor.
I love that thing that you could Google, pick any country, and just Google X country is warming up twice as fast than the rest of the world. You know, you can do it
Right.
with any country, and then you find that, and then the finishing of the meme is the world is warming up twice as fast as the world. You know.
Yep, you gotta pay higher taxes now. It's the only way to stop it. And you need to stop traveling, stop having friends, and stop speaking the truth. It's the only way to save the earth or save the planet, right?
Only the elite will be able to travel.
That's right. Because they're worthy, you're not.
And they're going to say to you, well, yeah, you don't have to travel to your friends. You now have this virtual
You've
online
got
reality,
the metaverse.
the metaverse. So you can stay in your bed the whole day.
You know what does meta stand for? Dead. The dead verse.
Ugh, scary. Now, I saw this one takes the cake. So we're not allowed to drive in our cars or fly in an airplane to go visit family or anything of that nature. Or what if I wanted to see the ruins in Greece? I couldn't take a plane to go see that. No, that's bad for the planet. But these clowns, it's not enough for them to fly on private jets. I saw them. They had this private jet loaded up on a larger jet. So
fuck's sake.
Not only do they fly themselves in private jets, but their jets fly in private jets.
Sitting inside the private jet, inside
Yes.
the jet, you know. Jetception.
But you can't drive your car.
Private jetception, yeah.
It's such blatant deception. They're such hypocrites.
I've heard ideas that they're trying to implement that, you know, they're trying to shut down air travel for the serfs, basically, because
we can fly to protest.
No, because they, of course, if there was an impending cataclysm of some sort, they would, of course, be in the know about that, you know, and they'd be preparing for it, and they want to, when the time comes, they don't want the masses of people getting to the kind of safe land, the safe area, wherever's left, you know,
right,
and descending upon it. They want to keep it for themselves, you know, a green zone, pristine, and keep all the fucking zombies out type thing, you know. So they just want to make it way more difficult for us to escape the disaster. If, you know.
The censorship is in place for a reason. You know, you can't talk about certain things for a reason because they're scared of that. So it's the same thing with the travel. You know, when they have their meetings that are planning the different catastrophes, that, you know, it was normal that you'd have a group of protesters there, you know, saying, hey, look, we're watching you guys. We don't like what you're doing. We don't agree with it. We're not going along with it. They don't like that. That upsets them. So by limiting travel, they can reduce the amount of people protesting those twisted meetings that they have.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. I think about like infrastructure like CERN and LIGO, right? These massive apparatuses. And, you know, they're obviously not being used for what they claim to be used for. Like, LIGO is not about detecting gravitational waves because it's fantasy, you know? So what is it being used for, you know?
That's a good question.
You know, and certainly CERN, you know, their whole mission profile was we are smashing things together to get a glimpse a glimpse of the universe seconds after, or, you know, minute time after the Big Bang, you know, like milliseconds or whatever. But, you know, we know that's not happening because that's nonsense. So what are they doing? I mean, they could still be like smashing things together, but for what reason?
Bizarre rituals they had surrounding it.
Oh yeah, man, that's messed up. What the hell are scientists doing that stuff? You know?
Not very scientific.
Like, scientist is supposed to be like the complete opposite end on the spectrum and the opposite, like the spectrum is science and then woo-woo, you know? Scientists are supposed to be one end and woo-woo is supposed to be the other end, and like these fucking rituals, like satanic looking rituals, is all woo-woo in their paradigm, you know? So what the hell are they doing taking part in it, you know? And presenting it?
They have to
Doesn't make
believe in it
sense, you know?
if they're spending that much money on it and effort.
Well, we know why they're doing it, because they're all fucking Satanists, you know?
Right. Yeah.
I mean, what's that to the average person, you know? How do they justify, you know, the pinnacle of
Well,
of
people have been
scientists, you
conditioned
know,
that taking a
doing that thing?
crucifix and submerging it in a jar of urine is art, when any sane person knows that's not art. But if you can warp somebody's mind to believe that is art, then some bizarre ceremony like that, they'll think, oh, that's just art too. But no, that's not.
Well, yeah, that's
That's a ritual.
the least effort justification, I guess, and
Mhm.
what they would go for, because everything's low effort with them, you know,
That's right.
and how they explain things. It's just art.
Yeah, it's just
like
art.
the 2012 London Olympics opening ceremony was just art as well, with all the nurses and people in beds, you know, and masks. Did you see that?
No, I need to go check that out.
I did, man. Yeah, go. The London Olympics.
What year was it?
2012.
2012. Wow. Oh
Yeah.
man.
Yeah. Brilliant.
Little bit of predictive programming going on.
Just a teensy little bit.
Never ceases to amaze. Yeah, the Olympics just never really interested me, so I don't typically watch them. But there's a lot of stuff in those opening ceremonies, a lot of messaging. I suppose I should pay a little more attention to those. And was it the Super Bowl, the football game, the shows and advertisements around that have messages?
I haven't seen any personally, but I can only imagine, you know, that is their
Yeah.
MO.
When I was a teenager, I used to like sports a lot more, but as an adult, it just doesn't really. That's just my taste. Some people, there's no harm in it, especially if you play them, because if you play the physical sports, it's a good way to stay in good physical condition.
Yeah, definitely. Well, that's what I would say. Play sports, but don't watch it, you know?
Yeah.
I'm trying to think, maybe someone in here can help me remember. I don't know if it was maybe the Olympics later on that was hosted somewhere in China that had the big ceremony, and it was clearly had the, you know, the eye symbology everywhere.
Nice.
I can't remember what I'm thinking of. It was some big thing.
I'll tell you one thing about the Chinese Olympics, and I read an article when they were going on that talked about how China was using weather manipulating technology to make sure they had clear weather. And that's a news article I can actually believe, because I think they did use technology, aerosols and things being sprayed to keep the weather dry for their sporting events.
Yeah, I'm sure they are.
Yeah, that's nothing new under the sun. Here in the Netherlands, we have farmers who grow fruit trees, apples, pears, and when the fruit is still young, it's susceptible for damage by hail. So what they have is cannons where they shoot kind of sound waves into the sky. So they have this explosion in a container with a great funnel on top of it.
Right.
And they shoot sound waves into the sky, which then breaks up the hail, so it doesn't So it can't form in big hail particles, right?
Right.
So that's old technology.
Yeah.
So when you are there, yeah, it scares the shit out of you because you're sleeping and then boom, you hear that thing going off.
Well, they were
I think they're
deploying those types of technologies in Vietnam in the late 60s and early 1970s. If you read any account from any United States foot soldier that was there, they talk about it just rain. They didn't call it raining; they called it bucketing because the water would come down in buckets. It would rain so profusely because they were deploying weather weaponry to try to flood out the supply lines from the Ho Chi Minh Trail. But it also affected our troops as well because when rain falls down, it falls on everybody. So yeah, it's another deception where they say that those types of technologies don't exist. They certainly do.
Yeah, so I posted an example of the rain of the hail cannon.
Yeah, let me see that. Oh wow, amazing! They've got sonic weapons. You watch footage of any protest, you'll see it looks like a Gatling gun on the back of a Hummer vehicle, an armored vehicle. Looks like a Gatling gun, but it's actually it's a sound weapon, and it can blow your eardrums out. And there's footage of them turning them on low, but it's still just a nerve-wracking sound. Just watching it on the video.
Oh, I even found black and white pictures of the hail cannon. So this shit is old technology.
Yeah, that's not new at all. Fascinating.
And that's the stuff they show us.
Right. That's the stuff we're allowed to know about.
I wonder if the designer creator of this place put in a failsafe so that we can't break this place.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, because I mean, you've got potentially the container being unpenetrable, you know.
In the scriptures, there are documented cases to where things were starting to get out of hand, and there was direct intervention. Case in point, the Tower of Babel. It was becoming a problem, and said, well, if these people are allowed to speak the same language, then there's no limit to what they can do, and it's starting to get dangerous. So angels were dispatched to confuse the language, and the project was disrupted.
Yeah,
so
we're too effective when we're unified. I always say it.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
So when things become a problem like that, then measures are taken to keep, so things aren't being ignored. If things get too far out of hand, measures will be taken and will be preserved.
Yeah.
But see,
that's what. No, on you go. Sorry.
Well, the liars want us to believe the opposite, that, if we don't act now and give up all of our liberties, then we're all going to die a horrible death.
Yeah, well, that's the type of stuff that trips me up. It's like, the creator wants us to exist and experience and be here and do things, but he doesn't want us to acknowledge the room,
Acknowledge the room?
Kind of like acknowledge the room, which would be the structure we're in, whatever it is, where we are, whatever it is, It's kind of how, like, I forget the name of people that study animals, but how they go to study animals and they want to study them in their most natural environment.
Zoologists.
zoologists, yeah, and they don't want the animals to realize their presence while they're
Right.
studying them, because that influences their behavior. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
So they go out of their way to minimize their, they'll use cameras and then they'll go away, in remote view, you know what I mean, to study them in their most natural state, that they're not thinking that anything unnatural is happening and it won't affect their behavior. Whereas I kind of look at it in the same way. If we're being like kind of studied in that way, he would, the studier would want us to not know we're being studied, or not know that we're caged up or something like that, because as soon as we realize that, that's the thing with humans, as soon as we realize there's potentially a container or a cage or a fence or whatever, we go start banging on it, and
Well,
the
I don't think
the
studies the.
observation comes to an end, because that's all we'll continue to do is just bang on the walls,
Hmm.
So that's where, so if we were too effective, when we were unified, we all had the same language and we were harmonious, and the only thing we wanted to do was, go and sit next to God by building the Tower of Babel, and he said, no, that's not allowed. You can play in your little pen, but don't come up here. You know what I mean? And then, of course, as you said, set the angels out to disrupt the languages and confuse everyone and make us as we are now, then that means he doesn't want us to do that, and it would kind of imply that the elites that are running this lie, they're doing it to like avoid our inevitable kind of destruction or reset. They're like protecting us in some twisted sense, Does that make sense?
Well, I
Probably
don't think it's
butchered
a.
explaining it.
I don't think it's a study by the creator. I think it's more of a test of what of the creation. And the test is, are you, I've got these people down in your world that are going to lie to you. And I want to see if you're going to believe the lie or if you're going to accept the truth. Are you going to question the lie and eventually arrive at the truth? Or will you just be content to believe a lie and go on a destructive path? And I think that's the test. And a lot of us here are more interested in the truth.
But you do believe it is possible to force the hand of the creator to intervene?
Technically, I think so, yeah.
Well, the story of Babel proves that, no? That's what it's demonstrating.
Yeah, it did demonstrate that.
So how does that... So that means there's criteria to how we exist and interact with this construct.
Right.
And that he wants us not paying attention to the construct and living our little kind of like how the zombies live. That's how he wants people to be, Because if everybody, again, wakes up, realizes we're in some kind of thing, we're going to do the same shit. We're going to build towers to heaven and try and get through, if there is a firmament, and find out what's on the other side, And then he's just going to reset us again. So, I don't know. Maybe it's unworkable, Maybe you always have to intervene at such at points when you're dealing with entities with free will, Who knows?
Well, we don't know for sure what sort of technology it was Nimrod who was leading the project to build the tower. We don't really know for sure what kind of technology he was employing to make that happen. It could be something far more advanced than what we've got here. They look at the ruins in South America, even Egypt, the pyramids, the massive size of those bricks. And even with today's technology, it would be, I don't even think they'd be able to construct something of that magnitude. So that indicates that there might have been, they might have had access to abilities that we don't. Abilities to do things that we just simply don't have right now.
Mechanically, though, it's completely possible.
Yeah, obviously, because the structures are there.
Yeah. So no, but like a tower to the heavens.
Yeah. Well, there's two schools of thought on that. Some people believe it was a physical tower that went, up in height to the firmament. Others believe it could have been some sort of a portal device, like in Stargate SG-1. Those are some possible ideas surrounding it. In the ancient scriptures, when they describe a portal that goes somewhere, they usually use the terminology whirlwind. For example, Elijah, he was taken up in a whirlwind, which is probably a portal of some kind, some sort.
I don't know. Seems like creators trying to strike a balance between not too unified, not too divided.
Well,
I don't know.
I don't think we need the influence of a creator to sow the seeds of division. We do that well enough on our own.
Certainly, but it was begun from the creator's intentions, supposedly.
Well, that was the division of the languages.
Yeah, which just devolved us further into the divisions we know.
But now we've got people from all across the world able to speak on this forum here almost instantaneously.
True. We are still really divided.
And in the case of Nimrod, it wasn't just simply building a tower so he could go hang out. He had malevolent intentions on top of that.
Oh, well, that would make sense then.
There was an extreme hatred that was governing his actions. So there's a difference. If you and I were to construct something like that, yeah, we'd probably just want to go hang out and see what there is, explore, and have as much fun as possible in the process. This guy was on a warpath. He had violent, angry, evil intentions about him.
Yeah. What do you think would happen though if tomorrow everybody knew they were in some kind of contained terrarium-like thing?
Well,
you think the rest of humanity's existence would just be literally banging on the walls? Because I'm pretty sure it would be. I can't imagine any other alternative. Like how you're suddenly going to forget about that and go back to your, business as usual.
Well, you gotta consider the factors. You get hungry, you want to find food, and if you're not earning money to get food, then that your stomach starts to take over your thought process after a certain amount of time. You know what I mean? And so that takes precedence over what we live in, the terrarium or not. You don't care what you live in at that point. You've got to have food. So there's basic needs that have to be met regardless of what scenario we live.
Yep.
And the fact that we might be in some gigantic terrarium does not affect those needs. And it doesn't.
We're way beyond the point of handling them needs. The only reason there's still hunger in the world is because it's artificially induced.
That's true. That. Yeah, because of governments.
We're way beyond handling the needs of every person. Everyone can have shelter, all the food they need, and many, many creature comforts to go along with it.
But see, that knowledge would not dissolve the governments.
No, but I was implying I would imagine that the desires of humanity would take a drastic shift if everybody tomorrow realized the true nature of their world, and the petty fighting and all this nonsense would kind of disappear, and we would get hunger and all this nonsense out of the way quite quickly when we stopped, wasting billions on sending assholes up in dick-shaped rockets, such things.
Right.
And then once we'd done that, which wouldn't take long at all, because we're implying a unified humanity here, which is immense in its manifestation power, ultimately. Look what we can get done while we're a bunch of divided idiots running around. You know what I mean?
Mm.
So imagine what if we didn't have all that wasting, that we're wasting our time on.
I just don't think that the entire world would react that way. I just don't think it would have that big of an impact.
Well, yeah, I mean, people could
because the same corrupt governments that
ignore it.
impose hunger on people are still going to continue doing that.
No,
The only thing that would have impact would be those corrupt rulers being removed.
I'm just kind of talking about like what next kind of thing,
Sure.
Everybody in here obviously wants everybody to know this information and understand it and come to grips with it.
Uh-huh.
And live by it. And that obviously, we all know it for a fact that it does turn your life upside down. It changes who you are, it changes how you perceive reality, and it changes how you interact with others. And that's gonna happen for the majority of people. Maybe there'll be a few really fucking hard-headed people that are able to know this information and still maintain their kind of dog-eat-dog attitudes about the world. But for most people, it's going to uplift them, and move their souls more towards love and away from hate, to put it very simply. Do you not agree with that?
I mean, it'd be nice if it would, but in reality, I don't think it would have that big of an impact.
Well,
I mean, you could speak more freely about the flat model, and you'd be considered crazy if you spoke about the heliocentric model. I mean, that would be a reality in a case like that. But aside from,
maybe it's just me, and I'm letting my thoughts run away on me.
I mean, it'd certainly be nice if that would be the effect, and I'd like to see that happen. But in reality, would that happen if we're all dealing in hypotheticals?
Well, that is what I hope for.
Sure,
I wouldn't hope for anything worse than that.
That's a good thing to hope for.
Yeah. So.
And I think it's very important to strive for the truth, to spread the truth, to tell the truth.
Yeah, me too. I think that's the first thing you should live for.
Yep. Kind of reminds me of that Iron Maiden song, "Hallowed Be Thy Name." It's a song about a guy who's on a death row of sorts, and the reason he's being executed is because he wanted to speak the truth.
Could all be us in the very near future.
Oh, I hope not. But yeah, you're right. It could be.
Well, we know that the elites would love nothing more than to shut us all out of the system.
It's their favorite kind of entertainment. Is that sort of thing.
Yeah. But by all means, they can do that. I mean, everybody here should be looking for ways to move towards a more self-sustaining life.
Not easy.
No, it's not, but it's becoming necessary. So,
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
If you can pull it off, do it. That's what I say.
Yeah. It's as you were saying about the needs come first, and that's going to happen to a lot of people in the future. I say this next decade, They're going to be pushed out of the system somewhere or another, and nothing's going to matter beyond their basic needs, you know. So
It's easy to resist something or uphold an idea when your life is not in jeopardy and you're in good health, you're not hungry. But as soon as hunger is implemented, as soon as somebody threatens you with, oh well, if you don't confess this, then we're going to kill you. And that's a terrifying prospect when it's real. And a lot of people buckle under that kind of pressure.
The last place you'll find a group of philosophers is in the middle of a war zone, you know.
Yeah, you're just trying to survive it.
I will just say, if everybody did wake up to this knowledge tomorrow, yeah, I do believe that we'd have mass mayhem before things got better. So certainly things would get a lot worse before they got better from it.
Well, people overall are a lot more docile. They're ready to do what they're told by what they consider to be an authority figure. That speaks for the majority.
Yeah, but we understand that they're just in a flawed state of consciousness, you know, and we're trying to heal them, essentially.
Right.
Yeah.
But even if they understood the correct cosmology of the world, they would still be under the control of the same villains that hold sway over them now.
You can't understand the flat Earth and still believe there's any authority that's in human form that has authority over you. You can't. You don't understand flat Earth if you still believe such a thing. Understanding what the implications of flat Earth, at least, is to know that if there is any authority above you, it's the Creator, and that is the only authority that can be above you. So, is that not?
Well, right now, the authority tells the world that the Earth is a ball globe. That's what the authority tells.
I know, because the people on the ground are in the conscious state of believing in the heliocentric idea of existence given to them by their authorities. They think life is meaningless. They think we came from pond scum. We came from nothing. The Big Bang, all this, and that the star of the show is humanity. So humanity is the god, and whoever climbs over as many bodies as they can, the best they can, gets to rise to the top of humanity and command humanity. So that would be your presidents and prime ministers and whatever, your billionaires. These are the gods, essentially. That's what they're treated as. They're deified completely. So, but they're only able to achieve that deification from the average person because they think that any human can be an authority in this world. What? You understand?
Well, the authority figures use the heliocentric model now, but if everybody believed in a flat cosmology, well, then the people that wield the power would just manipulate people in other ways. It just wouldn't be through the means of the shape of the world.
We're trying to create, critical thinkers and people that know how to take control of their own mind and responsibility for their own existence.
Well, right now the flat Earth cosmology attracts the critical thinkers because the authorities are in favor of the heliocentric model. But if the majority accepted the flat model,
I see where you're going. Yeah.
Yeah, if they accepted the flat model, then you'd have the compliant type people that would be involved in the flat Earth model as well.
Yeah, I do always say that once flat Earth reaches critical mass and it is adopted by the world, you'll still have the people that believe it, just blindly believe it and don't understand it.
That's right.
As we deal with every day here, people coming in, it's a religion for them.
Exactly.
People will make flat Earth a religion.
And you can see, those types of people that are malleable, that believe what they're told to believe. You've seen them believe contradictory ideas in short spans of time. So, I don't want to get into specific examples for obvious reasons, but you know what I'm talking about, though, right?
Yeah.
So the challenge would be to uplift those people, and I think the best way to do that is if they would accept the scriptures and the belief in God. I think that would go the farthest, the longest way towards setting them free.
But you realize that if heliocentrism is pulled down, it will be a moment that will never be forgotten.
That's true. Yeah.
There will never be a bigger,
it'd be a fantastic
lie
victory
in existence in the human story than the heliocentric lie.
It would erode a lot of corruption. The space programs that they're. I have information that the money that's supposedly going into outer space and all that is actually going to underground facilities. I know this because I used to work in a blueprint shop, and there was a top architect in the country that we worked with, and he told me one-on-one that he was sent out to the District of Criminals, Washington, D.C., or wherever it was, some prominent place like that, to work on one of these underground facilities. And he explained in relatively great detail that these things go down under the ground for miles. So where's the funding for that coming from? The space program. It would be an obvious source.
Oh yeah, and
not the only source,
many
but
other areas. Yeah,
be one of them. Because what a screw or a bolt for the space program cost $500,000 or something ridiculous like that. They're not actually buying
it for. That ISS toilet again?
Exactly. So there's a scam going on there.
Ridiculous.
It's based on the space program and the heliocentric model. So eroding the heliocentric model, they'd have to come up with new lies and excuses to cover up for these shady programs.
And they love to turn it around, right? So they tell you they are going up, but actually going down.
Correct. Yeah.
That's the inverted.
That's the inversion. Absolutely. Now, specifically, what's going on in these facilities, I have no idea. I don't know. Even my father, he was a U.S. Navy pilot with top clearance, and they were flying into South Korea. They were landing. This was sometime in the 1980s, mid 1980s. And there was a mountain, and they were flying right into the mountain, and the mountain just opened up, and there was a runway, and right down into an underground facility.
Right out of the movies, man.
Just like something straight out of a James Bond film or something like that,
yeah. Yeah. Saying that, yeah, didn't Dr. Evil have he launched his rocket from Mount Rushmore? It's a little base in Mount Rushmore as well.
Wouldn't be surprised,
And it was a fucking dick-shaped rocket in there. Yeah, they were totally predictive programming with the Jeff Bezos thing, man.
Dr. Evil.
Read some Dick Marcinko books. Dick Marcinko is the founder of SEAL Team 6 in the United States, which is an elite team of Navy operators. But these guys were, these were the elite SEALs, so they would be involved.
The guys that apparently got Osama.
Supposedly, yeah. But Well, I'm talking. This era was from the late '70s to early to mid '80s. That time period, they were involved in covert James Bond type missions during that time period, and these weird people that control elements of the world that have way too much power than they should. A lot of those concepts are revealed in his books because he saw them firsthand as an operator working on the world scene in that capacity. So the first book in the series is nonfiction, but the subsequent books, and I think there's about 13 of them, they're considered quote unquote fiction, but there's a lot of truth thrown in there that could not otherwise be exposed than if it was called fiction.
Yeah, I'm at the point where I would find more. I realize you can find more truth in fictional writing
Right.
than nonfiction. So
It's a way to
sense.
skirt the censors.
Yeah.
People want to get the truth out there, and the only way possible is to call it fiction.
Yeah, Dick Marcinko. I'm gonna look at his stuff. Yeah,
that's right. It's a good read too. He's a good author.
Is there a specific one you'd recommend to start with?
I'd start with the very first one, the nonfiction one.
Okay, will do. Thanks for that.
Yeah. It's called Rogue Warrior. That's the name of the book. And he was actually legitimately trying to improve the security in military installations around the United States and abroad, which in the process, he exposed weaknesses in the security, thus embarrassing base commanders. And they ended up throwing him in prison for that. They stripped him of his rank and threw him in prison for doing his job correctly.
Wow.
That's how corrupt it is. So it's a bit of an eye-opener as far as how corrupt things are as well. That's another important concept that comes from his series of books. He explains how prisons are not rehabilitation centers, but they're there to create better criminals. It's like a college degree for criminals.
Well, yeah, I mean, it makes sense. You put a bunch of criminals around each other, what are they going to do? Trade techniques on being criminals.
That's right. Oh, how did you get caught? Well, I forgot to dust off this. Okay, well, next time I go commit that crime, I'm not going to do that, So it's pretty obvious that the prison system generates greater criminals.
I will admit, though, that there's a lot of people there in prison that shouldn't be in prison, drug charges, whatnot,
Absolutely.
But then they get made to be criminals, the system now views them as a criminal, they can't find work when they come out,
How are you going to survive now?
Yeah, you got no choice. So, you got caught with that fucking little bit of weed or whatever, or coke, or who cares, People should be allowed to do the drugs they want to do. Now you have to be a criminal because that's your only choice.
It's a nightmare.
Really is.
And how easy it is to get thrown in prison, too. That's the scary part. How long before they start throwing in people in prison for believing in flat Earth, for example?
5 to 10 years.
That's a frightening
At the
prospect.
rate we were going.
Yeah.
Probably 3 to 5 years, actually, the rate we were going. I think it's a criminal offence now, or they're trying to push it through to be a criminal offence in the UK to question V's online. So, there you go.
Yeah, so if they can do that, then what's going to stop them from criminalizing belief in flat Earth? It's not that big of a stretch.
That'll be next up,
Yeah.
Don't worry, we're in the queue. They'll get to us.
Well, maybe they'll use the social credit score. So if you got a low social credit score, then your groceries cost $100 extra per month. And so, you believe in flat Earth, so that we're going to dock 200 points off your social credit score just for that. So now you have to pay an extra $50 a month for your groceries.
That'll be kind of the prison of the future is being kicked out of the system. It's like instead of putting you in somewhere, they put you out of somewhere. And that'll be the idea of prison. But that's what I was saying with the self-sustaining lifestyle thing.
Chuck Schuldiner, the band Death, he wrote a song called 10,000 Eyes. And this was released in 1996, I believe, somewhere thereabouts. But he prophesied that there's going to be cameras everywhere, and it'll be a worldwide foolproof cage. And boy, was he right. He died.
There is cameras everywhere, smartphones, and
he died shortly. I don't think he got to see the year 2000. I'm not sure, but I don't think he ever lived to see his prophecy come to fruition. But he was right.
yeah. I never even knew that there was a song from Prince back in the it was either the late 80s or right at the start of the 90s, where the lyrics are literally like, two of the lines are like, "They will V you," right?
Oh.
And they will track you by doing this. It was essentially that. I was like, no fucking way.
Was that one of his last works, or what? When was
I'll
this?
need to go and look. I saw it in passing, so I don't remember the exact.
I've got to go
title
check
of the
that
song,
out.
but yeah.
He died under weird circumstances.
Yeah, well, that's what it was being brought up about. Is, like any musician that's reveals any truth when they're not supposed to,
right?
They die suspiciously, So.
Huh. He wasn't playing ball.
But yeah, I'll look for which one.
Oh yeah, that just reminds me. You mentioned his untimely demise with his music, and then Chuck Schuldiner with his music. He died untimely. It was a brain tumor. I noticed a lot of those guys wound up with brain tumors somehow. And there was a fantastic guitarist played for the band Testament, Agent Steel, James Murphy. He wound up getting a brain tumor, but fortunately, I think he survived it.
I'm just having a look for this song, and I'll DM you.
Yeah, I want to see it. I'm gonna have to check it out. Thank you. Very interesting how the truth is sprinkled into the media, the movies, the music, but also the poison pills are in all those things too. The best poisons.
Well, that's how they do it, the tacit agreement. They just put everything out there, and if you don't say no, you say yes.
Yeah, most of those poisons, a lot of them, most of it has to be good stuff. For the rats, it has to taste sweet. It's got to have lots of cheese and stuff in it to lure them in to eat the poison. It's only that little small percent of it that's going to take the pests out.
Maybe a bit off topic, but have you seen the latest video from Jake the Asshole?
No, what is that?
Oh yeah, it's not something we can talk about here because it's about the sea thing. But
can you direct message me a link so I
sure.
can watch it?
Yeah, it's about what he's presenting a speech or whatever. But it's truly amazing or amazing. Here you go.
Aldi, and I put it in live stream voice text for you, and
okay,
put the
thank
lyrics
you.
there too. There's also another line there that I forgot, and it's the line, "When the lines blur every boy and girl," and we've got this all the transgender stuff going on. So,
right.
Okay.
Not a very good song, honestly, too.
Oh,
admittedly, but the lyrics.
Can you add me as a friend?
Yes, I got it. Coming in. That's weird. It should permit those messages to go through. No
Yeah,
big
well,
deal.
yeah, that's it.
Thank you. I got to check that out.
Yeah, so the conclusion is that the Earth is a ball because 66,000 people died of the V thing. That's what he's basically saying.
Interesting.
It's amazing. Well,
Absurdity.
really absurdity.
Gotcha.
Absurdity. Earth is a ball because of death. Yeah, that's his case.
So that dictates the shape of the world in which we live.
Right. Yeah, you go watch it.
Yeah,
It's
I'm going to check that
ridiculous.
out. Complete logical fallacy. But they don't teach logic anymore. They don't even teach grammar anymore. Not even in the colleges. Shocking. Everything is done. Your grammar and spelling. That's all handled automatically by the computer software. You just have to write themes that agree with the message that's being pushed. A lot of these famous musicians who have untimely deaths. Another example would be Amy Winehouse. I wonder if their untimely demise is included in some sort of contract that they make. I wonder that sometimes.
At any moment, they have an army of celebrities they can kill off, fake kill
Yeah.
maybe, and use
True.
as a news story to distract from something more they don't want people looking at.
Diversionary tactic.
Yeah, diversion. Yeah. So makes sense.
And these famous bands that people get obsessed with, they think that they form and become popular and successful organically. None of that's organic or on their own. It's all orchestrated.
Yeah, totally.
And those stories that they tell about how the band first started, they're lies. That's all fiction.
You don't get to reach the minds of humanity. You don't get to influence the collective consciousness of all of humanity without signing the contract. That's how I.
That's right. Because I was in the music scene, not as a successful musician, mind you, but striving to become a successful musician and surrounded by the best other musicians in the area. Some of these guys were just world class, and they didn't achieve a lick of success because it's all orchestrated.
Their soul, right?
What they do is they tell you these stories about, oh yeah, all you have to do is buy a guitar and you're going to become famous and all. It's a lie to divert you from being able to better yourself. You're wasting all your time with that. It's the same thing with the professional sports. So, I'm gonna be a professional soccer player, but you don't realize that you've got just about as much chance as that as winning the lottery, which isn't going to happen either. Or you can better spend that time preparing yourself in other ways.
Mm. I think sports serve the purpose of capturing the strong, brutish males. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
The military and sports are both there. Military obviously serves as direct protection for the elites. But But yeah, it's just they're both just nets out there to capture the strongest humans,
Right.
basically, and to be used against the humans that protest
And
and
to
all
be
that stuff.
experimented on.
Yeah, yeah,
So
that too.
I
Yeah.
can't tell you how many military veterans I've spoken to who have been forcibly experimented on without their consent.
Yeah, I can't remember who it was. I was listening to. Oh, it might have been Dandelion in here. Dandelion was in the military, wasn't she? Is that right? Not sure, but I think it was her. She was mentioning how many vaccines V's they had to take in the military. You know,
It doesn't
and
even matter which country. All countries,
yeah,
everybody. There's no
yeah,
difference.
they're just piling them into their bodies. You know,
Hmm.
not necessarily in relation to this current situation, just in general. You know, over her. I can't remember how long ago it was when she served. You know.
Yeah, it's
But yeah.
disturbing.
So that's just the most surface level kind of experimentation going on, you know.
Hmm.
And we know that they're forever perfecting their brainwashing techniques with soldiers, you know, because that's the whole idea, is to break them down and build them back up, you know.
Yep.
So that there's that psychological experimentation constantly going on them, and then there's the stuff we have no idea about.
Hmm.
You know, the super soldier experiments in the basement, you know, type stuff. Who knows?
Well, they did all kinds of the frontline Marines that were sent out to, or the United States Marines that were sent out to Afghanistan. I've heard firsthand accounts of experimental hallucinogenic drugs that they were administered. Just sent out on ridiculously long patrols, and then when they would return back to base, they were not allowed to sleep, and no good reason being given. Just you can't sleep. Just all kinds of weird mind games, and high-ranking
Very strange.
officers. Before they would be deployed to combat, they're supposed to receive a degree of physical training to condition their bodies to be able to handle the rigors of combat. But this corrupt commander would accept money so that those guys wouldn't have to do the physical training. So, of course, when those guys get out to combat, they're not prepared for it, and a lot of them would obviously die as a result.
What do you think the purpose of that is? The hallucinogenic drugs, long patrols, no sleep. What?
To see what those drugs do, see how test different ways in which the drugs can be deployed.
It's like testing the limits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What does this do to a person under these conditions? What does it do to the person under those conditions? Just testing out different things to gather data on them.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
They're told, oh, this is to help keep you from getting, these pills are to help keep you from getting malaria, but they're actually an experimental hallucinogen. And it was described to me how some of the Marines in the unit literally lost their mind and would just randomly butcher animals like kittens and things like that for no reason.
Yeah.
And the reason was because of the hallucinogenic drugs and the psychological things that were being done to them. Ways in which they were being made to go insane, literally. And a lot of those guys did go insane. And these are fit guys. To become a U.S. Marine, you have to meet a certain standard. And so these are not wimps, is what I'm saying. These are strong, hardened men, battle-hardened men. And to make somebody like that go insane has to be a pretty powerful drug. And that's what they were using. And it's very unfortunate. It's not right.
Yeah, you really are in the belly of the beast in the military. You know, you are like, if the average person is already the property of the elites. You know,
Yeah.
If you're a soldier, you're absolutely their property. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And there's no escaping it. They've got you. They own you, and they can do whatever they want with you. It's horrible, man. Think about.
My grandfather was a U.S. Marine during World War II, and he was battling the Imperial Japanese in the Pacific, Okinawa. And the most fierce combat, they would send in the most uneducated guys. So because my grandfather had a high school diploma, which at that time and the region he was from was not as common, he was spared some of the most violent combat, whereas his friend did not have the same credentials and was cut down in combat.
Oh wow.
So even with the
Getting rid
United
of the
States
worst
military, they have the
parts back.
same caste system, but it's based on
Yeah.
educational credentials.
Well, it's heartless. You can't admit it's not practical though.
Yeah.
Ultimately. So, and nothing about war is got any heart in it, you know.
Yeah, it's not. It's not fun.
No. Yeah, you know, it's easy to hate on the military and all that, you know, because you know we know who they're ultimately protecting, you know, but you do have to show sympathy for these people because, they all go into it with noble intentions, you know,
Right.
at least, you know, so, and they have no idea what to expect, you know, they have no idea what they're getting themselves into most of the time.
You know, their intentions, most of them, they want to be defenders of the faith, the protectors of their family, their prosperity, peace, and to have that stable
It's
society.
not like you know, a world doesn't need people like that.
It's true.
You just
Yeah.
gotta be willing to lay your life down for the right thing, you know.
Yeah.
So it is no surprise that the suicide rates are through the roof for veterans, you know.
A lot of that's got to do with the experimental drugs they've been hit with. Because
And just everything
most
else,
of
you
them,
know.
they're not
Yeah.
stupid people. They're not weak. They've just been
No.
hit with a weapon.
I don't think the human spirit is built to reconcile the gruesomeness of war. You know.
Well, a lot of it has to do with there's a contradiction in the upbringing in the Western society. For example, you're told don't fight, don't hit, don't hurt people. And then when you get into military training, all that training you've had throughout your life to be nonviolent is erased and replaced with, all right, now it's time to be violent and kill. Whereas take a look at the ancient Spartans, for example, in Greece. You know, from the time they're born, if they're weak, they get thrown off and cast aside to be devoured by the wild animals. But as they're growing up, the ones that do survive are in a state of constant violence and, you know, fighting for everything, every scrap that they get, they have to fight for.
Yeah, yeah.
And so when those Spartans would encounter real combat as a military unit, it didn't really mess them up psychologically because they were geared for that. I mean, of course,
Yeah,
their
but you
leaders
could
didn't.
argue that they're fundamentally broken from the get go. That's the point.
They're just
Because you're saying
conditioned in a different way.
they're always in a state of violence. You know, that's not a healthy state. You know, and it can't ever lead anywhere good.
Well, the Spartan civilization lasted for a very long time, and it ended up staving off a Persian invasion. And you know, the Greek civilization, their language still exists today. I think not in small part due to that military presence.
Yeah, I mean, for the average citizen of the civilization, I'm sure things were prosperous. But we're talking about the military division.
Yeah.
And their personal lives and joy of it, you know. If they could even ascertain any joy when you're that kind of broken down, you know, everything's met with violence. That's what I'm referring to.
Those people were geared for war, straight up.
It's like, you know, the average American soldier gets his psychology completely destroyed, but the average American citizen is living a pretty comfortable, nice existence. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, and America is extremely prosperous and is going to leave behind You know, saying if.
Well, I think we're
it was,
crossing into the
you know.
territory of the United States of America was extremely prosperous.
Yeah, so it was extremely prosperous, and
Yeah.
if America were to disappear or something like that, it's certainly the civilization that was America, the United States of America, is going to leave behind things that are going to last for hundreds, maybe thousands of years. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. It's going to have its impact on the.
Yeah.
It's going to have a lasting impact.
Yeah, yeah. So. I guess it all just comes down to it's a shame it has to be the way it is, you know.
Yeah, I would
Right,
prefer peace.
Yeah.
Violence is really good in video games, though. I do like violence there when nobody actually gets hurt, and I love it. Movies, you know, when it's fake, I love that. But when people
But
actually get
maybe
hurt,
this is all the type of stuff that just makes us accept violence so easily, you know.
Yeah, possibly.
It probably is. I mean, it has to contribute in some manner or another to how
It's
we
very
perceive,
different, though.
and if we're desensitized, you know. I know. But like, if we really knew how this type of media affects our brain, like and I'm not implying that it does and we just don't understand. I'm just saying if we actually knew, if it did affect it as much as we think it does or didn't, then maybe we would approach all this media differently. You know, we wouldn't be so kind of careless with it. You know, to interact with it.
That's true. It is not
So,
wise to be careless when interacting with media.
Because I certainly enjoy a good shooter myself, man. You know.
It's fun to watch.
Yeah, or play. You know.
Yeah, the shooter games, they're fun.
I think most people in here are like they play Call of Duty.
Yeah, it's very popular. I think the last first-person shooter I did was Doom 2.
A little bit back then.
Yeah, I just started enjoying other types of games.
Yeah, not too much into shooters nowadays, but can enjoy them.
Some of them that have the rich stories, I won't play them. What I'll do is I'll just find a YouTube video and just watch somebody else play it. Because then I don't have to worry about performance or doing anything. I can just focus on the story and what's happening.
Yeah, sometimes
I'll
you get a
notice
game where
things
the story is better than the gameplay, and then sometimes the gameplay is better than the story, you know?
Yeah. Was it BioShock, right? I bought a PS3 and I bought that game, and I never even cracked the cellophane on that thing because I ended up just watching somebody else play it, and all right, I'm done with that. I know what the story is. It was interesting. Move on to something else now. The Dead Space was another one, exact same thing. I just watched the playthrough, and I'm done with that. Yeah, Call of Duty, that's the popular one. I hear a lot of people play that. Then they got Overwatch. I don't play that. It just didn't have much appeal for me.
I play quite a bit of Apex Legends, but that's about it. I used to play a lot of Call of Duty, but stopped because it got garbage in my mind.
Right.
What's the best version of Call of Duty? Which one did you like the most?
United Offensive. Do you even know that one?
Wait, what?
I played Call of Duty since the very first one on PC. United Offensive was the expansion pack, DLC. You know,
oh, that's awesome.
For Call of Duty 1. But no, COD 4. You know, COD 4 was amazing.
Yeah, boy.
So
that's what I would say.
I played up until Black Ops 2 and then stopped because, you know, I knew it from the very beginning and I saw how far it descended to just the 1 year releases. Same shit, copy paste, you know.
Copy paste. Yeah.
So
not a lot of heart put into them anymore.
Yeah.
True. Did you ever play GTA 5?
Yeah, played GTA.
It's funny because they kind of make fun of like the Call of Duty type of games in that game. I love the Grand Theft Auto satire, but yeah, they really make fun of Call of Duty in that game. So I find that funny.
I think everyone makes fun of Call of Duty now at this point. It's the
Right.
running joke of the gaming world.
Yeah.
It just got so bad, man. Same shit every year.
I know. I think I stopped around the same time you did. Black Ops 2, you said?
Yeah, Black Ops 2.
Yeah, I'd probably say the same.
But like United Offensive, like Call of Duty 1, Call of Duty was more like Battlefield back then. It had very big maps, had vehicles and all that, but capture like a conquest type game mode and that, So it was really cool, and you would expect them to expand more on that in the future, but then they started just kind of making the game smaller and smaller. Yeah. So.
I wish they would come out with more 4X games, the turn-based type. And I like outer space ones. That's just the funnest.
Yeah, usually the best ones are space ones, yeah.
Oh,
I never
so
played
fun.
any of them myself, but yeah.
I could spend hours on those. Well, Ascendancy was my favorite one. That was in 1996. And it was so fun because you take your ship and you go into the other solar system. You don't know what you're going to find. And then you discover all these things and all these resources you can use. It was just so exciting. And then, running into aliens, you don't know what they're going to look like or if they're going to be friendly. That was just so much fun to do. I wish they would create more like that. And it was turn-based, you know what I mean? So it was low stress. So you could come home from a hard day of work and, get a glass of scotch and a cigar and sit there and play that. And by the time it's time to go to sleep, you were truly relaxed and you'd get the best sleep you could ever have. Miss stuff like that. I don't need every time I sit down to play a game, I don't need an adrenaline rush, Get enough of that at work. It would be a fun 4X game concept would be using a flat Earth model. And here would be the premise of the game. So the known world is covered under a dome, which is what we have now, all the known continents. But there's a discovery made, there's a passage which leads out. And so the exploration is going out to the new lands on the plane and sailing out and finding new continents and new areas to expand, exploit, conquer. Maybe new types of species living, alien type things living out there. Who knows? Could be anything. That would be fun.
Find all the elites' underground bases and root them out.
That's that would be fun too. Or the premise would be you are an elite and you have to construct your underground bases.
That'd be brilliant.
And you're competing with other elites and you're trying to become the dominant one.
So you don't play any 4X games right now?
Technically, off the top, the answer is no. But I have Stellaris. That's one I have.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, I always hear
it's
about
good.
it. Yeah.
Like it. I should play that more. But let's see what's another one. Let me. I think it's actually still in alpha right now. It's being developed, and it doesn't have really good graphics, but it's not about that. What's it? Space Haven. And again, it's all space.
Space Haven, yeah. That's like a RimWorld-esque game, like, you're like managing a colony or something.
Yeah, it's very much like that. You have to build your ship, and you have to travel around and find resources to survive, and deal with radiation, meteor showers, pirates, all kinds of things. It's interesting. And you can find crew members on derelict ships that are in stasis, and you can convince them to join your crew. It's pretty neat.
There's another 4X game that I can't remember the name of, but I hear a lot about. Let me try to find it.
But Stellaris is one of the better ones I've played recently, though. I will have to give that one credit. It is quite good. I haven't done any combat in it yet, though, so I can't really give it a full-on stamp of approval. You got to have if you're going to do a space game, you got to have some good space battles with lots of explosions. Then I play World of Warcraft, and the interesting thing about that particular game is that the setting of the game is supposedly on a globe planet named Azeroth, right? But every programmer knows that the game world is actually a plane. It's flat. It's not a globe. So objects you can see off in the distance match what you would see on Earth. With the guy that filmed he took a photograph of those mountains 200 miles away. Stuff like that happens in this game world. That's supposedly a globe as well. And so you can also fly. So you can hit a button that takes you straight up in the air, and you can watch that the horizon doesn't change, and you can see no curvature. So you can use the model in the game to conduct similar experiments to what people are conducting in real life. The difference is there's no dispute that the model in which you're experimenting in the World of Warcraft is a flat plane.
Almost every game operates on a flat plane.
That's right.
I think the funniest thing at Tal Globers is flight simulators. Don't even account for curvature in flight simulators.
I didn't even think about that.
It's like, why would the strive is to make the most realistic simulator.
That's right.
To replicate flying in reality. So why would you fuck it up at the get-go by starting with a flat plane if you're on a globe? You know what I mean?
Right. Especially games like IL-2 and Rise of Flight, where they're trying to simulate World War I and World War II battles as closely as possible. And they do. They do. There's serious gamers out there that actually try to reenact those battles, even in the Pacific. Trying to, they've got squadrons that are trying to find the Japanese fleet. But
they set up the whole scenario and play it out.
But it's played out on a plane, not a globe.
Yep. Don't realize.
But they all say it's accurate, and I don't disagree with them. Yeah, it is probably as accurate as you can get, because World War II wasn't fought on a globe either.
But yeah, I mean, it makes no sense.
Yeah.
Why use a flat plane if it's a globe?
So these game simulation models can be used as proofs as well.
Essentially, circumstantial.
Because they can, if everybody agrees, okay, the game world is a plane, it's a flat plane. Now let's look at the characteristics of how a flat plane behaves, and you can do that. Take screenshots, videos, things like that, or even play the game and test.
Lo and behold, the mechanics of flight work perfectly. I understand that flight simulators are not. They can't yet simulate all the interactions of the atmosphere and aerodynamics, but the general principles are still applied in the physics model of the game engine.
Well, somebody should challenge a developer to create a flight simulator on a globe and see what happens.
Yeah, fuck up.
Of course.
It'd be really shit. You'd be accounting for thousands of feet of curvature every minute.
Right.
Never be able to actually enjoy flying.
But it'd be interesting to see what would happen, because that could function as a proof as well. So this game takes place on a flat plane, and this is how it behaves. This game, on the other hand, takes place on an actual globe where curvature, the conventionally accepted curvature, is embedded into the physics engine. And this is what happens. And you'll see it does not match reality.
Yeah, it's something I've thought of before. I was like, what? Someone should do that has programming knowledge. Just, do a very rough kind of
Yeah, it
thing,
doesn't
you
have to
know.
be the
And
game of the year.
you don't need to do the whole globe. You just need to do
A segment.
a sizable portion. Yeah, exactly, a segment. And then just show how would it, what would you see, at certain different altitudes? Where would the horizon line be, etc., etc.
There's
Someone
another
should
flight
do that.
simulator game. I forget what it's called, but it's supposed to. They've got cities in China where even the buildings are accurate, but even that game is not designed on a curve.
Oh, the latest one is Microsoft Flight Simulator
I think that's the
2020.
one. I think
Yeah,
that's the one I'm
and
thinking of.
it streams from Google Earth. It's data. It's satellite data basically. So you can fly to anywhere in the world in that. Supposedly, I never actually verified if you could go everywhere, but yeah. So say you're flying around New York, it'll stream all the high altitude imagery that Google Maps and Earth uses, and it'll implement it in the game. So you'll have all the buildings and everything. You'll have the exact road system. Everything will be exact. It's really cool.
One thing I believe is largely overlooked by most people is balloon technology. For example, I think a lot of these quote-unquote satellites are actually elaborate high-tech balloons that are able to remain aloft using balloon technology.
That's what they are, and I'm sure there's aviation technology that we're not privy to. That you just have very high altitude planes doing strips of data, and mapping the plane. Simply, the plane we live on, that is.
Well, let me give you an example. In Santa Fe, New Mexico, I was actively doing a college course, and I noticed every evening there would be these strange lights, a UFO, if you will. But it was in the same area, the same place every night, just slowly moving. It was not an airplane or something like that. And I was like, what the heck is that? I've never seen anything like it. It's really bizarre. And so I went to class and was consulting some of the other students about it, and they'd seen the same lights. And it turned out somebody had done some research on it and discovered it was a balloon, quote unquote, experiment that they were doing. So the UFO it was a UFO, but it turned out to be advanced balloon technology being experimented with. And it looked like
we
a
know for
satellite.
sure that there is satellites hanging off of balloons up there.
That's right.
There's someone in this server that got an image of a balloon transiting the moon. I can't remember who, but see it clear as day. So
I can believe it.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Back between World War I and World War II, they'd actually built an aircraft carrier, which was a giant balloon. It was a huge Zeppelin balloon type thing. The U.S. Navy built this thing, and it actually had aircraft on it that could be deployed from the air. And there was some accident that happened, and they supposedly scrapped it, but I don't think they did scrap it. I think they continued working on and enhancing that technology. Somebody said, well, it's vulnerable to, taking fire or something like that. But if anybody's ever studied World War I with the German Zeppelins, you couldn't just fly your biplane over with your 2 machine guns and take that thing down. You'd need a squadron. They had to invent special ammunition to take those things out because they were that tough. It was hard to shoot them down.
Really?
So, yeah. I mean, you've heard about that?
I never heard of this aircraft carrier you mentioned.
Oh yeah, I don't know the name of it, but yeah, it was. I think it was the United States Navy had it, and it was between World War I and World War II. It was after World War I, and everybody's trying to come out with the next best new technology, and the shipborne aircraft carriers were starting to come to their own. They were experimenting with those, but they were also experimenting with the balloon type, where the aircraft could be deployed and launched directly from the air. And you could house the crew on those ships, the airships. So I don't think that technology went by. I think they just made it top secret so that the adversaries would not gain the same technology, because that would be an enormous advantage if you could deploy a squadron directly from the air somewhere without being detected.
Oh, absolutely.
And then somebody said in a modern setting, well, one missile could take it out. Well, guess what? One missile can take down a seafaring ship too. So if it gets through, and you could equip an airship of sorts with the same sort of defenses you could put on a seafaring ship.
Oh,
The only
definitely. I mean,
difference is an airship
one
wouldn't be
missile
so.
might not destroy a naval vessel, but it's going to put it out of commission with the chaos it causes.
Well, with the right warhead, the missile would devastate any seafaring ship.
Yeah.
Especially if it's got an atomic yield on it, that thing is going bye-bye.
Oh, well, if we're talking that, yeah.
Yeah. So, a small tack nuke, yeah, they'll take it out. And they've got ordnances that are just so potent that no aircraft carrier would be able to withstand a direct hit. That's why they have all the point defense systems on them.
Yeah, but I imagine even a lesser ordnance missile hitting maybe the deck of an aircraft carrier, that's the deck completely fucked. It's chaos there.
Oh, yeah.
You're not launching any planes off of it. Maybe the thing's not sinking or anything, but it's out of commission.
Well, there were like World War II. There were cases like that. One of the reasons they said that the United States Navy triumphed over the Imperial Japanese Navy was that the United States Navy's damage control and ability to repair was greater than the Japanese. The Japanese put most of their focus in aggressive weaponry and that sort of technology. They didn't really care about protecting the pilots or being able to recover from hits and damage. And so as a result, when American aircraft carriers and vessels would become damaged, they could be repaired and brought back into action much faster than the Japanese could put their equipment back after they were damaged. So once a Japanese vessel was damaged with what you're talking about, it was out of the war. You might as well have sunk it. And plus the Japanese,
they were going for the brute force kind of doctrine.
They took their best pilots and they just kept them on the front lines constantly, whereas the United States doctrine was as soon as you got 5 kills, they would rotate you back to a safer location, and you would run the college and you would teach younger pilots how you became an ace and how to defeat the enemy. And so there was constantly updated knowledge, and they were able to constantly triumph over the Imperial Jap, and their pilots would just die off because attrition.
Yeah, that is the smarter method, definitely. What good is experience if it's not passed on, right?
Right. I actually spoke to a gentleman. He was an American fighter pilot, and he got his 5th kill in North Africa, battling the German, the Luftwaffe. And they, after he got his 5th kill, he was sent back, and then he stayed in the service. And he said to him, the most frightful time to be a military pilot was during the Cold War, believe it or not. During maneuvers with the Soviets and such, because there were things behind the scenes that they didn't tell the public about that were going on during that time period. I know my father's got some stories, Soviet MiGs following him with weapons lock on. That's not fun.
No, can't imagine. Anyway, Aldine, it's been good speaking with you, man, but I'm going to jump off for now, so.
Yep, I should probably get going as well.
Again.
Indeed. Have a great night.
You too, man. Bye to everyone else. See yous.
Take care, guys. Thanks for the chat.
Indeed.
Hello, is there anybody here?
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. A little quiet right now.
What time is it now?
4:42 a.m. Pacific time.
AM?
4:42 a.m. Pacific time. Yes.
Oh, it's 2:42 after PM here. PM. It's
And where
from
are you?
Greece.
Where are you?
Greece. It's four
Greece.
four. Yes, it's almost 3 o'clock afternoon.
You think the Earth is flat?
Yes. But I also think that they manipulate the weather also. I see now many airplanes with long tails, smoke tails, and they manipulate the weather now.
That's right.
I can send you photos if you like to send it on the text. You like to send it to you?
Put it in live stream. Yeah.
Not in live stream because I cannot send it. I can send it
Oh,
only to
okay.
you
Send it to me then. Yeah, send it to me.
because I'm driving also, not have an accident. Okay, one, I think, two. I sent you also videos. Oh, maximum file is 8. Do you have Nitro or do you have simple Discord?
What are you asking?
Did you have Nitro or you have simple Discord?
I don't have Nitro right now. You have to pay for that, right?
Yes, and
Yeah,
it's a lot of.
I don't have Nitro.
How much must you pay?
I don't know. I think it's about $10 plus $10.
Each month?
Yeah.
Hey, Godric, do you think the Earth's a ball?
I have sent you 9 files now. I think it's compressed. If you can see it, you can see all the lines from the airplanes. Can you see it? Nordic?
You didn't send me nothing. You were supposed to send me. Did you DM it to me?
Yes, I sent it to you. To Gordic.
Are you Silver?
Yes,
Silver?
Tyler.
I'm sorry,
Yes.
Siler. Okay, I got chemtrails, right? Sleeping
Yes.
Warrior. I thought the globe was I thought the Earth was a globe when I was in second grade. I believed it. I came to the flat Earth about 5 years ago.
Yeah, me too. I
Did
realized
you see the chemtrails? How big they are and how complex they are divided and together like a grid. They make it like a grid. Like
Yeah,
small.
It's like a
if
grid.
the Earth
Yeah.
was a ball and the sky was conforming to the shape of the Earth below it, then we would see curved chemtrails all the time. Not curved because the plane's turning, but curved because it's following the shape of the level path that it's following, and the level path that it's following is supposed to be a curve. It would be clearly evident, and we don't see it. We see flats everywhere.
Yeah, so you're saying
Everything's refracted.
chemtrails is a sign of a flat, stationary plane with the atmosphere
Yeah,
on top.
chemtrails, not contrails. Contrails are the ones that are small and disperse quickly, but like the actual chemtrails, big, like long, straight lines of white across the sky. Yeah, they're flat as can be. Them.
So they would be curving if. How long are these chemtrails? Here, let me post some stuff that Siler's sending me.
Well, technically, Sleeping Warrior, everything's bending and refracting, making the line straight.
No, it's the other way around. It's the straight line of the Earth that they curve it into a. Isn't it curving into a ball rather than? Oh no, it's the other way. No, sorry, you're right. Everything's curving from a curve into flat. So yeah, you are right. It is actually a curved contrail. It's just it looks flat.
Right, it appears flat due to refraction. Everything's bending.
Yeah, it's always
Can
that
you
perfect.
send it, Cordic, can you send it please to the main chat, the photos, so all they can see?
I'll do it right now.
Especially the most have chemtrails. Can I have also the privilege to send also? Can you give me the permission? Can someone give me a permission to send also to the main chat photos?
I can't do it, but I'll.
I don't think anyone here has the perms to give you that yet. But what are those things in the sky? What are they? What are they doing? Are they blocking out the sun?
Did you see it? Did you see it? Like we saw the attack?
I
Did you see the photo?
gotta grab them. Hang on a second. Give me a minute.
Okay. Sorry.
You sent a lot of them, first of all.
Was the most with the most chemtrails? I think not a landscape, portrait. I think it's two with portrait alignment, and it's a lot of chemtrails. Select the most with the chemtrails. The most chemtrails.
No, they just no. What's the explanation for this? They just say it's the plane's
Ice
exhaust.
No one tell us. I don't know.
I thought it was ice crystals. They're freezing and leaving a trail.
Ice
Who knows what it
crystals.
is? Who knows what it is? But what we do know is that when it's really cold up there and the exhaust gases that are coming out of the engines from the planes are very hot, it doesn't take long for them to go cold because they're very they start to disperse and they lose their heat quickly. They condense, but for some reason they linger there, and I don't understand why. It's as if they're burning the fuel that the medium that they're in is providing, and that's why it remains where it is and it doesn't disperse.
Yes, but if you see a regular plane, the gas from behind of the train, the plane are going in 5 seconds, mostly 10 seconds. I saw this kind of plane, and I saw the other kind of plane that leaves all these things back. And I have also a video. I can send it also to you, but it's more than 8 megabytes.
They're coming through now.
Yes.
I don't see the chemtrails in the last two unless they're really small.
They are, if we maximize.
Now this is this is in Greece.
Yes, yes.
Is it Athens?
You can say yes. Outside of Africa. If you zoom, you can see it clearly. But the one is with the most, not with the landscape, with the portrait orientation. Λέει φίλε, έχεις το πλυντήριο και κάτω έχω πλακάκια. Έχεις καμιά κουτά. Να την κόψω μωρέ. Τι γίνεται?
I'm getting most of them. Yeah, so I heard there's there's toxins like I don't know, like bromine. I don't know if I'm saying it right. You guys know what's in these chemtrails?
Yeah, bromine or whatever. Yeah. Bromide. Yeah.
The thing is that we don't know what all the chemtrails are inside. And they don't say also what are the ingredients inside this chemtrail.
Now, if you guys remember back in history, in time, were these did planes always give out chemtrails, or was it a certain year they started making these things? Because you could pay a skywriter to like write your name in the sky. You know, do you remember that?
Yeah.
Like, that was it back in like in the 80s. That was a thing, like "Happy Birthday," you know, or something like that, or a heart or something. Which they did that for fun, but I wonder if that was really a chemtrail or if that was just, you know, was it like a conspiracy or was it something else?
So you think it's nothing?
I put your pictures. I think I got all of most of them in the live stream. Well, do you remember? Like, I remember back when I was young, you could have paid like a skywriter to write like your name, you know, or just for fun. You can put your name in the sky. You know, you would pay him to do that. You know, this is like, you know. But was that a chemtrail? I'm asking you. I don't know. And what year did they start doing chemtrails? Does anybody know that? I don't know.
Do you feel like it varies on location as well, Godric? Because I spent a month in...
Go ahead. You spent a month.
Yeah, I spent a month in San Diego and like practically none there.
Well, there's none, right? So
well, yeah, I'd
in
say
that case,
literally none.
in that case, it varies. But I mean, I don't really follow them that much, but I see plenty, like in LA, like in Los Angeles.
Oh, okay. Major city.
And they do these patterns, you know, which makes me think that it's deliberate. It's not an accident. But
crosses and stuff.
Yeah, but I haven't, you know, followed them as far as being specific. I haven't looked at them every day. I'm here and there. I don't really pay attention too much. And so, of course, in that case, it does depend on the location. If you went to the boondocks somewhere in, who knows, somewhere in Madagascar, I'm sure there's none, because there's no planes out there. But like in the cities, right, would be a big thing in the cities, and also in places where, you know, there's a lot of people, where they would do it, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Why do you think all these chemtrails or the lines on the sky? Why? Some airplanes, some does not. And they make it all the same. The same plane goes like rounds and rounds and rounds around of one spot, and they create like a grid, and all the time it's all in the sky. The same grid on the sky all the time. It goes back and forth for 2-3 hours. Why?
Yeah, that sounds like, you know, deliberate poisoning. They're gonna go back and forth 2 or 3 hours. I don't see what they'd be doing up there, except you know, poisoning the sky.
And it's always the same time, afternoon all the time. And I think it was also the summer, June, July. I think it was also, and now again. And after 2 days, there is raining. 1-2 days after that, it's always raining, always. After 2 days of all that happening. Do you think it's all coincidence?
I wonder if the pilot knows what he's doing. Then maybe they're telling him to take readings of something of the atmosphere or something. I don't know how they wouldn't know they're poisoning. Maybe they tell them they're doing something. They're helping, helping the environment by blocking out the sun, blocking out radiation or something. What they're telling them.
Why don't they tell us then what is inside? Why don't they tell the people we are doing this time and this time? It's for this cause, and the ingredients inside the smoke or inside this thing we're spreading around is these ingredients. Why nobody tells about this? Long time now, not now, for years, 20 years, 30 years now. And I heard some ex-Marines and ex-airplane pilots that some very, very bad things that they're doing up there. And after they spoke, okay, said, after they speak in the television, they're dead. Ex-chief of the police.
They kill them if they speak out?
No, they have spoken and they are dead now. I can send you also a video of the ex-policeman who spoke and says that they're doing very bad things with his airplanes.
Is it in English?
Yes.
Yeah, if you send it to me, I'll post it.
Wait, I find it now on internet. I saw it before many, many years, but I think it's very easy to spot it again on YouTube. I can find it now, my friend.
Good morning, amigos. How's everyone doing today, huh?
Good morning.
Morning. What you guys talking about, huh?
Right now it's chemtrails.
Chemtrails? Oh, shit.
I posted some pictures from Zeidler. And he's in Greece. And he's showing us what they're doing over there.
And they're spraying that shit everywhere, dude. I don't know what the fuck, dude. Like, it's the only subject. I always tell people it's the only subject in, like, I guess 20 years now that I haven't found anything new about.
If there's like one line going across, that's one thing. But when they start doing a grid back and forth, then you got suspect.
Oh yeah, I've seen something
like they're doing up there.
Undeniable shit like X's, and the only thing is, like, we don't know what the fuck. They're like, no one knows anything. I haven't found any new piece of information since I found out about this. So many conspiracies, poison, this, that, weather control. I mean, it fucks up the weather, obviously, but we don't know shit, dude. We don't know anything. People who deny it, I don't know how the fuck they deny it. Like, they're just in denial. You cannot deny that something is happening in the sky that wasn't happening 20, 30 years ago. I didn't grow up with this. Anybody who's old enough, they know, dude. We didn't grow up with this shit. I had a perfect blue skies growing up, dude. And little contrails, when they would happen, it's like a few seconds, dude. They disappear right after the airplane. It's a few seconds. These things linger in the sky all day long, dude. And they always cover the sun for some reason.
Right, and always the path of the sun as well.
Yeah. But all the conspiracies, dude, like fucking spraying poison, this, that, like, I don't know about that either, bro. You know? There's nobody collected anything, no data, nothing. We don't know shit about this, bro. That's the scariest part. No one knows anything. Some people see it, some people deny it. That's all we have. I've heard people the other day denying it, like, with the logical fallacy. Oh, why would they spray in the sky when we can just poison your water and air? Really? That's your fucking logic, dude?
It's like, aren't they already doing that?
Exactly. Exactly. Air and water. They fucking us up anyhow they can, dude. Oh, they would spray themselves too. Really? What the fuck? You can use the same logic for the water. Why would they put fluoride in our drinking water 50 years ago? No one can do shit about it. Rat poison, dude. In our drinking water. Why would they do that? Why would they do that? Why would they poison their own?
They tell them that in small quantities it's good for you.
Oh, it's good
That's
for you.
crazy, dude.
Yeah, it's good for your teeth. It's good for bone cancer. Is what it's good for. Osteoporosis, arthritis. That's what it's good for. Calcification of a pineal gland. Yeah, it's good for a lot of things. We know that. I don't know shit about chemtrails though.
I know a guy in Florida. He works for the Department of Water and Power, and he's not even a flat earther. He wasn't when I talked to him, but they basically have to put a hazmat suit on to put the fluoride in there. And when they tell him about the fluoride, they tell him,
shit.
The first thing they tell him is never get it on your skins. What they tell him. So even though he's not a flat earther, he always told me that's suspect. Like why they put it in the water? Can't get it on your hand.
Yeah, they're dealing with concentrated chemical, dude, and they get that shit. It's a byproduct of aluminum industry, and they literally buy it from China, bro. So they import poison from China to get rid of, like, Chinese sell it to get rid of, to get the poison off of their land, right? We buy it here, and they put it in our drinking water, dude. And no one can stop it. It's been happening for 60 years now, dude. It's been in Congress, scientists, like, congressional testimonies, all kinds of shit, dude. That it causes cancer, it kills fucking people, that's horrible shit. Nope. Put it in Americans' drinking water every month. And let them drink that shit. While they talk about race, while they talk about climate change, and all the stupid shit.
What's even worse is, like, when you talk to an NPC about it, they're like, well, it makes your teeth healthy. It's like, what the hell? I don't need you to put drugs in the water, dude.
My pediatrician told us that back in, I'm gonna say, more than 10 years ago. She might be wise to it now, but that's what they told all of us. They said because the poor people can't afford toothpaste, they put it in the water to protect our teeth.
That's so retarded. I can't believe people fell for that. That's so dumb.
They fell for it, yeah. Like Jim Carrey says, and they're buying it. They're buying it. Madness. Why don't they put vitamin D3?
Right. That starts a whole other conversation. Like, well, how come they don't put this in there? It's like, wait.
Right? Like a fucking drug.
All or none, bitch.
I think they can put anything they want inside them. Even things they don't test about it. Maybe they test about, let's say, sugar.
Water is water. Water doesn't need anything. You can purify it if you're going to give it to me for drinking. Thank you very much. It doesn't require a lot.
But yes, but I mean that they can put inside whatever they want. No one will test it. Even if you can test it, you can test it for certain things, and not things you don't know that exist. Understand what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's inside there an ingredient that it doesn't, no one knows about it. So how can you trace it? You can trace certain things.
There's definitely a lot of bad shit in the food too. Fucked up ingredients that are not supposed to be there.
Does anybody know anybody who flies a plane and does chemtrails?
Bro,
You think,
like I
think
said,
it's the
I don't
military?
know.
Maybe it's the military, or I don't know what it is.
I personally don't know anything about chemtrails, bro. I see it. I'm not a denier, bro. I see something happen in the sky. But what it is, I don't fucking know, dude. I don't know anything about chemtrails.
if I did come across an actual, chemtrail pilot, I might just sock him in the gut or something.
I'll sock you in the gut.
I'll just be like, yo, what is that shit? Just show me what is it, bro. I know you're not irresponsible. Just show me what is it. I want to know. That's it. Wouldn't you guys like to know? Like, what the fuck is it? What are we being fucking sprayed with? Like bugs, like cockroaches? And no one can do shit about it? Who has the right to spray our skies? Who has that right? Who gives themselves a right to spray everyone's sky? I don't know, dude.
The only thing I can't stand more than people that wear masks are people that don't wear masks. But vice versa. The only thing I hate more than flat earthers are people that believe in the globe.
Is this a troll or not?
This is Flat Nasty.
What's up, Saturday Saints? How you been, bro?
What up? What do you guys do? Nothing. Just making this song right now.
Dude, same, bro.
Spit it, bro.
You guys want to hear
some? Yeah, spit some, dude.
All right, check it out. Wait, do I sound better like this? I'm on speaker, or like this when I'm talking?
You're both pretty crispy.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right. Hold on.
I feel the same way about you.
No way.
Can you hear it?
I know the background music. It's a little faint, but it's so crazy that you're about to do this Eminem beat because that's exactly what I'm working on, dude. Just a different song. That's so wild.
That's crazy.
Go ahead, though. Spit it, bro.
All right. Earth is flat. Flat again. Earth is flat. 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 Get flat smacked. All these mascots get so exasperated, follow me around Target, asking, hey, did I want to put a mask on? Because that's what they did. So if all your friends got vaccinated, like 100%, yeah, I'd gladly take it. Well, I'm a son of a bitch. Handsome? Maybe. You loving the piss. That today becomes somehow decaffeinated. Coffee astronauts. Have on this spaceship, ready to drink by tomorrow. How amazing. By now, I'm wowing the crowd and the ladies all get aroused. When I talk about space, pennies falling on the ground when I'm in a debate. Till eventually you want to slap me in the face. Operation Warp Speed. I don't need any brakes. Till the wheels fall off. I don't feel any shakes. But this airplane spray is peeling the paint. Everything you were taught not's real is fake. Ladies and gentlemen, give them a standing ovation. Let's hear it again for Flat-a-Day Saints. All these globetops want to debate with me about the vacuum of space being make-believe. The sea level line looking so straight to me, a big waste of time they get paid to be. All these globetops want to debate with me about the vacuum of space being make-believe. The sea level lines looking so straight to me, a big waste of time they get paid to be. I'ma shed some light and let it go free, and I can't be quiet, y'all already know me, but to survive AI gotta be low-key, still let it shine. Just keep the low beams on at all times so they don't close me down at night like a bar with no drinks. Went to an AA meeting just to shatter their faith. I was like, hi, my name is Flat-a-Day Saints. Walk around barefoot while you still masking your face until eventually all your masculinity breaks down like solid waste drains into a lake. And if you're still sipping lattes that astronauts make, you couldn't stomach the fact NASA's fake. Critics say my rap sucks like the vacuum of space, adjacent to Amy's gas pressure debates. And if the jab is medicine you was pressured to take, then your scabs are shedding wherever they lay, like Apollo 11's confetti parade. Build a wall again if you want to make America great, or just pay Bill Gates to build a gate. All these globetops want to debate with me about the vacuum of space being make-believe. The sea level lines looking so straight to me, a big waste of time they get paid to be. All these globetops want to debate with me about the vacuum of space being make-believe. The sea level lines looking so straight to me, a big waste of time they get paid to be.
All right, brother.
Damn.
All right. Fire, man.
Sound good?
Yes, big time.
Thank you. I have like an outro chorus that I do too,
That's
but
good.
yeah, thank you.
That's the Eminem song. Talks about Michael Jackson.
Mm-hmm. No. That's not. That's the one where he dresses up like Robin and Batman, and they jump in the Batmobile, and he's like solving crimes and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I'm just waiting for my friend who's like the one who records it and everything. He went to go to the store and he's been lagging. So I've been just sitting here until my voice goes, just practicing now. Till my voice gets sore, but it strengthens like your vocal cords to practice a lot, you know?
You know that song "Ass Like That" by Eminem?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was working on a parody today called "Flat Like That."
Oh, nice. That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have any of it?
Yeah, I'll do a little bit.
Yeah, let me hear it.
The way you fake it, I can't believe it. I ain't never seen it flat like that. Right?
Nice.
But hold on. I don't believe it. It's almost too good to be true. I ain't never seen it flat like that. You think it's moving? You think it's spherical? The way Earth moves, it's like a belly dancer. She's shaking that pair too. That's no grass at Tyson. Sorry, I still got to work on a couple things, but it's so funny because the lines work up so perfectly, dude. Like,
yeah.
I gotta put the timing in. You just kind of went for it. You're awesome, but yeah, man, it's harder than it seems to get all the lines right. But yeah, I'm gonna see if I can finish this and put it out for you guys.
Yeah, that'd be tight. My friend's like, why do I always use Eminem beats? And I was just like, well, that's the music I like grew up listening to, so it's really easy for me to spit to like an Eminem instrumental. And he's like, well, what if you want to do something with your music or something and you can't do anything because it's copyrighted? And I'm just like, I'm just putting it out there to get known, you know what I mean? So people could hear it, really. You know what I mean?
Just get a metronome beat and play along the metronome beat so that you can put your words to the metronome beat rather than to specific music. And then there's lots of music that can go over the top of a. If you've timed it with the metronome, then there's a lot of music that'll play over the top of you, like rapping it.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I never even thought of doing that.
Yeah, just go on, look for a 2, 3, and a 4 beat metronome tone on YouTube, and you can find them. And then just put your lyrics down and just keep it to the beat rather than the music, and then you're in.
Okay, that's a good idea. I'm gonna tell my friend to hook that up when he gets back.
Yeah, for a 4 beat metronome. I'm
so bad at like any of these instrumentals or like has anything to do with like recording or instruments, dude. I'm horrible. All I know how to do is like spit to the beat that I have, you know. And like I'm really good at writing. Like I have thousands and thousands of pages of rhymes. I have like 15 or 16 notebooks that are completely full, and then like a couple legal folders that are like 2 inches thick with rhymes. So I have so many. I could probably make, if I actually sat down and took the time, I could probably make like 20 or 30 songs out of all of them just to formulate them. But it's like, I don't know. I could do that all day, just write stuff. But when it comes to like knowing anything about the instruments or like the recording part, dude, I suck so much. My friend always tells me like, you're yelling in the microphone. And I have to like learn not to yell in the microphone. It takes time, you know.
Or set up a compression filter on your recording device, and that'll keep the levels at a reasonable level.
Okay, a compression filter. I'm gonna write that down.
Yeah, compression filter on your depending on what software you're using to record yourself, you can often, if you're using like what's it called now? That bloody OBS. You can do it on OBS where you put your microphone filter on as set up a compression filter, and then it basically it stops it from getting too loud, so it keeps it in the same volume. So if you're talking quiet and then you start shouting, you can't really tell the difference.
Oh, okay. Yeah, dude, this fool has like 3 or 4 badass microphones. One of them was like $900, and then he's got like 3 screens right here and like a crazy ass amplifier, guitars, drums, all the music mixing equipment and everything. So I'm sure he has that. A compression. I'm gonna write that down too. A compression filter.
It's either compression filter. I think it might be suppression. It's either compression or suppression.
Okay, a suppression filter. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm sure.
I've sent you the metronome beat thing in your DMs so that you can just play that in the background. You'll be able to imagine like Eminem, but there's loads of them, like different speeds and different rhythms. So like 2 beats, 3 beats, 4 beats, 60 BPMs, 90 BPMs. So you just pick one, put your lyrics to it, and then just keep it going around. But find one of the songs that you like, and you'll be able to pick the rhythm off that matches the song that you like, and then you'll be able to put the song in the music in afterwards. But it's good because if you mess up your lyrics, you don't have to rewind the song for you to find where you are again. You just go back to where you last had it right, and then start singing again. And then the metronome keeps you in synchronization with it. So it's pretty good.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I think also to dodge the copyright, like you know how Kids Bop and all that stuff, they have like bad versions of the instrumental that are recreated. So
Yeah. I know what you mean.
Could be an option as well, but what Sleeping Warrior is saying is exactly true. Like if you do nail down a good BPM, then you can just apply that to almost anything else that fits. So
yeah,
that is true.
Yeah, for sure.
What I always find myself doing is when I get the metronome playing and it's like tick tock, it starts doing that in my head. I start putting the music to Eminem, for example, to it, and then I start thinking. And if you do that with an Eminem song that you like, and then start put the lyrics on screen and start singing it to yourself, you'll see how it just slides in. And if it doesn't slide in, then you realize that you've got the wrong beat or the wrong rhythm or whatever.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, like my friend didn't want to use this beat. He hates this song, right? So he's like, "Fuck, if we could use any beat but that." Dude, I went through like 35 different songs right now, and there was only like 2 or 3 Eminem beats that were as fast as that one, because I wrote that song to that beat. So like everything goes perfectly to it. So I try to find one. I could flow it to different beats, but then I'd have to like slow down the one. You know what I mean? Or like one of the beats halfway through the song, it does like this hook where it doesn't fit in. So I was just like, I'm just gonna keep this beat, even though the beat's kind of annoying, but my rap goes perfectly to it. You know what I mean?
Sure, Eminem wrote in one of his songs. I'm sure it was Eminem that said, "I can keep rhythm with no metronome."
Sure, no, that was that wasn't Eminem. That was that song where it goes, "I could ride my bike with no handlebars." Flowbots. That was Flowbots.
Flowbots. Yeah, that's it. I can keep rhythm with no metronome. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that was a badass song.
Yeah, hey, it was.
You know what song reminds me of? Have you guys ever heard of, like, some people call them Morgellons, right? But it's like the nanofibers that they spray and that are all in our food and everything. You know what I'm talking about? Like the nanofibers that get in our bodies, like that they spray or that they put in food.
I heard about that shit, but I don't know about that, bro. I'm just saying.
No, well, I've taken like hair follicles, and I have like a $1,600 microscope, and I've looked at them under the microscope, and there's like inside my hair. Let's say these things are like.
Can you show a photo of that, bro? I would love to see that, because I've done a lot of research on that, and like nothing that I can say, okay, that's true. But I've heard about that and I know it. So if you can post a photo, I would love to see more. Okay,
I could do that. I could take a photo of it. Probably even with this phone that I have, I could do it. I have a Nikon D850 though too. I could probably put like a 35 millimeter lens on that, because the scope of what you're looking through in the microscope is so small that the picture would be like a circle with black all around.
What is it? What do you see? What do you see under the microscope?
So I see like in my hair follicles, and I've looked at other people's hair follicles too, and it's like it looks like a hair that's like 1/10 or maybe like 1/6 of the circumference of a regular hair follicle, that goes inside the hair, through the hair, and then comes out at certain places. And what it does is it makes like these gnarly knots. It like knots up all crazy. And then it's just like, have you ever seen like Have you ever seen the pattern of you know that water test they do with the water molecules that were like played like good classical music, and then the water molecules that
Oh yeah, Dr. Emoto,
yeah. So
Japanese guy.
like some of these things are shaped like the ugly water molecules. Hold on, my friend's phone's ringing. Let me turn this
I was
down. Hold on.
wondering whose phone that was.
Yeah, sorry about that. I don't know. It's just ringing and ringing. So like the ugly water molecules, how they look all jagged, they look like broken pieces of glass almost, but not even that beautiful. They don't really, their symmetry is really ugly, you know?
So this is in your hair, and not it doesn't come out of your body, right?
This is like skin follicles that I put on there, pieces of skin. I've even put my own blood on there and looked at my blood, and there's black things in my blood that are shaped like those jagged water molecules, where like they're not transparent. But anything in your blood, when you're looking at your blood on the slide, it should be all transparent, whatever you're looking at. But these things aren't transparent that are in the blood. If that makes any sense to you.
It'd be interesting to see what happens after an injection. You know, when someone's had their injection, get a blood sample before injection and then a blood sample after, and see is there anything different?
Oh, I'm sure. I mean, I've seen videos that people have posted on my messenger of like little 30-second clips of like what it looks like under. Some lady said they had one and it was out of the fridge too long, so they were going to throw it away, and she put it under the microscope, and they saw like these shapes that I'm describing, like these jagged shapes appearing once the light was on it long enough, and they were brilliant colors of blue, yellow, purple, like colors spectrums from the rainbow. And so she asked one of the IT guys, because in all her years as a doctor, she'd never seen anything like that. And he said that that's what the liquid looks like that they put into like a supercomputer, like the conductor part, or like some shit like that when they're putting something into a computer. So from the studying I've done, the stuff that they have is it's 3 parts. It's 1 part nano, 1 part organic, and 1 part metallic. And it's able to go inside you, or it's able to go in living things. And what it does is it basically, they say that it can bring enough protein with it. It carries its own food with it, and it brings enough protein so it can live dormant for like up to 3 months. But it can go through like it can go through fire, it can be frozen, whatever, and it can formulate back. It can be melted down and turn in liquid, and then go back to a solid. And what it does is it feeds off of our heartbeat, because our heartbeat, it puts out like an electric pulse. And so the same way when like, you know, when you have static electricity and like you touch something and the hair goes up or something, there's like this electric propulsion that it pulls towards our body, because our heart beats like a perpetual motor that's running. These things are like feed off of that. So I don't know. I've even heard that once you die and your heart stops, they formulate and they leave your body. I don't know if that's true, but I know that they are in our bodies. I know that's for sure, because I've been using microscopes since I was little. And the stuff I'm seeing now, I hadn't seen like when I was younger. And it's just like, it's not natural at all. So does that make sense to anybody?
Yeah, man.
My mom thought I was crazy for the longest time. Now she fully believes me, you know? It's just like,
yeah, it's all right believing you, because it's like we can't
You can
verify
show
any
us
of it.
some pictures of that. That'd be good. Put them in live stream.
I will.
Yeah, you gotta somehow send it to a lab, dude, and check, like, have them examine it. You know, see what it actually is. Because you can just be making guesses all day long, but you don't really know. You know.
Yeah.
Send it to a lab, and they'll let you know right away what it is.
Yeah, I don't know what lab I
You
would
need to trust the lab, though. They may not tell you what it is. They may have another answer for it.
Yeah, that's very true, because you got to figure like everything's set in place where all these people who are like supposed to have the authority over us, like doctors, people with PhDs and credentials, if all they've been ever taught was bullshit, then that's all they know. Then that's all they could teach us. You know what I mean? Like they're still lying, but they don't realize they're lying. You know, they're just doing it out of what they've been taught. Basically, that's the way I see it. Even doctors, if you come at a doctor like this and tell them this, doctors have already been taught that if anybody says this to them, then it's a mild form of schizophrenia and it's delusions that they have, and they'll treat you. They'll refer you to a psych.
Yeah, if you send these to a lab and the doctors that are, or the scientists that are analyzing these I guess slides or pictures, or what is it, cells? Is it cells you have?
No, it's not that. It's not the microscope's not that. It magnifies it where like one hair follicle would be like you're looking at it and it's like almost as thick as like the circumference of like a pencil. Like as you're looking, you know what I mean?
So if you
Through the
send that
microscope.
to a lab, and these people in the lab believe that you should wear masks and that COVID is a natural virus, then how do you know they're going to give you the right answer about your
Yeah, I wouldn't trust that they would at all, dude. You know?
Yeah, they
Yeah,
probably give you
no,
the right answer, but it's the explanation that they attach to it that's the issue.
yeah, they might be instructed already to tell them what this is, even though they don't really know.
Yeah, they'll probably say something like, yes, the blood samples that you've provided are evidence of cytoplasms, but these are, and that bit will be true, but then they say, and these are caused by gravity, and then you go, no, and you facepalm, and you just realise that they're lying to you.
Most of you guys are like at least in your late 30s or 40s, right? Who are on the phone right now?
Yeah.
Okay, so do you guys ever remember as kids something called the I think it's called the zombie what's it called, the zombie parasite that attacks these ants? Once it gets inside these ants, it controls the ant and gets the ant to go commit suicide, like go in water, right? So the ant will do that, or the ant will latch on to like a leaf, and it'll just sit there and die from this parasite being in it. And this parasite creates something that looks like a mold with spore, like a hairy mold that surrounds the ant and the leaf, and then something pops out of the ant's head that looks like a really thin mushroom stem with like a mushroom bulb that's kind of like grape shaped at the top, or like cranberry shaped.
Bro,
you guys ever seen that?
Bro, those are the medicinal mushrooms, Cordyceps sinensis. Those are one of the most beneficial mushrooms you can eat.
That come out of an ant?
Yeah, bro, that's pure gold. Those are medicinal mushrooms, bro. They're so good for you.
Yeah, I got some cordyceps, I got some chaga, I got some reishi.
Yes, sir.
But these
Creation Bear knows. Creation Bear knows what's up.
Small though. They're
He's talking
small, bro.
about
Like
something
the
else,
size of a
guys.
sprout.
You guys aren't talking about the same thing.
No. This is it, bro.
Produce from a parasite doesn't sound beneficial to us.
No, it's not a parasite, bro. But anyway, keep on going. I want to.
You guys are.
I heard this story about the ants just like within the last 5 years, and it was strange to me that ants would have a parasite like that. But what about if humans had that?
It's a fungus. It's a fungus. It's a huge difference between fungus and parasite, guys. Okay, learn the difference, please.
Okay, well, this thing that comes out of their head is only like the size of a sprout, though.
Hang on, is there not a possibility that you two are talking at cross purposes? Maybe you're talking about two different things that seem to be the same?
The smoke that comes out of the ants and insects, I know exactly what it is. It's a Cordyceps sinensis. It's a mushroom.
It's like small, like a sprout.
And does it make them do things?
Yeah,
well,
like
it kills the ant, I believe, but I think they only start growing after the ant dies, or like towards the end of the ant's life. And it's not just ants. It does this to other insects too.
Yeah.
Hold on a second.
So I've seen that like in the past 5 years, and I know that that stuff wasn't around when I was a kid. And I've also seen, I don't know if you guys ever heard of tardigrades.
Yeah, don't they say that those are like the insects or whatever, the little bears that live on other planets and stuff?
Yeah, they say that they can live in space. They took them up to the space station, and that they can survive in a zero-G environment, or they can stay frozen for thousands of years.
Yeah.
There's all kinds of stuff on like Nat Geo about them and about the zombie spore ants or whatever. But all this stuff is like, all these things have the characteristics of the stuff I was describing and that I've studied about. I've seen so many seminars on nanofibers, and I recently saw a video where they had a super high-powered microscope, and what these things were is they weren't like hair follicles. They broke it down to a smaller level where these things were all like black dots, and what they looked like is like they looked like similar to like like when you see like a big bowl of those like spherical, they're like dark and they're magnetic, and all the balls can stick to each other, and how like you can make like a long string out of the balls that are all magnetic. That's what these things look like. And these things, what they did was they were getting bigger and bigger as they moved, and all the loose particles would just like automatically be attracted to them. So they got bigger and bigger. It's basically like programmable matter. If you guys understand what that is, where they can program. I mean, they've been doing this technology for a while, as far as like implanting something in your body that, like people with heart condition, like they don't have to take their medicine ever again because they implant them with something that releases a certain amount of medicine like every month or whatever. Like now for heroin addicts who take like Suboxone or methadone, they had a thing where like heroin addicts would take this like gel strip once a day, and it would get rid of their heroin, their like craving for heroin. And it would make it so if you did heroin, you'd get like really sick. It would be like going through withdrawal because of this thing. It's like it has like some type of receptor blocker in it. But now they have a shot called Vivitrol that they give you once a month, and it takes care of you for the whole month. So it's releasing some in your body every day. So to me, that is like programmable matter. You know, that's like smart matter inside your body. But there's no like references that are like there's no reference, there's no long-term studies on any of this stuff that have been made like available to the public. This is all like new stuff. So the backlash is going to be down the road from all this stuff, I bet you.
What's interesting about what you said about it, like actually lasting longer, is that when you take, when heroin addicts, not you, but when heroin addicts take psychedelic mushrooms, it like can help cure them of their addiction.
Oh yeah,
essentially.
I've heard that.
So it's just interesting how they correlate.
Yeah. I'm sure you guys have all heard about the pills that, or like the things they put inside people that release like a certain amount of medicine every month or whatever, where they never need their heart pills again or something like that. That's like the same type of technology though, you know?
Some creepy stuff.
Yep. That's like what the mRNA is though. That synthetic DNA.
Are they trying to take people out or make people zombies, or what are they?
No, I don't think they're trying to take us out. And I think that right there is really good evidence for like that we come from a creator, because if we didn't have a creator and everything wasn't all good, we wouldn't even be alive right now. But no, I don't think they're trying to take us out per se, like right away, because the number one, first and foremost thing that I've seen, in my opinion, is they need the infrastructure to be built. And you guys still know the roads are still torn up everywhere, and they're still building a lot of stuff right now because they need that 5G infrastructure all built. It's just like the people who dug the tunnels from Mexico to San Diego, or like the people who supposedly build the pyramids. These people who've done like great works in the past, they weren't around to talk about it because, you know, the people who are making it, it's not made for them. So whatever they're doing when they're making it, it's a dangerous job, and it's not long life expectancy. But I've been seeing dudes that I went to high school with that were gang members and stuff that didn't have any future. You know, they're all in and out of prison all the time. And now these dudes are making like $50,000 a year, got loans for cars and stuff because of that program Trump implemented called Second Chance, where felons, somebody who hires a felon gets like a huge tax amount write-off from their taxes every year. So it's like really beneficial to hire felons. And now they made a new law in California where you don't have to put what crime you don't have to put you've been convicted of a crime. So all these ex-convicts and stuff are all working dressed up as like pseudo Caltrans workers. I've seen like hundreds of different companies where I live. They look like Caltrans, but they're not. And they're out there on the streets 3, 4 in the morning doing shady stuff. And I always hit them up. What are you guys doing? They're like, oh, a water main broke. We're fixing the water main or something. I'm like, you guys are digging like 6 feet into the ground, a trench that's like 20 feet long for a broken water main. They're so full of shit. So part of it, what they're doing is water main, but that's all has to do with putting up the smart meters for the water so they can have control of every single person's water at one time and know exactly how much is coming out. Whereas like they couldn't do that before, but it's the whole infrastructure bill is like, it's tied in with water, with the new plasma air conditioners that are really toxic. If you want, go on Joe Imbriano's channel, the Fullerton Informer. He talks all about those air conditioners, all the ones like when COVID started happening and everybody was in quarantine, they were seeing these white vans late at night on the streets, and all these white vans going to schools, casinos, hospitals, everything that was shut down. The white vans came in and they put in this new air conditioning system. and it's really bad for to breathe that. I guess they use some type of plasma technology, but I mean, you guys can look it up if you don't believe me. Look it up on Joe Imbriano's channel if you guys heard of him. He talks all about it.
Oh, the Fullerton
Yeah,
informant?
yeah. He talks a lot about that new air conditioning system they're putting in, mixed in with the 5G and the metal walls. It's just like it's really bad for the kids. And they got the antenna on their iPads are always pointed down towards their crotch because the antennas are on the bottom. Most new smartphones, the antenna's on the bottom too, because they want that signal beamed towards your genital area.
Why would
For
they put it
sure,
on? How could they justify that though? In the sense of like trying to get the best signal, they want to argue that you need to point the antenna up.
You'd think so, but these things are so strong. The new smartphones put out so much EMF compared to the old ones that I don't even really think it matters.
Well, due to the internal space, we had to put the antenna near the bottom. So
right. Yeah, because they went from having like really long. Everything used to have a long antenna, and then later on it got like
smaller and fatter, and then became invisible, right?
So why the push for the 5G? Are they trying to connect it to the smart dust or whatever?
Hello?
Yeah, we got you back.
No, I think I cut out. I didn't. You said about the 5G, and then you cut off.
Oh yeah, you cut out. So I just threw something out there.
Yeah.
But I was wondering, like, so why are they pushing for the 5G so bad? Obviously, it's not like, oh, so you can have better internet connectivity. Is it connected to something else, like smart dust or whatever?
Well, okay, so the 5G isn't even for civilian use. It's not going to. It's not even if your phone says 5G on it. It doesn't matter. You're not going to ever have the 5G. If they really implemented the 5G and gave it to the civilian population, our phones would catch on fire. Some people's phones would like make like little mini explosions. There's too much. It's too much of a signal for us. It's military grade technology, but what it does is it makes everything that every major port and city where people go through, it gives them zero latency. So if you guys notice, I don't know if you guys live in big cities, but where I live down by LA and everything, they've been just working on the freeway and the roads nonstop all night long. Traffic's always messed up, and they're making the freeways so big, and there's huge piles of rubble, and you go miles and miles where they have just the 30-foot walls all along the freeway. And what it does is eventually they'll set up what do you call it when you go through the fast path, like a toll, like kind of like a toll style booth. They'll set them up at first as like to act like they're for a toll booth, right? But eventually you won't be able to get through that unless you have the chip or your digital VA passport that like after you got your thing, you're good for 6 months. It's green on your phone, and then eventually, as the time comes for you to get your other one, it goes from like a green to a yellow to an orange, and then to a bright red once you're like past the point of getting it. And so basically, that's like what the whole digital VA passport thing is for. It's not a passport to go out of the country. It'll be a passport to even travel through like toll booths in the city and everything. And basically like all those walls that they're building are basically, they're putting us in a maze where they can corral us off. If you guys know anything about Agenda 2030, where if you look at the map of the United States, like more than 3/4 of it, they call it like for the Wildlands Project, and people aren't permitted there. Civilians aren't permitted there because we're so bad and we destroyed our own environment. So they're they're trying to save the earth from us. Basically, that's the whole facade that they're going under. It's my belief that the global warming agenda and the Paris Treaty is more important than even the 1/9 thing that's going on right now. It all basically boils down to the global warming. That's their most important thing, because with that they can make every single product a smart product, which means not only for like tracking and stuff like that, which isn't even as a big deal as the radiation it puts to your body, and not just that, but people's dependency on it. Basically, I think the electricity is the most important. It's the most important thing that they have. It's more important than anything else, because take that away and people are so dependent on it, people will be floundering hard without it. So, I mean, our whole infrastructure and everything's set up on that, where, if they take it away, even just for a small increment of time, it have such a tremendous effect on the population. That's why they want to do away with the gasoline, make your car a smart car, and then in order for it to function a certain way fluidly throughout the city, there has to be zero latency. The whole zero latency thing is to make sure that we got our jabs on time. Make sure that we're legit with everything that they want us to do. And if we're not, it's not like they're gonna come for us and be like, go to a camp, if you don't get this. No, all they have to do is like what they do with a hostage in a bank. You just start taking away their stuff little by little, take away their water, take away their food, cut them off from people, divide and conquer. That's all they have to do, is just slowly but surely implement and just take everything away from us, where we're going to have to come out of hiding just to get food or water, basically, or die of starvation.
This is why I'm glad I don't have children, because fuck me, how could anybody live in a world that's like this? I don't know what that word is to describe that, other than just pure surveyed.
Yeah. Like Orwellian.
It goes beyond that though, doesn't it? It's to the extreme. It's like,
yeah.
What are they doing with us? What and why? It's just depressing to think about what they're doing, what the goal is.
I get depressed sometimes when I think about it, but then in other times I remind myself that, like, there's a reason why the Lord had me born at this time, So I think this is also, if you want to look at it in a positive way, it's like a great opportunity to shine during the apocalypse, because we were all called here for this time, and some of us were called to be warriors, or to like be healers, or to just help people, instead of, that's the way I try to look at it. Sometimes it gets depressing, but I don't know. I look at it as like, I'm kind of like grateful that I was alive for this opportunity, because, joy wouldn't feel so good if it wasn't for pain. So if everything was good all the time, we would never really experience real joy. I don't think, if that makes any sense.
What is the benefit? I don't actually see any direct benefit to anything for what they're doing. All I can see is negative, like detriment. What is the benefit that they would be looking for? Is it just purely control?
Yeah, total control. It's not even about the money. If it was about the money, they would have never shut down the casinos in Vegas. When they did that, to me, right there was the biggest red flag out of everything that they did with the quarantine. It was shutting down the casinos. That's when I really started looking. I'm like, oh man, this is serious, because those casinos, literally, they lost hundreds of billions of dollars. So then I realized, but then they're giving away money too. I mean, think about this. When in your life would you ever be able to go into a bank and them not? If you went into a bank with a mask on, any other time they'd call the cops. Now people have the cops called on them for not wearing a mask in a bank. Everything is the duality of everything. Prisoners go to jail for felonies and then they get released that day. And then they get huge fat checks from EDT for doing nothing. See what I'm saying? So they almost made it but then they psyched everybody out and told everybody, oh yeah, we're defunding the police. And then they showed all these videos of people getting over on the cops and putting the cops down and the cops standing down, which none of it was real, but it gave all these people a false sense of of power over the cops, which they don't have at all. The cops are not stop hiring. They're hiring just as many people. They're locking people up even for like dirty drug tests, like just dumb things now, so they give people all this false sense of like they could get over on the cops, but they're not at all. So it's just like what it is.
Don't you think that being a cop right now in this world, you've got to be a lunatic to be a cop, because you're being told to do stuff that you know is wrong, and they're telling you to do it because it's your job, and you've got to do it anyway? I mean, why would anybody want to do that?
So I have my second cousin's actually one of the head sheriffs in a county called Contra Costa, which is like by San Francisco. And I haven't like chopped it up too hard with him. I've talked to him before, and like they're dude, if they're not Masons, they're under this whole like, basically it's like they're intoxicated with the power that they have, and of just imagine this. Imagine if you knew in life you could basically get away with anything except killing somebody in broad daylight in front of 100 people, but you could get away with hitting people if it was like, you know, if you did a hit on somebody, a normal person, you do a hit, you whack somebody, you take them to go bury them, you got to chop up their legs. Like, there's a lot of stuff to do, and you're probably going to get caught unless you're really smart. But even then, you're going to stress on your whole life. Well, imagine taking all that away, right? You could drink and drive, you could do whatever you wanted, you could party with hook. Like, you have all these benefits, but the main benefit is you're above the law now. You're above the law, and you're not going to get arrested. You can pretty much carte blanche pass and do whatever you wanted. So they're intoxicated with this power, this delusion of grandeur, you know.
And then when you realize that there is, when you realize there's a second tier of, I'll use the word policing loosely because you're right, it does cover the judiciary, it does cover everything to do with society. When you realize there's that second tier, and if you're not in that second tier, you become scum. Because what I've noticed in adult life, that like you can have like Joe Bloggs down the road next door, but two to you. That's generally speaking, he's a decent guy. He might not be totally perfect, and you know he's up to a little bit of mischief, but he doesn't cause any issue really, right? But then you'll have the government worker that lives 3 doors the opposite way, and he's up to all sorts. And he'll get away with all sorts because he's working for the state. But the guy that's trying to scrub a living and survive, that gets caught growing a cannabis plant in his garden, he ends up in jail. But the guy that frauds millions out, like subcontracting major building plans out to the Chinese rather than to local businesses, that guy gets away with murder. And it's like, when you realise that's what society really is, it's really, really ugly.
Yeah. Dude, the government runs like a mafia. They are literally the most powerful mafia, you know. And they all have their soldiers and their sub soldiers. You know, I mean, like it branches out like a pyramid, basically. You know, they have different names for the hierarchy of different cops. So, like some of them, the higher up ones, they call Leos, which is a law enforcement officer, and NASA calls Leos low Earth orbiters. But the Leo, basically, it's like a higher up cop. Like also the term peace officer. It's a certain ranking of cop.
Yeah. It is depressing. I mean, this conversation is proper depressing. I know it's interesting, but I just hate the conversation.
Sorry.
No, you don't need to be. I don't mean that as a criticism against you. It's a reflection of society, unfortunately, for me. What you're saying is probably true, and it's probably accurate, and like 90% true and accurate all over. It's just depressing to hear that is what's happening.
Dude, they got hand signals and stuff where, like, if one of them's in another city or in another country and he gets busted for something and he's in front of the judge, when he's talking, if he puts both of his hands above his head, like for whatever reason, he'll do that as a symbol. And that's the symbol saying that he's the widow's son, and to have mercy on him, he's one of their fellow brothers. And they sign some type of oath when they become one that says basically that this is above all your police duties and everything. And if none of you guys are able to actually convict and put another one of their fellow brothers in jail. So they all kind of like just stick by that law, you know. And then they're of course told that like all these things that they're doing to take guns away and stuff like that is for the greater good, because these people are animals. They shouldn't have the same rights that these guys do, because we're just wild savages, basically. You know, and they feed into that. And then a lot of them come from the military too. So they're already programmed, you know, and they're going to be in the police squad. Let's see, you have 5 guys out of 20 that are from the military. They're going to be the alpha, and people are just going to follow in line with them. So it's just this whole hierarchy of the way that the kids are trained from a young age, some of them in military school and everything. And basically they just grow up, they just go into the lifestyle, you know. And the ones who didn't grow up like that, they just follow along because they're not the alphas. These other people are. So basically, that's what the whole with the police, the sheriffs, any type of law enforcement authority, especially the military. Basically, a lot like I'd say like 80%, 90% of what they do is all false flag type of stuff. You know, all training simulations and everything. Because you guys already know they're not fighting against any other. We don't have problems with other countries. We're not worried about like Russia, like tapping into the undersea cables and getting our information. You know.
What I've also noticed is like when you get like if you get a legal issue, a civil matter, and you go to a law firm and you say, "Hey, this is my problem. This is the law. Can you do this for me?" And then they look at it and they go, yep, that's the law. Yep, these are the facts. Yeah. Who's the defendant? And you go, it's the state. They just go, whoa, I'm not doing that. And it's like, oh, right. Do these laws not apply when it's the state? And they just don't want to. They don't want to apply the laws. They just literally find a reason not to do it the minute they find out it's against the state.
Yep. Yeah. Everything. They're all in it together. The lawyers, the DAs, the judges. That's why, like, I would highly recommend if anybody has like any type of case that they're going to court for, especially like traffic tickets. If you do some research and go and represent yourself, you first of all, you challenge jurisdiction. You'd ask what jurisdiction what authority of jurisdiction they're trying you under, because there's only like the maritime admiral jurisdiction, and then the civil jurisdiction. So like the only real crimes are crimes against people. But if there's nobody to testify against you or to bear witness against you, they don't have an actual crime, and that's our constitutional right. So all these crimes like possessions or like DUIs, like all these dumb things aren't even actual real crimes, but they're not going to tell you that because their whole system would crumble apart if everybody started doing that. The whole system, probation, drug counseling, anger management, restraining orders, the court, probably like 80% of that is all, from people committing crimes and then having their rights violated, being enslaved, false arrested, all these things. But it's so hard to challenge it that's their whole system is based on a lie, basically, just like the globe. Like if that's why they're fighting it so hard, because if enough people were to find out it's not a globe, their whole global warming plan would just crack open. It's just like Jenga pieces of the puzzle.
Yeah, of course. Once people realize global warming's bunk, I mean, they've been predicting this for years. And like, I remember when I was a kid, they were saying like about the year 2000, if we don't do something, yada, yada, yada. And then 2000 comes and goes and we're still getting taxed to death in the name of polluting. And the reality is like, they've been threatening this for years and it never happens. And they bring out, they rinse and repeat. They start with the new generation and they start with saying things like, oh, there's a petrol scarcity. And it's like, we had that when we were kids. And it's like, they're just rinse and repeating the same story and it's trying to influence the new generation of kids.
Yeah. Another thing I was thinking about tonight, I was reading up on, there's 14 or 18 different types of ice, all made from the same type of water. And so, like, how ice expands when it freezes?
Yeah.
Okay, so these scientists were working on for a long time, and they finally found a way to do it, is to put ice in an airtight container where it couldn't expand. They put it in, like, thick brass, like, they even put it in, like, a cannon, right? That's, like, a couple inches thick of metal, and this ice would just always crack whatever it was in, until they finally found a container to put it in. Now they have, like, 14 or 18 different types of ice that they classify, and they said the higher up of the classification, the less electromagnetic current can flow through it. So trip on this, I was thinking, if ice contracts when it turns into water, there's actually less of it, right? So that doesn't even make sense. How if the icebergs melted, it would be less mass in the water, not more, or not mass, but do you see what I'm saying?
That's it. If you put ice cubes in the freezer and then freeze it, the ice cubes get bigger. So it's like, okay, apply that on the bigger scale. If you've got ice, but the argument against it is it's the volume of ice or snow that's over the land of Antarctica, whatever the land is.
Yeah.
If that melts, that's the issue. And I'm like, yeah, but it still started off from the sea. So whatever the sea level is, it might rise relative to what it is now, but it's not relative. It's not rising overall. It's just relative to what it used to be. So really, it's not. It's just going back to the position it was in before. If it all melts, right? That's assuming it melts. It might. The reality is it's cyclical, and we're going into an ice age as well. That's the other bit I don't get. We're going into the de minimis period for the solar cycle. There's like 3 cycles that the sun goes through, and this one that we're going into is the beginning of an ice age, apparently. So when you realise that this is cyclical and the sun goes through these cyclical events, all that's happening is the state's taking advantage of these and making claims to tax us and keep us poor, whilst achieving absolutely nothing, because it's all cyclical anyway, and it's naturally going to occur. Is it going to occur faster because of us? No, it's going to occur anyway, regardless of us. Why is that? Because Mother Nature has a way of balancing all the shit out. It's not that we're polluting, it's that we're in a cycle, and we're going into a de minimis period for the next 200 years or so, and it's going to be an ice age. but it's going to take 40 years to get into it. And then once we're in it, it's going to be like frozen River Thames again, like I saw when I was a kid, Victorian era, when the River Thames would freeze. But the River Thames hasn't froze in all my life, as far as I'm aware. But we're going back into something like that now. So it's like we're not getting warmer. If anything, we're cooling off.
Yeah. It's really hard for me to believe anything they say about ice ages or hot periods, because they've been manipulating the weather. They've had weather modification patents since the late 1800s, but even more and more every day. They manipulate the weather so much that you guys even, I don't know about where you live, but where I live in Southern California by LA, I haven't smelled actual rain, like where you could smell it on the sidewalks and stuff since, dude, it's been like at least 8 years, maybe 7 or 8 years since there's been like actual real rain. It's rained, but I know that they're making it rain. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're on about the negatively charged ions that rain brings with it after a hot period, right?
Yeah. Where you can actually, you could smell the cement and like you could just smell the rain, and it smells good.
I know what you're on about. I've not smelt that for a long time.
Yeah, the rain now, it's like it leaves like this sticky residue on your windshield, and it's just not the same,
Probably because it's taking all the pollutants out of the atmosphere, or all the gunk that's in the atmosphere, and it's just bringing it back down to the earth.
Well, I think they cloud seed with this like, it's just like it's like the liquid nano that is in everything. They can have it in like giant tubs of liquid. And I don't know if you ever seen a video, if you ever heard of it's called electro spraying, where they get this giant, like, it's like a long cylinder and it spins, and then they have this little spray nozzle hooked up perimeter like 6 inches away from the cylinder that spins, and it looks like one of those giant those giant rolls for people who are moving, those cellophane rolls where they can wrap up like a whole cart at once. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
So it looks like that. Once it starts spinning, it literally sprays on, and as it spins, it's spraying, and it's creating like something that looks like a giant roll of cellophane. And that stuff so now they have that, like, this nano like cellophane that can be turned back into liquid, solidify again. It can be heated, and it doesn't really burn when you heat it with like a torch lighter. It glows, but then it can if it's not burned too hot, it can go back to to a liquid or to a solid. And basically, like, it's like the same stuff that they have now. They have like these things they put on people's skin that looks like it looks like cellophane, but then it gets in your skin, and people can like control drones and stuff with this stuff now. They even have one where they put it like on your temple, and you can control a drone just with your eye movement. Like, you don't have any remote, so wherever you want the drone to go, you just have to look in that direction and the drone will go.
I was reading an article just earlier on today from Volvo car makers, and they were saying that it costs 70% more environmental pollution to convert from petrol and diesel car production over to EVs. Yeah. And they said that the costs in changing production are continuously changing. So on the one hand, the government will say, right, this is the new standard, so they'll do stuff. And then they'll say, right, this is the new standard, so they'll do stuff. And they keep continuously moving the goalposts. And the effect of it is that it's 70% more pollution caused by making cars, EV cars, than what it was with the old system that did pollute more, but it was a lot more efficient to make them. And Volvo have literally said the long-term detriments to this is that not only will there be less car manufacturers that can't afford to make all the changes continuously, that it's going to be so detrimental to the production of cars, because you're only going to end up with 2 or 3 major manufacturers, so maybe Ford's and Honda and maybe Volvo might be. But they said that you're going to lose an awful lot of these productions because they can't afford to keep up with the changing nature of the world in which they're being forced to live in. And the effect of it is that they're not making any gain. There's no gain to it. And I was like, that's really quite interesting.
Yeah, I think as far as that goes, that's just like how they're making all the mom and pop stores shut down. Like, they see it in the long run is where they have a lot to gain by doing that. Just like if Walmart opens up in a town, then within 6 months, most of the mom and pop stores have closed down because the employees go work for them and everybody goes shops there. Then once all the mom and pop stores are closed down, Walmart will suddenly just close down and just give people their paychecks and say, sorry, we're closed because of plumbing problems, right? So then they basically turn the town into a ghost town. Now they'll go buy up the town again, and within 10 years, it's their town. Basically, they're doing that like with the car manufacturers too, where there's only going to be a certain amount, and they're going to be the conglomerate. They're going to have control of it. Basically, they're shutting down all the free enterprise, basically boxing us in. They're painting us into a corner.
They definitely are shutting down free enterprise.
Yeah, painting us in a corner. We're easier to control that way. Like if you were going to off a whole civilization, you wouldn't just do it all at once, because there's a lot of people that would resist and rebel and fight back, and they don't want that. So if you paint everybody in a corner, sterilize them so they can't have any kids anymore, and then you put nano in their stuff, and you spray all the time and just everything they're doing, then you hit them with EMF all the time, people's life expectancy is going to go tremendously down, and then especially if people get that 19, or you know what I mean. So basically, it's just like there's gonna be what I believe, like in the next 20 years, dude, our population is gonna be way down. It really is. So as far as that's concerned, just feel fortunate that we got to have a childhood and everything.
That's one positive.
Yeah. Hey, yeah, Sleeping Warrior, is he still here?
I am, sir. I'm just typing out a message that I didn't want you to hear me type clumping in the background.
Oh yeah, now I've seen your channel. I was looking at your channel.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Did you see the latest video about this incoherent dielectric acceleration that Bob Nodell punts?
I watched some of it. Yeah.
So Bob, you know who Bob Nodell is, right? Was that a yay or a nay? I missed you. Oh, he's gone.
Hello?
Yo.
Oh, sorry about that. I thought I could check your channel and talk at the same time, but I guess I can't.
No. Have you heard? You know who Bob Nodell is, right?
Yeah. They like Bob Nodell's gyroscope thing.
Yeah. He insists that the sky is like a flow of energy. That imagine the sky's positive and the Earth below is negative. He argues that it's a flow of energy. It's only a small flow, but nonetheless it's a flow anyway, and that's an acceleration. And he argues that it's the acceleration that gives the up from the down, the kick, that is the distinguishing factor between up and down. Now, no one disputes that there is like a voltage or a current supply or an electrical source. I'm not sure what the correct phrase is, so don't butcher me with the word.
They call it electromagnetic wake.
Yeah, whatever that word might be to describe the electric effect of whatever's above us, right?
Yeah.
He argues two main points, and he says that like that is the kick that causes the up from the down, and he argues that like the relative density argument, which is essentially the opposing view for what Newton's first law of motion was, which was like an object in motion or an object at rest will remain in motion or remain at rest unless acted upon by a force. Relative density acknowledges that no consideration of the medium exists with that Newton's first law. And if you do consider the effect of the medium, then you've got a relative state there that's controlling the up from the down. And it's basically the bit that people don't realise, because like Newton's third law of motion says that for every action there's an equal and opposite reaction. Well, what's the equal and opposite reaction for an object accelerating from nothing if you apply gravitational Newtonian physics to it? And they will say, well, it's the use of the kinetic energy of the arm that's pushing the car, for instance, and they can come up with an answer for it. But ultimately, it doesn't mechanically prove the thing that's accelerating was accelerated by what force. Like it fails to address the force that causes the acceleration. Now, Bob doesn't like that for some reason. I don't know why. I think it's because he insists that there is an absolute up and an absolute down. He doesn't accept that when you hang upside down off the branch of a tree by your knees like a bat, he doesn't accept that you're now upside down and your up and your down have now become inverted because you've become inverted, and therefore it's a relative state. But because he insists that the world works in this like electromagnetic way, which No one disputes is there. It's just what effect does it actually have real world on us? And the answer's very, very minimal. It's so small, it's virtually nothing at all. But Bob, for some reason, thinks that it's got like a pervading magnitude that governs everything. So like a boat that's on the oceans, if you were to switch off the electromagnetic force, he thinks that it would cause an acceleration of the boat, for instance, because it's removed a tiny, minuscule net force. And he doesn't realise that the magnitude of the force that he's referring to is basically a zero value. It's so small that it's essentially like arguing that just because a baby can lean against a locomotive and cause... it's like arguing that the baby will cause the locomotive to accelerate because he ignores either the inertia of the locomotive or he thinks that the baby's power is that powerful that he can overcome it. He just ignores the magnitude of the argument that he's making. And when I've tried to point it out to him, he just basically ignores the rebuttal. So I said to him, listen, Bob, I said, I've done the test that you need to do to claim whether or not something can accelerate if it's got significant mass to it by electromagnetic forces or whatever, downward acceleration bias or whatever. I said, go and do it and show us your results so that you can furnish your claim. And he ignored it, pretended it didn't exist. And then Righteous Force came into Nathan Oakley 1980s channel and started like talking about it. And I was like, Righteous, you should know the answer to this. The reality is there are no extra forces that are involved in that egg test that I did. And it's down to Bob to demonstrate it. But Righteous said, if you get the egg to sit in the middle and not accelerate and then apply a charge, will it move? And I already knew the answer. But Righteous was thinking that, well, it's possible and it's plausible, so therefore it might be true. And I was like, so what's happened now is Bob's ignored it. He's now influencing people that are in my circles that are close enough to me to be able to tell me that influencing factor. And now I've got to go and prove that Bob's claim is incorrect, even though Bob's never demonstrated it to be correct in the first place. So it was to literally balance the tables out with evidence to show that the downward current or the downward bias that he perceives that's caused by electromagnetic radiation or electricity or current, voltage or amperage or whatever word you want to use to describe that electrical movement, it doesn't cause anything to accelerate once the mass becomes beyond a certain value, that magnitude of that mass. Because Bob completely ignores that, and it drove me nuts that one of my friends was being not brainwashed, but he was being manipulated or brainwashed into thinking that this very, very tiny flow of currents that might well be there is enough to distinguish the up from the down. It's the little kick. And also that it was the little kick that relative density needs to work, because when I managed to set it up the way that you need to do to demonstrate whether it does do or does not do, it didn't do it. So it was literally to debunk Bob's rhetoric, that Bob's not proven with any evidence, it's just rhetoric. So he's gone from being like Red's rhetoric to Bob's rhetoric. It's no different. So I had to address it because it was doing me head in.
You know how many Globers use him? Like I was debating with this fool, and was it Craig? I think it was Craig. Well, he I was debating with him, and he brought up he put up a video to help his heliocentric case, and it was the Bob Nodell video. I think it was called Finding the Curve or something. You know what I'm talking about? That Netflix thing.
Yeah, I know it well. He used a ring laser gyroscope to measure something being accelerated at a rate of 15 degrees. Yeah. And he wasn't expecting it to do the measurement or to get the results that it got. But it was because he didn't really understand at the time what the ring laser gyroscope was actually measuring. And when he looked into what it was measuring the interference of light. Sagnac effect, essentially. And what he was measuring was the rotating stars above us. But he wasn't measuring momentum. He was measuring the lights moving. So whether the Earth's moving or whether the sky's moving, the results would be identical on both models using that tool. But obviously, because of the way he worded it at the time, very candid and very affable, it made it sound like he was being deliberately deceptive. But if you understand the argument at the time and the tool that he was using at the time, his knowledge of that tool at that time was primitive. He didn't understand what was going on, and now he understands it. He's took the same equipment up a mountain and got different rotation rates of, it wasn't 15 degrees, I don't know the numbers, but he went back and did it again up a mountain to see whether the change in altitude changed anything, and he did not get the same results that he should have got if the Earth was rotating. He got a different effect. And overall, he thinks he's measuring the ether. Whether the ether exists or not isn't my point, but he thinks he's measuring something to do with the ether above us turning. Now, whether he is or not, the problem that Bob's got, and even though he didn't manipulate his independent variable to prove the cause of the effect was something rather than not something else, because he didn't do that, he doesn't know what he's measuring. He's just got an interpretation based on the results that he thinks is ethereal. Now, obviously, the ball earthers will argue, well, it's definitely Earth rotation, but the device that he used doesn't measure momentum, it measures light movement. And on that basis, the results are the same on both models, cannot be relied upon. And even though Bob didn't know what he was measuring, because he didn't prove what he was measuring, he could not have proved it either way. Now, I defend Bob on that point because he didn't adhere to scientific method. He measured something, but he doesn't know what he's measured, because you can't manipulate Earth rotation and you can't manipulate ethereal drag, whichever one it might be. In any event, he didn't do the scientific method. He measured something, and then they all instantly applied gravity to it, or rotation of Earth in this case, and demanded it was true, and jumped up and down and started shouting, claiming victory and all this nonsense. But the reality is, what Bob did with the ring laser gyro didn't measure, and he doesn't know what he measured. He thinks it's ethereal. Yet you'll have all the blurthers coming up to you and claiming, thanks, Bob. And it's like, oh, right, so the Earth does turn underneath the gyroscope then. So why doesn't it turn underneath planes? And then they just completely ignore the conversation. They ignore the rebuttal, and they just go back to thanks, Bob, because they think they've got a gotcha. But when you extend on the gotcha that they believe they've got, they won't address the planes. Because if the Earth was rotating underneath the stars, the way we're told, then flights east and west would be faster and slower as you fly with and against the Earth rotation. But they completely ignore that, and they think that's okay. And we go, oh, hang on a second. If that doesn't happen, then the Earth's not rotating underneath the plane, is it? And they say, oh, well, it conserves momentum. And they start coming up with all these fanciful explanations for why the Earth's not rotating underneath the plane. And then they completely miss sight of the fact that it needs to. And we're sat there going, how can they not see this? It's a joke.
Yeah. I'm wondering, when he was in that movie, was that like the first time he'd ever used it? That gyroscope?
No, I think he'd had it for a few weeks or maybe a few months before, and he was testing it, and he had it on like his worktop in his kitchen and stuff. And as the day was cooling down, the worktop was shrinking by a minuscule amount, and it was measuring that reduction in temp. And he was learning how it was behaving, and he was realizing how sensitive it is. And don't get me wrong, it is. It's like the Foucault's pendulum, or it's like the Cavendish experiment. They're extremely sensitive, but unless you can manipulate the thing that you think that you're measuring, you have no idea what you're measuring, and that's where Bob goes wrong, because Bob doesn't apply scientific method to these things. Because if he did, he would realise that when he was measuring something, he would say, well, I don't know what I'm measuring here because I can't manipulate it to prove it. And and Bob ignores us when we say, hang on a sec, Bob, we're defending you on that 15 degrees rotation point because we know that you did not prove anything. You measured something, but you didn't prove either because you didn't manipulate either. And because both of them neither of them can be manipulated, it's only ever correlative and subject to an interpretation that you make. So depending on your political bias in this topic, you can argue that it's momentum he's measured, and then say, well, actually, he's only measuring light, and that would be the same on both. He's not measuring momentum. And the honest observer would say, it's 50-50. But because it's very suitable for them to pin it against Bob, they'll say, yeah, thanks, Bob. But then when we, by extension, extend that into planes, they don't want to know about the planes because the planes don't support it. And we say, well, if you're going to pin that against Bob, you've got to address the planes argument. And they just don't like doing it. And it's like, oh, this is just a joke. But no, the short answer is no, he didn't know what he was doing when he had the tool. He was learning.
Don't you think if it could be argued that he's measuring light or whatever it is, wouldn't he do that same experiment inside like a room or something underground that has all types of insulation, so you wouldn't have any type of electrical pulse coming from anywhere else, and then he'd do it in a room with light, and then turn the light off, and put on like infrared goggles, and be able to see if it makes any difference if it's in the dark or something?
Big problem with that claim, that position, and you're right. You would think to do that, but the ballers will argue and do argue that you can't rule out potential energy because potential energy can't be filtered out. It exists everywhere, always, and it pops into and out of existence very conveniently for them to argue against things they don't like. But we can't prove that it doesn't exist, and they won't accept us saying that, well, we can't prove the negative, but they insist that the negative's there in exactly the same way that they insist that gravity's there, and anything that we do, we haven't controlled gravity yet. we're not meant to be proving that gravity exists or trying to prove the false negative. They've got to prove that gravity exists in the first place, right? So, yeah, you're right. Theoretically, you would have to do that, but in practice, you can't do that because the things that they expect us to control before they'll accept it are uncontrollable because they either don't exist or they do exist, but they're out of our ability to control them. But in any event, they're not science, and because they're not science, they're not acceptable to be evidence. But Bob learned that afterwards, right? He knows that he didn't prove this. He realizes that, yeah, they conveniently use it against him because it supports their narrative. But he doesn't accept that we defend him on that point because the reality is he didn't actually do anything wrong. It's them being dishonest.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
It doesn't work the other way with Bob. Like when we say, "Can you explain to us what you mean? Can you demonstrate what you mean with this downwards ethereal bias thing that you're talking about?" He thinks that we're trolls, and I'm like, Bob, we support you and defend you on when you've not fucked up, and they're telling you that you have. Because we know that you haven't. We accept that you didn't do anything wrong. You didn't manipulate that thing that you thought you were measuring. That's the mistake that you made. But by not doing that because you couldn't, you therefore couldn't prove the thing that they claim that you did prove. So yeah, we defend you on that because you were right. However, now it's the other way around, and we're saying on your own side, show us the proof for the claim that there's a downwards acceleration bias or whatever you want to call it, and he completely ignores it. And then what he does is he plays the victim card, saying that we're all like picking on him and bullying him and trying to demonize him. And we're saying no. If this standard works to protect you, if that's the standard that protects you is then applied against something else that you do that doesn't protect you, you fall victim to it in the same way that everybody else on the bald earth side do when they affirm the consequence or beg the question, when they assume in the first place, assume that we're on a sphere. So like if you're going to live by the sword, you are going to die by the sword, which is why I've done my video, because in that video I kept everything else was constant. The only thing that I changed was a current flow. And you could see that the current was flowing because electrolysis was starting in the background. So you know that there's a flow there, but it didn't cause the acceleration that Bob insists is there. And it's like, Bob, you've got to address this because you're telling people that there is a flow, which there is. But if it doesn't accelerate something with more than fuck all inertia, like a dandelion or something tiny, like a bubble, then if it's got more inertia than that and it's not able to push it, you're telling people that essentially that a baby can push a locomotive just because he's applying a tiny force. And of course that doesn't happen. So there's a magnitude restriction to your argument, Bob. So you are going to have to address it. And that's why I put his name on it and I put him in the picture so that nobody could see that it was aimed anywhere else other than Bob. And then I get somebody like Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole saying he shouldn't put his face in it. I was like, but if I don't put his face in it and I don't pin it on him, he's just going to ignore it like he did the last time when I told him that it didn't work. I have to pin it on him because he's just being evasive. I said, but that's the very crime that the ball earthers do when they ascribe the 15 degrees of rotation to Bob, saying thanks Bob, but then don't apply it to planes when we by extension then start applying it against their model and planes. Bob's doing the exact same thing, and it's like, do we call this out or do we turn a blind eye? And it's like you try and talk to the guy and he won't have the conversation, and you try and explain to him that he might not be right with this and here's the reasons for why, and he won't look into it. He just completely blocks you out. And it's like, but then carries on preaching it like it becomes the gospel according to Bob. And for me, that's where it's wrong, because he doesn't tell people that there's a magnitude issue with his claim and it doesn't do it in the real world. So theoretically, it sounds woo-woo and wonderful if you want to believe in that make-believe Narnia stuff, but that doesn't mean that it's real world. And when it's demonstrably the case that it doesn't do what he says, and you still maintain your position and you still tell people this, it's like, what are you doing, Bob? Come on. And I, for me personally, I can't see how he's anything other than a shill. He's deliberately telling people stuff that's not true. For what? Pride? Ego? Is it because he wants to be the King Dick in the I don't know what his reason is, but it's still false. And it's demonstrably false. So why is he doing it? And it's like, come on, Bob, look at the evidence. He just won't do it. He's completely blinkered. And it's like, you're as bad as Neil deGrasse Tyson or someone like that.
Bro, you know what I think, bro? Especially of the recent, I think once a flat earther gets a certain notoriety or a certain amount of subs, once it reaches a certain level, where it's like where you get on their radar, then I really legit think they have all types of different schemes and ways to get at us. If like they see that, you know, that many people are listening, they'll compromise a dude real quick. You know, either through blackmail, coercion. Like, dude, there's so many different ways they can get at somebody. You know what I mean?
It drives me nuts that even people that are supposed to be, quote, on our side don't take positive criticism well at all. They take it personal. And it's like, Bob, you should be looking at the evidence here and saying, do you know what, maybe I've got this wrong, because he's actually gone out and tested it, right? Now, if I've got it wrong with the way I've executed it, I'm open for that. If I haven't understood his point accurately, or I didn't quite get it right, or whatever, fine. But my understanding of his claim, I've tested it and it failed. But now the expectation is on Bob to go and show what he does mean if I've got it wrong, or that I somehow executed it wrong. But in any event, he's going to have to support his claims with evidence, because that electromagnetic force idea of a downwards flow from the sky, yeah, it might be there, and yeah, it might do stuff like feed plants and nourish humans with vitamin D, and it might do lots of things. But does it cause mass to accelerate beyond a given inertia, a very low amount of inertia? And the answer is no, it doesn't. So it doesn't pervade, and it doesn't cause the up from the down that Bob thinks it does, because anything with more inertia than like a minuscule amount isn't affected by it, and I've demonstrated that. So it's like, come on, Bob, you've got to look at this evidence, and you've got to be honest, and you've got to be a man and say, all right, maybe it doesn't do that, because people believing that there's some kind of like magical like sunlight thing up there called a sun that gives us a downwards direction, and I'm like, this is just fucking sun worship. This is nonsense.
Yeah. Have you seen that video? It's from a while back. I think it was like at least 10 years old. And it was on Nat Geo. And one of the flat earthers just posted, I can't remember whose channel, but they were showing where they dove down into the Mariana Trench, and they got to a place in the water where there's like literally like a black line, and it separates the water from this different water. And they tried to go into this thing, even with like an underwater like little submarine or something. And this thing, as they pushed on it, it pushed back up. It was like rubber almost. And I don't guess rubber wouldn't be a good way to describe it, but it wasn't solid, where it was like, it repelled them back up. Did you ever hear about that?
Yeah, what you're describing is the exact same effect that the Kola super deep borehole in northern Russia, Minsk, I think it was in the town of Minsk. They discovered the same thing when they got to a drilling point below, I think about 11 kilometers or 8 miles, or roughly around about that. They got to a point where they got to like a flow in plastic, they described it as, that they couldn't, every time they drilled into it, it would, once they took the drill out, it would fill back up with liquid plastic kind of thing that they had no idea what it was. But they couldn't drill through it, they couldn't penetrate it, they couldn't go beyond it. It was essentially the edge of the computer wall, the computer game, if you will. But whatever it was physical, it wasn't metaphysical. But they couldn't get past it. So they spent years trying to get past this depth of whatever the depth was. They were trying to get more than a foot, and they would drill into it, and then they couldn't. There was such a resistance against. They kept snapping the drill bits, and these were like the biggest drill bits in the industry. Like you could have like massive things, and each time they snapped it, they'd have to drag it back out by 8 miles to then replace it, and that's assuming that they could get the drill bit back out. But in the end, they gave up on it because they couldn't get through this liquid plasticky thing that you're describing. All right, it might not be the exact same thing, but it sounds like the same properties. And it's like, well, what is that? And it's like they have no idea what it is, but it seems to be the edge. If you want for a better phrase.
Dude, I've heard the same stories about scientists at Antarctica when they get to the edge of the dome that touches the ground, and they try to go through it. It does the same thing. They can only get so far, and then it starts pushing back, and within a day, it'll be back to its original form. And I've heard like they've had drill bits that have gotten stuck in the ice, and I think that's where they get like the whole Jurassic Park thing from like insects and this stuff that they found or whatever. I don't know. It just might be like, truth in plain sight in to some aspect, but like the firmament, from my understanding, is like that too. Like you can only go so far, and it pushes back like some type of like almost like walls in a rubber room kind of. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's in the ocean too. It surrounds us everywhere. We weren't made to go past a certain point, though.
I agree. Whatever it is that stops us, why can't they be honest and public about this and let kids be taught this in school? Because if that is the reality, why is that hidden? Why are they taught nonsense about drilling down to the center of the earth when there's something that stops them from getting beyond a certain depth, and they can't drill all the way through to Australia and pop out the other side? because that's the way they make it sound to kids so that they get their head around it. But why can't they say that there seems to be a barrier that we can't get past, and it means that we seem to be contained by something it's of our world, but we can't get our heads around what it is? Why can't they be honest with that? And I don't know the reasons, but I do know that they're being lied to, and it's people that are in physics, teaching physics, that know that things like Newtonian gravitation is not a force, but they teach it anyway, and they justify it because it makes sense, and it's easy for them to do the maths, and therefore it's okay to teach them it, even though it's totally and fundamentally wrong. And it's like, dude, that's indoctrination. If it's not based on science, it's not fucking science, but they're getting taught it, and it's like, oh my God, why don't you tell them about this super deep borehole in northern Russia? That's way more interesting than believing that you can pop out the other side if you drill through the centre of the earth and pop out in Australia. That's nonsense. Why would you get taught that? It's like arguing little green men are underneath the bonnet and that's how your car runs, just because it makes sense when it's got absolutely no truth to it whatsoever, and they shouldn't get taught it. Oh, they don't get taught that. Yeah, well, they get taught Newtonian gravitation, don't they? So why can't they get taught the truth?
I think it's the same thing with the ground as it is with space. Like they tell you you can go however far on the ground all the way through, and they also tell you can go all the space is infinite, when in reality there's a block on both ways, up and down. So I think what it is both of my aunts are teachers, and like just this goes from like first grade all the way up to like university level. Is a lot of these people have titles in their name or what they do as communicators of science. Really, all they are is a really soothing voice or a hypnotic voice or an authoritative voice, and they sound like they know what they're talking about, and they spin really good stories. Like a teacher wouldn't be a good teacher if he couldn't describe metaphysics and outer space and all these things that aren't real. So basically they have people that are really good storytellers, and they're like, even Michelle Thaler says she's a communicator of science. She's head of the Department of Communication for Science. And that's a really big, like Neil deGrasse, they're communicators.
The problem is Michelle Thaler also says that next time that we look at a rock, we appreciate that we're related to it. And when you say that, I mean, if that's the science that's being communicated, I don't know what kind of batshit crazy science that is, but it's not science, is it? But that's the kind of shit that she says. But Michelle Thaler is a really good example of somebody it's like that Dr. Becky. Dr. Becky sounds like she knows what she's talking about, but she's blinded by her own bullshit. It's like, yeah, you might believe all this shit, but none of it's real. They believe it. Oh, it's all theoretical physics.
Very complicated rock. I am made of things like iron and copper and manganese. When you sit down on a mountainside and you're there with a rock, those are your cousins too.
Well done. But if that's the ingredients for being a science communicator, that's the ingredients for being locked up. If you think that that you're related to rocks, because you're not. There's no connection with you and rocks other than the fact that you both exist and that you both were made out of matter. That's the only connection. It's a joke.
There's no such thing in my world as life, really. That we're very complicated rocks.
Yeah, I think the whole rock thing that she's talking about, it initially comes from their whole thing that say we come from exploded stars and our body's just made out of stardust. Well, biblically speaking, fallen stars are fallen angels, right? So she wants us to be, once a star explodes, theoretically it falls down, and maybe it falls back down to earth, whatever. They want us to think that we come from fallen stars because they want us, it's like glorifying their deity to say that we came from one of their fallen angels, basically, which we know isn't true, but that's the whole thing. It's all based in like deep Luciferian dogma and occultic ties,
Michelle Thaler will look at a cell under a microscope, watch it become 2 cells, and then become 4, and then become 8 cells, given 20 minutes or 30 minutes in between the phases. And rather than acknowledge that she's watching something get created before her very eyes, and she's now got 8 times more than what she had before she started watching that one cell, she will describe that process as cellular division, because she will take the perspective that one cell cannot become 2, it divides into 2, and then them cells divide into 2 again. So they're not actually multiplying, they're dividing. And I look at them and go, you had 1 cell an hour ago, and you've now got 4 cells. And then in 20 more minutes, you're going to have 8 cells. That is not division, that is multiplication, love. And she will argue that because it suits their narrative for cellular apoptosis, cellular meiosis and cellular, what's the other one? Meiosis and I can't remember the other ones.
Fibrosis?
No, it's cellular meiosis and mitosis. That's it. Meiosis and mitosis. She argued because it supports their bullshit narrative. She will describe the growth of cells as division, and everybody else in the room will be looking at her, going, "That's clearly multiplying. What you're talking about." And it's because the perspective that she applies is the same perspective that people that look at straight lines and go, "Well, in curved space time, that straight line is actually a curve." And we go, "We're not in curved space time. Why? We're in Euclidean space time, and that straight line is straight. It is definitely straight, and they can't accept it." So they twist the perception to suit their bullshit. And then if we question it, we're the deluded one. And you're looking at them going, "That line is straight. It isn't bent. It isn't curving. And you're curving it by changing the perspective, but calling me delusional?" I don't think so, love. There's an objective reality here. We're not related to rocks. Meiosis and mitosis is creation before your very eyes, and that can only come from somebody intelligent, be it God or otherwise. It doesn't come from division. It doesn't come from division. It's nonsense. You don't have self-replicating DNA. It's called creation. And the other point was, like, whatever the last point was that I said, but this is the kind of nonsense that science is in the state of, that they're teaching to kids. And they come out of it thinking that the sun's got a gravitational pull and we're always falling towards the sun. And I'm like, oh my God. Kids are absolutely besotted by the idea of space. I mean, don't get me wrong, half of us are as adults, right? We all want to enjoy the Starship Enterprise and fantasize over floating off into space and then coming back for your tea kind of thing. It is alluring. But they're all totally brainwashed by this nonsense. And I'm like, why are they being taught Newtonian gravitation when it's not even a force of attraction anymore? Why is that considered to be okay?
They have to teach that, though. They literally have to. Otherwise, they'll be pulled so fast out of their position,
But this is where we go back to what the laws, though. The laws state, because the laws state in English law, they say that you can't teach kids, like, indoctrination. You can't teach them a one-sided partisan political topic in any subject in the school. But in physics, they do teach them a partisan political teaching in physics. But they don't tell them that things like gravity is contentious. They don't tell them that the heliocentric model is flawed, like numerous ways. They don't tell them that any of the issues are contentious. They allow them to think that it's the only option, and there is no alternative. So by the time they get to the age of 25 and they start thinking about this stuff, if they're graced with a bit of time on their hands, they're brainwashed and they don't even consider it. But when someone points out to them, you can't have gas pressure without a container, yet you believe that there's like gas sticking to the ball, what gas law supports that claim? And they go, what? And then you start explaining it to them and they go, you're a conspiracy theorist. And it's like, no, there's no gas law that supports this nonsense that you believe. And then they go, but you're a retard. And it's like, dude, there's no science for your position. Not me. Mine's the free expansion of gas law, right? What position have you got? And they haven't got one, but they can't accept it. Because all the mates believe the same bullshit. But we do have laws that stop this stuff from them being taught in school as a partisan, one-sided view. But can you imagine how good the education would have been if we were told when we were kids, hey, we're going to teach you Newton, right? But Newton isn't true, and it's not current. It's all Einstein, and he's the opposite of Newton by changing his perspective. But to pass these exams, you've got to tell me this. You've got to calculate it like that, but in the real world, when you leave the classroom, none of this is true. The kids will be like, well, why are we learning it then, sir? And then all of a sudden it becomes farcical and they're not going to pay any attention to it because they're going to want to know what is the current position, right? Which is all we want to know. We want to know what is the current position. But we all know that Newton's gone, yet they get taught it in schools. So if the kids come out of that not realising that it's contentious and not realising that there are opposing views and indeed has been debunked by Einstein, even if you disagree with Einstein, he's still the current position, right? The kids don't even get told that. So they're blissfully unaware that there's a massive contentious argument there and they apply ridicule to it if they find that out. And it's like, oh my God, this is embarrassing for science. And those science communicators are essentially the teachers. Those that know that Newton gravitation is wrong, they'll still teach it anyway. So when you say they can't not teach it, they can, but that nobody will put the head above the parapet because they don't want to get sacked. And that makes it, well, it makes it brainwashing.
Well, I mean, it basically their whole system would crumble, They've got to keep up all the appearances, bro. And their whole system will crumble. Everything depends on it. If it was like the way you said and they taught the truth, we'd still probably be having all these magnificent structures that were electric conductors, and like the free waterways and the way electricity was. And they literally changed the whole system, took over all these buildings and made them religious places hooked up wires everywhere, so we're getting the dirty electricity, and that's all dependent on the globe. Everything comes down to that. You know what I mean? That globe lie, it's all dependent on it. It's all tied intrinsically to it. Just most people don't see the bigger picture. My mom used to always say, like, what does it matter if the earth is round or flat or a globe or pear-shaped? It's not going to affect my life. I'm like, dude, it affects you in so many, it'll literally affect your whole life. You just don't see it right now because they painted us into such a small corner that people's whole thing is, most people tell me, I don't care what shape the earth is, and it's just like, it's just like, I don't know. I'd care who my parents are, or if my son, I wasn't sure if the kid was my son, that would eat away at me. And I think it's just as important,
When people come up to me and say, like, what difference does it make if the Earth's flat or round? And really speaking, the actual shape of it is irrelevant. It doesn't change our life. And I accept that. However, it's the deception of it that's the issue. So, for example, if I said to you, right, this is the theatre stage, and we're in the seats now, and we're looking down on the stage from above, and we can see that on the left-hand side there's the king, and on the right-hand side there's the queen, and in the middle there's the parliaments and the governments, and from there all the ministers, and we're watching the play, right? If I told you that there was a little door over there behind that curtain, that if you went over to that curtain and you pulled the curtain back and you saw the door, and then you opened that door, you could go out to a paradise, a totally different world that no longer exists, that you didn't know about before, but is very, very real, does exist. The first thing that they're going to do is, I want to see if there's a door there or not, because you've told them something that they didn't know before, because they were presented with the reality in which they believed was the only thing that's true. But then they go to the curtain and they have a look and they realise there is a door there. And then the next thing they've got to think is, like, well, what happens if I open this door? And that's what Flat Earth to me really is. It's the realisation that there's a side exit to the stage that, it's clearly there, but we don't really know what's behind it because we're not being told the truth. Now, we're not physicists. We don't know how to map out all of the world with cartography. We don't know how to get into the sky beyond a certain height. But what we do know is water's level, and we do know that gas will fill the available volume. So we know that the gaps in between the lands have got to be separated by water that's level, and therefore there's no curve, and we know that we've got to be contained. But beyond that, we don't really know. And I'm all right saying that, because I don't know. I'm not a physicist, and I don't understand how everything works. But I do know the basics, right? And by the way, that little door over there, I've had a quick look into that, and I'm not sure I want to walk through it myself, but there's definitely something behind there that we don't know about. And it's that I think it's that fear of not knowing the behind the door scenario that most adults fear. Kids would naturally want to go through it and play football in it because that's what kids do. And we're all like, well, but there's definitely a door over there, and that's the elephant in the room that most people just blatantly ignore.
Yeah. Yeah, I really, how, like, when somebody takes a lie detector test, when they lie, their heart rate goes up, and they can tell pretty well if the person's lying or not, right? So that proves right there that we were created to not tell lies. Even though people have the ability to and they have the freedom to, it literally changes the impulses in their body, and it makes it like it's the heart. So every time people, no, I don't know. I haven't been able to test this because I don't have a lie detector test. But I was thinking, if you tell a lie and your heart rate goes up, right? Well, what if you told a lie that you thought was true? It's not true. Now, would that affect your heart rate at all? Because I think that would be an interesting experiment, because if it does affect your heart rate even a little bit when you're telling something that you believe in your heart to be true, but it's a lie, because there's got to be something like subconsciously in you that knows it's a lie, right? So if that's the case, then people every day on a day-to-day basis, just with the news and everything, their heart rate is being affected by it, and therefore shortening their lifespan because it's putting out a negative impulse, a necessary negative impulse. It's basically frying your circuitry. Does that make sense to you?
The lie detector determined that was a lie.
Nice.
No, but yeah, that does make sense. I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah. So if everybody's putting out like these, vibrations from their heart, or this frequency that's not good, it's not in harmony with everything, then I think that too affects people. It's just on such a big scale. I call it like whenever Globers try to say like, oh, we're too small to see the curvature, Earth's too big, or like you can only measure this on a giant scale, I call it globe manning. They're globe manning us. That's what globe manning is, basically, where this science goes out the window because it's on such a big scale we can't test it. So we just have to take what they say. You know, we have to believe what they say because we can't test it. We're too small to test it. But then on the flips, so they put people down and make people think they're too small or too incapable of ever testing something. So we have to believe it. But then on the flip side of their lie, their ambiguity, their doublespeak makes every civilian actually think that they may have a chance to go to space. And I've been told so many times, like, oh, if we just bought a Fleur for a ticket to outer space, so just so they could see, they still wouldn't admit it if they saw the curves. Like,
yep, hang on, stop. There is a direct rebuttal to that claim, though, when they say, "Oh, the Earth's too big for us to do anything." It's like it's not true. It's measurable. We know what size they tell us it is. We know that the horizon at an observer height of 1 foot has to be 1.2 miles away. So if you put your camera down on the beach above the water by just a foot, the horizon, the geometric Earth curve horizon that boats start to drop behind the minute you go past it, is only 1 mile away. We can test that. We can test it with lakes that are not tidal, right? So and that's what we've been doing, and that's why, like that claim that they make that the Earth's too big, it does have a direct rebuttal to it, and it's then you start getting into Black Swan, and then ultimately they just start fucking up. They just ignore it. They switch off, but it doesn't change the fact that there is directly a rebuttal to that. They just don't like it.
They do the doublespeak really well, though. They'll go back and forth on atmospheric refraction, and ask if we're qualified or certified in understanding atmospheric refraction, and you know, I mean, they'll invoke that and then they'll uninvoke it back and forth, and then they'll try to turn it on you and ask you to explain the reason for their claim. If they're saying if my claim's not true, then you explain the reason for it, which is like another way of, like, you know, turning it around in their debates. It's really funny.
This is the reason why it's not really worth talking to those anti-flat earthers, because no matter what, they're too stupid to realise that when they flip the burden of proof and we say, actually, you're flipping the burden of proof to now just to expect us to prove the negative, they don't realise that is fallacious, and they don't realise that their argument is failed before it even goes any further, because you can't prove the negative. But they see that failure to prove the negative as, well, you can't prove me wrong then, can you? And it's like, no, dude, that's not how the logical argument works. Because they don't understand that, it kind of renders their arguments their ability to argue with us as like it's just zero. So it's like, it isn't worth talking to these dumb bastards that think that. So it's like, what do we do instead? Just talk to ourselves and become an echo chamber, or what? That's where I'm at now. It's like, I don't mind chatting to ourselves, but I don't think there's any point talking to these people anymore because they're stupid.
No, I believe that the Glober who's debating and has a channel, once they get over a certain amount of subscribers or views, they're compromised by somebody and they're on a payroll and they don't believe what they're saying. The thing is, like Michelle Thaler and all these other people, they're skilled communicators. And they know how to interrupt you at just the right time when you're about to see a key word. They do they have all types of tricks in their bag, but they're not arguing to try to prove the world's a globe. They're just, all they're doing is breaking you apart and attacking your character, and they're really good at it. And I really believe they're on a payroll once they reach a certain point. You know,
I agree. I mean, did you see Rachie 5-0s against Fight the Flat Earth recently?
No.
Okay, so they were talking about gravity. You'll hear coughing in the background for a minute. Just that should be it. They were talking about gravity, and they were talking about Newtonian, and basically Blue Marble Science has repeated the Cavendish experiment, and Blue Marble Science documented that there was some acceleration there, and she was trying to get them to explain which force caused the acceleration that was evidenced in Blue Marble Science's Cavendish reboot. And the reality is, they haven't got one because gravity isn't a force in current science. That renders the Cavendish experiment to be caused by something else. They don't know what caused it because he didn't manipulate it. It's the same problem that Bob had. He measured something and didn't know what it was because he didn't manipulate it. Well, that's the same. You apply the same criticism of Bob, or in Bob's case, it was a defense, against the Cavendish experiment reboot that Blue Marble Science did. But there was definitely something accelerating, right? So the question becomes, well, what was it? And they insist that it's Newtonian gravitation, and we say Einstein superseded it in 1915, and it's the current position as demonstrated by LIGO in 2015. So ultimately, we have a standoff because they want to say it's Newtonian gravitation, even though it's been superseded, and they don't want to accept it. But they can't explain it with Einsteinian gravitation. But Rachel's still demanding that they answer the question: well, where did the A come from? What force gave them the A? And they haven't got one. And the only thing that by deductive science, the only thing that you can conclude that it must be either something that Blue failed to control himself, or it was Blue himself actually doing it somehow. Now, either of those possibilities is probable because you've ruled out Newton, you've ruled out Einstein, and he claims that he got all of his control variables like perfect, which is nonsense, but that's what his claim is. So she was trying to pin them on that. But rather than accept that they haven't got a force, they just literally spoke over her, spat at her, jumped on her head. They did everything that they could, called her stupid, you name it. They were just horrible to her. Because she correctly pointed out that they haven't got a force under Newton's first law of motion to accelerate this thing. But because she was pointing out that that's fallacious, you haven't got a force, they were just saying, well, I'm calculating it using Newton's second. And she was saying, but you can't calculate forces into existence because Newton's first law states that you need a force to get an acceleration, not a sum. Right? And that's all they're doing. They're calculating it with a sum. So she's pointing that out, and they cannot let their audience hear that. So they called her all sorts of names. But her point is valid. It's correct. And she's right. You can't calculate forces into existence. You can't calculate your way out of jail. You need a force to bend the bars, right? And she's pointing that out. And they're going, no, we can because we've got an acceleration. Therefore, there was a force. And they instantly calculate it with F equals ma. They demand that it's Newtonian, and it's like they cannot accept that Newton's force is Newton's gravitation is not a force, and therefore couldn't have caused it. They insist that because there was a force, it has to have been gravity that's done it. And I'm like, no, she's right. But you're right. They will do anything to attack the person rather than address the point. They'll call her all sorts. They were horrible, but she won, and most people on our side see that clearly. The problem is there's 100 people on their side that want the inconvenient lie. They will pay him super chats to be told the inconvenient lie. Yet Rachel's there battering them all around the boxing ring with a simple question. Well, where did you get the force from? And they haven't got one. And that bit gets completely missed because reasons. They, like you say, they're tactical rather than based on science. So, but Rachel wasn't backing down. She was speaking over them as best she could. She was defending herself and attacking them as she did. Rachel was fantastic because she got them cornered and they didn't like it. But it doesn't change the fact that whatever was moving in that Cavendish reboot that Blue Marble Science did still needs explanation because he still needs to explain what did it. Because Newton's not the cause, is it? But something moved and something caused it to move, didn't it, Blue? So what was it? Was it you?
I think okay, now that I know what debate you're talking about, where like after the debate, he posted a bunch of stuff about her, like about she had a nervous breakdown. All he could do is attack her character.
Correct. And that's all they can do. Doesn't matter which the person is that's in there. If you go in there as person A, B, or C, they'll just find some angle to attack A, B, or C, but they won't deal with the point. And Rachel's bang on. Where did you get the acceleration from? And they just, in the end, he just basically went, gravity! And spat it out at her like it was this venomous, poisonous snake thing losing his... But the reality is he knows that gravity's not a force because he was taught it. He claims to have a degree. He only got a third, but he still got a degree in physics, apparently. And because he was taught it, he knows that gravity's not a force. Why is he on the internet teaching people that it is?
Yeah.
It's brainwashing.
I've debated him a couple times and like basically I saw his whole plan, what he was trying to do. So they're trying to find, like the whole time they're trying to find a weakness in you to attack that and exploit that, right? So I found his weakness and I just exploited it. Basically, if you bring up 9/11, he literally will go ballistic. Like you could see his face changing and everything, his shoulders hunch up. He gets hella crazy about it, right? So I just keep...
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, so like I'll send you my video. I just posted it like a couple days ago about I just edited the debate down to like 16 or 17 minutes and put like some of the best parts. And like once I brought up 9/11 because he was talking about a gyroscope or a pendulum, right? That he hung from somebody hung from a ceiling. And I asked him, well, could that pendulum, would you get the same results outside? Would you get the same results if a train was passing by? Would you get the same results if you were stomping on the floor? Would you get the same results if the window was open? You know, all these different things that he dismissed. So I was saying, well, would you get the same results in a different type of building? He goes, well, building in the United States, they're built so badly, probably not. I go, yeah, I know, you're right. I've seen planes free fall from, buildings free fall from planes hitting them. And he goes, don't go there. Like he's like, no, don't go. And I was like, don't go where? Ground zero? And I kept saying like ground zero. And like, it was so funny, dude. He was like, he was just getting so triggered, dude. It was hilarious.
That 9/11 argument. When I saw the Pinocchio's nose footage where the plane peeps out the other side and then vanishes. When I saw that, I just realised, like, yeah, this is complete fraud. I don't know how they've done it, but I realised that was fake footage, and I think it might have been the first time they did live fake footage as well. But in any event, I realised it was fake at that moment, and then I started looking into it, and I realised that that Judy Wood, I think she's total disinfo because I think she's deliberately putting people off the track. I accept Dmitry Kalazov's explanation myself that it basically. When he explains, in short, he says that the first tower to get hit by the first plane or bomb or whatever, that fell second. It was the second tower that got hit first by whatever. That one fell first, and he said the reason why that was the way it was is because it blew up the railway system underneath. If they'd have blown the first one up first, that one then would have blocked the tunnel to get to the second one. And they couldn't have that. They needed to get the second one first. And he basically describes mini nukes, and he talks about how underground explosions at the right depth underneath the granite rock would literally cause a massive dust bowl, but a massive cavern in like a tooth, like a cavity in a tooth. It would create a cavity in the granite, like rock salt or whatever it's called underneath the bedrock or whatever. And the building would then collapse into it, which is what she describes as the dustification, but the dustification was only some of it. The rest of the steel matter, most of the steel matter fell below itself, and that's why it collapsed in on itself. They blew it up. And I accept that because it makes...
You see a lot of steel beams that were like 20, 30 feet in the air, and they looked like decorations on a wedding cake that had been sliced on the top, you know?
Yeah, that was because of the thermite, wasn't it? The thermite cutting stuff that they used.
I believe they used direct energy weapons on it, too.
No, I don't believe those direct energy weapons actually exist.
Really?
Yeah, that's why I think she's disinfo, because it's like begging the question with gravity, right? So if gravity exists, then things will fall down. And look, we do see things falling down. So she shows that cutting stuff that Kalazov explains was caused by thermite, and he shows how they did it and shows how... And when you see it, and you look at Kalazov's explanation, I mean, I didn't want to watch a Russian talking for 4 hours, but I realised that if a guy wants to spend 4 hours of his life sat on a sofa talking about this, I do actually want to listen to it. And I listened to it 3 times it consumed 12 hours of my day. And I couldn't believe what he was describing because he lined all the evidence up and he said, watch. So and he said like the detonation is now, and he says, and then 10 seconds later you see the building shuddering, and that's the shudder there, and then you see that, then you see the building fall and collapse and all, and he goes through it all, and it's like, fuck me, that's way a better argument than the directed energy weapons that Judy Wood talks about, because the evidence is there to support it. I can see what he's describing, and I understand how he explains it. I can't validate his argument because I'm not a detonations expert. But his argument is based in science, and the evidence seems to support it. And it's like, I haven't seen anybody argue against that argument, that evidence. But if you're not familiar with Dmitry Kalazov's explanation, just look him up on YouTube. Make sure he's still around. It's a fantastic explanation.
Okay. Did you hear also about that tornado that was at bay for like 45 minutes until the first building fell, and then it went back out into sea? I was there. Did you hear about that?
No.
About how because they had a big storm the night before, and I guess they had a tornado or some type of hurricane that came like really close to the shore of New York and just sat there for like 45 minutes until they needed to complete whatever they did. But I'm imagining for something that big, they'd have like so many different backup plans in case Plan A fell through, because they need to do that at that time. You know, it wasn't just the date of 9/11 that was so important to like their ritualistic too. It was also the time that the building got hit at 8:46. The 8:46 is a major number in their ritualistic things that they do. You know how? Yeah. You know about the 8:46 in Minneapolis?
For me personally, I don't think that the timing of it could be anything that they could accurately do, because they can't even send emails to each other successfully in the government. So I don't think that they could orchestrate the timing of it to be perfect. But I do accept that it was orchestrated and it was done for political reasons, and they knew that it was done by American governments. It wasn't done by box cutting Saudi, whatever they were. You know, it's nonsense.
Well, arguably, it may not have hit at exactly 8:46, just like Derek Chauvin's knee wasn't on George Floyd's neck for 8 minutes and 46 seconds. But that's the time they used. So they made a movie in 2012 called 8:46 because it's supposedly the time the plane hit the first building. And then Dave Chappelle came out with that movie on Netflix called 8:46, where he did a comedy act at George Floyd's funeral because they said he kneeled on his neck for 8 minutes and 46 seconds, even though the police reports the next day said it was like 9 minutes and something. Some people said 7, but they just stuck with that 8:46 number.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So they
I
made
do
the
think
two
that
movies about it.
I do think that they pin certain numbers on certain things. Yeah, like 33 comes up a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah. So trip out on this. I started looking into the 8:46 thing. Where does this come from? What's the significance? And in 2019, I don't know if it was just in California, but I think it was across the United States. They enacted something that has to do with the Whistleblowers Act and about disclosing certain information. And it was on page 322 of their documents, and it was Assembly Bill 846. And then I looked further into it, and 846 is the document number for filing taxes with the IRS. And ironically, it's like right around the same date as the George Floyd thing. So, I mean, like, it's just weird. Like, they have all these different numbers and meanings, and like the number 322 is always tied in with that. The 322 is a C and a V in the alphabet, and all it is the shapes. It's a dome and a pyramid. And, you know, that's like their symbols, the dome and the pyramid. So that the 322 is, you know, basically like the dome and the pyramid shape. But I mean, it's a lot deeper than that, but that's just like scratching the surface with it, you know?
Would you say that you're a numerologist believer?
What I know. No, I'm just somebody who's curious, and I look at, like, when I look at like newspapers and articles, I automatically, like, I'm almost like dyslexic. Like the letters like almost like rearrange, and I'm looking at like the alphanumeric code of something without being able to read it first. So it's like,
Right. No, I totally understand what you mean because I pay attention to numbers, colors, and patterns as well because of my dyslexia. So numbers, colors, and patterns and names are like are frequently played over in my head in where I can't. It's like an obsession.
Yeah, me too. Do you have the problem of like certain lighting in certain rooms, like you have to leave that room or something like that, or certain colors?
No, I'm not a what is that called? When they're sensitive to lights? No, I don't have that. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I get
Just
that.
put the in the live stream chat. I've put the link for Dmitry Kalazov's. It's like 5 hours, not 4 hours. The main meat of it is it starts around the 40 minutes mark, and then it goes on for about another 45-50 minutes, and it explains about all the detonations and all the mechanical parts of how. Because I've always been fascinated, how did they get a steel framed structure that was like 10 times stronger than it needed to be? How did they get that to collapse? I was always interested to know how they did that. But if you watch that video, it is the best 5 hours of your life. You'll end up watching it again if you're interested in the topic.
Turn the steel into dust.
Pardon?
Turn the steel into dust.
No, it turned the concrete into dust. It basically broke the bonds that were keeping the concrete together, the cohesive bonds of concrete. They were just disintegrated. But the steel structure basically collapsed in on itself. Like, imagine creating a hole in the floor that you're walking in, and then you fall in the hole. The steel fell into the hole. So it was all done by basically controlled explosions. And when you look at the evidence and how he explains it, it's like, fuck me, that is how they did it. Because I could never understand how they could get the building to collapse.
You haven't seen the beam falling off the side of the building and then turns into dust.
I have. I've seen Judy Wood.
A solid beam falling off the building and turns into a cloud.
Right, so that beam was concrete. It was a beam with concrete around the outside of steel, right? And what you're seeing is the dustification, to use Earth phrase, of the concrete, and it was caused by the primary wave. You know, when there's a nuclear blast, there's a primary wave and a secondary wave. Well, it's the primary wave that's breaking the bonds that are in the concrete, the intermolecular bonding that's within the concrete. That's why it's dustifying. That's the dustification or the energy weapons that he's explaining. But if you listen to how he describes it and he shows what happens at different parts based on the footage that we've got, and you look at it and you just go, holy shit, that is exactly what's happened. And you'll realise that Judy Wood is basically, she's doing the gravity thing. She's like looking at something and saying, yeah, it must be high yield energy weapons. And it's believable, right? Until you see that. And once you see that, you realise that Judy Wood's out there on purpose it's like Bob Nodell. It's to put people's eyes in places where they shouldn't be because it's wrong. But for me, in my opinion, no one cares what my view is, but if you can watch Kalazov and get to after 2 hours and not agree with it, I don't know how I could understand how you could come to the disagreement part, because it's so well argued and it's so well demonstrated with the evidence that proves it. And I'm like, you watch that and tell me that you don't agree with it. It's brilliant.
Do you think they dropped nuclear bombs on Japan?
No,
they were high yield. They were the highest yield bombs that they had at the time. They weren't nuclear bombs because they still live in like Hiroshima and Nagasaki now.
They were not high yield bombs. They sprayed vapor over the city, flammable, and they dropped fire bombs over the city. No high yield at all. That's why paper and bamboo just went poof like that.
Whatever it wasn't an atomic bomb because they're living there now. Like you can go to Hiroshima and what is it? Oh, what are they called? Nagasaki and Hiroshima, right? You can go there now. It's not like Chernobyl where it's a ghost town. But if it were a real nuclear bomb,
Chernobyl's not a ghost town. Have you seen all the plants and animals crawling all over the buildings? Anyway, to get back to my point, they started building Japan the next day, and my other point is, you mentioned nuclear weapons. Those are fake. You can't say that they even exist.
when I say he calls them mini nukes, and when he says mini nukes, I think the word mini nuke makes you think nuclear bomb, but I think what he means is like high kiloton yield weapons that are like bombs, but they're like really big, powerful ones. I don't necessarily think he means nuclear, but I think he uses that language to describe the effect that he's talking about. So, but the point is that he talks about the exact depth that they need to be based on how big they are and how much of a bomb blast they'll create, and how the towers themselves became like chimneys, like resonance chambers, so that the blast from the primary wave would channel through it and vibrate anything and everything in its path. Desks, computers, people. That's why people were disintegrated, because of the frequency, the harmonic frequency of the blast, the seismic wave of that primary blast ended up going through the insides of the building, and it was like an echo chamber. It became like a bugle. And that's why most people got disintegrated. It wasn't high yield kilotonic weapons of military grade, whatever, high energy. Although I accept that a lot of people do accept that. But for me, it's like these things don't even exist. If they do exist, let's see the evidence. But just watch that for the first 2 hours and tell me at the end of it that you don't agree with it. And I'll be like, can you show me where you don't agree with it and for what reason? Because it's like, so much of it makes sense when he pieces it out, but you've got to be an expert to understand the pieces. But I mean, I'm not an expert, and I might be convinced by it, and I might be wrong. But I wanted to know what was the mechanism that was used to pull the buildings down, because I don't accept you're gonna have to do something unusual to pull down steel frame buildings because they're extremely strong. And they did do something unusual, and when he explains it, I was just like, wow. But most people don't look at it from that angle. They just look at it, well, was the planes or not? Was the missiles? And what was the practicalities of it? Forget the building. What was the pantomime being played out that day? And can we argue about whether it was a nodding donkey or whether it was a camel? You know what I mean? And all I wanted to know was, how did they pull the buildings down? And where was all the steel that was meant to be there from the mangled mess? Yeah, there was a lot, but there should have been shitloads of it when there wasn't nearly enough. And it's because it was a lot, most of it was underneath the ground. Watch it, it's fantastic.
Yeah, which is clearing up nuclear and atom bomb pretend imaginary stories. That's all.
Did I cut out?
No, you're back. Or if you did cut out, yeah, you might have done actually. No one spoke for the last 30 seconds.
Okay, yeah. Well, I'm just thinking, it's just like, I think that they have us looking at like a linear scale where it's like 1 + 1 = 2, instead of seeing it as like 0.2 plus 0.3 plus 0.5, like all these fractions equal this number. But everybody's just looking at it as simplified 1 + 1 = 2. That's how we were trained to think, though.
I just looked at it purely from the building, from the engineering perspective. Not that I'm an engineer, but I just wanted to know how did they get the building to collapse, because I've never seen a building collapse like that, other than, like they say, controlled demolition.
Yeah. To drop a building like that, they would hire somebody who's one of the most skilled people in the world as far as like a job like that. Whereas like people like that are so sought after that that's because that's actually like an art form. It's a science of art form to be able to do a building like that.
Yeah, I agree.
And you know,
more common sense. Take the middle out; it'll fall into the middle first.
Yeah, but you couldn't do with that building because it had an inner core and an outer core. It was like a cylinder within a cylinder, so you couldn't do that.
You know, 6 months prior to that, they had construction people coming in there and putting all kinds of stuff in the building. Every day there were people coming in there. So, I mean, they you know, slowly by surely put in everything they needed to do for it to do what it did, you know?
Yeah.
You know about the artists who were all like on the 97th floor? Did you guys hear about that?
A lot of people that were in that building, and I know that almost all of the building was evacuated. Like, I don't mean evacuated on the day. I mean, it was empty anyway because it was getting decommissioned, wasn't it? Or not decommissioned. What's the word when they make it unsafe? Condemned. It was getting condemned by New York Council because of the asbestos that was in it, apparently.
No, the only way they could sell the building is to remove the asbestos.
That's right. They were trying to get rid of the asbestos, so they had a lot of the building shut down whilst they basically refurbished it. But the claim is that they didn't refurbish it; they set it up to collapse because they wanted to make a claim on the insurance policy.
Yeah.
Which is where Silverstein argues that he tripled his cover in the last 3 months or something, right?
Yeah.
Because he got double indemnity on terrorism.
Triple indemnity, not double.
Yeah, they had these artists for like up to a year before that. They had 2 of the floors that were supposedly being maintained to do art projects and stuff. And they did like ritualistic dancing like the night before. But this artist who supposedly made this sculpture, and it's like it's a little soldier boy with a soldier uniform on, and all these different planes are smashing into him. He decided supposedly to spend the night there that night, which she'd never done before. So she was supposedly in the building when it hit. So I've even seen pictures where they would put like writing in the window. Like one time they had in the two top floors, or floor 97 and 98, they made the lights a certain way in each window so it had letters and it said "Park Here." I think that was like a week prior to it happening. They had "Park Here" written in the windows, right where the plane hit.
Nobody has pictures of that?
I'll pull up some pictures. I'll put them on my channel, or I'll post them on here. There's a whole special about it. It's like an hour-long special about they interview the different artists and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting topic, and in fact, the flat Earth doesn't like that topic.
No, dude. If you want to spiral that dude out of control, bro, bring up 9/11.
Do you know, I've got no intentions of ever speaking to the guy again because I think the guy's just overtly dishonest. He knows that gravity's not a force. He was taught it, but he teaches it to people, adults that don't know any better. Anyway, someone that does that isn't somebody that I actually want to talk to.
He's admitted to me when I've accused him of being paid by NASA. He admits that he does. You know, it might not be by NASA, but he's paid by somebody for sure.
Well, he's paid by his subs and Patreons, isn't he, I guess? But I don't think anybody would pay him to because he's not even very good at it. There's better people that are more persuasive than him.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I just think that these people, their whole argument, though, is to try to interrupt and discredit the flat earthers. They're not really trying to prove anything. It's all for show. They're just paid communicators or paid debaters, you know, to try to just break apart the other person's character.
Yeah, I agree. Are you guys aware of the Gracefield incident?
No.
It was a deep sea diving accident that happened off the north. I think it was the extreme north of Scotland. It's called the Gracefield incident. If you have a look at that, right? Let me just type it in here. Incident. I'll get you what year it was. Gracefield incident. Oh, there's a movie out now about it. Oh, that's going to be really good. I'm going to have to watch that. The Gracefield incident is basically an accident where there was deep sea divers that were in a compression chamber at the bottom of the sea, bottom of the ocean or whatever. And there was a way to get into it and a way to get out of it without killing yourself. And because if you opened the wrong door at the wrong time, it'd either pressurize or depressurize, and you'd end up flooding yourself